Since winter descended upon Wangjing this year, the air has been particularly frigid, with snowflakes dancing through the sky like feathers. However, within the hall where funeral is taking place, warmth envelopes the atmosphere. "Return my little one to me," implores Pei Yu, clad in a deep black suit, his complexion pale and his stance precarious beneath the bright lights. Xie Changyan, suppressing a sardonic smile to avoid disturbing the slumbering Shen Lichu in the nearby coffin, restrains his fury. "Your little one? Our Lichu is too fragile to ascend to the heights of the esteemed Pei." In contemporary Wangjing, Pei Yu is a household name, and many aspire to ascend the branch he represents. The Pei family stands as the quintessential aristocracy of Wangjing. As the sole heir of the Pei lineage, Pei Yu ought to enjoy a life of unparalleled luxury. Yet, fate dealt him a cruel hand at the tender age of 10 when his parents met with a tragic demise, allowing distant relatives to seize power. After years of enduring, Pei Yu recently carved a path back to reclaim his rightful legacy, now commanding 70% of Wangjing's economic lifeblood at such a young age. Yet, even this illustrious figure finds himself humbled in the face of Xie Changyi and scorn, kneeling in public, his voice laced with desperation. "Xie Changyan, I beg you, allow me just one glimpse." Their rivalry has spanned years, and this is the first occasion Xie Changyan witnesses Pei Yu concede, yet he feels no satisfaction. Aware he cannot deter Pei Yu, he retorts coldly, "Very well, I shall grant your wish." Pei Yu rises, stifling the searing pain within, and approaches the dark coffin upon the elevated platform, inhaling deeply before forcefully pushing the lid aside. In that instant, he freezes, and his eyes blaze with overwhelming astonishment. The coffin is filled with vibrant, fresh roses, their velvety petals exuding a rich fragrance. There is no body. "Where's my little one? Where have you hidden her?" Like a man grasping at the last thread of hope, Pei Yu lunges back, seizing Xie Changyan by the collar, his eyes ablaze with fury, demanding answers. Observing Pei Yu's frantic demeanor, Xie Changyan finds it utterly ludicrous and effortlessly discards Pei Yu's grasp, turning silently toward the coffin. Pei Yu pursues relentlessly. The coffin was arranged by Xie Changyan himself. He gently brushes aside the bouquet at its center to reveal a small jade box. Inside lies a fragment of a small finger bone from the right hand, marked by an old scar. The moment Pei Yu recognizes it, his heart feels as though it has been gripped by an invisible force. This scar is a remnant of Shen Lichu's sacrifice to protect him, nearly costing her the entire finger. Shen Lichu has always been frail, and this deep scar took a long time to heal. In the stillness of countless nights, Pei Yu would hold her, finding solace only when tracing her unblemished little finger. "Why didn't you answer the phone the night she was kidnapped? She was frozen to death, then devoured by beasts. Those wretches, seeking revenge against you, abducted her, knocked her unconscious, and discarded her upon the snowy mountains. Moreover, that region is rife with predatory animals, and during this season, food is scarce. I could only recover this fragment of bone." Pei Yu's eyes are filled with rage, darkened by despair as something within him fades away. Shen Lichu was cherished by Pei Yu for so many years, and yet she perished in the snow, her body desecrated by beasts. Their first quarrel, their breakup, led to a lifetime of regret for Pei Yu. How could he find peace? As he gazes at the finger bone, he longs to reach out, but hesitates at the last moment. Pei Yu suddenly kneels beside the heavy black coffin, his expression soft yet desperate, whispering, "Little one, do not fear, you are no longer cold, nor in pain. Shall I take you home?" In that moment of their separation, he was filled with regret, but his pride held him back. He envisioned a time when he would apologize and propose, a ceremony he had meticulously planned for 3 years. Alas, they were never to have a future together. Months later, amidst the relentless snow-covered mountains, a solitary black figure trudges forward. Pei Yu, with noble features and a sharp jawline, should be brimming with youthful vigor, yet an inescapable sorrow envelopes him. His fingers, ravaged by the cold, are now blackened. At last, he reaches his destination, the very spot where Shen Lichu met her tragic end. With a soft chuckle, Pei Yu sets down his heavy backpack, unzipping it to reveal the remains he has painstakingly gathered. Soon, a human shape begins to emerge in the snow. Once completed, he sits beside the figure of Shen Lichu, slowly shedding his warm outer garments to reveal only a thin black shirt. Finally, he draws a dagger, plunging it into his own heart without hesitation, twisting the blade within. As he withdraws the dagger, a gaping wound appears, yet Pei Yu's expression remains one of serene joy. He retrieves the cherished fragment of bone, gently placing it within the cavity of his heart. As if numb to the pain, he adopts a position beside Shen Lichu. The bitter cold and the ache within him ignite a fervor in his veins. With a tender smile upon his lips, he speaks softly, "Little one, do you resent me? Have you not come to me in dreams? But fear not, I shall seek you out. I will come for you soon, just wait a little longer. Upon our reunion, you may strike or scold me, but do not ignore me, for that would break my heart." A thunderous roar erupts from afar, followed by an impending avalanche. A torrent of snow surges toward him like a deluge. Yet Pei Yu's smile widens. He has awaited this day for an eternity. Let him and his little one rest together in eternal slumber. In early winter, the skies over Wangjing are perpetually overcast. 6-year-old Shen Lichu sits obediently beneath the eaves, her porcelain-white face tinged with a hint of purple from the cold, her nose a bright red. Yet, she gazes eagerly toward the iron gate in the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of someone. At last, she hears a rustle beyond the high walls, but sees no one emerging through the gate. Disappointment flickers in her dark, glistening eyes. As dusk falls, it seems that Aunt Sue will not return to prepare dinner. Shen Lichu reassures herself. It is all right, biscuits and milk will suffice. Though this area belongs to the affluent villa district of Wangjing, it has succumbed to an air of desolation and neglect due to years of abandonment. No one knows the origin of Shen Lichu. She was sent here at the tender age of 4, cared for only by a nanny with the surname Sue. Initially, the nanny attended to Shen Lichu's needs with great diligence, but eventually, she grew aware that no one was looking after the child, and her intentions began to shift. After all, the kindergarten Shen Lichu attended provided 3 meals a day along with transportation, so a few biscuits and milk over the weekends would suffice to stave off hunger. Shen Lichu, unable to hide her disappointment, turned to enter the house, but after just a few steps, she couldn't help but glance back. As she hurried into the house, she suddenly noticed a dark shape moving near the iron gate. It was clearly something that hadn't been there just moments before. Was it a puppy? Shen Lichu hesitated for a moment before slowly approaching the iron gate. Upon closer inspection, she realized that it was not a small dog, but rather a young boy. Crouched in the corner of the iron gate, the boy appeared to be quite young and was covered in mud, looking utterly disheveled. Beneath his dark hair, a pair of cold, dark blue eyes fixated on Shen Lichu, their fierce gaze emanating an oppressive aura typical of a top predator. Being scrutinized by such eyes at such close range startled Shen Lichu. Yet, witnessing his disheveled state stirred her compassion, and she cautiously inquired, "Are you alone too?" Given his pitiful appearance, could he, like her, have been abandoned by his biological parents? Pei Yu pressed his lips tightly together, offering no response, his obsessive gaze still fixed on Shen Lichu, as if the mere act of blinking might cause her to vanish. A gust of wind, tinged with the chill of early winter, swept through, causing the boy, clad in thin clothing, to shiver slightly. If this continued, he would surely fall ill. Reflecting on the boy's plight reminded Shen Lichu of her own circumstances, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. "Dunkai." The boy finally spoke, his voice hoarse and tone peculiar, as though he had not uttered a word in a long time. However, Shen Lichu understood him clearly. She sniffled, resolved not to hesitate any longer, and on tiptoe, she opened the iron gate and crouched beside the boy, wrapping her arms around him tightly, softly asking, "Will you come home with me?" Thus, Shen Lichu led Pei Yu into her abode. The villa was largely stripped of its furnishings, as the nanny with the surname Su had discreetly sold off most of the items. Shen Lichu intended to settle Pei Yu on the sofa and fetch a small blanket to cover him. To her surprise, once Pei Yu grasped her hand, he refused to let go. "He'll get you a blanket," she quietly explained. Pei Yu stared intently at her, gripping her hand even tighter. Though her hand ached from his grasp, Shen Lichu, having endured the profound pain of abandonment at an early age, could empathize with Pei Yu's evident insecurity. With a blink, Shen Lichu proposed, "Shall we go together?" Anticipating that Pei Yu might not respond, she gently tugged his hand toward the other side of the sofa. As long as she did not resist his hold, he would not fight back. The blanket was soft and plush, and soon after draping it over him, Pei Yu's lips, which had turned a pale blue from the cold, began to regain their color. Meanwhile, the Pei family, having just moved to this villa district, was in utter turmoil. No one knew when the esteemed sole heir had slipped past the rigorous security measures. Adding to the urgency, this heir had suffered from severe autism since childhood and had never ventured out alone. With nightfall approaching and winter's chill settling in, the search became increasingly daunting. Preoccupied with company affairs, Pei's father rushed back upon learning of the situation. Mr. Pei, the surveillance footage we have shows the young master appearing at a crossroads for a brief moment, after which there are no further leads, reported a man responsible for the Pei family security speaking cautiously over the phone. Pei's father felt a mix of anxiety and anger, yet he recognized that this was not the time for blame, and he suppressed his fury. Seal off all exits to the villa district and dispatch reliable personnel from the old residence to continue the search. The villa district was expansive, and a thorough search would take until dawn. The driver, sitting in front, voiced his concern. "Mr. Pei, should we inform the madam?" "It must remain a secret," Pei's father replied sternly. Years prior, Pei's mother, a researcher, had signed a confidentiality agreement for a project that restricted her from leaving freely. Informing her now would only serve to heighten her anxiety. Pei's father rubbed his aching temples, his gaze dropping, lost in thought. On that winter night, a gust of wind swept through, dislodging the few remaining leaves from the branches of the small trees in the yard. The iron gate creaked open. Pei's father gestured for those trailing behind to wait just outside the gate. The inner door remained ajar, casting a sliver of light into the night. He intended to knock, but was momentarily frozen in place upon glimpsing the scene through the crack. In the bright and warm living room, Pei Yu clutched a sleeping girl of similar age tightly in his arms, his vigilant dark blue eyes scanning the surroundings with a wary intensity. Pei Yu had sensed the movement outside and, like a young wolf cub, was glaring fiercely at Pei's father. From a young age, Pei's father had recognized the boy's extraordinary nature. He was astutely intelligent, yet spoke little, shunning intimacy with others. He would often sit by the window, gazing intently in the same direction with his dark blue eyes. The psychologist had once attempted to discern what captivated Pei Yu's attention, but to this day, no conclusions had been reached. Chapter 3. It is Mingming who is abandoned. Not Shen Lichu. In the early morning, a thin mist enveloped the outside world, rendering the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows a mere blur, obscuring the view beyond. Shen Lichu resembled a delicate porcelain doll, tightly embraced by Pei Yu from behind. Yet, she appeared unfazed by this. Tilting her head to observe Pei's father, who was squatting before the sofa, her moist, dark eyes brimming with curiosity. The Pei family, a prestigious lineage, held a venerable status in Wangjing, steeped in tradition. As the current head of the family, Pei and Appo's father had undoubtedly conducted a thorough investigation into Shen Lichu and Appo's background overnight. At 6 years old, Shen Lichu had been brought to this place at the tender age of 4. Rather than being merely an orphan, Pei and Appo's father inclined towards the belief that she was a love child, cast out by some family. In Wangjing, such circumstances were not uncommon. However, a fleeting shadow of doubt flickered in Pei and Appo's father and Appo's eyes. Had she truly wandered off by accident? Shen Lichu blinked, her gaze filled with hope. Pei and Appo's father nodded gently, explaining that his heart bore a grave ailment, having sought treatment abroad until just the day before, when he had escaped alone, leading to an extensive search for him. With a childlike innocence, Shen Lichu expressed concern for Pei Yu and Appo's condition, imploring Pei and Appo's father not to give up on him. Upon hearing her earnest plea, Pei and Appo's father was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with shame for his narrow-mindedness. It was, after all, Shen Lichu who had been abandoned. "Very well, I promise you," he replied softly. Shen Lichu's face lit up with a radiant smile, revealing her charming dimples, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. As Pei's father lifted Pei Yu to depart, he inquired if Shen Lichu wished to accompany them. She gently shook her head, Her expression clouded and offered a polite thank you instead. Noticing Pei Yu and Amp, Appo's abnormal temperature, Pei's father hurried away with him in his arms. Shen Lichu trailed behind, stopping reluctantly at the wrought iron gate, her eyes reflecting a deep envy as she watched them leave. His father had come to take him home. It was truly wonderful. It wasn't until her feet felt nearly frozen that she turned back inside. The interior was desolate. Having lived independently for some time, Shen Lichu had developed self-sufficiency, managing her daily routines alone. She believed that her previous clinginess had led to her abandonment, convincing herself that if she became sufficiently obedient and independent, her parents would eventually return for her. With her head bowed, she silently nibbled on a dry biscuit, a single tear falling precisely into the glass of cold milk. After finishing her breakfast, she once again found herself waiting under the eaves day after day. The previous night had seen rain, and today felt even colder. Shen Lichu sniffled, her nose reddened from the chill. She waited until 2 in the afternoon. Lacking a keen sense of time, she only knew that after breakfast, she would eat lunch when hunger struck. Just as she prepared to return for her meager lunch of biscuits, a black car suddenly halted at the gate. Hope ignited within her as she rushed towards the entrance, calling out, "Mom, Dad," but her words caught in her throat upon recognizing the figure stepping out of the vehicle, Pei's father. His face was etched with regret, yet he needed to seek Shen Lichu and Appo's assistance. "Uncle, is there something else?" she asked, her eyes misty but maintaining her politeness. Pei and Appo's father knelt before her, his tone gentle yet urgent. "Little one, my child is gravely ill and refuses treatment. Could you please come to encourage him?" Not long after bringing Pei Yu home, he had woken, resisting all examinations and treatments, displaying an inexplicable agitation. If bringing Shen Lichu yielded no results, they would have to resort to forced sedation. Having been taught not to leave with strangers, Shen Lichu bit her lip, contemplating. Pei's father continued softly, "His name is Pei Yu. His mother is a researcher who cannot be with him due to her responsibilities. He is very sick, and if he does not receive timely treatment, his mother may never see him again." The gravity of this possibility clenched Shen Lichu and Appo's heart, and without hesitation, she agreed. "All right, uncle, let us go quickly." Pei's father scooped her up, hurrying towards the waiting vehicle. The journey between their homes was not short, taking nearly 10 minutes, and she wondered how Pei Yu had managed to find his way there the previous day. Upon arrival, Pei's father carried Shen Lichu swiftly until they reached a slightly ajar door, where he set her down. "Could you please push the door open by yourself?" he coaxed quietly. Shen Lichu nodded, mustering her courage as she extended her small hand to push the tall door. The room was dim, with the main light off and heavy curtains drawn tightly, limiting visibility. Pei and Appo's father scanned the room anxiously, frowning as he failed to spot Pei Yu. Yet, Shen Lichu moved purposefully towards a concealed corner, where Pei Yu, hidden in shadows, gazed intently at her with his eyes. Standing before him, Shen Lichu tilted her head, her smile revealing her delightful dimples. "Are you playing hide and seek? Once you get well, will you let me play with you?" Chapter 4. Hold her tight. Keep your eyes on her. A series of targeted examinations and treatments were gradually underway. Suddenly surrounded by a multitude of unfamiliar faces, Shen Lichu claimed she was unafraid. Yet that was a falsehood, especially the figure lurking in the corner, stealing a furtive glance at him. She instinctively shrank deeper into Pei Yu and Appo's embrace upon meeting his fervent gaze. Noticing Shen Lichu and Appo's unease, Pei Yu tightened his arm around her, his dark blue eyes glaring fiercely at the stranger. The man was indeed Pei Yu and Appo's psychologist, a highly esteemed figure in his field who had faced repeated setbacks with Pei Yu. Yet upon seeing hope for Pei Yu's healing in Shen Lichu, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The examination results were swiftly revealed. It was merely a fever induced by prolonged exposure to the cold outdoors, easily remedied with timely medication to lower her temperature. The 4 fluids hung above the bed, flowing through the tube into Pei Yu's hand. The solution contained a small amount of sedative, and Pei Yu found himself succumbing to its effects, his eyelids growing heavy with reluctance. However, his sleep was restless. Any hint of Shen Lichu wanting to struggle would rouse him, compelling him to survey his surroundings with vigilance. Pei and Amp, oppose, as father. Having failed once more in his attempts to rescue Shen Lichu from Pei Yu's grasp, watched as Pei Yu pulled her closer, finally allowing his eyes to flutter shut. Shen Lichu, frail and sensitive to the cold since childhood, found warmth enveloping her as she was held tightly like a furnace. The only discomfort was Pei Yu and Oppo's grip, which was perhaps too constricting. Pei and Oppo's father could only cast an apologetic glance at Shen Lichu, who gently shook her head in understanding. The blanket draped over them felt light, and the bed beneath was soft, lulling Shen Lichu into a gentle slumber as she unknowingly closed her eyes. Observing the two small figures nestled together in sleep, Pei and Amp, Oppo's father sighed with relief and quietly exited the room, where the psychologist had been waiting patiently outside. I know what you and Amp, Oppo's. Rethinking Pei and Amp, Oppo's, father began in a low voice. What are the odds? The psychologist replied candidly. Before the girl appeared, I had at most a 10% chance. But based on what I just witnessed, I now estimate the likelihood of curing young Master S' psychological ailment to be as high as 70%. 70%. Pei and Oppo's father and Oppo's eyes brightened, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Yet before proceeding, the psychologist posed a question. Have a young master and this girl met before? This was also a point of confusion for Pei's father. They had never crossed paths. That is indeed peculiar. How could a person suddenly feel such a strong possessiveness and dependency towards another they've never met? The psychologist teased. It surely can and Oppo's be a matter of past life connections. When Shen Lichu finally stirred awake, the sun had already begun its descent. It was her growing hunger that roused her. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a pair of dark blue, almost lifeless eyes that seemed to have been watching her intently. Once she gathered her senses, she softly inquired, "Do you feel better now?" Pei Yu displayed little reaction to her concern. Noticing his prolonged silence, Shen Lichu remained unperturbed, resembling a miniature adult as she gently urged, "Your mom and dad love you very much. You must be compliant with your treatment. I want to go home now." With that, she attempted to free herself from his hold, but to no avail. Blinking innocently, she bore no anger, instead using a sweet, gentle tone to coax him. "Next time, I will come back and play hide and seek with you." Yet Pei Yu, stubbornly fixated on her, remained unmoved. He spoke again, his tone still oddly insistent. "No, we will always be together." With each utterance, his grip on Shen Lichu tightened further, causing her discomfort. Unable to bear it any longer, she finally broke down in tears. "Mom, Dad, I want to go home. Take me home." By the time Pei and Oppo's father received the news and hurried to their side, several minutes had already passed. With the advantage of adulthood, he unceremoniously lifted Shen Lichu from Pei Yu's embrace. Pei Yu glared fiercely at his father, enunciating each word. "Mine? That is mine." Due to Pei Yu's psychological condition, Pei and Oppo's father rarely exhibited anger towards him, stating firmly, she will only ever belong to herself. He firmly believed that at 7 years old, a child should possess the ability to discern right from wrong and could not simply be indulged. Shen Lichu obediently nestled against Pei and Oppo's father and Oppo's shoulders. He carried her down the stairs, had red-rimmed eyes and a nose that was equally flushed. Her long, curled lashes were dampened by tears, leaving streaks on her cheeks, yet her cries were as faint as a newborn kitten's, evoking deep sympathy. "Uncle will apologize on Pei Yu's behalf. All right?" Pei's father soothed, gently patting her back. Shen Lichu shook her head softly, her voice choked. "Uncle, I want to go home." Pei's father had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. That afternoon, he had dispatched someone to watch over Shen Lichu's residence, aware that the nanny, surnamed Su, had not returned. Allowing Shen Lichu to go back meant she would be alone in the empty villa, left to nibble on whatever snacks she could find. Pei and Oppo's father proposed, "How about you eat something first? Once you and Oppo's redone, I will take you home right away." Having consumed only a few biscuits and half a cup of milk throughout the day, Shen Lichu was indeed famished. He gently placed her on a specially designed high chair at the dining table, which was laden with a variety of food kept warm. Shen Lichu merely glanced at the spread before looking away, shaking her head in dejection. Despite Pei and Appo's, as father and Appo's, as coaxing, Shen Lichu remained adamant about wanting to return home. Left with no choice, he personally escorted her back, instructing the kitchen to pack a meal for her. After delivering Shen Lichu home, Pei's father observed the small figure at the door, furrowing her brow, and felt no surprise. "You frightened her." Pei Yu's brow furrowed even deeper, though he did not comprehend why. Everything had seemed fine until now. Pei and Appo's, as father crouched to meet Pei Yu and Appo's gaze, speaking slowly, "I know you are intelligent. So until you learn to control yourself, I do not advise you to continue seeing her." Impossible. The moment Pei Yu laid eyes on Shen Lichu yesterday, an urgent voice had whispered within him, compelling him, "Hold her tight. Keep your eyes on her." Pei Yu lowered his gaze, his slender figure standing still, lost in thought. Chapter 5. At this moment, Pei Yu suffers from his lack of knowledge the following day. Shen Lichu clumsily completed her morning routine and, after enjoying her breakfast, prepared to gaze out from the eaves, as was her custom. As she stepped outside, she immediately spotted the small figure curled up by the wrought iron gate. Shen Lichu froze, her bright, sparkling eyes widening in surprise. It was uncertain how long Pei Yu had been waiting there, as a thin layer of frost had formed on his dark clothing. He would surely catch a cold. Shen Lichu hurried over, her voice laced with concern. Pei Yu and Appo's face bore a faint redness, likely due to the lingering fever, and he parted his dry, cracked lips to utter a hoarse apology. "I and Appo's, I'm sorry." It took Shen Lichu a moment to realize he was apologizing for the events of the previous night. "It and Appo's, that's all right. I forgive you," she assured him. Seeing the two little ones reconcile, Pei and Appo's father appeared at the opportune moment, squatting down before Shen Lichu. "May I call you Lichu?" he inquired. Shen Lichu nodded shyly. Pei and Appo's father continued, "Then could Lichu keep Pei Yu company for a while? I will be moving next door and simply one and Appo's to have the time to take care of him." In the entire villa community, only Shen Lichu and Appo's residents belonged to the row house category, with two villas nestled closely together, sharing a wall. After escorting Shen Lichu home last night, Pei's father promptly initiated the purchase of the adjacent property. By the end of the day, they would officially move in. Shen Lichu glanced next door and noticed workers carrying items in and out, prompting her to hesitantly nod in agreement. Throughout the morning, it was less about Shen Lichu accompanying Pei Yu in play and more about Pei Yu clinging to her side. He yearned to hold her hand at every moment. Whenever Shen Lichu exhibited even the slightest hesitation, Pei Yu would gaze at her with a pitiful expression, compelling her to comply. During this time, Pei's family sent over a servant with delightful snacks, their sweet aroma filling the air. Shen Lichu took a bite of a treat, her eyes widening in delight as she savored it with utmost concentration. Observing this scene, Pei Yu wore a contemplative expression. After a meager breakfast of biscuits and milk, Shen Lichu had already felt hunger pangs. Once she finished a piece of the snack, she licked her lips, relishing the taste, yet feeling shy about taking more. Just as she lamented her predicament, a sweet morsel was brought to her lips by Pei Yu. Startled, Shen Lichu looked up at him, her subconscious reminding her not to indulge further and to maintain her manners. However, her hunger prevailed, and she took small bites from Pei Yu's hand. Her delicate ears flushed slightly red as she resolved to limit herself to this final piece. Around noon, Pei and Appo's father arrived punctually to take Shen Lichu and Pei Yu for lunch. Sitting at the dining table, Shen Lichu felt a twinge of guilt and lowered her gaze. "Lichu, there's no need to be so polite," Pei and Appo's father said, mistakenly believing her shyness stemmed from modesty. "You have taken care of Pei Yu all morning. This is the reward you deserve." Shen Lichu shook her head in response. At that moment, Pei Yu picked up a chicken leg and skillfully offered it to Shen Lichu. She blinked, feeling guilty as she stifled a burp. Upon reflection, Pei's father quickly grasped the situation, feeling both amused and exasperated. In the afternoon, Pei Yu and Amp, Oppos, S psychological therapy began in earnest. The weather was quite pleasant. The psychologists spread a picnic blanket on the lawn, using playful methods to engage Pei Yu through Shen Lichu's presence. Though Pei Yu was initially resistant to the psychologist, he was noticeably more cooperative with Shen Lichu by his side. However, a child in Oppos' energy is finite, and before long, Shen Lichu, rubbing her eyes and yawning, inadvertently leaned against Pei Yu and fell asleep. Pei Yu stared intently at Shen Lichu, his expression serious. Her porcelain-like cheeks flushed slightly from the sun, and beads of sweat formed on her nose. Sunlight filtered through her long, curled eyelashes, casting a delicate shadow beneath her eyes. As the therapy session neared its conclusion, the psychologist prepared to leave and write a summary of Pei Yu's condition. Suddenly, Pei Yu's gaze lifted, his cold, deep blue eyes locking onto the psychologist. The intensity of his stare sent shivers down the psychologist and Amp, Oppos' spine, causing him to gulp reflexively. He couldn't and Amp, Oppos' help but wonder if such a gaze truly belonged to a 7-year-old child. Only after the psychologist vanished from sight did Pei Yu lower his eyes once more. Once Shen Lichu fell into a deep slumber, she unconsciously released Pei Yu and Amp, Oppos' hand. Frowning, Pei Yu contemplated for a moment before using his free hand to grasp Shen Lichu and Amp, Oppos', holding it gently. After completing this act, a satisfied smile graced Pei Yu's face as he murmured, "Don't let go." Shen Lichu slept until evening. Awakened by Pei and Amp, Oppos' father. "Uncle," she called sweetly, rubbing her eyes. Noticing her smile directed at others, Pei Yu, though displeased, merely pursed his lips. Dinner was served at Pei and Oppos' residence, and afterward, a female servant led Shen Lichu to the bathroom for a bath. Throughout her bathing, Pei Yu remained vigilantly stationed outside the door, ears perked, listening intently, fearful that Shen Lichu might suddenly disappear. Once she emerged, clad in a soft lambswool onesie, her damp hair framing her flushed cheeks, she resembled a lychee glistening with dew. Her dark eyes sparkled, enveloped in a delightful scent of milk and honey. Pei Yu had anticipated that after Shen Lichu and Oppos' bath, they would continue their playful bonding as they had throughout the day. To his surprise, Shen Lichu waved goodbye, her eyes bright with joy. "Pei Yu, see you tomorrow after school." Tomorrow marked Monday, the day children returned to kindergarten. At this moment, Pei Yu experienced the discomfort of ignorance, still unaware of what school entailed. After a moment of silence, seeing Shen Lichu and Oppos' radiant smile, he stifled his displeasure and mimicked her wave, his expression serious as he replied, "Goodbye." Watching Shen Lichu and Oppos' retreating figure, Pei Yu silently resolved to arrive earlier the next day to wait by the wrought iron gate. Chapter 6. Children like me who grew up without a mother and Amp, Oppos' protection at 4:30 in the morning, not long after falling asleep, Pei and Amp, Oppos' father was awakened by a commotion. He stood in the living room, exchanging glances with Pei Yu. Rubbing his weary brow, Pei's father explained, "Today, Lily cannot accompany you." "Why?" Pei Yu furrowed his brow, his lips pressed together in confusion. "She is going to kindergarten." "I will go too," Pei Yu replied without hesitation. "You cannot," Pei's father patiently clarified. "The kindergarten cannot accept children like you for the time being." This, however, was secondary. Pei and Oppos' father knew that Shen Lichu, having won the most popular award in the Sakura class for 3 consecutive terms, attracted many of her peers. In such circumstances, sending Pei Yu to the same kindergarten as Shen Lichu could lead to unforeseen complications. Pei Yu and Amp, Oppos' face briefly revealed a hint of urgency, but quickly vanished. He looked up at his father again and asked, "What must I do to accompany her to kindergarten?" Pei and Amp, Oppos' father raised an eyebrow and stated clearly, "Cooperate with the doctor for treatment. Only when he agrees will you be able to go." "Deal," Pei Yu responded. After their conversation, he turned and ascended to the 3rd floor, arriving at the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. The spot offered the best view of the gate next door, and Pei Yu stood there silently, waiting until 8:30 in the morning. A bright yellow school bus arrived punctually at the iron gate next door. A small figure soon appeared in Pei Yu's line of sight. Yet, within a minute, that small figure vanished. Watching the bus slowly depart, Pei Yu's expression darkened. Lost in thought. Half an hour later, Shen Lichu finally arrived. Shen Lichu, I had my mother bake little cakes for you. Do you like them? As soon as Shen Lichu entered the classroom, she was surrounded by several classmates before she could even reach her seat. By the time she finally settled down, her desk was overflowing with various items. Shen Lichu patiently and politely returned the items one by one. The children surrounding her, despite not receiving anything in return, were not annoyed. As Shen Lichu took out her small water cup from her backpack and placed it at the right corner of her desk, a boy named Lu Huichuan asked, "Since you won't eat your little cake, can I try it?" His eyes were fixed on a box of rainbow-sprinkled cakes on Lu Huichuan and Appo's desk. Lu Huichuan generously shared. Then, with an air of mystery, Lu Huichuan added, "I heard from my mom that a new classmate is coming today." As a representative of the parent committee, he was privy to such information earlier than others. This revelation piqued the curiosity of the surrounding children, Shen Lichu included. When she looked over, Lu Huichuan eagerly divulged all he knew. "He seems to be C.S. Siruan's brother, but I forgot his name." Upon hearing that he was C.S. Siruan and Appo's brother, many children lost interest in the incoming classmate. C.S. Siruan was notorious in the Sakura class for being a bully, often snatching toys and snacks from others and pulling the hair of female classmates. As Lu Huichuan had predicted, before the first lesson commenced, the teacher introduced a new student to the class. "Children, today we welcome a new member to the Sakura class named Xie Changyan. Let's give him a warm welcome," the teacher announced enthusiastically. The news of the new student being C.S. Siruan and Appo's brother had already spread through the class, and the applause was lackluster. Amidst the scattered clapping, one joyful clap stood out. Everyone turned to see the source. Shen Lichu and Appo's eyes sparkled as she clapped her hands vigorously, her smile radiant. Seeing her welcome the new student so warmly, many children softened their feelings towards C.S. Siruan and Appo's brother. The teacher noticed, and, when she looked at Shen Lichu, her gaze softened significantly. "Xie Changyan, would you please introduce yourself?" Xie Changyan had long hair that hung over his eyes, giving him a particularly gloomy appearance. He sat silently, gazing at the floor. The atmosphere grew awkward until the teacher quickly intervened. "It seems our new classmate is a bit shy. Let Appo's all be kind and help him feel welcome." All the children in the Sakura class shared a long table, and the teacher deliberately seated Xie Changyan next to Shen Lichu. "Lichu, I entrust you with the task of helping our new classmate settle in, okay?" Shen Lichu was not only popular among her peers, but also favored by the teachers for her gentle demeanor, helpful nature, and politeness. Hu Wuden and Appo's adore a child that resembled a delicate porcelain doll. Shen Lichu nodded, okay. The teacher had ulterior motives in this arrangement. He observed that Xie Changyan seemed introverted and would likely struggle to integrate on his own. He hoped that with Shen Lichu and Appo's assistance, things would improve. However, throughout the morning, Xie Changyan remained silent. Despite Shen Lichu's attempts to engage him in conversation or share books and toys, he appeared oblivious, seated quietly in his place. Shen Lichu didn't and Appo's take it to heart. Instead, her friends who enjoyed playing with her grew increasingly annoyed with Xie Changyan. "New classmate has no manners. He is so pretentious." Every day, kindergarten included over 40 minutes of nap time, followed by outdoor lessons. Today and Appo's activity was planting strawberries, designed to develop the children and Appo's motor skills and enhance their understanding of life. The strawberry seedlings, placed on a little cart, were lush and green, with a few pots even blooming with tiny white flowers. "Children, please line up to collect your strawberry seedlings," the teacher called gently. Quickly, a line of little ones formed in front of the cart, but Xie Changyan remained seated, out of place. Shen Lichu glanced at him and suddenly thought of her new friend Pei Yu, whom she had met just last Friday. Wuden and Appo's feel lonely at home all by himself? It was soon Shen Lichu and Appo's turn. "Teacher, May I help Xie Changyan collect his strawberry seedlings? The teacher nodded with a smile. Of course you can. An unexpected incident occurred while the teachers were transporting the seedlings, damaging several at the end of the cart. The most severely affected plant had lost more than half of its leaves. The teachers paid little attention, as they always prepared extra materials to account for such mishaps. Any damaged seedlings would simply be discarded. Shen Lichu chose the healthiest seedling from the cart, and then took the most damaged one from the end. Lichu, there are plenty of seedlings prepared for everyone else too. You don't need to take that one, the teacher urged. Shen Lichu tilted her head, a gentle smile revealing her dimples. I know, but I want this one, even if it isn't perfect. The teacher was momentarily taken aback. After retrieving the two seedlings, Shen Lichu placed the healthiest one in front of Xie Changyan without saying a word and prepared to save the damaged one. Just then, Xie Siruan approached her, flanked by 3 little followers. Lichu, I forbid you from helping Xie Changyan anymore, Xie Siruan declared menacingly. In truth, he had long harbored a disdain for Shen Lichu. It was one thing for her to be favored by other children, but the teacher's blatant favoritism towards her was utterly intolerable, completely overshadowing the attention he sought. Shen Lichu cast him a bewildered glance, her brow slightly furrowed. If I see you aiding her again, mark my words, I shall strike you each time I catch you. With that, Xie Silan raised his fist, which resembled a sandbag in size. His followers echoed him, clenching their fists and inquiring, "Did you hear what our leader said?" While these children were indeed brash, their age still held a healthy respect for authority. Noticing that the strawberry seedlings were nearly distributed, Xie Silan quickly led his entourage away. Fearing the teachers and Appo's wrath, Shen Lichu watched their retreating figures, lost in her thoughts. When she redirected her gaze, she found Xie Changyan staring at her with a frosty demeanor. Shen Lichu wiped her face and queried, "Is there something on my face?" "Stay away from me," Xie Changyan replied coldly. "I have no interest in your insincere goodwill. It is bound to be rescinded eventually. It is better to have never possessed it at all." Currently, the strawberry seedlings were planted in cultivation bags, and they were to be transferred to small pots. The teacher provided meticulous instructions. Through mutual assistance, the children accomplished the task admirably. Whenever they encountered insurmountable challenges, the teachers would lend a helping hand. Once the planting was complete and the name tags affixed, the children lined up to place their pots on the outdoor table. "Children, let's wash our hands," the teacher announced. Initially, Shen Lichu intended to follow suit, but upon seeing the teacher pushing a cart away, she changed her mind. "Teacher Zhang," she called out. Upon hearing Shen Lichu, Teacher Zhang paused, turned, and kindly inquired, "Lichu, what is it? Are these to be discarded?" Shen Lichu asked softly. The surplus, undamaged seedlings had been casually planted in the flower beds by the teachers. However, the damaged ones would not survive without proper care, even if placed in the flower beds. Noticing Teacher Zhang nodding, Shen Lichu blinked. "Then may I have them? Do you wish to take them home to plant?" Teacher Zhang asked. Shen Lichu nodded. "Of course." Teacher Zhang smiled, "But they may not thrive." Shen Lichu pressed her lips together and smiled. "That is of no concern, since Shen Lichu desired them." Teacher Zhang arranged for the seedlings to be given to the bus driver, who would hand them over to Shen Lichu upon her arrival home. Due to this delay, by the time Shen Lichu reached the restroom at the end of the corridor, most of the children had already returned to their classrooms. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted behind her, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Shen Lichu was startled, her eyes widening instinctively. Before she could turn to investigate, Xie Silan and Appo's boisterous voice echoed from within. "You will tell the teacher that you broke the window, understood?" At the shared wash basin, Xie Changyan and Appo's gaze was dark as he fixed his eyes on Xie Silan. "Xie Changyan, are you mute?" Xie Silan angrily demanded, finding Xie Changyan and Appo's reticence infuriating. One of Xie Silan and Appo's lackeys urged, "Boss, there are only us here. If we all insist, it was Xie Changyan who did it. He will have no choice but to concede." Xie Silan considered this for a moment, finding some merit in it. He turned back to Xie Changyan. "You had better comply." With that, Xie Silan and his associates prepared to leave. However, as they rounded the corner, they spotted Shen Lichu standing there. "How much did you overhear?" Xie Silan asked. frowning threateningly. Shen Lichu pressed her lips tightly together. I heard everything. Threatening Xie Changyan was one thing. Adding Shen Lichu to the mix was inconsequential. You had better behave. Or else. Xie Salon and Amp. Oppo's threat was abruptly interrupted by an urgent voice from nearby. What happened? The teachers, alerted by the noise, rushed toward them. Is anyone hurt? Given the young age of the kindergarten children, the teachers in Oppo's duty was to supervise and care for them. Any injury would result in their accountability. Upon seeing the teachers hurrying over, Xie Salon immediately played the victim. Xie Changyan was playing basketball at the wash basin and accidentally shattered the window. The teachers were not predisposed to view Xie Salon and his gang through rose-colored glasses. Mischief of this sort was typically their domain. Adhering to the principle of not jumping to conclusions, the teachers turned their attention to Shen Lichu. Teacher Zhang softened her tone and kindly asked Lichu, "Can you tell me what you know about this situation?" Before Shen Lichu could respond, Xie Salon's threatening glare was evident. Just then, Xie Changyan emerged from the inner room, his voice heavy with gravity. I did it. The teachers paused, sensing something was amiss. Xie Changyan had grown accustomed to such tactics. After all, it was Xie Salon and Oppo's, as usual method. Regardless of the truth, people were inclined to believe Xie Salon. No, that and Oppo's, that's not right, Shen Lichu asserted, her expression serious and voice resolute. In the teacher's eyes, among all the children present, only Shen Lichu was deemed trustworthy. Xie Changyan reprimanded her coldly. Did I not tell you to mind your own business? Shen Lichu gazed steadily at the teachers. The window was broken by Xie Salon, and he threatened Xie Changyan to take the blame. Are you intent on ruining my plans? Xie Salon and Oppo's face, accustomed to dominance, was twisted with rage at being defied. He immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike Shen Lichu. Xie Salon, Teacher Zhang reprimanded coldly. We will be informing your father about today's events. Upon hearing his father and Oppo's name, the typically fearless Xie Salon immediately cowered. Lichu, take the new classmate back. Teacher Zhang said kindly, turning to Shen Lichu. The class is distributing today and Oppo's snacks. Shen Lichu nodded obediently. All right. As they walked back, Xie Changyan spoke in a low voice. Why bother? What benefit do you gain from offending Xie Salon? Shen Lichu, walking ahead, suddenly halted and turned to Xie Changyan. This is important to me. Xie Changyan paused for a moment, then could not help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. Lowering his gaze, children like me, raised without a mother and Oppo's, as protection, are forever vulnerable to bullying. Chapter 7 My Daddy and Oppo's embrace is as warm as yours, uncle. The Xie family is bound by a business marriage. Xie Mu passed away when Xie Changyan was very young. After her death, Xie Fu, who finally seized complete control, brought home the cherished little green plum, along with a half-brother who was merely 9 months younger than him. Consequently, Xie Changyan and Oppo's status within the family plummeted. That little green plum was remarkably astute. Within just 6 months, Xie Fu had completely grown weary of Xie Changyan. Over the years, Xie Siren and her mother employed a myriad of schemes to ensnare him. Initially, all who believed in Xie Changyan now unanimously deemed him a pariah, convinced that after his mother's death, he had become morally corrupt in his attempts to rid himself of his stepmother and half-brother. As a result, Xie Changyan and Oppo's heart was engulfed in despair. Since everyone despised him, what difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? Upon hearing Xie Changyan and Oppo's remarkably calm words, Shen Lichu felt her eyes welling up. Her voice quivered as she said, No, you must not allow those people to bully you any longer. Your mother, watching from above, must be frantic about this. Hearing words that had never been spoken to him before, Xie Changyan felt momentarily at a loss. He glanced at the sky, then at Shen Lichu, and suddenly quickened his pace to leave. When Shen Lichu returned to the classroom and surveyed her surroundings, she found no trace of Xie Changyan. Shen Lichu, what are you looking for? Lu Huichuan inquired, puzzled. Have you seen Xie Changyan? Shen Lichu asked. I haven't and Oppo's seen in return. Lu Huichuan found it challenging to warm up to this new classmate. Even after kindergarten dismissed, Shen Lichu had not seen Xie Chanyan again. However, as the teachers did not mention him, she presumed he must have gone home. Around 4:30 p.m., a bright yellow school bus came to a gentle halt by the roadside. Shen Lichu, laden with a multitude of belongings, hopped off the bus, politely bidding farewell to the driver. The driver, smiling warmly, replied, "Goodbye, Lichu. Tomorrow morning, I will come to take you to kindergarten." After the bus drove away, Pei Yu emerged from the shadows, silently observing Shen Lichu. The moment she turned her head, she spotted him, her eyes instantly brightening as she joyfully exclaimed, "Pei Yu." Pei Yu approached her, his expression somewhat dark, and asked, "Who were you talking to just now?" Although the question seemed peculiar, Shen Lichu answered earnestly. After listening, Pei Yu pursed his lips and fell silent again. "Pei Yu, I brought you a gift," Shen Lichu said, presenting the item she had been carrying. Pei Yu, though uninterested in the items, accepted them and, in a natural motion, took Shen Lichu and Appo's hand. The two walked hand in hand towards the Pei residence. Upon entering, a servant promptly took her small backpack and water bottle. Shen Lichu pulled Pei Yu over to a flower bed, saying, "Shall we plant them here?" "Sure," Pei Yu replied. The diligent servant soon fetched the necessary tools. Weeding, loosening the soil, planting, watering. By the time they finished planting the strawberry seedlings, dusk had begun to settle in. As Shen Lichu broke a sweat, fearing she might catch a cold, the servant led her back to change clothes. When Pei Fu returned, he found Pei Yu squatting by the flower bed, seemingly engrossed in something. As he approached, he noticed the newly planted strawberry seedlings. Pei Fu raised an eyebrow. "These are brought back by Lichu, right?" Apart from Shen Lichu, he could find no other reason for Pei Yu to display such keen interest. Accustomed to receiving no responses from Pei Yu, Pei Fu continued, "The branches are severely damaged. They may not survive." Pei Yu abruptly turned to Pei Fu, asking, "What can we do to help them survive?" Pei Fu replied softly, "Take good care of them. If they die, Shen Lichu will be very upset." The memory of Shen Lichu and Appo's tears from that day tugged at Pei Yu and Appo's heart. After dinner, Shen Lichu and Pei Yu sat side by side, engrossed in a picture book. Shen Lichu was deeply focused, while Pei Yu and Appo's mind was elsewhere. He glanced at their hands, nearly always intertwined, and suddenly asked, "Is there someone in kindergarten who holds your hand like I do?" Shen Lichu nodded. Pei Yu's expression darkened instantly. "Has he held your hand many times?" Sensing Pei Yu and Appo's mood was less than pleasant, Shen Lichu hesitated for a moment before nodding again. Pei Yu pressed further. "Many people?" Reluctantly, Shen Lichu nodded. "Very well." Pei Yu inhaled deeply and asked, "Could you tell me about what happened today at kindergarten?" Upon hearing this, Shen Lichu realized the source of Pei Yu's discontent. He longed to attend kindergarten too. Thus, she cheerfully recounted the day's events in great detail, hoping to instill a fondness for kindergarten in Pei Yu. Unbeknownst to her, upon hearing her recount, Pei Yu felt as if he might explode with frustration. Days passed, and Shen Lichu had developed the habit of recounting every detail of her kindergarten day to Pei Yu. Unwittingly, she began to look forward to going home. Previously, fearing tardiness, she would set multiple alarms. Now, she no longer needed to, for Pei Yu would wake her each morning and take her hand to breakfast. After breakfast, Pei Yu personally escorted Shen Lichu to the school bus. By the time school dismissed in the afternoon, when the bus stopped and opened its doors, Shen Lichu and Appo's eyes would immediately find Pei Yu. After receiving her, Pei Yu would promptly take her backpack and water bottle, leading her home hand in hand. "Lichu, today your dad and brother are taking you to school?" The teacher chuckled. Upon hearing the word dad, Shen Lichu suddenly froze, feeling a pang in her heart. Today was a rare day off for Pei Fu, and considering the rain that had poured all night, he couldn't Appo's help but come along. Understanding Shen Lichu and Appo's deep emotional ties to her parents, Pei Fu refrained from claiming that title, smiling instead as he said, "I am Lichu and Appo's uncle." The teacher quickly apologized. After ensuring Shen Lichu boarded the bus safely, Pei Fu tenderly smiled at her, saying, "Lichu, you and I will be waiting for you at home." Home? Had she regained a home? Shen Lichu sniffled, nodding earnestly, "Okay, goodbye, uncle." Goodbye, Pei Yu. Later that afternoon, it was Pei Yu and Pei Fu who stood by the roadside to greet her. The rain had persisted all day, causing some blockage in the drainage system, leading to shallow puddles on the ground. Pei Fu did not allow Shen Lichu to step down from the bus on her own. Instead, as she stood at the bus steps, he lifted her entirely into his arms. The ground is wet, and you and Amp, Oppos, catch a cold if your shoes get soaked. Shall Uncle carry Lichu home? In Pei Fu and Amp, Oppos' embrace, Shen Lichu felt her body stiffen. In her memory, the embrace of that person had also felt like this, broad, reliable, and warm. A thin mist of tears gathered in her eyes, her nose reddening as she suddenly exclaimed, "My daddy and Amp, Oppos' embrace is as warm as yours, Uncle." Yet, alas, she can no longer feel it. Pei Fu set her down beneath the eaves, saying nothing, merely crouching slightly to ruffle her hair. However, he dared only to do so once, for someone nearby was glaring at him with a dark expression. Chapter 8. As the winter vacation approached, a new student transferred to the Sakura class. Teacher Zhang stood at the podium and announced in a clear voice, "Children, we have welcomed our second new classmate this semester. Named Pei Yu. Lend Oppos. Let's give him a warm welcome." However, instead of being introduced by Teacher Zhang, the new student was seated next to Shen Lichu. Pei Yu was gently feeding Shen Lichu a piece of flaky pastry, but after only a few bites, she refused to open her mouth further. "Not hungry anymore?" Pei Yu asked softly. Shen Lichu shook her head, looking rather listless. "I don't want to eat. How about some water?" Pei Yu furrowed his brow and inquired. A few days prior, Shen Lichu had overeaten and was now suffering from a poor appetite, having skipped breakfast that morning. After carefully offering her a couple of sips from his water bottle, Pei Yu's tense expression relaxed slightly. When he looked up after putting down the water bottle, he noticed that all eyes in the room were fixed on him, especially the gaze of the person sitting to the right of Shen Lichu, which was filled with palpable jealousy. Was this the much-discussed Xie Changyan? Just as he expected. When their eyes met, both Pei Yu and Xie Changyan quickly averted their gazes, as if they had encountered something distasteful. "New classmate, would you please stand and introduce yourself?" Teacher Zhang prompted. Pei Yu was initially reluctant, but upon catching a glimpse of Shen Lichu's sparkling eyes, he changed his mind. Rising to his feet, he spoke with a hint of defiance. "I am Pei Yu. Is that all?" Teacher Zhang sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated, and quickly tried to smooth things over. She couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if all the children in kindergarten were as angelic as Shen Lichu. More importantly, this new student had an extraordinary background. While Teacher Zhang was not privy to the details, she knew it was not her place to inquire. Just yesterday, the principal had instructed all kindergarten staff to pay special attention to their attire and to arrive early to welcome this new student and their parents. In the days leading up to Pei Yu's arrival, the kindergarten had undergone a thorough cleaning inside and out. Once Pei Yu arrived, he monopolized Shen Lichu, forbidding anyone else from approaching her. This tyrannical behavior stirred discontent among the children in the Sakura class. Particularly, Lu Huichuan had already complained 4 times within the morning, each time about Pei Yu. After hearing this, Teacher Zhang felt overwhelmed. When she found Pei Yu, he was waiting by the restroom door for Shen Lichu to emerge. "Pei Yu, why won't you let the other children play with Lichu?" Teacher Zhang asked. Pei Yu lifted his eyelids and replied, "Coolly mine." The brevity of his response left Teacher Zhang momentarily speechless. Just then, Shen Lichu exited the restroom, and Pei Yu immediately stepped forward, adjusting the faucet to warm water and expertly rolling up Shen Lichu and Amp, Oppos' sleeves. Once he was satisfied with the water temperature, he gently placed her hands under the faucet to wash them, checking inquiringly, "Is it too cold?" "It's fine," Shen Lichu whispered in reply. After washing her hands, Pei Yu took out a handkerchief to meticulously dry them. As they turned to return to class, Shen Lichu noticed Teacher Zhang. "Teacher Zhang, what are you doing here?" she asked curiously, tilting her head. Pei Yu's gaze darkened as he looked at her. Under his intense scrutiny, Teacher Zhang unexpectedly fabricated an excuse to answer Shen Lichu. After hearing this, Shen Lichu responded, "Oh, then we'll be going back with Pei Yu now. Goodbye, Teacher Zhang." Watching the two depart hand in hand, Teacher Zhang suddenly comprehended the implications of Pei Yu's earlier words. Shen Lichu was his possession, and he certainly would not allow anyone else to play with her. Reflecting on this, teacher Zhang and Appo's expression grew solemn. The lunch served to the Sakura class today was a medley of stir-fried vegetables, beef with celery, and a soup of pork ribs with kelp. While the other children busily ate, Pei Yu was the only one feeding Shen Lichu with a small spoon. "No kiddits," Shen Lichu softly protested. Pei Yu coaxed, "All right, we want to eat carrots. How about a bit more beef?" Shen Lichu obediently took a bite of beef, but then again refused to open her mouth. While she sipped soup from a stainless steel bowl, Pei Yu turned to eat his own meal. After finishing, he proceeded to clear Shen Lichu and Appo's leftover food. Teacher Zhang, observing this, felt a pang of melancholy. Before Pei Yu and Appo's arrival, Shen Lichu had always been the most accomplished child in the Sakura class. Yet now, under Pei Yu and Appo's influence, she had begun to develop picky eating habits. After lunch, it was time for the afternoon nap, which had always been organized with boys and girls sleeping separately. The beds were neatly arranged on either side of the classroom. This time, however, they were forced to separate. Pei Yu glanced at Xie Changyan sleeping next to him, his expression darkening. Looking at the gulf that separated him from Shen Lichu, his mood soured even further. This wouldn't he do? He needed to devise a plan to keep Shen Lichu from attending kindergarten. Yet, at that moment, he caught sight of Shen Lichu's bright, sparkling eyes. All right then. Suddenly, the half-hour nap didn't seem quite so unbearable. However, sleeping was out of the question. Pei Yu simply laid his head on the pillow, fixated on Shen Lichu. She was his. The blanket covered most of Shen Lichu and Appo's body, leaving only her fluffy head exposed, which Pei Yu found utterly adorable. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of him, teacher Zhang, who softly said, "Time to sleep." Pei Yu ignored her completely. However, teacher Zhang remained steadfast, refusing to leave until Pei Yu closed his eyes. Eventually, upon seeing him comply, she lingered for a moment longer before quietly departing. Almost instantaneously after teacher Zhang left, Pei Yu reopened his eyes and spotted her sitting in a chair, sternly positioned in front of Shen Lichu and Appo's bed, effectively blocking her from view. Pei Yu's expression darkened to an ominous shade. During the afternoon's extracurricular activities, Pei Yu found it impossible to guard against others as well as himself. Too many children wanted to play with Shen Lichu. What was worse, Shen Lichu had actually abandoned him to join someone else. Pei Yu pressed his lips together, his gaze clouded with displeasure. Surrounded by a host of children, Shen Lichu laughed brightly and, upon noticing Pei Yu's absence, halted and turned to look at him. "Pei Yu, come play with us," she called, waving her hand cheerfully. In that instant, the shadows in Pei Yu's heart dissipated. As he approached Shen Lichu, he thought to himself, never mind, as long as Shen Lichu was happy, that was what mattered. The strawberry seedlings planted by the children a few days earlier had begun to bear fruit. Yet Shen Lichu and Appo's failed to thrive. Her plant had perished, and it was the first among all the children to do so. It was not due to a lack of care. Rather, Shen Lichu was simply too popular in the Sakura class. Whenever the other children watered their plants, they invariably watered hers as well, leading to her strawberry plant being waterlogged and dying. At 3:50 in the afternoon, the Sakura class was dismissed as scheduled. Before Shen Lichu could leave with Pei Yu, Xie Changyan called out to her, "Shen Lichu." Upon hearing her name, Shen Lichu turned her head toward the source of the voice, surprised to see Xie Changyan. "This is for you." He offered her a pot of strawberries, nestled among dark green leaves, bearing 3 or 4 large fruits, though not yet fully ripe, displaying patches of pale green. Anticipating her rejection, Xie Changyan had prepared his argument. "You know that Xie Silan always targets me. If I leave them here, he won an Appo's. Let these strawberries mature. Shall I help you take care of them?" Shen Lichu tentatively suggested. "All right," he replied. She accepted the pot, cradling it carefully in her arms. "I haven't thanked you yet for standing by me that day," Xie Changyan added, a hint of crimson peeking from his dark hair. As soon as he spoke, he cast a subtle challenge at Pei Yu, who remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on Shen Lichu, seemingly oblivious to Xie Changyan and Appo's presence. Yet, Xie Changyan caught a fleeting glimpse of Pei Yu's suppressed emotions. Lichu, may I call you that as well? Xie Changyan inquired. Shen Lichu blinked, of course. It seemed that she had finally completed the task assigned by teacher Zhang to help Xie Changyan integrate. Then, Lichu, I shall see you tomorrow, Xie Changyan smiled. On their way back, Pei Yu maintained a stoic silence, his eyes fixed on the pot of strawberries in Shen Lichu's arms. She placed the pot in a corner of the flower bed, preparing to nurture it alongside the others. The two spent the evening at the Pei residence until dinner time. After the meal, as Shen Lichu prepared to return home, Pei Yu grasped her hand tightly. Do you like Xie Changyan? He asked. Shen Lichu tilted her head in confusion. Why do you ask? He calls you Lichu. Pei Yu and Appo's expression darkened, his words emerging like they were forced through clenched teeth. Shen Lichu, bewildered, replied, but many people call me that. She truly understood nothing. Pei Yu felt an unusual sense of frustration. You can call me Lichu too, she suggested, blinking her eyes. Pei Yu muttered, I don an Appo's, do you want to call you the same as others? He desired something unique, a name that would belong solely to him. This posed a challenge for Shen Lichu. You should go back. Pei Yu suddenly released her, saying, I and Appo's. LL come to wake you up tomorrow morning. Good night. Shen Lichu, feeling tired, waved her hand and softly replied, Good night, Pei Yu. See you tomorrow. After Shen Lichu departed, Pei Yu lay in bed, restless and unable to sleep. He understood well what Xie Changyan was up to today. However, Pei Yu was not one to forget a slight. He would eventually repay Xie Changyan in kind. Shen Lichu was so obedient, so endearing. He needed to devise a name that was both special and a testament to their unique bond. Endearing, obedient. Suddenly, a name sprang to his mind. In the darkness, Pei Yu softly murmured, Little darling. The more he pondered, the more he relished the sound of it. For some reason, it felt profoundly familiar, as if he had whispered it countless times before. Little darling. My little darling. Chapter 9. The invisible smoke of gunpowder the following day. Considering it was Pei Yu and Appo's first day at kindergarten, even Pei and Appo's father, who had worked late at the Pei group the previous night, made a special effort to return for breakfast. In the dining hall on the first floor, Shen Lichu sat beside Pei Yu, furtively peeling a boiled egg. The egg, freshly boiled and cooled in cold water, still felt a tad warm in her hands. Pei Yu assumed Shen Lichu was merely playing with the egg and did not offer assistance, occasionally feeding her bites of food instead. Little Yu, Pei and Appo's father inquired, How was kindergarten yesterday? Without lifting his head, Pei Yu pushed a spoonful of golden egg custard into Shen Lichu's mouth, replying, It was fine. Pei's father rubbed his temples and asked, What did you learn yesterday? Pei Yu answered, I don't know. Pei's father sighed. Having completed peeling the egg, Shen Lichu leaned closer to Pei Yu and whispered, Why Don and Appo's, till you give this to Uncle Pei and say you peeled it? After a moment of silence, Pei Yu replied with a serious expression, No. Why not? Shen Lichu softly countered. Pei Yu cast a glance at his father and earnestly stated, He is allergic to eggs and cannot eat them. With that, he promptly stuffed the egg that Shen Lichu had handed him into his mouth. Shen Lichu and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. Pei and Appo's father was left speechless. How could Pei Yu be unaware of his own egg allergy? Shortly after breakfast, the school bus leisurely made its way down the road. With a backpack slung over his shoulder and 2 water bottles in hand, Pei Yu took Shen Lichu's hand as they boarded the bus together. Uncle Pei, see you tonight, Shen Lichu called out. Pei's father waved gently, his gaze softening. See you tonight, Lichu. In Shen Lichu, Pei and Appo's father sensed a feeling he had never experienced with Pei Yu. Watching the bus drive away, he couldn't and Appo's help but reflect on the common sentiment that having a daughter is preferable. Indeed, she was sweet, warm, and considerate. Half an hour later, the school bus arrived at the kindergarten entrance, and Shen Lichu and Pei Yu disembarked hand in hand. Most of the classmates from the Sakura class had already arrived. After ensuring Shen Lichu was safely seated, Pei Yu quietly instructed, I'll go get some water and be right back. Don't wander off. All potentially dangerous items in the kindergarten were kept in the teacher's office next door, including the water dispenser that could heat water. Shen Lichu blinked and suggested, Let's go together. No, I and Appo's. I'll be back quickly, Pei Yu replied with a stern face. Once Pei Yu had left, Xie Changyan, who had been pretending to sleep with his head down on the desk, sat up and pulled out a large, red apple from his backpack. Lichu, this is for you. The apple was so large that when Xie Changyan forcefully placed it in Shen Lichu and Appo's hands, she needed both hands to hold it properly. Shen Lichu always felt that she needed to reciprocate whenever someone gave her something, which was why she seldom accepted gifts from her classmates. She simply did not have anything to return. But today was different. With a bright smile, Shen Lichu sweetly expressed her gratitude and set the apple on her desk before rummaging through her backpack for some candies to give to Xie Changyan. The candies were fruit-flavored soft candies coated in sour sugar, a gift from a maid whom Shen Lichu had helped the day before. When Pei Yu returned with the hot water, he immediately spotted Shen Lichu chatting with Xie Changyan, who had apparently said something amusing, causing Shen Lichu to laugh heartily. Pei Yu found it glaringly irritating. After returning to Shen Lichu and Appo's side, he noticed the apple on her desk, just as he was about to inquire about it. Xie Changyan spoke up first. Lichu, the candy you gave me is the best I've ever had. Shen Lichu tilted her head in surprise. You like it that much? It was well known that Xie Changyan usually acted disinterested in everything. I have a few more here. I'll give them all to you. With that, she took the remaining candies from her backpack and handed them to Xie Changyan. Thank you, he said, casually glancing at Pei Yu. Pei Yu and Appo's expression darkened. His gaze towards Xie Changyan icy and piercing. An invisible tension spread throughout the small classroom of the Sakura class. He was aware of the origin of Shen Lichu's candies. She cherished these few candies as a reward for her helpfulness, reluctant to consume them. Yet, upon receiving them, she had immediately shared with Pei Yu. However, since she was unwilling to eat them, how could he bear to consume them himself? Unexpectedly, they found their way into Xie Changyan's hands. Pei Yu's irritation became evident, and he took a deep breath before calling out, "Little one." This was a term of endearment he had already used that morning with Shen Lichu. No one had ever addressed her in such a manner, causing her to momentarily freeze whenever he did so. Turning to him in confusion, Shen Lichu asked, Pei Yu, "What's wrong?" Upon hearing Pei Yu call out Shen Lichu's name, Xie Changyan's expression shifted. Pei Yu smirked internally, his irritation dissipating somewhat. "Drink some water." The hot water poured from the thermos was at the perfect temperature, and Shen Lichu obediently drank it all. As the end of the semester approached, with winter break just a week away, the weather had turned considerably colder, and many children had caught colds and stayed home. With a notable absence of students, the teachers had nearly halted their lessons. After morning class, some of the other children invited Shen Lichu to play. She longed to join them, but hesitated, remembering she was supposed to keep Pei Yu company. "Go play," Pei Yu gently encouraged, sensing her reluctance. Shen Lichu was taken aback. After all, Pei Yu had never been so magnanimous before. He lifted the red paper cuttings in his hand, saying, "I didn't in Appo's fully understand what the teacher just taught, and I want to ask Xie Changyan for help." The previous lesson had been about how to cut window flowers. Delighted, Shen Lichu happily joined the other children. It was only after her figure had completely vanished that Pei Yu turned his attention back to Xie Changyan. Now, it was time to settle the score. When Shen Lichu returned from playing, Pei Yu and Xie Changyan were both seated at their desks, engrossed in their own tasks. Shen Lichu, not giving it much thought, smiled and asked softly, "Pei Yu, did you learn it?" Pei Yu immediately showcased the window flowers he had already cut. Shen Lichu and Appo's eyes sparkled with admiration as she generously praised him. "You did an amazing job." After showering Pei Yu with compliments and finishing most of the hot water, Shen Lichu suddenly realized something was amiss. Her apple was nowhere to be found. Chapter 10. Little one, is it all right not to accept gifts from others? Shen Lichu inquired of Pei Yu whether he had seen the apple on her desk. Pei Yu replied that he had not seen it and swiftly redirected the conversation, asking if little one liked apples. It wasn't a matter of preference. Rather, this particular apple had been a gift from Xie Changyan. Misplacing a gift from someone else is both impolite and disrespectful. Upon seeing Shen Lichu and Appo's dejected expression, Pei Yu and Appo's gaze darkened, and he gently reassured her, "Don and Appo's be sad. When we return, I will find you a bigger, redder apple, one that can be cut into the shape of a little rabbit." Shen Lichu pressed her lips together and shook her head softly. She searched the classroom of the Sakura class meticulously and inquired with several children, yet her efforts proved fruitless. Returning to her seat in disappointment, she tugged at Xie Changyan and Amp, Oppo's, sleeve, whispering, I and Amp, Oppo's, I'm sorry, I lost the apple you gave me. It and Amp, Oppo's, that's all right, it wasn't Amp, Oppo's, to your fault. Xie Changyan replied, his tone somewhat cold. Did he not know how the apple had gone missing? With this thought, Xie Changyan turned his head, his expression darkening as he glared at Pei Yu, who was watching him defiantly, and clenched his right hand into a fist. Due to this incident, Shen Lichu remained melancholic for the entire day. Even back at home, sitting beside Pei Yu on the sofa while reading her favorite picture book, she found it difficult to muster any enthusiasm. Pei Yu had not forgotten his promise to bring her a bunny-shaped apple, but Shen Lichu lacked the appetite, managing to eat only half a piece. In a place unseen by Shen Lichu, Pei Yu and Oppo's expression suddenly turned icy. Was that apple truly so significant? To divert Shen Lichu's attention, Pei Yu suggested, shall we put up the paper cuttings we made today at kindergarten? Shen Lichu considered it for a moment and softly replied, okay. While Pei Yu went to fetch double-sided tape, Shen Lichu jumped off the sofa, preparing to retrieve the paper cuttings. She opened her backpack, only to find it empty. It seemed Pei Yu had placed the cuttings in his own bag. Upon opening Pei Yu and Oppo's backpack, she discovered the cuttings inside. However, as she pulled them out, a thin plastic wrapper fell to the ground, a candy wrapper. Shen Lichu picked it up, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. The bottom right corner of the transparent bag bore an imprint of a cartoon orange segment. She vividly remembered that one of the sour candies given to her by the maid yesterday was identical, since there had only been one orange-flavored candy. It remained fresh in her memory. But hadn't she given all those candies to Xie Changyan that very morning? At that moment, Pei Yu returned with the tools and called out, little one. Shen Lichu turned to him, clutching the candy wrapper. Pei Yu, why is there a candy wrapper in your bag? And do you truly not know where that apple went? Pei Yu's brow furrowed slightly, his expression seemingly vexed. Little one, please refrain from accepting gifts from others. Whether it was candy or apples, Pei Yu was determined to provide Shen Lichu with anything she desired. He could not bear the thought of her possessing anything that was not his gift. Where's that apple? Shen Lichu hesitated to answer Pei Yu and Oppo's question, taking a breath before softly asking. At this point, there was no longer any need for concealment. Pei Yu admitted in the trash. Shen Lichu gazed at Pei Yu in disappointment. Little one, don't be angry. I will prepare many apples for you, all right? Pei Yu approached slowly, murmuring soothingly. Shen Lichu remained silent. The previously agreed-upon activity of decorating with paper cuttings was abandoned, and no matter how Pei Yu coaxed her, she merely sat vacantly on the sofa. Pei Yu could not comprehend why Shen Lichu was so upset over a mere apple. As dusk fell outside, the hour approached when Pei Yu and Oppo's father typically returned home. Shen Lichu clumsily hopped off the sofa, muttering, Goodbye, Pei Yu, I'm heading home. With that, she walked towards the door. Pei Yu maintained a cold expression, silently watching her retreat until she disappeared from view. Around 7 in the evening, after a long day's work, Pei Yu and Oppo's father returned home. The absence of the usual lively chatter between the two children struck him as odd. Where's Xiao Yu and Li Li? He inquired curiously. Seated on the sofa, Pei Yu wore a stoic expression and offered no response. What's going on? Pei Yu's father turned to the maid, who was responsible for taking care of the two children. Young master and Miss Li Li seemed to have had a quarrel, she reported candidly. As dinner was laid out, Pei Yu and Oppo's father sent someone to ask Shen Lichu if she would join them. Pei Yu, though seemingly indifferent while seated at the table, had his ears perked up. Shortly thereafter, the messenger returned with news. Miss Li Li appears to have already fallen asleep. Pei Yu's father contemplated, since she is asleep, let it be. Despite the absence of one person, the dining atmosphere felt exceedingly desolate. After hastily consuming a bit of dinner, Pei Yu silently retreated to his room upstairs. Sitting on the carpet, he wordlessly tore open and consumed the remaining candies. What a wretched candy. Not sweet at all. Why was it that Shen Lichu had known him first, yet seemed to favor Xie Changyan more. Half an hour later, after washing up, Pei Yu lay in bed, staring at the ceiling in the darkness, secretly resolving to not speak to Shen Lichu for 3 days. But would 3 days be too long? Perhaps 1 day would suffice. No, maybe half a day. Yet, if he refrained from speaking to Shen Lichu, would that not benefit Xie Changyan? No way. He resolved to initiate conversation with Shen Lichu the following morning. He could not let Xie Changyan have the upper hand. Speaking was one matter, but Pei Yu decided that he would not forgive Shen Lichu in the short term unless she took the initiative to apologize. Thus it was settled. At 3 in the morning, the world seemed to have fallen into a profound silence. Just as Pei Yu's father was in deep slumber, he felt a gentle nudge. As he groggily opened his eyes, he vaguely discerned a small figure standing by the bedside. Even with his robust heart, he could not help but shudder slightly. In the next moment, he heard Pei Yu and Appo's somewhat awkward voice, "Dad." Realizing it was Pei Yu's father let out a relieved sigh and reached for the bedside lamp to turn it on. He repeatedly reassured himself, "This is my own child. The only one. The one I carried for 10 arduous months." "What is it?" he asked, sitting up and rubbing his brow in exasperation. Pei Yu and Appo's face bore a rare glimmer of hope as he asked, "Could you help me find someone?" Chapter 11. Medical orders filled with pinyin and notes at precisely 3:07 in the morning. The diligent and selfless father led his son to knock on the door of a maid's room, guided by the butler. The maid, awakened from her slumber, appeared utterly bewildered. At 3:12, Pei Yu, the butler, and the maid convened in the monitoring room to review a segment of surveillance footage for the previous afternoon. The video was paused. A group of individuals gathered around the screen, meticulously discerning the flavors of the candies given to Shen Lichu. 1 orange-flavored, 3 mango-flavored, and 2 cranberry-flavored. After deciphering the details, the maid fetched the corresponding candies to hand over Pei Yu. Standing before the familiar wrought iron gate, Pei father sighed. Must we truly wait until tomorrow? Pei Yu remained silent. He understood that entering a private residence without the owner and Appo's consent was unlawful and could lead to imprisonment. Pei father reiterated this point. Pei Yu turned to him, his tone grave. "Could the police not apprehend me until I have apologized to Xiao Guai?" Pei father's eyelids twitched slightly. With his father and Appo's assistance, Pei Yu successfully climbed into the courtyard. The gate was unlocked, and he easily pushed it open. The various phrases of apology he had hastily learned swirled in his mind. If Pei Yu were to deny his culpability, it would be utterly implausible. His possessiveness over Shen Lichu was profound, whether it was her belongings or gifts from others. His sentiment remained unchanged. He had even prepared himself for the possibility that Shen Lichu would not forgive him. Xiao Guai. Standing before Shen Lichu's bedroom door, Pei Yu called several times but received no response from within. A sense of inexplicable panic washed over him. After a few more attempts, and still met with silence, he could no longer restrain himself. He pressed down the doorknob and entered. Having visited Shen Lichu's bedroom many times, he made his way to the bedside with ease. He reached out to touch her, and the warmth radiated from her body. Xiao Guai. The entire Pei household was ablaze with lights. The pediatrician from their private hospital was hurrying over. In Pei Yu's room, he sat on the edge of the bed, holding Shen Lichu and Appo's hand, his face pale, lips moving without forming any words. The little girl lay in the center of the bed, her cheeks flushed and her body burning with fever, her dark hair damp and disheveled against her skin. Her fragile form curled tightly, each breath weaker than the last. "Xiao Yu, do not worry. The doctor will be here shortly," Pei father soothed gently. The resident doctors in the Pei household were primarily psychologists and were not well versed in treating high fevers in children. They could only provide rudimentary assistance. Pei Yu kept his head bowed in silence, his deep blue eyes fixed intently on Shen Lichu. It was his fault. Everything was his fault. Had he hidden the candies more carefully, or if he had been more patient in comforting Shen Lichu, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Finally, the doctor arrived. They efficiently utilized the medications and instruments they had brought. In no time, everything was managed. The doctor expressed relief. "Fortunately, we discovered it in time. If we had waited until tomorrow morning, the situation could have been dire." After several hours of high fever, even if luck prevailed and her life was spared, a child's mind could not endure such a fever. In this season, children wore thick clothing, and it was essential to promptly dry off any sweat after exercise. This was Pei father and Appo's first experience of such an event. Although Pei Yu had suffered from psychological issues since childhood, his physical health had always been robust, rarely encountering minor ailments. The doctor could not help but add, "Mr. Pei, if I am not mistaken, this little girl is likely a premature infant, possibly born at just over 6 months. The elders in her family must have expended considerable effort and energy to ensure her safe growth. Care must be taken moving forward." Upon hearing this, Pei father furrowed his brow deeply. He could not fathom why Shen Lichu's parents had meticulously cared for her, yet cruelly abandoned her at the age of 4. Was there perhaps a hidden truth behind this? They endured until dawn, when Shen Lichu's fever finally began to show signs of subsiding. Pei Yu sat vigil through the night, carefully cradling Shen Lichu's frail form. His eyes reddened as he choked out, "Xiao Guai, I'm sorry." Suddenly, Shen Lichu stirred. "Xiao Guai, what is it?" Pei Yu's heart tightened, anxious as he inquired. In the next moment, Shen Lichu began to weep softly, her cries faint, reminiscent of a newborn kitten. "Mama, Daddy, please don't leave me. Am I still not good enough?" It was as if she had finally found an outlet for her emotions. Tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Pei Yu gently wiped away her tears, feeling the scorching warmth of her tears tremble against his fingertips. His heart filled with resentment and bitterness towards Shen Lichu's unknown parents. Hearing the commotion, Pei father rushed in. "Xiao Yu, hand Lichu to me." Pei Yu, filled with protectiveness, encircled Shen Lichu with his arms, eyeing Pei father warily. Pei father's expression was somber as he spoke softly. "I have a way to soothe Lichu." At this, Pei Yu reluctantly released Shen Lichu, casting a plea for help towards his father. Pei father gently lifted Shen Lichu, blanket and all, and sat down beside her on the bed, patting her back rhythmically. As if sensing the familiar comfort from memory, Shen Lichu's whimpers gradually subsided. Pei Yu pressed his lips tightly together. "Why did they abandon Xiao Guai?" Pei father replied softly, "Xiao Yu, humans are incredibly complex beings." Half an hour after her fever subsided, signs of relapse began to emerge. It seemed unnecessary for her to attend kindergarten for the remainder of the semester. Pei father arranged for both of them to take leave. It was now deep winter. For over 10 consecutive days, Shen Lichu and Appo's condition fluctuated, leaving Pei Yu in a constant state of vigilance. During this time, Shen Lichu remained in the Pei household, specifically in Pei Yu's room. The moment Shen Lichu cracked a window open, Pei Yu rushed over in a flurry to close it. "Is it cold?" he asked, extending his hand to feel her forehead. Shen Lichu coughed twice, looking at Pei Yu with a gentle smile, her voice nasally. "It's stuffy in here. I wanted to open the window for some fresh air. Shall we wait until you feel better to open it?" Pei Yu coaxed softly. Although she longed for fresh air to ease Pei Yu and Appo's worries, Shen Lichu nodded obediently. "All right." Last week, the doctor had conducted a comprehensive physical examination for Shen Lichu and provided a detailed set of medical orders regarding her diet and daily habits. This printed medical advice was filled with pinyin and annotations, which Pei Yu frequently took out to peruse, fearful of missing anything important. Chapter 12. Open conflict and covert struggle. As Pei Fu returned home from work, Pei Yu was feeding Shen Lichu some water. However, Shen Lichu, with a hint of illness in her expression, licked her lips and quietly expressed her disinterest in drinking anymore. Noticing there was still half a glass of water left, Pei Yu frowned and sternly told her that she must drink. Out of the corner of her eye, Shen Lichu caught sight of Pei Fu and, like a fledgling bird spotting its nest, jumped off the sofa and rushed toward him. "Uncle Yu and Appo's, back," she exclaimed. Pei Fu, smiling warmly, scooped Shen Lichu into his arms and gently placed his hand on her forehead, softly inquiring, "Are you still feeling unwell today, Lily?" Shen Lichu shook her head and asked, "Was work hard for you today, uncle?" "Just a little," Pei Fu replied tenderly. After a moment's thought, Shen Lichu suggested, "Then can I give you a shoulder massage?" Their tender exchange brought warmth to the room. Meanwhile, Pei Yu, holding the water cup, wore a sullen expression, seemingly in a foul mood. When Pei Yu settled onto the sofa, preparing for Shen Lichu's massage, Pei Yu eagerly leaned in, signaling his desire to be included. Just a moment ago, Pei Yu had been relishing the familial warmth, but now his expression twisted slightly. This boy has quite a strong grip, due to her illness. Shen Lichu had not ventured outside all winter. As the year-end approached, Pei Yu and Appo's schedule grew increasingly hectic. Most of the time, it was only Pei Yu who kept Shen Lichu company. Their bond had grown so strong that they were nearly inseparable. Pei Yu found great satisfaction in this arrangement, as their world consisted only of each other, free from any disruptions. Most importantly, during these moments, Shen Lichu and Appo's gaze was solely fixed on Pei Yu. Alas, such blissful days were destined to end. By mid-February, with the arrival of spring, the anticipation of kindergarten resuming classes filled the air. Sitting at a small table and nibbling on a slice of cake, Shen Lichu happily swayed her head. After finishing the cake, it was time for Pei Yu and Appo's psychological therapy. Naturally, Shen Lichu accompanied him. While Pei Yu underwent treatment, Shen Lichu read picture books nearby. Her presence made Pei Yu slightly more compliant, although only marginally so. Pei Yu could not tolerate Shen Lichu focusing her attention on anyone or anything other than himself for too long. Thus, he would periodically Appo's interrupt and Appo's her. Little sweetheart, look at me. The gentle Shen Lichu, upon being distracted, would not be annoyed. Instead, she would respond with a sweet smile, revealing her adorable dimples. The psychologist couldn't and Appo's help but marvel, thinking she is truly an angel, regarding Shen Lichu with a warm and benevolent gaze. Yet when he turned back, he was met by Pei Yu and Appo's icy, shadowy blue eyes. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, the psychologist thought. He only glanced for a few seconds. Is it necessary to guard against him like a kidnapper? As evening approached, the day and Appo's therapy session concluded. Shen Lichu obediently held on to Pei Yu and Appo's clothing, waving goodbye to the psychologist with her tender, sweet voice. Goodbye, Uncle Doctor. Please be careful on your way home. The psychologist felt a warmth in his heart, his voice instinctively softening. Thank you, Lili. Shen Lichu then squeezed Pei Yu and Appo's hand, looking at him with eager anticipation. Understanding her unspoken request, Pei Yu forced a stiff smile and succinctly addressed the psychologist. Dr. Mu, goodbye. The psychologist responded, Young master, goodbye. There was no hint of jest. Upon seeing Pei Yu's smile, the psychologist felt as though he might be assassinated at any moment. Not far from there, he overheard Shen Lichu praising Pei Yu. Pei Yu is simply the most polite child in the world. The following morning, at the entrance of the Pei residence, two young friends held hands as they boarded the school bus. Upon entering the cherry blossom classroom, Shen Lichu eagerly scanned the room and, upon spotting Xiachong Yan, her eyes lit up. Pei Yu, Xiachong Yan is over there, she pointed out. Pei Yu softly responded, all right. Shen Lichu, hand in hand with Pei Yu, approached Xiachong Yan. Xiachong Yan, Pei Yu has something to say to you. Xiachong Yan paused momentarily, instinctively furrowing his brows. He had no expectation that Pei Yu would offer him any kind words. Shen Lichu encouragingly glanced at Pei Yu. Then, Pei Yu took out a beautifully packaged box of candies from his backpack and stepped in front of Xiachong Yan. Xiachong Yan, with a cold expression, was puzzled about what trick Pei Yu was up to. In the next moment, Pei Yu bent down, bowed, and sincerely apologized. Xiachong Yan, I'm sorry for throwing the apple you gave to little sweetheart in the trash. Xiachong Yan and Appo's brows furrowed even tighter. It was only when he saw Pei Yu lift his head that he noticed the provocation in those dark blue eyes. Pei Yu was taking advantage of the fact that Shen Lichu couldn't see, acting without restraint. In fact, Pei Yu almost hoped that Xiachong Yan would not forgive him, as that would give him an opportunity to sow discord in Shen Lichu's mind. Xiachong Yan forced a smile, gritting his teeth. I forgive you. Witnessing their reconciliation, the concerns that had been lingering in Shen Lichu's mind dissipated entirely. She allowed a sigh of relief, softly exclaiming, that and Appo's wonderful. From that day forward, A rivalry was established between Pei Yu and Xiechong Yan. Pei Yu sought dominance, while Xiechong Yan engaged in subtle skirmishes. Yet both adhered to a shared rule. Shen Lichu must remain unaware. Thus, even upon graduating from kindergarten, the oblivious Shen Lichu believed that Pei Yu and Xiechong Yan had become great friends. Every June, kindergarten hosted a graduation gala, with this year's theme centered on creative costumes. After the event, the children would vote for the most uniquely dressed champion. Shen Lichu, donning an oversized yellow lemon plush headpiece, gazed eagerly at Pei Yu. Pei Yu, esporting assimilar-lhe oversized purple blue behi plush EHBS, replied earnestly. Lemon. Adorable. The only downside was that the headpieces were too large, making it difficult for them to walk closely together. This troubled Pei Yu greatly. The kindergarten was bustling with excitement that night. Parents adorned in festive attire mingled, while the children's costumes varied, some cute, others elegant, and some whimsical. Among them, Xiechong Yan, still dressed in his kindergarten uniform, sat in a corner, feeling entirely out of place. Xiechong Yan and Appo's expression was cold as he silently observed the Xie family nearby. Xie Fu carried Xie Ran, who was clad in a dazzling mech costume on his shoulder, while Xie Ran's mother gently wiped the sweat from their faces with a handkerchief. Watching this warm family scene, Xiechong Yan felt a wave of bitterness wash over him, and the hatred within him festered. Suddenly, a sweet, soft voice broke through his thoughts. Xiechong Yan. Turning around, Xiechong Yan found himself gazing into Shen Lichu's clear, warm eyes. She had come to him with Pei Yu, and, just as she was about to speak, she paused upon noticing Xiechong Yan and Appo's costume. Her reaction inexplicably made Xiechong Yan feel self-conscious, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Wow, so cool! Shen Lichu exclaimed, her admiration evident. Xiechong Yan, you're so smart. When everyone else changes into different clothes, you'll still be wearing your uniform, making you the most uniquely dressed child today. Chapter 13. Can we be the best in the world together? Shen Lichu and Appo's voice was not particularly quiet, and the surrounding children heard her. Many of them turned their heads, nodding in agreement with Shen Lichu and Appo's sentiment. Oh, it could be done like this? If I had known earlier, I would have worn a school uniform too. Xiechong Yan was quite clever. In an instant, Xiechong Yan unexpectedly became the center of attention in the crowd. Tonight, Pei Fu was tied up with an unavoidable meeting, leaving Shen Lichu and Pei Yu without parental accompaniment. Noticing that Xiechong Yan was also alone, Shen Lichu invited him to join them. The graduation celebration was filled with numerous intellectual activities, and Shen Lichu was thoroughly enjoying herself. Meanwhile, Xiechong Yan appeared somewhat distracted, lost in his own thoughts, unlike his usual playful banter with Pei Yu. After participating in several games, Shen Lichu collected quite a few trinkets, all trophies from the activities. On a balmy summer night, Shen Lichu sat beneath the wisteria-laden corridor, gazing contentedly at her assortment of small prizes, murmuring to herself, "This one was won for me by Pei Yu, and this one too. Pei Yu is so remarkable." Hearing Shen Lichu praise him, Pei Yu felt a surge of pride, his heart racing with excitement. "Little darling, just wait, I shall win you even more." "But that and Appo's. It's already a lot," Shen Lichu quickly interjected, tugging at Pei Yu and Appo's sleeve with a soft voice. "We should leave some for the other children." Reluctantly, Pei Yu conceded. Shen Lichu glanced around and, puzzled, asked, "Where is Xiechong Yan?" "Perhaps he got separated," Pei Yu replied, his smile fading at the mention of Xiechong Yan. The graduation celebration was set to conclude at 9:00 in Appo's clock, and the hour was drawing near. Shen Lichu blinked. "Are you tired, little darling?" Pei Yu noticed immediately. Shen Lichu shook her head and whispered that she needed to visit the restroom. Pei Yu promptly offered to accompany her. "But what about these?" Shen Lichu fretted, worried about losing the tokens Pei Yu had won for her. Pei Yu furrowed his brow. Shen Lichu suggested, "I'll go by myself. It's not far." It seemed the most sensible solution. "If you and Appo's not back in 5 minutes, I and Appo's come looking for you," Pei Yu stated seriously. After agreeing, Shen Lichu leaned closer, requesting Pei Yu to help her remove her headpiece. When I return, may I wear your blueberry plush hat? Shen Lichu looked up at Pei Yu with hopeful eyes. Of course, he replied. After Shen Lichu disappeared from view, Pei Yu took off his blueberry plush hat and donned the lemon plush hat instead. Just as he cradled the blueberry hat in his arms, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Back so soon? The next moment, Xie, Chengyan, and Amp, Oppo's voice called out, Lichu, I won back the big bear plushie you liked. Pei Yu froze mid-turn. The bear, standing at an impressive height of 1.60 meters, was the grand prize of the graduation celebration, coveted by many children. However, acquiring it proved challenging, requiring great perseverance. Pei Yu had contemplated winning the bear for Shen Lichu, but she had stopped him. Xie Changyan continued speaking, his tone unexpectedly urgent. So, Lichu, can you be my best friend in the world? I promise to treat you better than Pei Yu. If it weren't for Pei Yu's insistence on keeping Shen Lichu at a distance, Xie Changyan believed he could do everything Pei Yu could, and even better. Realizing Xie Changyan and Oppo's intentions, Pei Yu could no longer suppress his mounting anger. He enunciated each word. Absolutely not. Staring at the face beneath the lemon plush hat that made him nauseous, Xie Changyan and Amp, Oppo's pupils constricted. Pei Yu scoffed dismissively, dream on. The two had long harbored disdain for one another, and a confrontation loomed on the horizon. Meanwhile, having just exited the restroom and encountered a familiar classmate who wished to take a photo with her, Shen Lichu had lost track of time. Concerned that Pei Yu might worry, she hurried back. Upon returning to the wisteria corridor, she was taken aback by the sight of the two boys sitting stiffly, both looking disheveled. Not only were they dirty, but Pei Yu also bore a bruise on his cheek, while Xie Changyan had a scrape on his forehead. What happened? Shen Lichu asked in disbelief. Pei Yu cleared his throat and replied earnestly, we were swatting mosquitoes. Xie Changyan chimed in, yes. To further convince her, Pei Yu added, it was a really big mosquito. Shen Lichu regarded them with skepticism. Then please be more gentle next time. Pei Yu quickly agreed, of course. Just then, an announcement echoed, summoning all children and parents to gather in the classroom. The trio tidied their belongings and made their way slowly to the classroom. On the way, noticing the bruise at the corner of Pei Yu and Oppo's mouth and the wound on Xie Chengyan and Oppo's forehead, Shen Lichu bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Sensing her unease, Pei Yu felt a pang of anxiety and softly asked, what in Oppo's wrong? Shen Lichu replied earnestly, next time, we can borrow electric mosquito swatters from Teacher Zhang. Unable to contain his laughter, Pei Yu assured her that he understood. Upon arriving in the classroom, the teacher cast a glance their way, and then she exploded in anger. Goodness. 5 minutes later, the office next door was filled with the scent of disinfectant. Pei Yu and Xie Changyan sat side by side in silence, both aware of Pei Yu's privileged status. The kindergarten principal was discreetly on the phone with Pei Fu, her tone cautious. Who started it? Teacher Zhang asked sternly. Both Pei Yu and Xie Changyan insisted it was merely a mosquito swatting incident. Despite the bruises on their faces, they bore numerous other injuries beneath their clothing. Within half an hour, their guardians arrived one after another. A middle-aged driver represented the Xie family, while Pei Fu arrived for the Pei family. Knowing he would and Oppo's to extract any information from Pei Yu, Pei Fu turned directly to the principal. Is there surveillance at the scene? Yes, she replied. Upon hearing this, both Pei Yu and Xie Changyan simultaneously declared, I started first. A silence fell over the room. Pei Yu and Xie Changyan exchanged quick glances, then both insisted. He started it first. Pei Fu turned to the principal once more. Please retrieve the surveillance footage. Chapter 14. Pei Yu. You deceived me. The principal swiftly led both guardians toward the surveillance room. Shen Lichu and Oppo's eyes were slightly red, and with a tender voice, she accused Pei Yu. You deceived me. Pei Yu hurriedly leapt off his stool and rushed to Shen Lichu and Oppo's side, attempting to console her. You even got into a fight, Shen Lichu retorted, visibly irate. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and despite Pei Yu's coaxing, she refused to calm down. This left Pei Yu in a state of utter disarray, especially with Xie Changyan, the person he least favored, watching the spectacle with amusement. Xie Changyan chuckled lightly, scoffing, "You deserve it." In the next moment, Shen Lichu turned to him, her cat-like eyes widening in indignation. "You deceived me, too. You also fought." Xie Changyan and Amp. Appo's arrogance was instantly extinguished, his head bowed in submission, unwilling to meet Shen Lichu's gaze. At that moment, both of them shared a common thought. This time, it was truly impossible to appease her. Pei Yu began to circle around Shen Lichu anxiously, his expression in a state of panic as if the sky were collapsing. He thought, "I must come up with a solution quickly." When Pei Yu's father and the others returned after understanding the situation, they found Pei Yu and Xie Changyan, who had initially been at odds, now humbly bowing and apologizing to each other. Pei Yu's father could only laugh helplessly. Resolving this matter was surprisingly straightforward. Both guardians were amicable, and the two children had come to a profound realization of their mistakes. The resolution took considerable time, and as Pei Yu's father escorted the two children into the car heading home, the kindergarten was nearly empty, with most students and parents having left, leaving behind an air of desolation. Inside the car, Pei Yu was still racking his brains to coax Shen Lichu. However, this time, she was determined to teach him a lesson. Pei Yu's father couldn't help but chuckle. By the time they returned home, it was quite late, well past Shen Lichu's usual bedtime. During her bath, she became drowsy and fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Meanwhile, in the Pei family study, under the bright desk lamp, Pei Yu sat at a small desk, laboriously writing an apology letter. Pei Yu and Appo's father sat beside him, waiting to have a serious talk after he finished. Soon enough, Pei Yu set down his pencil. Pei Yu's father inquired softly, "Does your mouth still hurt?" Pei Yu shook his head. "Can I see the apology letter you and Appo's written?" his father asked again. There was nothing to hide, so Pei Yu directly handed it over. It was half a page long, neatly written, with no spelling errors. Any words he didn't know were replaced with pinyin, showing a sincere attitude of remorse. Yet, Pei Yu and Appo's father remained skeptical about whether he truly understood his mistake. He raised an eyebrow. What if someone else tries to take your place in Lichu and Appo's heart? Before he could finish, Pei Yu interrupted him. With a stern expression, Pei Yu declared, "I would never give someone else that opportunity." Pei Yu and Appo's father nodded knowingly, as if he had anticipated that response. "Pei Yu," he said seriously, "do you genuinely realize your mistake?" Pei Yu nodded. "Next time I fight, I will ensure that Xiao Guai does not find out." Pei Yu and Appo's father, exasperated, pressed his hand against his forehead and earnestly advised, "Before you fight next time, remember how upset Lichu was and how hard it was to calm her down today." Pei Yu took his words to heart and began to reflect. Compared to the panic he felt at the time, he now found himself fixated on another matter. She is so adorable, especially her dark, round eyes, which are charming when she glares at him in anger and equally delightful when she deliberately ignores him. Every time she eats, her chubby cheeks puffing up are undeniably cute. Pei Yu couldn't help but smile foolishly. How could she be so cute? Pei Yu's father was left speechless, his frustration palpable. Forget it. There's no saving him. As for the quarrel between Pei Yu and Shen Lichu, Pei Yu's father did not worry too much. With Pei Yu's usual persistence in coaxing Shen Lichu, how could he fail in any endeavor? Sure enough, within a couple of days, Shen Lichu and Pei Yu reconciled completely. The summer heat during the vacation was always intense, and Shen Lichu suffered through it each year. Unfortunately, all of Pei Yu and Appo's meticulously planned outings were thwarted. Due to her poor health and perpetually cold limbs, Shen Lichu could neither endure air conditioning nor enjoy chilled watermelon. However, Pei Yu was unfazed, staying home with Shen Lichu. Enjoying the fan and room temperature watermelon was quite enjoyable. Pei Yu, Shen Lichu suggested softly, "Why Don and Appo's? Till you go enjoy some air conditioning?" Sitting before the slowly rotating fan, Pei Yu, still sweating profusely, replied, "No need, I and Appo's am not hot at all." Shen Lichu hesitated, "But you're sweating a lot." "Really?" Pei Yu insisted earnestly. "I and Appo's am just detoxifying through sweat." Shen Lichu appeared somewhat puzzled. After several days of this, Pei Yu ended up with heat stroke. Despite feeling feeble, he still clung to Shen Lichu. stubbornly insisting, "Is it hot?" "I feel fine." Pei Yu and Appo's father found this utterly exasperating and ultimately decided to send the two children to the countryside for a cool escape. Compared to the city, the countryside was much cooler and far more entertaining. Throughout the summer, Shen Lichu had an enjoyable time. During the day, Pei Yu would hold her hand to explore the mountains, catching crabs and small fish in the streams. At night, he would carry her through the fields to chase fireflies. Amidst the chorus of frogs and insects, the summer vacation was drawing to a close, and Shen Lichu and Pei Yu were picked up by Pei Yu and Appo's father and Appo's designated person. With the new school year approaching, Shen Lichu delightedly touched the new backpack and stationery that Pei Yu and Appo's father had prepared for her. In contrast, Pei Yu seemed rather indifferent. "Thank you, uncle," Shen Lichu exclaimed, joyfully leaping into Pei Yu and Appo's father and Appo's embrace. "I love my new backpack and stationery, especially that sky blue fountain pen. It feels so heavy, and the nib and clip are silver, with a pristine sky blue gemstone embedded at the end of the clip." Pei Yu's father playfully pinched her nose, affectionately saying, "As long as Lichu likes it." Pei Yu immediately leaned in closer, whispering, "If you like it so much, should I get one for you too?" Pei Yu's father was left speechless once more. Then, Pei Yu's father recalled another matter that troubled him, unsure of how to broach it. "Xiao Yu," he called. Pei Yu, who was busy chatting with Shen Lichu, glanced up at his father. Pei Yu and Appo's father continued, "Prepare yourself. Tomorrow I will take you back to Country F." Every 2 years, Pei Yu needed a comprehensive psychological evaluation. Initially, Pei Yu did not take it to heart, replying softly with an affirmative. However, when Pei Yu's father spoke again, he added, "The journey is bumpy, and Lichu is frail, so she cannot accompany us." Chapter 15. Deskmate upon hearing the news. Shen Lichu was momentarily taken aback. Pei and Appo's father was aware that Pei Yu would have a significant reaction upon receiving this information. Yet he did not anticipate it to be so profound. "Pei Yu, behave. It is merely a separation of 3 days." Pei Yu remained unmoved, his expression blank as he replied, "I want an Appo's go. What does it mean to say it is just 3 days? It is indeed a full 3 days." With no other recourse, Pei's father turned a pleading gaze toward Shen Lichu. This was Pei's father's last trump card. It is unclear how Shen Lichu managed to persuade him, but the following day, a sulking Pei Yu followed his father while clutching a small, pink floral quilt. This quilt was the only item Shen Lichu had when she was abandoned, holding immense significance for her. Before they even approached the airport vehicle, their smartwatches had already disconnected the call. "Remember to think of me every day," Pei Yu and Appo's voice was muffled, teetering on the edge of reconsideration. Shen Lichu nodded, looking exceedingly obedient. "All right. 3 days may not be long, yet it is not short either." Their smartwatches remained interconnected almost at all times. On the eve of the school term, as they neared the time to return home, their flight was delayed due to unforeseen circumstances, prolonging their return to the country. It was already deep into the night. Shen Lichu yawned, feeling utterly exhausted, yet she maintained her spirited conversation with Pei Yu on the phone. "It's fine. I will pay close attention in class tomorrow and 1T let you fall behind." Although her nasal tone was endearing, Pei Yu was still irked. He had no interest in those trivial classes. Simultaneously, a sour feeling bubbled within him. It seemed Shen Lichu did not miss him at all. After a few more minutes, Shen Lichu could no longer hold on and drifted into slumber, leaving Pei Yu on the other end of the continent to sulk in silence. Realizing Shen Lichu had fallen asleep, Pei Yu quietly muted his microphone. As she succumbed to sleep, Shen Lichu pondered that she would have to go to school alone on the first day of classes tomorrow. Unaware of how long she had slept, Shen Lichu was suddenly awakened by a sound nearby. Half asleep, she opened her eyes to find Pei Yu, who should have been abroad, beside her. "Did I wake you?" Pei Yu, who had rushed back overnight, asked in a soft voice. He then draped his arm around Shen Lichu and gently patted her back. "Good, it's only 6:30. You can sleep a bit longer. Is this a dream?" Pei Yu often claimed he didn't think of her daily, and Shen Lichu resolved to tell him in the morning that she had missed him so much that he had even invaded her dreams. She fell back into a drowsy slumber. Around 7:30, Shen Lichu was stirred awake by a knock at the door. It was a servant calling her to rise. Responding softly, she turned her head to see Pei Yu lying beside her. Pei Yu, soundly asleep on his side, had one arm and one leg draped over her, as if he claimed her entirely. Shen Lichu blinked in disbelief. It was not a dream after all. Pei Yu had truly returned. Noticing the movement of the person in his embrace, Pei Yu, still half asleep, irritably opened his eyes. Pei Yu, Shen Lichu joyfully exclaimed, I missed you so much. Having just awakened, her fair and tender cheeks bore a gentle blush, her eyes as dark and bright as black jewels. The lingering gloom in Pei Yu's heart dissipated instantly. He possessively pulled Shen Lichu closer, resting her tousled head against his side. Accustomed to Pei Yu's clinginess, Shen Lichu continued her discourse. At that moment, I thought I was dreaming. I planned to tell you about it this morning. I didn't expect to open my eyes and find you right here. Although she had only slept for an hour, Pei Yu had to accompany Shen Lichu to school on the first day. They stood side by side, brushing their teeth. In the mirror, Pei Yu's face, still wearied from lack of sleep, appeared sulky and impatient. One hand brushed his teeth, while the other held tightly to Shen Lichu's hand. After finishing, Pei Yu took a soft, pale yellow cloth, dampened it with warm water, and delicately wiped Shen Lichu's face. After tending to her, it was Pei Yu's turn. He forwent the cloth in hot water, bending down to splash water onto his face casually and roughly. After breakfast, Pei Yu took Shen Lichu's hand, and together they headed to Jingda Primary School. Having undergone covert arrangements by Pei and Appo's father, Shen Lichu and Pei Yu naturally found themselves in the same class. Coincidentally, upon entering the classroom, Shen Lichu spotted a familiar figure. It was Xie Changyan. Shen Lichu was pleasantly surprised to see Xie Changyan in elementary school and waved cheerfully at him. Pei Yu, who had already been nursing a headache from lack of sleep, felt his head pound even more upon seeing Xie Changyan. Pei Yu and Appo's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, thinking, this presence is truly relentless. Ignoring Pei Yu and Appo's menacing gaze, Xie Changyan approached with a smile. Lichu, what a coincidence. I hope we can be deskmates again. The desks in elementary school differed completely from those in kindergarten. Each student could have only one deskmate. Pei Yu scoffed. Dream on. Little Lichu and Appo's deskmate can only be me. Soon, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom. After a brief self-introduction, she promptly assigned the seating arrangement. 5 minutes later, due to his remarkable height, Pei Yu was placed in the last row, silently exchanging glances with his new deskmate, Xie Changyan. Meanwhile, Shen Lichu sat in the second row, her eyes crinkling with joy as she chatted with a girl beside her who sported twin ponytails. Pei Yu found this sight exceedingly irritating. What a dreadful elementary school. It was utterly unappealing. Fuming in silence, Pei Yu could only glare at Shen Lichu. As the class bell rang, the teacher ascended the podium and began to mumble incomprehensibly. Like an incantation, her words made Pei Yu and Appo's mind grow increasingly foggy, and he soon rested his head on the desk, drifting into sleep. This day was largely spent in slumber for Pei Yu. Transitioning from kindergarten to the first grade of elementary school proved to be the most challenging period for students. They were young and lacked understanding of classroom etiquette. A class lasted half an hour, making it difficult for them to maintain focus, often leading the teacher to enforce discipline. However, within a week, the teacher quickly noticed one exceptional student, a little girl named Shen Lichu, seated in the second row. In class, she was perpetually the most diligent, sitting up straight. Whenever the teacher sought interaction, she was the first to volunteer. Being both obedient and earnest, no teacher could dislike her. Furthermore, her good looks and amiable nature, coupled with her willingness to help others, had earned Shen Lichu the title of the most popular child in her previous class, and she continued to be well-liked in her new school. Chapter 16. Enemies on a narrow path. The teacher and Appo's gaze fell upon the last row of the classroom, lingering on Pei Yu for a few seconds before she let out a complex sigh. Before the school year commenced, the board had summoned her to emphasize the importance of taking special care of a student named Pei Yu. However, the specifics of Pei Yu and Appo's identity were beyond the knowledge of a mere homeroom teacher. Initially, she felt a twinge of apprehension upon receiving this directive. Yet after a few days of classes, her worries dissipated. Pei Yu, aside from his penchant for dozing off during lectures, exhibited no unusual behavior. He was neither disruptive nor troublesome. Before long, Shen Lichu also took note of Pei Yu's demeanor. After another class ended, she approached his desk and gently nudged him, saying, "Pei Yu." With an air of irritation, Pei Yu awoke, and upon recognizing Shen Lichu, his expression softened. "Are you thirsty?" "You were sleeping again," Shen Lichu admonished. Pei Yu lazily propped his head up and muttered, "It's just that what they say is too dull." Pondering this, Shen Lichu soon devised a plan. The most significant distinction between first grade and kindergarten was the introduction of homework. Each afternoon upon returning home, Shen Lichu's first task was to tackle her assignments. As she opened her workbook, she glanced at Pei Yu with a dejected expression. "What if I can't solve this?" Pei Yu immediately leaned over. But having spent the entire class asleep, he was at a loss, his brows furrowing tightly. "Wait for me a moment," he said, hastily grabbing a book and rushing out. Before long, Pei Yu returned, breathless, and began explaining the material to Shen Lichu. Once he finished, a look of realization washed over her, and she beamed. "Pei Yu, you're amazing. I admire you so much." Her soft voice made Pei Yu feel as if he were floating on air, a smile spreading from ear to ear. As they progressed to the next problem, Shen Lichu employed the same tactic. This time, she merely needed to cast a forlorn glance at Pei Yu for him to leap up with his book in hand. After numerous back-and-forth exchanges, Pei Yu finally taught Shen Lichu how to complete her homework. The following day, during the first period, the homeroom teacher noticed a remarkable change in Pei Yu. He was no longer the student who slept through class, but instead appeared alert and engaged. It was astonishing. The teacher glanced outside the window, noting that the sun had not risen from the west today. With such diligence in class and the additional tutoring he provided Shen Lichu in the afternoons, it would be a challenge for his grades not to improve. After the first midterm examinations, Pei Yu's father beamed with delight at the sight of 2 bright red papers marked with perfect scores. Seizing the moment while Pei Yu was absent, he affectionately ruffled Shen Lichu and Appo's hair, thanking her. "Thank you, Lichu." Shen Lichu shook her head, replying, "It and Appo's Pei Yu, who is exceptionally bright." After the midterms, a sudden drop in temperature struck Wangjing. Despite Pei Yu and Appo's usual precautions, Shen Lichu fell ill during class. Upon receiving a call from the teacher, Pei Yu and Appo's father promptly canceled his business engagements to bring her home. Having experienced abandonment, Shen Lichu lacked a sense of security and became unusually clingy when unwell. Once placed in bed, she would begin to whimper softly, her face flushed with tears, evoking sympathy from all who saw her. Crucially, she would only find solace in her father's embrace. Reluctantly, Pei Yu's father carried Shen Lichu to the office, with her persistent attachment trailing behind. By the end of the day, his shoulder was damp from her silent tears, even in her sleep. As they drove home, Pei Yu gazed at Shen Lichu and Appo's swollen eyelids, resentment brewing within him. For nearly half a month, neither Shen Lichu nor Pei Yu attended school. During this time, several classmates visited the Pei household to check on the ailing Shen Lichu, including Xie Changyan, who brought her a stuffed rabbit adorned with embroidered lily of the valley. Shen Lichu adored it and placed it carefully on her bedside table after it was cleaned. However, whenever Shen Lichu was away, Pei Yu would scowl and point at its black nose, deeming it ugly. At long last, the day arrived when Shen Lichu could return to school. Due to her lingering illness, Pei Yu would rush to her side after each class, offering her warm water and scrutinizing her condition with great concern. Upon returning, it was Shen Lichu and Appo's turn to be on duty, and many classmates willingly offered to help her. Surrounded by her peers, Shen Lichu's pale face bore a look of confusion. Pei Yu, who had been pushed to the sidelines, could no longer tolerate it and darkly ordered everyone away, asserting, "Who said it was anyone else in Appo's turn to assist Shen Lichu?" Yet, he could not dislodge the obstinate Xie Changyan. As Xie Changyan seized the only broom in the classroom, Pei Yu, having just finished erasing the blackboard, swiftly snatched the mop from him. Both were determined to outperform the other in their tasks. Shen Lichu sniffled and approached Xie Changyan, whispering, "I can manage on my own." Xie Changyan pretended not to hear and continued sweeping in silence. Shen Lichu turned to grab Pei Yu's mop, only to be met with his stern expression as the duty student. There is something even more important that must be done. His serious demeanor momentarily startled Shen Lichu. What is this more important task? Without hesitation, Pei Yu set down the mop and took her hand, leading her toward the podium. When Shen Lichu remained puzzled, Pei Yu explained, "We need to sort these chalks." Shen Lichu fell silent. Just as Pei Yu was about to speak again, he caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye and erupted. "Xie Changyan, you shameless little brat." After finishing the cleaning, he dashed after Xie Changyan, who had stealthily taken the mop while Pei Yu was distracted. Shen Lichu remained quiet, deciding that when it was Pei Yu and Appo's and Xie Changyan's turn for duty, she would lend a hand. There were 2 chalk boxes on the podium, one filled with white chalk and the other with colorful chalk. Shen Lichu diligently sorted the 2 types and arranged the colored chalk by hue. After mopping the classroom floor, Pei Yu and Xie Changyan both set their sights on the trash bin in the corner. Following a brief tussle, they each lifted one side, muttering as they exited the classroom. Sitting on her stool, Shen Lichu waited for a while, but still did not see them return. Looking down at the chalk dust on her fingertips, she pondered for a moment before hopping off the stool and heading outside the classroom. 2 minutes later, Shen Lichu stood at the sink, scrubbing her fingers that were stained with chalk dust. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside, followed by a boy and Appo's domineering voice. "Why are you running? Did I tell you to run?" The tone was brash and familiar. Shen Lichu recognized it as Xie Siren's. "Big brother, are we really not going to get caught?" The new minion asked anxiously. Xie Siren replied arrogantly, "What is there to fear? If she complains, I'll just beat her up." As they turned the corner, Xie Siren spotted Shen Lichu standing by the sink. "You again," he seethed, his teeth clenched in rage. Truly, it was a case of enemies on a narrow path. Were it not for the presence of that individual named Pei Yu beside her, Xie Siren would have dealt with her long ago. Chapter 17. The Pei family's old residence. Shen Lichu blinked innocently, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the girl trapped between Xie Ran and his companions. The girl had a healthy, wheat-colored complexion, her hair wild and carelessly tied back with a black rubber band, yet her eyes sparkled with untamed spirit. "Did you hear everything again?" Xie Ran asked warily. Shen Lichu hesitated before nodding, adding, "I won't report you to your teacher." Xie Ran always harbored a certain trepidation toward the madman Pei Yu. "You had better not," he replied sternly. "I and Appo's am leaving now. Pei Yu will worry if he can and Appo's. "To find me later," Shen Lichu said, blinking again. Xie Ran fell silent. As Shen Lichu made her way outside, she opted not to return to the classroom, but headed straight to the teacher and Appo's office at the end of the corridor. Coincidentally, her homeroom teacher was just preparing to leave. "Shen, is there something wrong?" the teacher inquired. Shen Lichu and Appo's voice rang clear as she reported, "Teacher, there are several boys in the restroom bullying a girl." Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher was alarmed. There were other teachers in the office, and regardless of the veracity of Shen Lichu's claim, they felt compelled to investigate. The teachers hurried off. Shen Lichu touched her nose and turned back toward the classroom. Just as she stepped inside, a flustered Pei Yu rushed over, his voice trembling. "Little Guai, where have you been?" At that moment, Xie Changyan also returned, panting. The moment he saw Shen Lichu, the weight on his chest lifted. "It and Amp, Appo's. That's good that you and Amp, Appo's, re-okay." Shen Lichu recounted her recent encounter with clarity. After listening, Pei Yu and Xie Changyan exchanged knowing glances. It appeared that Xie Ran had yet to learn his lesson. Shen Lichu felt she had acted with principle. Having promised not to inform Xie Ran and Appo's teachers, she had indeed only told her own. Time was running short, and the 3 packed their bags to head home. As they descended the stairs, they crossed paths with Xie Ran and several teachers. One teacher, with a serious expression, was on the phone, likely contacting the respective parents. Given the presence of teachers and Pei Yu, Xie Ran dared not confront Shen Lichu, merely shooting her a furious glance from the shadows. During the assembly on Monday, Xie Ran and his group took turns stepping forward to reflect on their actions and bowed in apology to the victim. To prevent any negative impact on the victim, the school chose not to disclose her identity. A few days later, Shen Lichu encountered the girl again. The girl and Appo's hair was still in disarray, tied up in a high ponytail, her clothes tattered, and even in the cold of winter, she wore a pair of dingy sandals. She sat on a stone block at the school gate, seemingly waiting for someone. Before long, a group of children appeared and surrounded her, singing gleefully as if they had discovered a delightful game. Class 17, Wangjing, what a name, so plain and dull, her hair in disarray. Upon hearing these malicious rhymes, Wangjing cast a cold glance around, her fists clenched tighter by the second. After singing several times, the children scattered, still chanting, "Run, run." Wangjing is going to hit someone. They laughed heartily, mockingly wondering how such a mundane name could belong to someone. Witnessing the scene, Shen Lichu furrowed her brow deeply. "Little Guai, what are you looking at?" Pei Yu returned from a nearby stall with candied hawthorn. Just as Shen Lichu was about to respond, she turned around to find Wangjing had vanished from the stone block. I wasn't in Appo's looking at anything. Pei Yu peeled away the glutinous rice paper and offered Shen Lichu a piece of hawthorn candy. The thin sugar coating was sweet and crisp, while the hawthorn within was tangy and sweet. Shen Lichu's eyes sparkled with delight. "It's delicious." However, Pei Yu only dared to give her one piece. Mindful of her sensitive stomach, satisfied with just one, Shen Lichu did not ask for more, merely watching eagerly as Pei Yu quickly consumed the remaining hawthorn. "How about I buy you more next year?" Pei Yu, moved by her pitiable expression, could not help but coax her. Shen Lichu and Appo's eyes lit up with anticipation. "Okay, thank you, Pei Yu." Because of Pei Yu and Appo's promise, Shen Lichu looked forward to the arrival of winter each year. It was not until Pei Yu bought her a third skewer of candied hawthorn that the Pei family experienced a momentous occasion. Madame Yu Qingqing, Pei Yu and Appo's mother, was returning home. As a researcher, she had not returned for 6 long years. Even before her return was confirmed, discussions regarding a family banquet had begun at the Pei family estate. The Pei family in Beijing was divided into main and branch lines. Most of the family's influence resided with the main line, led by Pei Yu's father. For various reasons, although Pei Yu's grandparents were still alive, Pei Yu and Appo's father only permitted him to visit them on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Ultimately, Pei Yu and Appo's father agreed to host a family banquet, scheduling it for the evening of Madame Yu and Appo's return. As evening approached, the driver took Pei Yu and Shen Lichu on their way to the Pei family estate. The journey was lengthy, and by the time they arrived, night had fallen. Pei Yu held Shen Lichu and Appo's hand as they exited the car. The Pei family estate was a traditional Chinese courtyard, its hues somber and its decor understated, evoking an oppressive atmosphere. A servant guided Pei Yu and Shen Lichu through various turns until they finally reached the main hall. An elegantly dressed elderly lady approached them with tears in her eyes. "Xiao Yu, is this little Li?" she said, her voice choked with emotion. "I'm her grandmother." Despite her genuine display of affection, Shen Lichu felt no warmth. Instead, an inexplicable chill crept down her spine. The combined presence of the main and branch lines of the Pei family was considerable that night. Shen Lichu and Pei Yu were among the later arrivals. As soon as Pei Yu entered, many people crowded around him, all smiling and speaking to him softly, nearly overwhelming Shen Lichu. Pei Yu was furious. Finally, the elderly lady intervened, leading Pei Yu and Shen Lichu to a side hall to mingle with other children their age. The main line of the Pei family was sparsely populated, while the branch line was bustling with activity. "Shall we go home?" Pei Yu perceptively sensed Shen Lichu and Appo's discomfort. He was ready to leave at the slightest indication from her. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Lichu shook her head and whispered, "We have to wait for Uncle and Auntie." Chapter 18. Returning home, Pei Yu pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Shen Lichu, worried that he might suddenly pick her up and rush outside, quickly diverted his attention by casually pointing to the peach in the fruit bowl beside them. "I want to eat that," she said. Pei Yu responded with a soft "all right." He walked over, scanning the bowl, before selecting the ripest peach. A servant nearby gestured for him to hand it over so she could peel and cut it. But Pei Yu declined. Concerned about the knife and fearing he might accidentally harm Shen Lichu, he stood still, carefully peeling the fruit. A few minutes later, Shen Lichu delightedly received the peach slices that Pei Yu fed her. Before their departure, he had worried she might be hungry and had offered her a piece of peach pastry to tide her over. However, after just a few slices of peach, she found herself unable to eat more. Slowly chewing the sweet flesh, she glanced at the fruit bowl in Pei Yu and Appo's hands, a flicker of despair crossing her eyes. Suddenly, Pei Yu set down his fork and plate, extending his hands to her mouth, and said, "Spit it out." Shen Lichu blinked, feigning ignorance. She believed she was hiding her feelings well, but over the years, Pei Yu had honed the ability to read her subtle expressions and discern her thoughts. "Fool!" He sighed softly, pinching her jaw to force her to open her mouth. He then inserted 2 fingers into her warm mouth to extract the chewed peach. Shen Lichu sniffled, feeling a bit guilty. Pei Yu, without looking back, handed the plate of fruit to the servant while addressing Shen Lichu. "Don't run around. I'm going to wash my hands." She obediently replied, appearing utterly docile. Once Pei Yu left, Shen Lichu sat on the soft carpet, engrossed in a game of Sudoku. Naturally adept with numbers, she perceived them as almost alive. A mere glance at the math problems in her workbook allowed her to determine the answers with calculator-like precision. Even her math teacher was astounded and had inquired how she managed to do it. Shen Lichu had gazed back in bewilderment, responding, "They tell me." The teacher had been so impressed that he informed Pei Yu and Appo's father that afternoon. "Hey, give me your Sudoku board." A haughty voice suddenly interrupted. Looking up, Shen Lichu saw a sturdy, sharp-featured boy standing before her. Without hesitation, she handed over her Sudoku board. As he effortlessly took it, the boy frowned and muttered, "What a pushover." Before their arrival, the elders had warned all the children present not to offend Pei Yu, advising them to curry favor with him. However, the children at the Pei family gathering were all accustomed to being pampered. As Pei family offspring, they were typically the center of attention among their peers. Now, they were expected to fawn over Pei Yu, who would willingly do that. Yet, they felt compelled to heed their family's warnings, and soon, they focused their attention on Shen Lichu. "Are you Shen Lichu?" someone asked with a grin. Sensing their ill intentions, Shen Lichu wished to ignore them and merely nodded. The boy who had asked the question continued, "Isn't it great to live off others, eating and drinking for free?" Shen Lichu pressed her lips together tightly. "What a shameless question. Why do you stay in someone else in Appo's home? Don't you have your own parents?" A barrage of questions bombarded her like cannon fire, leaving Shen Lichu at a loss. In this unfamiliar environment, surrounded by hostile peers, and without Pei Yu, she shrank back in fear. She wanted to go home, but didn't want to trouble Uncle Pei. If she left, Pei Yu would undoubtedly follow her. Suddenly, someone whispered that Pei Yu was back, and everyone immediately withdrew. When Pei Yu returned with a cup of water, he found Shen Lichu sitting alone on the carpet, her head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. "Little one, come, have some water." Shen Lichu feigned normalcy, lifting her head and obediently replying, "Okay." Yet, Pei Yu did not bring the cup to her lips. Instead, he leaned down, gazing intently at her, as if trying to discern something from her expression. Did he discover what had transpired? Shen Lichu felt a flutter of anxiety. "Little one, why aren't you happy?" Pei Yu inquired. Shen Lichu froze for a moment. Then her lips formed a small dimple as she replied, "I'm not unhappy." Quickly, she fabricated an excuse. "Maybe I'm just a bit tired." Pei Yu clearly did not believe her, but he chose not to confront her directly. Instead, he gently touched his nose to hers. "You are my little one. You are the most important." A hint of coldness flickered in Pei Yu and Appo's deep blue eyes. He realized that now was not the time to uncover what had transpired. Rather, he said, "Little one, come here." He stood and crouched down in front of her. Shen Lichu looked puzzled, her voice tinged with a slight nasal tone. "Where are we going?" Pei Yu replied vaguely, "I'm taking you somewhere else to play." Without thinking further, she stood and leaped onto his back. Pei Yu had carried her many times before, always managing to keep her safe without a single fall. Though she had only visited the Pei family estate a few times, Pei Yu was familiar with its layout. After making a few turns, he reached a small door. Due to the grand nature of the family gathering, most of the household staff had been reassigned, allowing Pei Yu to easily slip out through the small door with Shen Lichu on his back. At 7:00 Appos, clock in Wangjing. The streets were bustling with traffic and illuminated by myriad lights, creating a vibrant scene. After a moment in the chilly wind, Shen Lichu realized Pei Yu had taken her away from the Pei family estate. Confused, she asked, "Pei Yu, where are we going?" Pei Yu adjusted her slightly and firmly stated, "Home." Since she was not welcome there was no reason to stay any longer. With the navigation on his smartwatch, he knew that in just 4.5 hours, he could carry Shen Lichu back home. Initially, she considered stopping him, but gradually relaxed her resistance. Carefully resting her chin on his shoulder, resembling a weary bird that had finally found its nest. "When I grow up a bit more and Dad lets me ride a bicycle, I'll cycle you home," she said, her voice muffled as she sniffled. "Okay." The more she felt the warmth against her neck, the more turbulent Pei Yu's heart became. Chapter 19. Pei Yu. "You were just like my mother and daddy." By the time the Pei family realized Pei Yu was missing, nearly an hour had passed. The matriarch of the Pei family pressed her hand against her chest, lamenting in anguish. How could you possibly neglect the child? The servants stood with bowed heads, too intimidated to speak. After a tirade of scolding, the matriarch could no longer restrain her tears. "If anything were to happen to little Yu, how could I face Pei Yu and his wife?" Her heartfelt pleas were enough to stir anyone in Appos' emotions. A distant relative of the Pei family could not help but interject, "This is Master Yu and Appos' home. How could he possibly leave without cause? He must have been incited by someone." Before she could finish, the matriarch shot her a fierce glare. Silence. The relative fell quiet. Yet there was little fear on her face, for she knew she had struck a chord with the matriarch. Had her sentiment been unwarranted, the matriarch would have interrupted her much sooner. It was a well-known fact that the current head of the Pei family had a strained relationship with the family, a truth widely acknowledged in the upper echelons of Wangjing. Were it not for their tenuous blood ties, Pei Fu might have resorted to more drastic measures. In such circumstances, with Pei Yu having gone missing from the family estate, how could Pei Fu possibly forgive them? Naturally, he could not. It would be wiser to redirect blame towards the orphan named Shen Lichu. Additionally, most of the Pei family bore no affection for Shen Lichu, even feeling a sense of jealousy. Shen Lichu had grown up under the care of Pei Fu, the head of the family. Even without blood relations, Pei Fu would never treat her poorly. The gathered individuals, acutely aware of the implications, began to strategize. Allowing an unknown individual to raise Master Yu could lead to detrimental influences. The audacity of someone to instigate Master Yu's departure from home was simply unacceptable. The matriarch inadvertently exchanged glances with the previous head of the Pei family, who had remained silent in the main seat. Years of familiarity allowed them to understand each other's intentions instantly. The discussions in the hall grew more fervent. "I believe, dear matriarch, it would be prudent to advise the current head of the Pei family to resolve the matter concerning the young lady Shen Lichu promptly. Should this escalate, it may become irreparable." Before the matriarch could respond, a commanding voice resonated from outside. It was Pei Fu. What grave error could possibly occur? He did not enter, but stood at the doorway, surveying those within with a cold gaze. Having heard the news prior to arriving at the estate, Pei Fu was already aware of the situation. Upon his appearance, the matriarch hurried to him, her face concealed in sorrow. "My son, it is I who has failed you by not watching over little Yu." Her cries grew more heart-wrenching. "If anything were to happen to little Yu, I could not bear to live." Pei Fu remained unmoved. In the hall, everyone but the elderly patriarch rose to their feet. A lavishly dressed lady quickly approached the matriarch, supporting her, and ventured to defend, "Master, this is not entirely the matriarch and Appos' fault. Master Yu was encouraged to leave by those around him." "Is that so?" Pei Fu raised an eyebrow. "In everyday matters, I have personally raised Lichu, and you suggest her character is so deplorable. The failure to educate lies with the parent." His words plunged the room into silence, for none dared to contradict the head of the Pei family. Pei Fu then cast a disappointed glance at his biological father seated in the main position, whose eyes were murky yet piercing. From outside, footsteps approached, growing nearer. Moments latte. A feminine voice called, Pei Yu, I have brought the items. With cascading, seaweed-like curls falling to her waist, she was strikingly beautiful, possessing dark blue eyes resembling Pei Yu and Appo's. However, as a mother, her gaze was softer and rounder, lacking the aggression of Pei Yu and Appo's. What she presented was the surveillance footage from the side hall, which was promptly played for all to see. ISN and Appo's. It wonderful to live off others? What audacity! Why do you reside with strangers? Do you not have your own parents? The malice on the faces of those children was evident in the footage. Pei Fu, unwilling to waste further time on them, declared, I do not believe these children harbor such unwarranted animosity towards Lichu unless egged on by the adults at home. Acknowledging the truth, he stated plainly, I will prepare a will, and upon my death, all my assets will be equally divided between my two children. A collective gasp filled the room. Nonsense. The former head of the Pei family finally spoke. Unfilial child, you dare. Pei Fu coldly smiled, retorting, Father, the head of the Pei family is now me. Meanwhile, under the bright streetlights, Shen Lichu was cradled in Pei Yu and Appo's arms, savoring the roasted sweet potato he had fed her. The sweet, warm potato filled her heart with comfort. Pei Yu offered another spoonful to her. Are you sleepy? In truth, she felt a touch drowsy, yet she shook her head softly, not at all. Just as she finished speaking, a yawn escaped her. Pei Yu chuckled softly. In just a few hours, we shall be home. After feeding her a good portion of the sweet potato, Pei Yu refrained from giving her more, fearing it might upset her stomach. He finished the remaining sweet potato himself, and then lifted her onto his back, heading in the direction of home. Pei Yu, I can walk by myself, she protested. You mustn't. I'm heavy. With your daily consumption of merely half a bowl of rice, how could you possibly be heavy? Pei Yu adjusted her position on his back. Shen Lichu pressed her small face against him, her little feet swinging lazily. After a lengthy silence, she finally spoke softly, Pei Yu, you are as important to me as my mother and daddy. Oh, Pei Yu looked puzzled, curious as to why she would say such a thing. Shen Lichu, however, would not elaborate, bursting into giggles that lit up her eyes. After some time, she asked, Pei Yu, what if I misbehave? Pei Yu frowned, his tone stern. Who says you would misbehave? Shen Lichu was startled and quickly clarified. Awun and Appo's mother and daddy have abandoned her. What about Pei Yu? The answer eluded even Shen Lichu. Yet for reasons unknown, she felt no fear. If such a day were to come, all she wished for was to delay it just a little longer. Chapter 20. The inexplicable desire to win Pei Yu had been carrying Shen Lichu for an indeterminate duration, and she was so fatigued that she began rubbing her eyes. Suddenly, a black car slowly came to a halt by the roadside. Little Shen Lichu, came a voice from the car. Little Pei Yu, would you like to consider getting in? I can have my husband give you a complimentary ride for a while. As the window of a discreetly luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom descended, a radiant and enchanting face was revealed. Shen Lichu paused for a few seconds, and once she regained her composure, she politely addressed, Auntie. Though Yu Qingqing had not returned in recent years, she had maintained correspondence with Pei and Appo's father, thus she was well aware of the existence of this sweet little girl. Upon their first meeting, Shen Lichu was even more adorable than described in the letters, her features delicately sculpted, and her voice soft and mellifluous. Yu Qingqing responded with a bright smile. Shen Lichu and Pei Yu climbed into the car. On the journey home, Shen Lichu leaned against Pei Yu's shoulder, unable to resist the pull of sleep, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The interior of the car was tranquil. Upon arriving home, Yu Qingqing gently lifted Shen Lichu and carried her upstairs, with Pei Yu following closely behind, his gaze fixed on them. A servant swiftly brought in a basin of warm water, and Yu Qingqing began tenderly wiping Shen Lichu and Appo's body with a cloth. Once Shen Lichu was settled, the living room downstairs was about to witness a three-part interrogation. Pei and Appo's father and Yu Qingqing sat side by side, silently observing the ravenous Pei Yu as he consumed his meal. As he set down his chopsticks, a servant immediately approached to clear away his dishes. Pei Yu sat upright, his voice calm yet distant. Is there something you wish to reprimand me for? Having audaciously taken Shen Lichu away earlier, He was unafraid of any repercussions. Should the situation arise again, he would act in the same manner. Yu Qingqing suddenly smiled, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, and praised him. Well done. Then, she turned serious. But have you considered the broader implications? Pei Yu paused, slightly taken aback. You may consider yourself mature and prudent, but let us contemplate this. What if someone with ill intentions targeted you? If you were abducted, how would you protect Lichu? With your frail physique, or with? Just on this point, Yu Qingqing could vividly and mercilessly explain the various grim fates that befall girls who are trafficked and sold. After her well-reasoned admonition, Pei Yu and Appo's expression grew increasingly somber. Yu Qingqing lowered her gaze. Being trafficked or sold would be among the least severe consequences. First, the Pei family holds a prominent position and has many enemies. Second, my professional identity is sensitive. Third, the collateral branches of the Pei family have long coveted your position as heir. Yu Qingqing continued. Understanding the need to protect those you hold dear is commendable. As a mother, I am pleased to see your sense of responsibility at such a young age. However, I hope you can act with greater caution and prudence next time. Pei Yu fell silent. He realized he was still insufficiently formidable. Only by becoming stronger could he better safeguard Shen Lichu. This incident concluded with Pei Yu drafting a self-reflective letter that satisfied Yu Qingqing. The following day, relatives from the collateral branches of the Pei family visited to apologize to Shen Lichu. Bewildered yet gracious, Shen Lichu chose to forgive them effortlessly. Pei and Appo's father accepted the gifts brought by the families. In the afternoon, the two children sat on the carpet, unwrapping gift boxes. In recent days, visitors have been frequenting the Pei residence, mostly drawn by Yu Qingqing. Pei Yu displayed little interest in others until a 15 or 16-year-old boy dressed in a windbreaker arrived, looking somewhat unwell, accompanied by a slightly younger girl. The girl appeared shy, clinging tightly to the boy's shirt, her gaze cast downward, unwilling to look around. They were brought by an elderly gentleman, a renowned figure in the field of mathematics. As Yu Qingqing explained various matters, excitement illuminated the old man and Appo's face. Truly, the younger generation is formidable, he exclaimed. Yu Qingqing smiled gently. We, the younger generation, merely stand on the shoulders of esteemed predecessors like you. The elder laughed heartily. His visit was not solely for academic inquiries. Changshu, come here, he called, and the boy promptly approached, nodding in acknowledgement. Qingqing, this is my only grandson, and he possesses a modicum of talent. Yu Qingqing understood that the elder and Appo's modicum was far from an understatement. Yi Changshu greeted, Aunt Yu, and Yu Qingqing nodded slightly. The elder gazed at Yi Changshu with pride, yet a hint of regret lingered in his words. He has been in poor health since childhood. Last year, he fell into water and was unconscious for nearly half a month, nearly losing his life. His grandmother received a suggestion that a celebration could awaken him. Initially, I scolded her for superstition, yet Changshu truly regained consciousness and has been improving ever since. Yu Qingqing glanced at the girl, standing a short distance away. Her expression timid. Every generation has its own blessings. With the crucial introductions completed, the elder allowed Yi Changshu to step back and resumed discussing other topics with Yu Qingqing. Yi Changshu returned to the girl's side and quietly asked, Would you like some water? The girl instinctively licked her lips and shook her head gently. Observing this, Yi Changshu sighed and brought a teacup to her lips. She drank eagerly until the cup was empty, revealing her profound thirst. As soon as Yi Changshu set down the teacup, he noticed Pei Yu was also feeding Shen Lichu water. After she finished drinking, she looked up at Pei Yu with glistening eyes and sweetly said, Thank you, Pei Yu. Pei Yu placed the cup down, their eyes met, and he let out a faint hum. Yi Changshu narrowed his eyes slightly. Subsequently, as Yi Changshu fed the girl pastries, Pei Yu offered fruits to Shen Lichu. Pei Yu helped Shen Lichu change her sweat-absorbing handkerchief, while Yi Changshu wiped the crumbs from the corner of the girl's mouth. A curious rivalry sparked between them, each striving to outdo the other with no clear victor emerging. As Pei Yu located a definition for an English word for Shen Lichu, he cast a triumphant smile at Yi Changshu, who had yet to make a move. In the next moment, Yi Changshu suddenly turned and kissed the girl on the cheek. Pei Yu was taken aback, stunned by the audacity of the gesture. Reacting impulsively, he aimed to kiss Shen Lichu as well. Pei Yu. Just then, Pei's father returned from his errands and, upon witnessing the scene, rushed over, swiftly lifting Shen Lichu into his arms, leaving Pei Yu to kiss the air. Chapter 21. We can agree that you are Lily's child husband. Shen Lichu sat in Pei's father's embrace, her dark eyes glistening with moisture, clutching an English picture book tightly, appearing exceptionally well-behaved. Pei Yu, you must not casually kiss Lily, Pei's father said with utmost seriousness. Pei, with a face full of defiance, sullenly inquired, why not? Pei and Amp, oppose, as father replied, there are distinctions between genders. The elder, who had been discussing matters with Yu Qingqing, approached upon hearing the commotion, inquiring about the situation. Pei's father recounted what he had just witnessed. Then why can he kiss her? Pei Yu stubbornly pointed at Yi Changshu. He can, but I cannot. What sort of absurd reasoning is this? Yi Changshu smiled faintly, exuding the pride of a victor, and smugly remarked, because she is my child bride. The young Pei Yu did not comprehend the meaning of child bride. He turned to Pei and Amp, oppose, as father, and stated emphatically, I want Xiaowai to be my child bride too. Pei and Amp, oppose, as father, and Amp, oppose, as eyelids twitched, and with a forced smile replied no. In the presence of others, he felt awkward explaining that this was an archaic and unfair custom towards women. Pei Yu and Amp, oppose, as face fell, his dark blue eyes fixed on Pei and Amp, oppose, as father, in silence. When it came to matters concerning Shen Lichu, Pei Yu exhibited a stubbornness that no one could sway. Having figured out what was happening, Yu Qingqing burst into laughter, suggesting, although we do not agree with Lily being your child bride, we can agree that you could be her child husband. Pei Yu immediately consented, his expression serious as he declared, all right, I am willing to be Xiaowai and oppose, as child husband. He then quickly asked, so can I kiss Xiaowai now? Yu Qingqing smirked, no, you cannot. Pei Yu widened his eyes, agitated, and asked again, why not? As her child husband, he must heed Lily and Amp, oppose, S wishes. Until she consented, he could not kiss her. Pei Yu leaned closer, grasping Pei and Amp, oppose, as father, and Amp, oppose, S arm that held Shen Lichu, softly asking, Xiaowai, can I kiss you? His eyes gleamed with a hint of pleading. Yet Shen Lichu gently shook her head, her voice soft and obedient. No, you cannot. Her kindergarten teacher had emphasized repeatedly that she must not allow others to touch or kiss her casually, especially Uncle Pei. Of course, Pei Yu was included in that prohibition. Any such behavior required immediate reporting to the teacher. Though Shen Lichu did not fully understand why, she knew she had to obey. Pei Yu and Amp, oppose, S face darkened, and he fell silent. Yu Qingqing and the elder continued their discussion, while Pei and oppose, S father, listened in. After soothing the girls beside him, Yi Changshu turned his attention to the despondent Pei Yu. Pei Yu, undeterred, asked Shen Lichu once more, only to receive another refusal. After finishing her picture book, Shen Lichu neatly returned it to the shelf. Just as she was about to select another book, she overheard Yu Qingqing and the elder and Amp, oppose, as conversation, gradually becoming engrossed. Shen Lichu listened with vague comprehension, completely unaware of Yi Changshu's presence beside her. He briefly explained the topic of discussion to her. The more she listened, the more enlightened she felt, and she soon developed a sense of admiration for Yi Changshu. Brother, you are amazing. Yi Changshu chuckled lightly. Pei Yu, burning with jealousy, glared at Yi Changshu. This was the first time he had faced such a setback in monopolizing Shen Lichu's attention. However, seeing her so happily engaged, he found it difficult to interrupt. Noticing Shen Lichu's keen interest, Yi Changshu took a seat beside her. After obtaining her consent, he handed her a picture book and softly instructed, ask me if you encounter any unfamiliar words. The girl and oppose, S eyes sparkled with excitement as she cherished the book, nodding shyly. For the next while, Shen Lichu listened attentively to Yi Changshu's explanation, while the girl diligently read the book, and Yi Changshu monitored her progress. Pei Yu wore a sullen expression, but silently simmered with frustration, afraid to disturb Shen Lichu. Yi Changshu found the situation amusing and, feeling mischievous, posed a question to Shen Lichu. Who do you think is more impressive, me or him? He paused at a crucial moment, piquing Shen Lichu and Appos as curiosity. Realizing Yi Changshu Appos, say intent. Pei Yu shot him a fierce glare. Despicable. Shen Lichu, also catching on, regarded Yi Changshu with a wary gaze and declared, Pei Yu is impressive. One statement was insufficient. Shen Lichu added, Pei Yu is the most remarkable child in the world. Upon hearing this, Pei Yu beamed with pride, casting a triumphant glance at Yi Changshu, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Later, as Yi Changshu continued his explanation, Shen Lichu deliberately tuned him out. Before long, the elder rose, preparing to leave with Yi Changshu. Before departing, Yi Changshu mentioned to Yu Qingqing the explanation he had just given Shen Lichu. Not surprised by her reaction, he understood that the Pei family had likely made arrangements for Shen Lichu. Not far away, Pei Yu positioned his head in front of Shen Lichu and Appos, as picture book, and asked for the umpteenth time, Am I truly the most remarkable existence in your heart? Shen Lichu smiled brightly, yes. And in the future? Yes, in the future too. What about when you grow old? Will you still think I am the most impressive? Even when old, I will still think Pei Yu is the most impressive. Can you repeat that? That Pei Yu is the most remarkable child in the world? Shen Lichu obediently echoed. Pei Yu broke into a silly grin. A few minutes later, unable to contain himself, he leaned in to ask again. Each time, Shen Lichu patiently repeated her affirmation. Pei Yu was about to inquire further when Shen Lichu preemptively said, Pei Yu, I'm thirsty. Pei Yu instantly perked up and went to fetch a cup of water. Yu Qingqing, who had been subtly observing the two children, sighed and remarked to Pei's father, Fortunately, Lily has a good temperament. If it were someone else, they would undoubtedly find such incessant and Appos, torture and Appos, unbearable. Pei and Appos, as father raised an eyebrow. If I were to ask you the same question repeatedly like Pei Yu, would you answer me without annoyance? Before he could finish his thought, Yu Qingqing, anticipating his line of questioning, interrupted, I would give you a punch, and then the world would fall silent. Pei and Appos, as father. Chapter 22. The bone of my bone, the flesh of my flesh. On the day of the first snowfall, two children had just completed their final examinations. 3 days after the exams, the results were released. Shen Lichu secured the top position in her entire grade. Her composition in the Chinese exam was so impressive that the Chinese teacher could not resist calling Pei's father to express her admiration. The essay was titled, My XX Elder. Pei and Appos, as father, had a photograph printed, holding it with great affection, declaring his intention to frame it and display it in his office. This made Yu Qingqing envious, and she approached Shen Lichu, softly pleading, Lily, could you write about Annie next time? Shen Lichu, her dark eyes glistening, replied earnestly, Sure. Pei Yu feigned indifference. Yet he secretly stole glances at the essay and Pei and Appos, as father and Appos, as hands, feeling a pang of bitterness. Surely, had the essay topic not been limited to elders, Shen Lichu would have written about him. It had to be so. Today, Yu Qingqing and Pei's father were to attend a lavish banquet. Shall you, if Lily feels unwell, be sure to let us know, Pei Yu nodded. Since this morning, Shen Lichu had appeared somewhat listless. She exhibited no fever or discomfort, yet her demeanor was notably dim. Yu Qingqing, uneasy, took a moment before leaving to check Shen Lichu and Appos, as temperature once more. It was normal. Antie e Appos, fine. Shen Lichu's niffled softly. Yu Qingqing nodded. But just as everything was arranged and they were about to depart, Shen Lichu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest and collapsed against Pei Yu. Pei Yu was startled. Xiao Guai. Both Yu Qingqing and Pei and Appos, as father, who were on the verge of getting into the car, rushed back upon hearing Pei Yu and Appos, as anxious voice. What happened? Seeing Shen Lichu clutching her chest, her lips pale, they lost all interest in attending the banquet. No matter how important the event, it paled in comparison to the well-being of a child. However, it seemed that Shen Lichu and Appos, as pain was fleeting, as her lips soon regained their light pink hue. Blinking at the three concerned faces before her, Shen Lichu appeared to no longer be in pain. Pei Yu, visibly shaken, had turned pale, his eyes rimmed with red. Pei and Amp, Oppos, as father stated somberly, we must take her for a hard examination. Without even changing their clothes, they hurried Shen Lichu to the hospital, Pei Yu trailing closely behind. The hospital and the banquet venue were in opposite directions. Upon arriving at the Pei family's private hospital, medical staff greeted them immediately. During the examination, Pei Yu stood on tiptoe, peering through the thick glass windows. Pei and Amp, Oppos, as father was on the phone. Yu Qingqing, who had just taken out her phone, was stunned when a breaking news alert appeared. Wangjing Cross River Bridge suddenly collapses, 8 confirmed dead, 17 injured. The timestamp indicated it had occurred approximately 35 minutes prior. Yu Qingqing, with a strong sense of time, recalled that she and Pei and Oppos, as father had left 40 minutes ago. To reach the banquet, they would have had to cross the bridge, a journey that took about 5 or 6 minutes. If not for Shen Lichu's sudden chest pain. The thought sent chills down Yu Qingqing's spine. Could such a coincidence really exist? When the results of Shen Lichu's cardiac examination were revealed, the doctor reassured them. Madam Pei, Miss Lichu's heart is very healthy. There are no issues. Then why did she feel pain? Pei Yu asked anxiously. The doctor frowned slightly, unable to provide a definitive answer. There are many potential causes of chest pain. On the way back, Yu Qingqing remained preoccupied. After the fleeting moment of pain, Shen Lichu's spirits seemed to lift, and she began to whisper cheerfully to Pei Yu. Once home, Pei's father, who had been observant of Yu Qingqing's emotions throughout the journey, carried both children and inquired what happened. Yu Qingqing pulled out her phone, displaying the news article to Pei and Amp, Oppos, as father. If we hadn't Amp, Oppos, taken Lily to the hospital, there and Oppos, as a high chance we would have been on that casualty list. Shen Lichu had been unwell all morning, and just before their departure, she had experienced that sudden chest pain. Yet, during their trip to the hospital, she had gradually regained her composure, and her heart was perfectly fine. What an uncanny series of events. It was as if Shen Lichu's momentary pain had been a premonition, a force preventing them from leaving. Had they not been so attentive to Shen Lichu, the outcome could have been tragically different. Yu Qingqing had once dismissed such superstitions. Yet now she felt an inexplicable reverence for the possibility. Could it be? Before she could finish her thought, Pei and Amp, Oppos, as father placed a finger over her lips, signaling her to be quiet. Some matters need not be spoken of. He had long believed that since Pei Yu and Oppos' birth, he had been awaiting Shen Lichu and Oppos' arrival. Much like the biblical tale of Eve being created from Adam's rib, Shen Lichu had undoubtedly become Pei Yu's bone of his bone, flesh of his flesh. Time flew by swiftly. 6 years of elementary school had passed in the blink of an eye, with Shen Lichu consistently ranking first in her grade. Throughout, she had maintained a keen interest in numbers. After obtaining her consent, Yu Qingqing guided her in that direction. During the transition from elementary to middle school, Shen Lichu had garnered numerous awards in various mathematics competitions, making her a coveted student among prestigious secondary schools. Yu Qingqing had taken it upon herself to handle all academic matters, carefully considering her options for high school. Ultimately, Shen Lichu was accepted into Jingda Affiliated High School. Yu Qingqing had received prior information indicating that during Shen Lichu and Oppos' third year, a selection exam would be held for the top 10 students in her grade, aimed at identifying exceptional talents. This examination would be conducted in one of the top key secondary schools in each city nationwide, with only 7 candidates to be admitted. The so-called genius merely served as the threshold to enter this selection exam. Yu Qingqing had high hopes for Shen Lichu. In April, as the sunset painted the sky with hues of fire, Pei Yu stood in a small alley next to the school, dressed in a black windbreaker, leisurely tearing a pink envelope into shreds before discarding it in the trash. Pei Yu, who are you to Shen Lichu, to meddle so deeply? At their tender age, they were on the brink of adolescence, and recently, a troubling trend of romance had emerged. Pei Yu had little interest in such matters, and had long declared that no one was allowed to harbor intentions towards Shen Lichu. Yet, someone dared to challenge Pei Yu and Oppos' authority. Shen Lichu was raised under our Pei Yu and Oppos. Let's watch. Who are you to think you have any right? The speaker was named Wangjing. Chapter 23. If even Pei Yu is unqualified, then others are even less so. They do not take a moment to reflect on their own worth before daring to confess to Shen Lichu. If they hinder Shen Lichu and Oppos studies, what will they offer as recompense? Xie was the first to emerge from the alley, glancing at his watch and softly reminding, "We and Oppos, rerunning late." Pei Yu responded with an expressionless Being in the top class, Shen Lichu and Oppos' dismissal time was nearly an hour and a half later than that of the other classes. The three of them made their way toward the school premises. Meanwhile, Shen Lichu expressed her gratitude to a classmate. "Thank you for helping me with the questions." The girl, clad in thick glasses, returned the sentiment. The top class operated under a system of elimination. If a student from another class scored higher than any student in the top class during a grade examination, they could take that student and Oppos' place. The students of Jingda High School possessed remarkable talents, with scores often separated by mere points. In such fierce competition, helping others could be detrimental to oneself, and most students were inherently self-serving. Shen Lichu was the sole exception. Whenever someone approached her for assistance, she would diligently explain the material. If it did not grasp it the first time, she would patiently elucidate it again. "No need to thank me," Shen Lichu smiled. By the time Shen Lichu had packed her bag, most of her classmates had already departed. April and Wangjing had begun to warm up. As she stepped out of the classroom with her backpack, a wave of slightly stifling air greeted her. Just as she turned toward the right staircase, a slender hand emerged from behind, grasping her backpack. Feeling the weight lift from her shoulder, Shen Lichu immediately recognized the identity of the person behind her. Pei Yu. The boy standing behind her was now a full head taller than Shen Lichu. With an air of nonchalance, Pei Yu took her backpack and casually slung it over his shoulder. Upon sensing its weight, his expression darkened momentarily. "It an Oppos, so heavy. How can you still carry it yourself?" With a blink, Shen Lichu defensively replied, "It's just a short distance." Pei Yu lazily scoffed, "You can carry it if you like. It's not me who 1T grow taller." Shen Lichu shot him an indignant glare. Her height had long been a source of insecurity for her. Growing up together, she watched Pei Yu and Xie both sprout up, while she remained rather slow to grow. Shun and Oppos, girls develop earlier than boys in terms of height. Pei Yu took Shen Lichu's hand and led her toward the stairs. Not far from a school gate, in the bicycle shed designated for storage, Xie and Wangjing had already been waiting. Seeing Shen Lichu approach, Wangjing, munching on a pancake, immediately waved at her. Shen Lichu's eyes lit up at the sight of the pancake, unable to tear her gaze away. It was smeared with spicy sauce. It looked delicious. Wangjing, suddenly feeling that his half-eaten pancake was no longer appealing, quietly suggested, "Lichu, would you like me to tear you off a piece?" Shen Lichu felt a bit shy, tilting her head with hopeful eyes. "Is that okay?" "It can be done," he replied, "but it must have Pei Yu and Oppos as permission first." Shen Lichu gently tugged at Pei Yu's shirt. "Pei Yu, can I have a bite?" Pei Yu smirked. "Go ahead, try having just one bite." Shen Lichu pretended not to understand his sarcasm and turned to Wangjing with a cheerful grin. Pei Yu said yes. Wangjing's eyelids twitched. He sensed that the tone did not convey consent. Ever since Wangjing became acquainted with the two, Pei Yu had been exceedingly strict about what Shen Lichu consumed. Even when Pei Yu was momentarily distracted and allowed her to have something unhealthy, he would swiftly retrieve it from her mouth. For his own safety, Wangjing hastily shoved the remaining half of the pancake into his mouth, burning and choking on a large bite. "Let in Oppos, go. It and Oppos. Time to head home," reminded Xie, who had been silent until now. Shen Lichu stood by the rear of Pei Yu and Oppos' bicycle, her gaze lowered, saying nothing. "Little one, what in Oppos? Wrong?" Pei Yu asked, lazily. "It and Oppos, dirty." The rear seat had been wiped down by Xie before Pei Yu went to fetch Shen Lichu. Although Pei Yu and Xie had a long-standing rivalry, Pei Yu still trusted him to handle such matters. Pei Yu bent down to inspect, indeed spotting a speck of fluff that must have floated up after cleaning. Who indulged you in these bad habits? If your shoelace picks up a barely visible speck of dirt, you must go back and change. Books had to be impeccably arranged. At the end of the semester, they should appear as good as new. Shen Lichu blinked, responding softly, Pei Yu spoiled me. You should take it up with him. Pei Yu feigned annoyance as he retrieved a cotton short-sleeved shirt from beneath his black jacket to clean the bike seat, but inwardly he was elated. He secretly hoped Shen Lichu would act even more willfully and fastidious. Regardless of how tumultuous things became, he would always stand as a protective shield for her. Not long ago, someone who sought to confess to Shen Lichu and was subsequently dealt with by Pei Yu had the audacity to question, who is Pei Yu to Shen Lichu, that he can impose such restrictions? It was precisely because Pei Yu had been by Shen Lichu's side since she was 6, caring for her through every illness. He was the one who had seen her grow up, the one who had changed her sweat towels the most, the one who had wiped her tears the most, and even the one who had washed her clothes when she first got her period. Who could question Pei Yu and Appo's right to care for Shen Lichu? If even he lacked the qualification, then others were even less deserving. At this late hour, the campus was eerily quiet. Shen Lichu sat on the back of Pei Yu's bicycle, one hand tightly wrapped around his slender waist, her mind involuntarily drifting back to the lessons from class that day. No more thoughts about studying, Pei Yu suddenly remarked. You can tell, Shen Lichu replied, wide-eyed and feigning innocence. I wasn't Appo's thinking about it. Pei Yu scoffed lightly. Your mind is filled with too much knowledge. It will hinder your growth. Shen Lichu pouted in discontent. Nonsense. She had been diligently drinking a glass of milk every morning. Surely, she wouldn't fail to grow taller. Yet, the thought made her feel a tad guilty, for she could only manage to drink half a glass, with Pei Yu invariably finishing the rest. Shen Lichu resolved silently that starting tomorrow, she would drink an entire glass, striving to grow taller, hopefully even surpassing Pei Yu. Chapter 24. Your brother is truly kind to you at 6:30 in the evening. Pei Yu parked his bicycle and reached into the basket to retrieve Shen Lichu's backpack. Let into Appo's. Let's go. As he approached Shen Lichu, he naturally draped his arm over her shoulders. Years prior, Pei's father had commissioned the removal of the wall between their two villas and renovated the one belonging to Shen Lichu. The most significant change was on the floor that had once been her bedroom. The entire level was now open, reconfigured into 3 distinct spaces, a small living room in the center with Shen Lichu and Appo's and Pei Yu and Appo's bedrooms on either side. Dinner is ready. Are auntie and uncle not joining us tonight? Shen Lichu inquired of the housekeeper, who nodded in response. In recent years, Pei and Appo's father and Yu Qingqing had become increasingly busy with work, often absent from home. After dinner, taking advantage of Pei Yu and Appo's phone call, Shen Lichu attempted to sneak upstairs with her backpack. Upon lifting it, she noticed it felt unusually light. Why is it so light? She wondered aloud, unzipping the backpack to discover that most of her books had mysteriously vanished. Suddenly, Pei Yu and Appo's cheerful voice came from behind her. What are you looking for? Shen Lichu, caught off guard, stammered, I just want to get my water bottle. Pei Yu pinched her cheek playfully, teasing, no more reading for you. If you keep this up, you might ruin your health. Realizing her secret was out, Shen Lichu directly asked, where are the books in my backpack? Who knows? Pei Yu feigned ignorance. Annoyed, Shen Lichu glared at him with wide eyes. The unyielding Pei Yu ushered her upstairs, urging her to hurry and take a shower. Upon hearing Shen Lichu emerge from the bathroom, Pei Yu, seated on the small living room sofa, called out without looking up, come here. Shen Lichu obediently approached, sitting beside him at a respectful distance. Pei Yu glanced at the space between them, which could accommodate another person, and brazenly shifted closer. Still upset about Pei Yu hiding her books, Shen Lichu instinctively moved away. As he inched closer again, she shifted further. Pei Yu lazily lifted his gaze, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded her. Shen Lichu sensed trouble and quickly stood up, attempting to flee to her room. However, before she could take a step, Pei Yu scooped her up, firmly placing her on his lap. On the coffee table lay a collection of manicure tools. Extend your hand. In the summer, Pei Yu and Appo's S body radiated warmth, making Shen Lichu feel overheated whenever she drew near. Reluctantly, she extended her hand, resembling a playful kitten, its paw being gently prodded to reveal its sharp claws. Her nails were delicate and fragile, prone to breaking upon contact with hard surfaces. After one particularly unfortunate incident where Shen Lichu and Appo's nail had broken painfully, Pei Yu had taken extra care in maintaining her nails, even attending a nail care course for a week. The process of nail care was lengthy and meticulous. Shen Lichu, who had been mentally active throughout the day, soon leaned back against Pei Yu and drifted into a deep slumber, fully relying on and trusting him. By the time Pei Yu had finished tending to all 10 of her nails, 40 minutes had passed. He gently lifted the sleeping girl in his arms and made his way to her bedroom. The room was adorned in bright pastel pinks, with a plush white carpet covering the floor. The bed, near the window, was draped with layers of delicate canopies. The window was slightly ajar, allowing a gentle breeze to waft through the room. As he laid her down, Shen Lichu stirred momentarily, mumbling, "Pei Yu, what an amp! Amp Appo's, that's wrong." He replied softly, "You are so kind to me." Pei Yu tenderly adjusted her blanket and retrieved her childhood floral quilt, placing it in her embrace. "Sleep well." Shen Lichu peacefully closed her eyes. Before departing, Pei Yu discreetly turned the stuffed rabbit adorned with lily-of-the-valley embroidery to face the wall, as if it were in quiet contemplation. Only then did he feel satisfied enough to leave. The following morning, at 5:40, the alarm clock rang punctually. Upon hearing the sound, Shen Lichu rolled over, sitting up and rubbing her sleepy eyes, preparing to change and wash up. Next door, Pei Yu was enduring the same wake-up torment. A palpable irritation permeated his bedroom as he glared at the incessantly ringing alarm clock. The whimsical frog clock clashed with the room and Amp Appo's decor, a gift from Shen Lichu when they were in 5th grade, purchased with her mathematics competition winnings, a cherished token he valued greatly. By the time Pei Yu had grumpily dressed and stepped out of his room, he encountered Shen Lichu on her way to wash up. "Pei Yu, your class starts morning self-study at 7:30. You can sleep a bit longer." The elite class, however, commenced their self-study at 6:30. Pei Yu's tousled hair and striking features conveyed a fierce demeanor, making him appear somewhat intimidating. In front of the large mirror mounted on the wall of the wash basin, Shen Lichu and Pei Yu stood side by side, each wielding an electric toothbrush. She brushed her teeth with one hand while the other was firmly held by Pei Yu. Breakfast was already prepared. Accompanied by milk, Shen Lichu leisurely finished a bowl of wontons, as usual leaving half a glass of milk untouched. When Pei Yu reached for it, Shen Lichu stubbornly held it back. "I can finish it," she insisted. Pei Yu raised an eyebrow. "Really? When have you ever finished a whole glass of milk?" Every morning. The milk was freshly delivered from the family's private dairy farm, its strong flavor often overwhelming. Reluctantly, Shen Lichu pinched her nose and drank the remaining half glass, fearing she might feel nauseous. In a contest of strength, she stood no chance against Pei Yu, who ultimately, snatched into Appo's it from her and drank it in one go. As time was of the essence in the morning, the family's driver usually took them to school. Their bicycles were secured to the rack in the back of the car. Every morning, Pei Yu would ensure Shen Lichu reached her classroom before he departed. Though the bell for the morning self-study had not yet rung, most students in the elite class had already arrived. Pei Yu skillfully retrieved the insulated container and thermos from his backpack. "Don't forget to eat. Today's lunch includes your favorite shrimp and vegetable siomai and berry tart. Regardless of your thirst, you must drink water. Don't think that holding it in to avoid wasting time in the restroom is acceptable. I will check your lunch today." Shen Lichu nodded in agreement. After Pei Yu left, her deskmate leaned over, an envious expression on her face, and exclaimed, "Shen Lichu, your brother is truly kind to you." Chapter 25. "I have never considered him a brother," Shen Lichu smiled silently. In the next moment, the stomach of her deskmate suddenly grumbled loudly. The classroom was quiet. With everyone engrossed in their books and exercises, her stomach and Appo's growl was particularly pronounced. Shen Lichu opened her thermos and offered it to her, softly inquiring, "Would you like to have something to tide you over?" Initially, the deskmate intended to refuse, but upon seeing the neatly arranged shrimp and vegetable dumplings within the thermos, the words of rejection died on her lips. With thin skin and generous filling, each shrimp was plump and enticing, stirring her appetite. She reached for one and repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Upon tasting it, her eyes widened in delight. "This is so delicious." After she finished, Shen Lichu asked again, "Would you like to eat more?" The deskmate shook her head, knowing these were specially prepared by Pei Yu, who was concerned that Shen Lichu might be hungry after studying in the morning. "You and Oppos. We're really fortunate to have such a caring brother," she remarked wistfully, wishing for a brother who was just as thoughtful. Shen Lichu lowered her gaze, murmuring softly, "I have never considered him a brother." Just then, the bell signaling the end of self-study rang. The deskmate, looking puzzled, asked, "What did you just say, Shen Lichu?" Shen Lichu shook her head. "Nothing." The teacher approached the podium, holding a stack of test papers, and announced sternly, "Today, we will have a surprise test during self-study. After the exam, you will choose your seats based on your rankings." This was a customary practice in the top class, utilizing surprise tests to encourage students to strive for better educational resources. Complaints filled the classroom. "No, I've only been sitting in this great spot for half a month." To avoid delaying the morning classes, they had limited time to complete the questions. After the exam, they immediately exchanged papers for grading. During the brief break, many classmates gathered around Shen Lichu, asking her questions. "Congratulations, Shen Lichu. You came in first again. If only I had your brains." Among them was the girl with glasses who had sought Shen Lichu and Oppos' help yesterday. Overwhelmed with excitement, her face flushed. "Shen Lichu, thank you so much. The last major question on today's test was exactly the type you explained to me yesterday." Thanks to that question, her ranking improved by 3 places, though she still remained at the bottom. Shen Lichu replied, "No need to thank me. You grasped the knowledge very well." The girl clasped her hands together. "I truly hope I can master even more before the next grade level exam. So I want to be pushed out of the top class." As laughter and chatter filled the room, a boy rushed past Shen Lichu and Oppos' desk, bumping at Askew. He did not even bother to apologize properly, casually saying, "Sorry, it wasn't intentional." Shen Lichu was taken aback. The expressions of those around her varied, and they were at a loss for words. The girl with glasses felt particularly awkward. Everyone worked together to straighten Shen Lichu's desk, offering her a few words of comfort. As class time approached, everyone returned to their seats. After the crowd dispersed, the deskmate tugged at Shen Lichu's sleeve and whispered, "He must have done that on purpose. He has been alternating with Zhang Yuan for the last place in class. You helped Zhang Yuan with her studies, which allowed her to surpass him." Understanding the context, Shen Lichu fell silent. After all, others achieved their good grades through their own efforts without cheating. However, there was another matter that the deskmate did not mention to Shen Lichu. Many felt that Shen Lichu often meddled too much. Not only did students from the top class seek her help, but those from outside the class also came to her for guidance. Shen Lichu treated everyone equally. The competition for spots in the top class was fierce, causing discontent among students at the bottom of the class. As those from outside the top class made progress, the positions of those within it became precarious. Meanwhile, in the last row of Class 6, Pei Yu was still resting his head on the desk. Wangjing, sitting in the row ahead, turned to his deskmate, Xie Changyan, and quietly asked, "What was Pei Yu up to last night? He still isn't awake?" They were about to dismiss for lunch. Xie Changyan lifted his gaze slightly. "As long as he's still breathing, that's enough." Suddenly, the previously quiet classroom erupted in chatter. "Isn't that the school bell, Wanmengzi? What is she doing in our Class 6? She's definitely here looking for Pei Yu. Could it be for you?" As Jiang Jingheng turned back, he saw Wanmengzi approaching. "Hi." She greeted him with a smile. Jiang Jingheng returned the gesture, though they weren't particularly close. It was mainly because a brother who often hung out with them had shown interest in Wanmengzi, prompting him to frequently include her in their activities, which led to a familiar acquaintance among them. "Pei Yu isn't awake yet?" Wanmengzi asked in surprise. Her face was lightly made up, her hair styled in large wave cascading down her back, and she wore a hint of perfume. Jiang Jingheng nodded and inquired, "Are you looking for him for something?" "I forgot my book and came to borrow one from Pei Yu." Without further ado, When Mengzi squatted down to rummage through the box by Pei Yu's feet. Once she found it, she didn't linger, saying, "I'm leaving now. Please tell Pei Gu for me." Jiang Jingheng saw nothing inappropriate in her actions and responded with an approving gesture. Pei Yu, in his usual generous manner, was quite willing to lend out items, save for anything related to Shen Lichu. Thus, Jiang Jingheng didn't perceive when Mengzi's behavior as overly forward, as it seemed they had grown close to a certain extent. Just before when Mengzi was about to leave Class 6, Xie Changyan took a moment to glance at her, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. Others may not have noticed, but he understood well. The reason Pei Yu was so generous was that most of those external possessions held little significance to him. However, if anyone were to touch something that Pei Yu deemed extremely important, he could make them regret having been born into this world. As the final class of the morning approached its end, Pei Yu finally sat up, his brows slightly furrowed as he silently rubbed his wrist. The teacher had already concluded the lesson and instructed Class 6 to engage in self-study. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Jingheng shared with Pei Yu the incident of when Mengzi borrowing a book. Pei Yu responded with a casual acknowledgement, indicating he was aware, though in truth, he didn't even know who Mengzi was. Chapter 26. The Mad Dog That Bites, a mathematics competition, was about to commence. Shen Lichu, along with several other students who had confirmed their participation, was asked to stay for extra lessons. In recent days, she had been leaving school later and later, which had begun to irritate Pei Yu. Even her transportation to and from school had been arranged by the Pei family's driver. However, seeing Shen Lichu working so hard, Pei Yu could not bring himself to discourage her from participating in the competition. Instead, he found ways to coax her into eating more at every meal. After 11:00 and Oppo's clock in the evening, having completed half of her test paper, Shen Lichu looked up to find Pei Yu dozing off with his head propped on his hand. Just as she was about to tug at his sleeve, Pei Yu woke up and inquired with concern, "What in amp?" "Oppo's. Is wrong? Are you thirsty?" Shen Lichu felt warmth in her heart and gently replied, "Pei Yu, you should go to sleep." With only half a page left to complete, she intended to finish it before retiring for the night. The competition was undoubtedly important, but if it caused her to fall ill, Pei Yu would be very worried and distressed. Nothing was more important than Pei Yu to her. Pei Yu, struggling to keep his eyes open, stubbornly insisted, "I'm not tired." During this period, he had kept her company for as many late nights as she had endured, never missing a single one. Shen Lichu chose not to argue further. She understood his obstinacy, and rather than continuing to persuade him, she preferred to dedicate her time to solving problems. Within half an hour, she completed the remaining half of the test paper. As she corrected her answers, Pei Yu leaned on the table, his dark blue eyes fixed on her, as if he could never gaze at her enough. Noticing his burning stare, Shen Lichu glanced at him and curiously asked, "Is there ink on my face?" Pei Yu replied, "No, I just want to keep looking at you." Shen Lichu smiled, her eyes curving with joy. The academic challenges ahead would only become more formidable. While talent was essential, diligence was even more critical. Shen Lichu was well aware that, apart from the Pei family, she had no other safety net. Moreover, she did not wish for the Pei family to become her fallback. Even though Pei Yu appeared rather reckless at times, he was, after all, the sole heir of the Pei family. Once he turned 18, he would gradually take over the Pei group under the guidance of the family elders. This was the chasm that lay between Shen Lichu and Pei Yu. It was only through relentless effort now that she could stand alongside Pei Yu in the future. Recently, the students in the back row of Class 6 had sensed that Pei Yu was in a foul mood and dared not provoke him. However, during morning self-study, Pei Yu surprisingly did not sleep. Instead, he held a band-aid adorned with a cute bunny design in one hand, propping his head up with the other while gazing out the window, lost in thought. Jiang Jingheng asked, "Did Lichu give that to you?" Pei Yu proudly affirmed, "You have no idea. This morning, when I was escorting her to class, I accidentally scraped my hand, and she was so worried when she saw it." Jiang Jingheng gave him a peculiar look. "So that's why you're leaving the wound on your hand untreated? You have a band-aid, yet you won't apply it. What a capricious act." Pei Yu raised an eyebrow, casting a disinterested glance at Jiang Jingheng. "Forget it. You wouldn't understand." What truly mattered was not the scar on his hand, but the band-aid Shen Lichu had given him and her concern for him. Were it not for that dreadful morning self-study, Shen Lichu would have personally tended to his wound. Wangjing thought he must be out of his mind, but he only dared to voice that thought internally, for Pei Yu's formidable fists were not to be trifled with. A low growl of irritation escaped Pei Yu and Appo's lips, causing Wangjing to raise his hands and surrender. Not me. I didn't dare to say it out loud. The one who voiced it was Xie Changyan. Pei Yu scoffed, mockingly saying, Xie Changyan, if you're envious, just say it directly. The two had been desk mates for years, and their discord was not a recent development. As the atmosphere grew tense once more, Wangjing, reveling in the drama, egged them on. Fight. Fight. Suddenly, Pei Yu and Xie Changyan turned their gazes toward him in unison, exclaiming, What is it to you? Get lost. During the long break, Pei Yu stood up and walked outside, leaving the Band-Aid tucked within the pages of his book to avoid losing it. Having sustained an injury was a rare occurrence. He intended to play the part of the vulnerable in front of Shen Lichu to gain her attention. Just as he left, when Mengzi approached with a book in hand, Where did Pei Yu go? Wangjing replied, bored and fiddling with his gaming chair. He wanted to find Lichu. In their circle, everyone knew who Lichu was. Shen Lichu, Pei Yu's sister whom he had raised since childhood and whom he cherished deeply. The mere thought of her caused Mengzi's brows to subtly furrow. I came to return this book. I've been so busy lately that I almost forgot, she said. Wangjing shrugged. Feel free to use it. Besides, Pei Yu doesn't pay attention in class anyway. By the end of the semester, Pei Yu's textbooks appeared as pristine as new. She lacked the courage to sit in Pei Yu's seat, so she pulled a chair beside it and began to organize the disheveled box containing his papers and textbooks. Don't touch that book on the table, Wangjing cautioned. Curiously, when Mengzi asked why not, there and Appo's Band-Aid that Lichu gave to Pei Yu inside, he replied without looking up. Upon hearing this, when Mengzi flipped open the book and indeed found the little bunny-patterned Band-Aid nestled within the pages. How old are we, still using such childish designs? A hint of disdain flickered in her eyes as she continued to tidy the box, feigning ignorance to the surrounding chatter. It seems that there is definitely something going on between them. The school beauty is quite virtuous. I genuinely envy her. If only I had a background as good as Pei Yu's, being chauffeured in a Rolls-Royce to and from school, receiving extravagant gifts worth millions. Perhaps the school beauty would treat me so well too. By the way, what business does Pei Yu's family actually have? This was a mystery to everyone. It was rumored to be related to. When Mengzi inadvertently caught sight of the sharp edge of the desk, and a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Ouch! Wangjing, whose character in the game had just perished, politely inquired, What happened? I accidentally grazed my hand, when Mengzi said, biting her lip, her tone slightly aggrieved as crimson droplets began to seep forth. As Wangjing's character revived and he pulled back, he happened to notice his buff being stolen by another player. Shooter, you're truly ruthless. The game has only just begun. In his fury, Wangjing paid little attention to when Mengzi's subsequent words. Wangjing, please tell Pei Yu that I used his Band-Aid later. Wangjing didn't hear her, but that did not mean Xie Changyan was oblivious. He cast a cold glance in her direction, causing Mengzi to pause her actions of tearing the Band-Aid. Can I use it? She asked tentatively. Xie Changyan withdrew his gaze, coolly replying, That is Pei Yu's property. I don't know, but I advise you, it's best not to touch it. Otherwise, a mad dog will surely bite. With 5 minutes left before class, Pei Yu entered the classroom in high spirits. Upon returning to his seat and flipping open the book, the smile on his face suddenly darkened. Where's my Band-Aid? Chapter 27. How dare you? As when Mengzi returned to the classroom and settled into her seat, a perceptive classmate noticed the Band-Aid adorning her finger. Mengzi, what happened to your hand? She inquired. When Mengzi casually flicked her softly curled hair and replied nonchalantly, I was helping Pei Yu organize his book box and accidentally scraped myself. Upon hearing Pei Yu and Appo's name, the expressions of those nearby shifted to a more intriguing demeanor. Who in Jingda High School was unaware of Pei Yu? With a mysterious lineage, lavish spending, and a striking appearance, he surrounded himself with the elite scions of Wangjing. The key aspect was that none of these aristocrats failed to fawn over Pei Yu. However, there was one downside: his capricious and aloof temperament, which made him averse to closeness with others. "Say, Mengzi, did Pei Yu give you that band-aid?" someone curiously asked. When Mengzi smiled without answering directly, yet her reaction was enough for everyone to speculate, confirming the recent rumors. Goodness, Pei Yu is such a contrast. He seems so cold and unapproachable, yet the band-aid he uses is pink with adorable bunny prints. You never know. Perhaps it was especially prepared for Mengzi. Wow, that is too sweet. Is this the special treatment of the school bell? The chatter buzzed around her, but when Mengzi chose not to engage, merely smiling as she lowered her head to peruse her book. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the classroom door. "Pei Yu, what is he doing here? Are you foolish? He must be here to find the school bell." When Mengzi. Pei Yu scanned the room from the entrance, unaware of who Mengzi was, and was about to voice a question when she leapt from her seat and skipped towards him, sweetly asking, "Pei Yu, what brings you here?" There is no need for further inquiry. Pei Yu's gaze fell upon the pink bunny print band-aid on her finger. That was the very one he had given her, one he himself was reluctant to use. With an expression devoid of emotion, Pei Yu remarked, "Do you know that taking without asking is akin to theft?" Well, Mengzi's smile faltered. Boom! Pei Yu slammed his fist against the classroom door, producing a thunderous sound that left a deep dent in the surface. The force of the blow caused the door to crash against the wall, shattering the glass above it. Startled, when Mengzi let out a shriek, her eyes wide with terror, her pupils constricted. She understood all too well that had she not been a girl, that punch would have been directed at her. It was merely a small band-aid. Was it truly of such significance? Pei Yu and Appo's face contorted with rage, his arm bulging with tension. "How dare you take it when I myself wooed and Appo's to use it?" When Mengzi felt her legs weaken, collapsing to the ground without regard for her image. "I and Appo's. I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean to." During the final period of the morning, a flustered Wangjing knocked on the door of the top class, interrupting the teacher's lecture. "Excuse me." The teacher, caught up in the lesson, frowned slightly and inquired softly, "Student, what is the matter?" Wangjing replied, "The principal has sent me to fetch Shen Lichu for a visit to his office." Shen Lichu was taken aback. After receiving the teacher and Appo's nod, she promptly rose and followed Wangjing outside. As they walked, she lowered her voice to ask, "Is something wrong with Pei Yu?" Wangjing nodded gravely. On their way, Wangjing succinctly explained the situation to Shen Lichu. The incident, while not egregious, had indeed frightened Mengzi. However, it was also true that she had initially erred. "I suppose it's partly my fault," Wangjing admitted, feeling guilty for not recognizing Mengzi's feelings towards Pei Yu. By the time Shen Lichu hurried to the principal and Appo's office, the matter had largely been resolved. To most, Mengzi appeared to be the primary victim. The entire incident stemming from a mere band-aid. Insignificant, indeed. Pei Yu sat hunched over on a chair in the corner, head bowed, lost in thought. Beside him stood Xie, arms crossed, not appearing to assist, but rather to witness the unfolding drama. When Mengzi and a middle-aged man were fervently apologizing to Pei Yu, their demeanor exceedingly sincere. An uninformed observer might have mistaken Pei Yu for the one being intimidated. Pei Yu. At the sound of his name, Pei Yu instinctively looked up, his gaze locking onto Shen Lichu's in less than a second, his brow slightly furrowing. "What are you doing here?" He rose and strode through the crowd to Shen Lichu's side, casting a disapproving glance at Wangjing. Shen Lichu's eyes widened in surprise. "Were you planning to keep this from me?" Truth be told, Pei Yu had indeed considered such an option. However, with Shen Lichu present, he became cooperative, resolving the matter entirely before the noon dismissal. As they exited the principal's office, Shen Lichu attempted to grasp Pei Yu's hand, only to have him evade her touch. This was the first time in their lives that Pei Yu had rejected her gesture. Shen Lichu paused, and, as Pei Yu moved to the other side, he naturally took her hand. Sensing something amiss, Shen Lichu was about to inquire, but Pei Yu deftly diverted her attention instead. Meanwhile, Xie, trailing behind, observed Pei Yu's hand casually tucked into his pocket, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Wangjing felt somewhat perplexed. "What are you laughing at?" Xie, in high spirits, Reply, guess. Though Jiang Jinghang couldn't figure it out, he had a nagging feeling it was not a good omen. In Jiang Jinghang's eyes, Pei Yu and Xie Changyan were polar opposites. Pei Yu, with his capricious nature, often appeared indifferent to everyone, yet as long as one didn't oppose, cross his boundaries, he was relatively easy to communicate with. On the other hand, Xie Changyan was perpetually cheerful and sociable, standing out among the elite youth of Wangjing. Though those who truly knew him understood his ruthless side. Both, however, shared a commonality. They would go to great lengths when it came to matters concerning Shen Lichu. With only a few minutes until school ended, the four of them made their way to the cafeteria. At that moment, the cafeteria was still rather empty, and the dishes from the fourth-floor canteen arrived swiftly. Jingda High School was renowned for its sweet and sour pork ribs, available only on Thursdays in limited quantities. Every Thursday, Pei Yu and Xie Changyan would take turns to help Shen Lichu secure some. This Thursday, since Shen Lichu was released early from school, there was no need to fight for it. Yet, at that moment, her gaze was not on the coveted sweet and sour pork ribs. With a serious expression, Shen Lichu commanded, Pei Yu, extend your right hand. Pei Yu held chopsticks in his left hand. Noticing Xie Changyan had already placed a piece of pork rib into Shen Lichu's bowl, he followed suit nonchalantly, remarking, my right hand is a bit cold. I'm warming it in my pocket. Chapter 28. The obedient pear baby. Shen Lichu could hardly believe it. No wonder, when leaving the office of the headmaster, Pei Yu was reluctant to hold her hand. Shen Lichu's round eyes widened even further. Your hand, usually as warm as a furnace, feels cold now? While the two were bickering, Xie Changyan silently added a piece of pork rib to Shen Lichu's bowl. Pei Yu shot him a glare, but quickly replenished her bowl as well. One for you, one for me. Jiang Jinghang, blissfully focused on the gossip, was oblivious to their covert competition. Just as he reached for a rib, he grasped at empty air instead. Surprised, he glanced down and realized the plate of sweet and sour ribs was already empty, leaving only a hint of brown sauce. Jiang Jinghang covertly eyed the mountain of ribs piled high in Shen Lichu's bowl, each piece meticulously selected. After a long simmer, the ribs were tender and flavorful, their golden hue and thick glaze tantalizing. Overcome by gluttony, he made a decision that defied ancestral teachings. He stealthily attempted to snatch a piece from Shen Lichu and Oppo's bowl, convinced he wouldn't be detected. However, before his chopsticks even touched the ribs, two piercing glares fell upon him. Jiang Jinghang could only force a sheepish grin. Amidst the commotion, Pei Yu reluctantly withdrew his right hand from his pocket, stating nonchalantly, it's nothing serious, just a little scrape. Yet, his pinky finger was grotesquely deformed. A scrape, you say? Shen Lichu's eyes turned red with concern, abandoning her meal to grasp Pei Yu and Oppo's left hand, determined to take him to the hospital. Jiang Jinghang sighed. Are we not eating the ribs anymore? Ultimately, he deemed that the well-being of his friend outweighed the allure of the ribs. Rising, he hastened to catch up. Just as they reached the exit of the cafeteria, Jiang Jinghang dashed back, clutching the bowl of ribs. Uncle, I'll return the bowl this afternoon. The ribs are also quite important. An hour later, at the Pei family's private hospital, Pei Yu's pinky finger was already in a splint. Miss Pear, do not worry too much. Young Master Yu possesses exceptional physical resilience and will recover swiftly, the silver-haired doctor assured kindly. Shen Lichu, with a stern expression, replied, he was planning to hide it from me. Had Shen Lichu not discovered it beforehand, Pei Yu might have postponed attending to his fractured finger indefinitely. The doctor chuckled. Young master, you can be quite mischievous. Having been re-employed by Pei Yu's father after retirement, the doctor had developed his own insights into treating congenital ailments. Over the years, he had been responsible for Shen Lichu's treatment, having watched her grow. With a serious demeanor, Shen Lichu nodded in agreement. Pei Yu, feigning earnestness, coaxed her, indeed. I am quite the villain. Shen Lichu shot him an admonishing glance. That evening, upon learning of Pei Yu's injury, Yu Qingqing and Pei's father simultaneously chose to cancel their engagements and return home. Upon arrival, they found Pei Yu struggling to serve himself food, prompting Shen Lichu to feed him. Yu Qingqing nudged Pei's father with her elbow, smirking, your son has truly inherited your remarkable acting genes. It will be a shame for him to inherit the Pei group when he grows up. Pei's father took pride in it rather than feeling ashamed. Hearing the commotion at the door, Shen Lichu instinctively turned to see Yu Qingqing and Pei's father had returned, and a twinge of anxiety gripped her heart. To be fair, a significant part of the reason Pei Yu was injured was indeed because of her. "Oh, my dear pair, were you frightened today?" Yu Qingqing embraced her tightly, noticing she seemed a bit thinner. "Have you not been eating well lately? Or is it the upcoming competition weighing heavily on you?" Pei's father took a seat beside Shen Lichu, gently ruffling her soft black hair. "Pair, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure." Shen Lichu's nose tinged with discomfort as she sniffled, responding softly. She then answered each of Yu Qingqing's questions in turn. She hadn't T lost weight, was eating well, and didn't T feel overly stressed. Yu Qingqing's heart softened, thinking of her obedient little pair. It was only when she heard the sound of Pei Yu finishing his meal that it struck her. Pei Yu was indeed injured. She looked up and softly said, "Andy, Pei Yu's pinky finger is fractured." Yu Qingqing nodded, indicating she was aware. "The hospital informed me and your Uncle Pei. It's nothing serious. Pei Yu is as strong as an ox and will recover in no time." Although Pei Yu's injury brought him home, Yu Qingqing and Pei's father primarily focused on Shen Lichu. Yu Qingqing brought back several sets of exam papers for Shen Lichu, highly valuable and previously unavailable in the market. Shen Lichu was thrilled and immediately began working on them. Whenever she encountered challenging problems, Yu Qingqing was there to guide her. Meanwhile, Pei's father reflected once more on the precious tranquility of life, just as the private hospital had reported to Yu Qingqing and Pei's father. Pei was indeed as robust as an ox. The day before Shen Lichu set off for the competition, the splint on Pei Yu's pinky was ready to be removed. The competition would span 4.5 days, located in a neighboring city, requiring over 2 hours by train. Pei Yu, with a serious expression and gritted teeth, made his 17th inquiry of the day. "Can I really not go with you?" Shen Lichu was about to shake her head in refusal when Pei Yu seized her head, attempting to force her to nod in agreement. Shen Lichu sighed, "All right, I need to pack my luggage now." That night, Shen Lichu intended to forego studying and instead prepare her belongings to rest early and conserve her energy. However, in reality, Pei Yu took charge of the packing. He could not bear to let Shen Lichu do such tasks. While busy, he incessantly fretted over her safety. "Is a hotel you're staying in secure? I'll have someone purchase a surveillance camera. Wait, I'll check the water quality there to see if we need to bring a softener." Shen Lichu chuckled in exasperation. "Pei Yu, I'm only staying a few nights. What does that matter?" Pei Yu frowned, clearly disapproving of her dismissive attitude. Did a mere few nights mean she could take things lightly? In matters concerning Shen Lichu, Pei Yu's lexicon did not include the phrase taking it lightly. No matter how much beauty he could present to her, he would always feel it insufficient. Chapter 29. Why pretend not to recognize me? After persistent pleas from Shen Lichu, Pei Yu reluctantly reduced his luggage to a single large suitcase. He zipped it up, stood it upright, and pushed it to the corner, once again asking for the 18th time that evening. "Are you really not able to take me with you?" Shen Lichu sighed. "Just stay at home and wait for me to return, all right?" Pei Yu maintained a stern expression. "No, not at all. Then how about I leave my little blanket behind, so it can keep you company every night?" Shen Lichu coaxed. For Shen Lichu, that little blanket had long held extraordinary significance, as she needed to hold it to sleep well at night. Pei Yu grumbled in refusal. "No." In an effort to comfort the sullen Pei Yu, Shen Lichu eventually agreed to his request to sleep on the floor in her room that night. In the darkness, Pei Yu gently hooked his hand around the fingers of Shen Lichu that hung down from the bed. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Little darling, will you think of me every day?" "Yes," Shen Lichu replied. Pei Yu continued, "Will you think of me every moment?" But halfway through, he reconsidered and said to himself, "Forget it. It's better if you don't think of me every moment." In preparation for the upcoming competition, Shen Lichu had poured countless efforts into her preparations, wishing she could stretch every second into 2. If the outcome were not as hoped, she would undoubtedly feel disheartened. In truth, Shen Lichu could not guarantee that she would think of Pei Yu every moment, but she was certain he would cross her mind countless times. They rarely spent time apart. Silence enveloped the night. The next day, Pei Yu personally escorted Shen Lichu to the station. As one of the key representatives of Gilded affiliated high school for this competition, the supervising teacher was particularly attentive to Shen Lichu, engaging her in conversation throughout their journey. Upon arriving at the hotel, Shen Lichu immediately initiated a video call with Pei Yu. From afar, in Wangjing, Pei Yu disparaged the entire hotel as worthless. Yet, with a single sentence, Shen Lichu rendered him speechless. Pei Yu, I miss you. Then why did you refuse to let me accompany you? Pei Yu replied, somewhat forlorn. Shen Lichu fell silent. Separated by a small screen, the two exchanged glances, each lost in thought. Just then, a knock echoed from the hotel door. The school's arranged accommodations were standard double rooms, shared by 2 students. The visitor was likely Shen Lichu's roommate. Pei Yu, I will call you back later, she said hurriedly before disconnecting the call and opening the door. Standing at the threshold was a tall girl with single eyelids, a high ponytail, and sun-kissed skin. In an instant, Shen Lichu recognized her, Wangjing. That winter, Shen Lichu had encountered a group of children surrounding Wangjing, singing malicious nursery rhymes. Since then, she had seen Wangjing a few more times and even braided her hair once before she transferred schools. Who would have thought their paths would cross again here? It turned out she also attended Gilded affiliated high school. As Wangjing entered, she regarded Shen Lichu with a deep gaze. Shen Lichu had arrived early and already organized her luggage. With nothing else to do, she began helping Wangjing with her belongings. My family feels the hotel bedding ISN and amp, oppos, tea very clean, so they prepared disposable ones. I had some extra and went ahead and changed it for you, Shen Lichu explained. Upon hearing this, Wangjing nodded slightly, her tone somewhat aloof. Thank you. After assisting Wangjing with her packing, Shen Lichu extended her hand formally. Hello, my name is Shen Lichu. Wangjing reciprocated the handshake. As Shen Lichu withdrew her hand, she heard Wangjing question with curiosity. You clearly recognized me. So why pretend not to know me? Shen Lichu was momentarily taken aback. However, Wangjing seemed to have already deduced the reason, assuring her, you need not fear reopening old wounds. Those times are behind us. Shen Lichu smiled, feeling relieved. Jinju, I am genuinely happy to meet you here again. Wangjing returned her smile. As the day wore on, Shen Lichu found herself adapting quite well. The supervising teacher was particularly attentive, and her temporary roommate was someone she had known for a long time. Later, Yu Qingqing and Pei Amp, Oppos, as father called to check on her. Wearing headphones, Shen Lichu sat on a stool, deliberately angling her phone to a corner. Sitting beside her, Wangjing watched intently as Shen Lichu conversed earnestly on the phone. Uncle Pei, it's not necessary. The food here is quite good. Whatever was said on the other end made Shen Lichu hesitate before agreeing. After the call ended, she turned to Wangjing, asking sheepishly, I and Amp, Oppos, am sorry, did I disturb you? Shen Lichu thought to herself, next time, I should take the call outside on the small terrace. Wangjing shook her head. Your family clearly cares for you. However, who wouldn't like a bright, beautiful moon like this? Shen Lichu blinked. I rarely travel far alone. They are understandably worried. Wangjing replied with a faint Shen Lichu continued. My family has already arranged for meals to be delivered. And Amp, Oppos, let's eat together later. Half an hour later, the food ordered by Pei and Amp, Oppos, as father arrived promptly, with most dishes being Shen Lichu and Amp, Oppos, as favorites. Unsure of Wangjing and Amp, Oppos, as preferences, she had also ordered 2 safe options. After the meal, Shen Lichu stepped out onto the small terrace and initiated a video call with Pei Yu. After a few seconds, the call connected. Pei Yu wore a stern expression. Did you only eat a tiny bit for dinner? Feeling a bit guilty, Shen Lichu touched her nose and remained silent. As the weather grew warmer, Shen Lichu, already prone to discomfort in summer, found it easy to let herself go without Pei Yu's watchful eye. Pei Yu rubbed his forehead. Later, I and Amp, Oppos, LL send you some late-night snacks. Shen Lichu could only obediently respond. All right. To divert Pei Yu and Amp, Oppos, as concerns, she quickly changed the subject. Pei Yu, guess who my roommate for the competition is? A warm hint. We met in elementary school. Pei Yu pondered deeply, trying to recall names from his distant memories. None of those, she quipped. It an amp. Oppos. Wangjing. Pei Yu had no recollection of that name. In fact, he could hardly remember most of his classmates from 6 years of elementary school. Seeing Pei Yu struggle to recall, Shen Lichu expressed her regret. I even braided her hair once, but she transferred the next day. At her words, Pei Yu suddenly remembered. That was the day we learned about the osmanthus rain in 5th grade language class. He recalled it vividly because after class, Shen Lichu had expressed her desire to plant an osmanthus tree at home. Not far from Jingda affiliated primary school was a flower market. After school, Pei Yu had instructed Shen Lichu not to wander off and promised to return after purchasing the sapling. However, when Pei Yu returned with the osmanthus sapling, he found Shen Lichu missing. Just as he was about to call Pei and Oppos as father for help, Shen Lichu returned. But her usually neat and smooth black hair was now a chaotic nest atop her head. The little rabbit hair tie Shen Lichu had cherished was nowhere to be found. This transformation nearly rendered Pei Yu unable to recognize her, leading him to believe she had been bullied. Chapter 30. Was it truly just a nightmare? Later, on the way home, Pei Yu inquired about the reasons, but Shen Lichu managed to disguise her response with clumsy lies. Naturally, Pei Yu was skeptical. However, Shen Lichu then claimed she was famished, her stomach feeling as though it might collapse from hunger. Instantly, Pei Yu abandoned his questioning and devoted himself to feeding Shen Lichu some snacks. It turned out she had taken the little rabbit rubber band to style Wangjing and Oppos' hair into braids. Yet, she had deceived him, saying she went downstairs to admire the osmanthus tree and accidentally got her hair caught in its branches. Pei Yu, grinding his teeth, accused her. Shen Lichu, blinking innocently, whispered, "Could you please forget about that?" No. Pei Yu glared at her. In the 5th grade, she dared to keep things from him. What would happen in the future? Shen Lichu felt a headache coming on, questioning why she had to bring up such matters. To appease Pei Yu, when the late-night snacks he ordered arrived, Shen Lichu devoured everything and even sent him a photo of a CD. The competition proceeded smoothly, and Shen Lichu felt that her efforts over the past days had not been in vain. That evening, during dinner, the lead teacher specifically asked Shen Lichu how she performed. After all, she was their greatest asset from Jing University affiliated high school. If she faltered, the others would stand no chance. Shen Lichu replied honestly, "I think it went well." Upon hearing this, the lead teacher felt reassured, as they all knew Shen Lichu was typically modest. The return journey was scheduled for the next morning, and after the dinner concluded, the lead teacher reminded everyone to rest well, avoid catching a chill, and not to stay up late. After so many days of tension, relaxing suddenly could easily lead to illness. Just as Shen Lichu returned to her hotel room, she received a call from Yu Qingqing. She happened to be visiting the city for business the next day and planned to take Shen Lichu to meet a highly respected elder. This was, in fact, Yu Qingqing paving the way for Shen Lichu's future, and she could sense the sincerity behind it, leaving her with no reason to refuse. However, she was uncertain how to convey this news to Pei Yu. Yu Qingqing seemed to sense her doubts and smiled, saying, "I already mentioned it to Xiao Yu this afternoon." Although Pei Yu was displeased, he nonetheless consented. While Pei Yu was typically domineering, he was clear-headed when it came to matters beneficial for Shen Lichu. After ending the call with Yu Qingqing, Pei Yu's call came through immediately. With a sullen expression, his dark blue eyes brimmed with resentment. "Then I might as well tell Annie I and Amp, Oppos, am not going," Shen Lichu sighed. "No," Pei Yu insisted vehemently. Shen Lichu prided herself on her ability to soothe Pei Yu. Yet, as she comforted him, she inadvertently lulled herself to sleep. Just before drifting off, she drowsily noticed her phone's low battery alert. She needed to charge it, but she was far too exhausted to even lift a finger. Hearing the sound of the hotel door opening and closing, Pei Yu realized Wangjing had returned and reluctantly ended the call. At the Pei residence, Pei Yu sat on the carpet of Shen Lichu's room, pointing at the ugly rabbit embroidered with Lily of the Valley, and angrily exclaimed, "My little darling doesn't and Amp. Oppos, T want you anymore." For the past few nights, he had been sleeping on the floor of Shen Lichu's room, and tonight was no exception. The thought of Shen Lichu and Oppos' return being delayed by another day made Pei Yu grit his teeth in frustration. The longer Shen Lichu was away, the longer he had gone without a good night's sleep. Feeling exceedingly tired, Pei Yu lay back down on the floor, staring at the ceiling, and unwittingly fell asleep. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. In the dimly lit room, Pei Yu had just drifted off when he began to dream. The scenes were bizarre and fragmented, lacking any coherence. Yet the content of the dream was deeply cherished by Pei Yu. In the dream, he had grown up and, as he wished, had not parted from Shen Lichu. They slept together, dined together, and commuted together, with Shen Lichu still relying heavily on him. Just as Pei Yu believed the dream would continue in bliss. The narrative took a drastic turn. He and Shen Lichu erupted into an unprecedented argument, leading to their separation. When they met again, it was at Shen Lichu's funeral. He knelt, pleading desperately with Xie Changyan for one last chance to see Shen Lichu. After much effort, he gained Xie Changyan's consent, but when the coffin was opened, Shen Lichu was nowhere to be found. Just as Pei Yu was filled with joy, Xie Changyan's next words fell upon him like cold water in the dead of winter. Shen Lichu is weak and unworthy of Pei Yu. He also said, Shen Lichu's remains are no longer intact. He further proclaimed, it was all Pei Yu and Appo's fault that Shen Lichu died. Each word was laced with anguish. These words transformed into the sharpest blades, shattering Pei Yu's heart into a million pieces. The intense pain in his chest jolted the sleeping Pei Yu awake. He sat up, his face pale as a sheet, his chest heaving violently, his whole being drenched in cold sweat. Little darling, Shen Lichu. Pei Yu, his face streaked with tears, seemed still trapped in the nightmare. Anxiously calling out, forgetting entirely that Shen Lichu was participating in a competition and had yet to return. He had no recollection of how he exited the room, wandering through the villa like a restless spirit in search of her. A young maid, startled by Pei Yu and Appo's condition, exclaimed, Young Master Yu, what is wrong? Pei Yu mumbled repeatedly, Little darling, where are you? Hearing the commotion, the busy butler in the yard soon came in, asking as he walked, What happened? The maid, equally perplexed, replied, I have no idea. Young Master Yu just suddenly became like this. The older butler quickly discerned that Pei Yu was haunted by a nightmare. He instructed the maid who accompanied him to fetch a basin of cold water. When Pei Yu was splashed with cold water, he indeed awakened from his stupor. Upon regaining consciousness, the still grim-faced Pei Yu persistently inquired about Shen Lichu's whereabouts. Where is my little darling? The butler chuckled, Young Master Yu, have you forgotten? Miss Lichu went to the neighboring city for a competition. He thought little of it, assuming the two children had been apart for too long and were unaccustomed to it, leading to nightmares. Pei Yu lowered his head, secretly relieved. Yes, just a nightmare. No matter what transpired, how could he ever utter such harsh words to Shen Lichu? It must have been the anxiety from their prolonged separation. Pei Yu endeavored to dismiss the immersive realism of the dream. Returning to his room, he sat on the carpet, resting his hand over his heart. Here, it seemed, remnants of that heart-wrenching pain lingered. Was it truly just a nightmare? Pei Yu found himself in a daze. Chapter 31. Are you mocking me? At that moment, the phone that had been carelessly discarded in the corner emitted a sudden ring. Pei Yu assumed it was a call from Shen Lichu and, trembling, fumbled for the device, answering without even glancing at the screen. To his surprise, it was not Shen Lichu on the line, but rather someone from the same social circle. The caller in Appo's tone was urgent. Brother Pei, something has happened to Shen Lichu. He continued, explaining that Shen Lichu intended to surprise Pei Yu and had conspired with an aunt to keep it a secret, but an accident ensued. 10 minutes earlier, Wangjing looked at the person before him with a troubled expression. Yan Ian, it and Appo's. It's not that I and Appo's am lacking in loyalty, but please refrain from involving me in matters concerning Wangjing. He was known for his deep sense of loyalty, yet he was not foolish. He could discern what was significant and what was not. Ian pleaded repeatedly. ACI just wants to apologize to Brother Pei. Growing increasingly annoyed by the persistence, Wangjing replied impatiently, If you still consider me a friend, stop advocating for Wangjing. If you continue, you will truly jeopardize our friendship. Initially, they had accepted Wangjing solely because Ian had shown interest in her. It had become evident that Wangjing was using her connection to Qi Yinian to approach Pei Yu with ulterior motives. Did she truly acknowledge her wrongs? No. She and her family were merely terrified of offending the Pei family. With the conversation reaching this point, Qi Yinian had no choice but to cease his pleas. Not far away, with swollen eyes, Wangjing craned her neck to see. Upon noticing Qi Yinian and Appo's approach, she hurriedly inquired, "What happened? Did he agree?" Qi Yinian shook his head. "What do we do now?" she cried, tears streaming down her face. "If I can't appease Brother Pei, my family will surely sever ties with me." Qi Yinian quickly grabbed a tissue, tenderly dabbing her tears, while silently berating Pei Yu. After all, it was merely a band-aid. Did Pei Yu truly need to be so wrathful? When Wangjing gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, softly pleading, "Is there truly no other way? Even if I could just meet Brother Pei for a moment." Qi Yinian sighed, offering reassurance, "Do not fret. Allow me to think a bit longer." Nearby, someone was asking Jiang Jinghang, "Is Brother Pei unavailable for fun again today?" Jiang Jinghang shrugged helplessly. "He's home, keeping watch over Lily. But the competition should have concluded today." The other person replied, puzzled. "Lily won't return until the day after tomorrow. Aunt Qing is taking her to visit an elder." Today, when he had inquired about Pei Yu, the resentment emanating from him felt palpable even through the phone line. "Well, what about Brother Xie? He hasn't arrived either. I called him earlier. He should be on his way now." The conversation between them was casual, yet Qi Yinian sensed an idea brewing, though he held some reservations. The perceptive Wangjing caught a hint of this and disregarded all else. She grasped Qi Yinian and Appo's sleeve tightly, as if clinging to her last hope. "Have you thought of a solution?" Qi Yinian hesitated but nodded. Perceiving his uncertainty, Wangjing earnestly implored, "If you can help me meet Pei Yu, I will grant you any request." This proposition was undeniably a significant temptation for Qi Yinian. "Really?" he asked incredulously. Wangjing affirmed, "Yes, truly." The numerous illegitimate children of the one family meant that if she were truly cast out and disowned, it would be the end for her. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yinian grit his teeth and acquiesced, preparing to call Pei Yu. As he dialed, Wangjing's gaze flickered, and she casually sought an excuse to distance herself from Qi Yinian. This way, if Pei Yu pursued the matter, it would seem less connected to her. After all, it was Qi Yinian's idea, and he was the one taking action. She could simply feign ignorance. Once Qi Yinian concluded the call, Wangjing hurried over, worry etched on her face. Is this truly going to work? Without missing a beat, Qi Yinian continued to call Shen Lichu, his focus unwavering. "Pei Yu is already on his way," he stated without looking up. "Yinian, I cannot thank you enough." Wangjing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Then, lowering her gaze, she added softly, "Only you would treat me so well." Qi Yinian felt a surge of purpose in his actions, excitedly responding, "As long as you understand my feelings." Wangjing bit her lip lightly, shyly murmuring her agreement. Before long, the door to the private room was pushed open, revealing Xie Chengyan, who entered holding an umbrella, droplets of water cascading from its surface. A nearby attendant quickly took the umbrella from him. Jiang Jinghang turned around in surprise, exclaiming, "Is it raining heavily outside?" "Indeed," Xie Chengyan replied succinctly, before noticing Wangjing and Appo's presence. He glanced at Jiang Jinghang and inquired, "How did she end up here?" "She came with Yanni," and Jiang Jinghang responded quietly. Xie Chengyan furrowed his brow, taking the warm towel handed to him by the attendant. After a moment, he directed his gaze back to Jiang Jinghang, stating, "In the future, there is no need to involve Qi Yinian in any matters." This declaration effectively excluded Qi Yinian from their circle. Each of their actions and words represented not just themselves but also their families. Jiang Jinghang widened his eyes in disbelief. "That seems rather heartless. After all, we've known each other for so many years." Xie Chengyan shot him a glance, coldly lifting the corner of his lips. "It and Appo's better to sever ties with those who lack clarity to avoid unnecessary complications." In their small circle, if Pei Yu was present, everyone adhered to his words. If not, most would follow Xie Chengyan's lead. Thus, Jiang Jinghang did not dwell on the matter too long. "Fine, I'll inform them when the time comes. However, neither anticipated that trouble was looming. 15 minutes later, a drenched Pei Yu forcefully pushed open the door to the private room, his dark blue eyes tinged with crimson, scanning the area with intensity. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, everyone inside paused their activities and turned to look. What the hell? Brother Pei, why are you here? Without a moment's hesitation, the furious Pei Yu strode directly towards Qi Yinian, who was seated beside Wangjing in the corner. His dark blue eyes glared menacingly at Qi Yinian, as if he wished to strip the skin from his bones. Qi Yinian attempted to laugh it off. Brother Pei, I was just... Before he could finish, Pei Yu seized his collar with a firm grip, his rain-soaked arm taut with tension. Are you mocking me? Chapter 32. Upon realizing that Shen Lichu was the apple of Pei Yu and Appo's SI, the surrounding individuals hastily intervened. Brother Pei, let us speak calmly. Please, do not resort to violence. Brother Pei, temper your anger. At that moment, Qi Yinian found himself flustered, taken aback by how a single falsehood could provoke such fury in Pei Yu. It was unclear who had mentioned Shen Lichu, but Pei Yu, who had momentarily calmed, suddenly descended into madness again. He dragged Qi Yinian backwards like a lifeless dog, slamming him against the corner wall with a resounding crash. In the next instant, a tightly clenched fist descended upon Qi Yinian's abdomen with a whoosh. Oh no, Pei Yu, I was wrong. The rage in Pei Yu's eyes was terrifying, deterring anyone nearby from attempting to intervene. At this rate, even if Qi Yinian survived, he would surely be left with irreparable damage. Wangjing swiftly approached, restraining Pei Yu from behind. Brother Pei, please stop. If you continue, Lichu will surely be upset. Pei Yu paid no heed, intent on dealing with the individual in the corner. Finally, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Xie Changyan stepped in. He hurried over, grasped Pei Yu and Appo's collar, and coldly demanded, Pei Yu, what madness is this? Seizing the opportunity, Wangjing discreetly signaled to those nearby to assist in carrying Qi Yinian away. Though Pei Yu was typically known for his erratic temperament, he was not one to resort to violence without cause. There had to be underlying circumstances. After repeated inquiries from Wangjing, Qi Yinian reluctantly confessed to the deceit he had perpetrated against Pei Yu. Once the truth was revealed, everyone agreed that this beating was well-deserved. Wangjing was incensed, nearly exploding with rage. It was indeed Xie Changyan who foresaw the potential for chaos, understanding that Qi Yinian was unworthy of their camaraderie any longer. If it were anyone else in their circle, such an incident would have been unthinkable. Knowing full well that Shen Lichu is Pei Yu and Appo's most treasured possession, how dare you provoke him? How many lives do you think you possess? To use Shen Lichu as a pawn against Pei Yu. Did you consider the consequences? With the rain pouring down today, what if Pei Yu encountered misfortune on his way here? Would the Pei family let your family off the hook? Everyone knew that Pei Yu was the sole heir of the prestigious Pei family in Wangjing. Qi Yinian remained defiant. The moment you got into trouble, Wangjing had already vanished without a trace. Are you still trying to deceive yourself? Xie Changyan approached, his words piercing straight to Qi Yinian's heart. Upon hearing this, Qi Yinian, disregarding his injuries, rose and scanned the vicinity, indeed finding no sign of Wangjing. Did you all force Wangjing away? At this point, clinging to delusions was truly hopeless. Wangjing felt a deep frustration. Can't you see the truth? Wangjing only ever viewed you as a backup. No. Qi Yinian murmured in disbelief, ultimately succumbing to his agitation and fainting on the spot. Wangjing quickly called to inform the elders from both Qi Yinian's and Pei Yu's families. Pei Yu sat silently in the corner of the private room for an entire night, his emotions devoid of fluctuation, his dark blue eyes filled with an eerie stillness. He remained seated on the floor, ignoring the pleas of others, his body unyielding, even the muscles in his face betraying no reaction. He resembled a cold, lifeless figure devoid of breath. In truth, how could Qi Yinian and Appo's feeble lies ever deceive Pei Yu? He was simply terrified. What if? Just like in a dream, a quarrel led to a parting that resulted in eternal separation. Even the slightest hint of truth was a gamble Pei Yu was unwilling to take. Throughout the night, Pei Yu and Amp, Appo's clothes, soaked by the rain, had dried completely from his body heat. Uncle Pei, this is my fault, Wangjing lamented. If I had recognized when Mengxi and Appo's feelings for Pei Yu sooner, the Band-Aid incident would never have happened, nor would it have led to this series of events. It's not your fault, Pei's father replied. Lichu has long been a source of distress for Pei Yu. When she fell ill as a child, it felt as if he had lost half his life. After being apart for so long during the competition, Pei Yu, who suffers from separation anxiety, was told by the housekeeper that he had a nightmare about Lichu not wanting him, which left him in a state of fright. Just as he regained his composure, that boy from the chief family called to deceive him again. Over the years, Pei Yu and Appo's affliction has only worsened. As for his separation anxiety, I discovered it when he was in elementary school. By then, it was already quite severe if he was apart from Shen Lichu for more than a few hours. He would wander like a ghost to her favorite spots until she returned to him. Jiang Jingheng gasped in shock, realizing just how complicated the situation was. And it was no wonder Pei Yu struggled to contain himself. Pei and Appo's father rubbed his aching temples. This matter must not be disclosed to Lichu. Pei Yu cares deeply about his pride. There are many things he has not shared with her. Jiang Jingheng solemnly nodded in agreement. At 4 in the afternoon, Xie Changyan successfully met Shen Lichu at the high-speed railway station. Has Pei Yu not come? Shen Lichu peered around anxiously. Xie Changyan smiled gently. I'll let you in on a secret. He and Appo's busy preparing a surprise for you. Understanding dawned on her. Shen Lichu boarded the vehicle with Xie Changyan, while Yu Qingqing was still on a business trip in a neighboring city and could not return with them. On the way, she informed Xie Changyan about her impending reunion with Wangjing. Xie Changyan raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. Indeed, Shen Lichu replied, her smile bright as she genuinely rejoiced for Wangjing's success. How wonderful. Her childhood hardships did not bind her. Before parting, Shen Lichu had asked Wangjing for her contact information. The sleek black business vehicle drove smoothly, eventually halting at the entrance of clubhouse. Shen Lichu recognized this establishment. It was owned by the Xie family, with Xie Changyan being one of the shareholders. However, due to her busy academic schedule, she had only visited a few times. Pei Yu and Appo's private room was located on the top floor. As the door to the room swung open, the sound of lights flicking on and the pop of confetti cannons erupted in celebration. Though she had prepared herself, Shen Lichu instinctively flinched at the sudden noise. In the next moment, a strong arm enveloped her, and the familiar scent calmed her fears. With Pei Yu by her side, she had nothing to fear. Reassured, Shen Lichu nestled into Pei Yu and Appo's embrace, her eyes sparkling as she took in her surroundings. The room was filled with colorful confetti, flowers, and gifts, accompanied by the cheers and well wishes of friends. A soft, plush sensation brushed against her shoulder, followed by Pei Yu and Appo's voice whispering near her ear, "Little one, you finally returned." He had waited patiently for her return. Chapter 33. Why Aron and Appo's. Do you hold in my hand today? A celebration cake had even been prepared, although it was uncertain by whom. Shen Lichu found herself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, as the competition results had yet to be announced. Jiang Jingheng was the first to commend her, declaring, "With our Lichu leading the way, the first prize is surely guaranteed." Others quickly echoed his sentiments. They had indeed planned a celebration for Shen Lichu, scheduled for the day the competition results would be revealed. However, an early celebration was deemed acceptable. Shen Lichu felt a flutter of bashfulness at the praise, her ears tinged with a rosy hue amidst her black locks. Due to Shen Lichu and Appo's weariness from her journey, the celebration concluded rather early. On the way home, she gently grasped Pei Yu and Appo's hand and inquired softly, "Is something the matter?" She had sensed something amiss with his demeanor from early on. Pei Yu, lowering his gaze, squeezed her fingers. "Why do you ask, my dear?" He believed he had concealed his feelings well, and with Pei and Appo's father having sealed off all news from the previous night, neither the Qi family nor the Wen family had provided any insights. Thus, Shen Lichu had no means of knowing the events that transpired, allowing Pei Yu to feel secure. "My intuition tells me," Shen Lichu responded slowly. Pei Yu, without hesitation, countered. Then your intuition is mistaken. Shen Lichu fell silent. The traffic was light, allowing them to reach home in about 20 minutes. Upon exiting the car, Shen Lichu walked ahead, while Pei Yu followed closely. Why aren't and Oppos? T you holding my hand? What if a human trafficker abducts me? Pei Yu grumbled as he forcefully interlaced his fingers with hers. Shen Lichu's eyes widened in earnest as she poked his arm playfully. Pei Yu, I don't think a trafficker would want you. If you were really abducted, they and Oppos, be the ones to fear. Pei Yu had devoted considerable time to martial arts long before. He had excelled in both unarmed and armed combat. He coughed, trying to maintain his bravado. Is it so wrong to be afraid? Well, it and amp, Oppos. That's not wrong, she replied, though her gaze remained skeptical. Pei Yu, disregarding her doubts, adopted a playful demeanor and declared with mock ferocity, I don't care. If you don't hold my hand, I want to go home. He stood his ground, waiting for Shen Lichu to take the initiative. Shen Lichu quickly obliged, taking his hands with both of hers until she successfully led him home. In her efforts to appease Pei Yu, Shen Lichu completely forgot her earlier question. It wasn't Oppos, until bedtime, in a state of drowsiness, that she suddenly remembered. Pei Yu, you still haven in amp, Oppos. T told me what happened today. Her voice was thick with sleepiness in the darkness. Pei Yu, who had not truly closed his eyes, replied, I've already fallen asleep and cannot answer your question. Shen Lichu and Oppos. As sleepiness dissipated as she sat up, turning on the bedside lamp. She crouched down in front of him, prying open his tightly shut eyes. Quickly, tell me. Pei Yu pulled her into his embrace, exhaling a deep sigh. I had a dream. Shen Lichu, curious, asked, What kind of dream? Pei Yu's expression grew solemn, and just as Shen Lichu was preparing to be an attentive listener, he began, I dreamt that. Pei Yu, you are exaggerating your sleep act. The response was Pei Yu's even more exaggerated snoring. Eventually, Shen Lichu nestled into Pei Yu and amp, Oppos' arms, drifting into a deep slumber. Pei Yu slowly opened his eyes, the soft, warm glow of the bedside lamp illuminating Shen Lichu's serene profile, which he gently touched. This is not a dream, he pondered, attempting not to disturb her as he wrapped his arms around her. My dear, I am so frightened. What should I do? The nightmares from that fateful night haunted him whenever he closed his eyes, leaving him in a state of anxiety. He whispered, Please, my dear, never leave me, all right? Shen Lichu, deep in slumber, offered no reply. After a moment, Pei Yu thought for a while and gently hooked his pinky with hers, sealing a silent promise. The competition results were soon announced. As everyone had anticipated, Shen Lichu achieved an impressive score. Upon receiving her prize money, she immediately began planning how to allocate it. Fresh from her bath, Shen Lichu sat on the sofa in the small living room, murmuring to herself, Annie's work strains her eyes, so I should buy her a quality eye massager. Uncle Pei sits for long meetings. Should I get him a waist support or a massager? She continued her musings. And what about Xie Changyin and Wangjing? As for Pei Yu's gift, I have already decided on a pair of sneakers. The previous pair she had given him had become too small due to his rapid growth, yet he still cherished them. Initially, he had been reluctant to wear them, but after much coaxing from Shen Lichu, he had finally relented. Pei Yu, pretending to prepare for a bath while actually eavesdropping, thought to himself, no need to buy for old Pei. His back is perfectly fine. And my sneakers? I can still squeeze into them. As for Xie Changyin and Wangjing, they could keep their distance. They were unworthy. As for Annie's eye massager, a cheaper one would suffice. Afterward, Pei Yu pulled out his phone and showed Shen Lichu. This eye massager is only 129 yuan after the coupon. Shen Lichu frowned, confiscating his phone. Go wash up. Make sure to clean yourself well. Pei Yu rubbed his nose, taking a while to respond. Can I use your shower gel? Shen Lichu, puzzled, replied, Aren't our shower gels the same scent? Not quite. Pei Yu insisted seriously. Yours smells a bit better. Shen Lichu tilted her head in contemplation. Then shall I swap a bottle with you? Pei Yu huffed, muttering. Even if we swap, it'll still be your scent. It was not merely the fragrance of a shower gel, but the essence of Shen Lichu herself. Shen Lichu earnestly tried to discern the difference, but ultimately remained puzzled. She waved her hand, Just use yours. Before her, Pei Yu, skilled in seizing opportunities, smirked. And can I use it tomorrow? Yes, you may. And what about the day after? Chapter 34. How did you know that my dear one spent 3,200 on a pair of sneakers for me? In the 6th class, amidst the chatter of students, Wangjing, holding a bag of soup dumplings, sauntered to his seat. Pei Yu, would you like some soup dumplings? How did you know that my dear one spent 3,200 on a pair of sneakers for me? Wangjing and Oppos. His small head was filled with immense curiosity. To those born into affluent families, a pair of sneakers costing 3,200 was hardly considered extravagant. However, if it were purchased by Shen Lichu, the situation would be entirely different. Intrigued, Wangjing leaned in closer, while Pei Yu quickly cradled the sneakers on the desk. Step back. You might get the grease from the soup dumplings on my sneakers. These sneakers cost 3,200. They're quite precious. Wangjing pondered. Normally, if 3,002 fell on the ground, Pei Yu would probably not bother to bend down and pick it up. Yet, he could very well pick it up and hand it to Shen Lichu, hoping for her commendation for being an honest child. Xie entered the classroom just before the morning self-study session began. However, before he could settle into his seat, Pei Yu and Oppos, sharp voice cut through the air. Oh, ISN and Oppos. This Xie, have you seen the 3,002 sneakers my dear one bought for me? Xie wore a smile that did not reach his eyes as he silently unzipped his backpack, retrieving 2 gift boxes wrapped in blue paper. Pei Yu instantly recognized them as gifts from Shen Lichu to both Xie and Wangjing, for he had meticulously wrapped them the previous night while grumbling. Wangjing. Xie called out. Wangjing, with 3 soup dumplings in his mouth, turned in confusion. This is a gift that Lichu bought for you. Stunned, Wangjing's face lit up with surprise. I could share too? This was indeed Shen Lichu's hard-earned competition prize. He never imagined he would receive a gift. Upon opening it, he found a gaming console inside. Beside it, Xie held up a black wristwatch. Pei Yu rested his chin on his hand, grinning as he watched them unwrap their gifts. He then pointed to Wangjing's console, $987.65. Then he pointed to Xie and Oppos' watch, $1,034.03. Why was Pei Yu so precise about the prices? Because he had haggled for half an hour to get those figures. He then proudly displayed his own sneakers, 3,002, 32 $100 bills. The combined value of their gifts was still less than the price of his sneakers. In the afternoon, Shen Lichu would attend his basketball game, and he intended to wear these sneakers on the court. As the afternoon approached, the basketball match between Class 6 and Class 17 was set to take place after school. Shen Lichu arrived early, and Pei Yu personally ensured she was seated in a shaded spot in the audience. Xie, who typically disliked such sweaty activities, sat beside her. Pei Yu played exceptionally well. Even his teammates were taken aback. Pei Yu, why the intense performance right from the start? Hearing this, Xie couldn't help but scoff internally. Show off. As Pei Yu played, Xie took the opportunity to introduce the players to Shen Lichu, not merely their names, but also their backgrounds. That tall guy is Meng Yanqi. He and Oppos, afraid of dogs. A while back, he was chased into a fish pond by a dog named Huang. The one in glasses, Zhang Yi, comes from a family of international unions. He was once nicknamed an Amp. Oppos, imported goods into Oppos, until his parents divorced last year. Now he and Oppos, Oppos, domestic goods into Oppos, because his father remarried an entertainment star. These wealthy heirs typically came from families where marriages were more strategic than romantic, and their parenting was more about obligation than affection. Xie and Oppos' choice of words was always amusing, and soon Shen Lichu was giggling. The match was thrilling. As it concluded, Shen Lichu hurried to Pei Yu to offer him water, followed closely by Xie. The elite class had a demanding schedule, so Shen Lichu seldom had the chance to see Pei Yu play, and most of his teammates were unfamiliar with her. When Pei Yu had settled her in the corner, few had noticed her presence. However, they had seen Xie conversing with her multiple times during the game. One team member looked at Xie in horror. Xie, does your friend not know Pei Yu and Oppos? S rules? He never accepts water from anyone after a game. Just as he finished speaking, Pei Yu reached for the cup of water from Shen Lichu and Amp, Oppo's S hands, advising her, take it easy. Others, unaware of Shen Lichu, were bewildered. What on earth? After twisting off the cap, Pei Yu did not drink immediately, but instead offered the cup to Shen Lichu. The afternoon sun was relentless, and Shen Lichu was indeed parched. Gulping down several swigs. Would you like more? Pei Yu inquired. After she declined, he finally drank deeply. Someone remarked, are they? Is there anything wrong with this? Wangjing, who had just finished a bottle of water, asked in confusion. They and Oppos, V, always interacted this way since childhood. Having grown accustomed to their dynamic, Wangjing would feel out of place if Pei Yu treated Shen Lichu differently. Pei Yu, you played exceptionally well, Shen Lichu praised softly. Pei Yu replied with a smile, I usually don and Amp, Oppos, to perform this well. In Amp, Oppos, as the sneakers you bought that are so comfortable, allowing me to exceed expectations today. Shen Lichu blinked. Really? Pei Yu nodded. Indeed, a craftsman must first sharpen his tools. It seems a good pair of sneakers has a significant impact. Shen Lichu mused. Once I have money, I and Amp, Oppos, I'll buy you a pair that and Amp, Oppos, it's even more expensive and better. Pei Yu raised an eyebrow, responding affirmatively. From then on, Shen Lichu made it a point to watch Pei Yu play basketball every afternoon. Gradually, she noticed the audience swelling. Initially, there were more female classmates than males, but soon the number of male classmates began to multiply. Shen Lichu thought to herself, Pei Yu must truly be captivating on the court. I must save up to buy him a pair of even more exquisite sneakers. However, the very next day, Pei Yu forbade her from attending his game. Shen Lichu inquired about the reason, but Pei Yu merely frowned and offered no explanation. With Shen Lichu absent from the audience, Pei Yu and Oppo's enthusiasm for the game began to wane. Chapter 35. In a fit of anger, I found myself on the Kyoto University affiliated high school forum. The post titled Li Tao, Current and Former School Beauties, Whom Would You Choose? Featured a comparison of several frontal and profile images of Shen Lichu and Wangjing. The top comment read, waiting for the administrator to delete this post and silence me. Beneath this, a reply stated, 1 minute has passed. Another response followed, 2 minutes have passed. By the third minute, the post was tragically deleted by the forum administrator. Soon after, a new post regarding Shen Lichu emerged, genuinely asking, why can't we discuss Shen Lichu on this forum? The first reply stated, why do you think no one dared to post Shen Lichu and Oppo's photo when the forum was voting for the school beauty? In the Pei household, Pei Yu sat in the living room, his expression dark as he used the administrator account to delete the incessant posts about Shen Lichu. Perhaps the school had assigned too few tasks? The forum administrator was not Pei Yu. He had recently acquired the position from Xie Chanyan. Delete. All deleted. Wait. This post lists Shen Lichu's remarkable achievements from childhood. It must remain. As Shen Lichu descended from upstairs, she noticed Pei Yu fiercely tapping on his phone. She approached him, puzzled, and placed the back of her hand on his forehead. You're not even feverish. Pei Yu glared. I am furious. Who has incited your wrath? Shen Lichu was even more bewildered. Whatever had angered Pei Yu must be quite serious. At this point, Pei Yu fell silent again. Shen Lichu recalled that she had an important matter to discuss with him. Pei Yu, the upcoming final exam cannot result in a failure. Pei Yu fixed his gaze upon Shen Lichu, his face tense and uncommunicative. In elementary school, while Pei Yu's grades could not be deemed excellent, they were at least average, even without diligent study. Later, before the entrance examination, the affiliated school had not informed students in advance that this exam would affect class placements. Shen Lichu performed consistently, achieving the top score in her grade, while Pei Yu remained at an average level. After realizing that he and Shen Lichu could not be placed in the same class, Pei Yu had protested. He could have his family donate several buildings to the school in exchange for a spot in the elite class. But Shen Lichu had firmly stopped him. The spots in the elite class were limited, and Pei Yu could not displace those who studied earnestly with money. Consequently, Pei Yu's grades plummeted. Just the thought of this made Pei Yu and Oppo's teeth grind. Pass the exam? Seeing an opportunity for negotiation, Shen Lichu nodded earnestly. Pei Yu, however, Smile, I won't do it. Shen Lichu replied. What if I promise you a reward if you pass the exam? She gently coaxed. Pei Yu, intrigued, asked what reward. I believe you will like it. Shen Lichu mysteriously assured Pei Yu. I certainly do. Pei Yu pondered. Regardless of what Shen Lichu offered, he would not end up at a loss. Deal. The final exams at the Kyoto University affiliated high school were conducted by mixing the order of classes. By chance, Shen Lichu was assigned to Class 6. The day before, Pei Yu had lured Shen Lichu into Class 6 under the pretense of familiarizing her with the exam venue. Shen Lichu's exam number was positioned in the 4th row on the left side of the classroom. Pei Yu focused on that spot, planning to switch the desk with his as soon as Shen Lichu left. At this moment, the most anxious individual was Wangjing, who was reviewing while his fingers moved rapidly, mumbling incantations. Shen Lichu leaned in to listen. Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jesus, God the Father, the Holy Spirit. Shen Lichu thought. This prayer is becoming increasingly absurd. The final exam lasted 3 days. Results would be announced within a week after completion. Unfortunately, Jiang Jinghong's prayers proved ineffective, as his exam scores remained consistently poor. Shen Lichu heard from Pei Yu that Jiang Jinghong had even received a beating from his father. This summer was excessively hot. With the rising temperatures, Shen Lichu found herself more reluctant to venture outside, choosing instead to stay at home with Pei Yu. Not wanting her to study continuously, Pei Yu coaxed Shen Lichu to play video games. Just think, what is the fastest way to build relationships with roommates when we enter university? Side-by-side combat. Shen Lichu was persuaded, setting her pen down and downloading the game. Though Shen Lichu did not typically play games, it did not mean she lacked a gaming account. Pei Yu had helped her register her account years ago, and her statistics remained exceptional. Pei Yu encouraged her to play a MOBA game. To alleviate any pressure from unfamiliar teammates, Pei Yu invited Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghong to join. They still needed one more person. Upon seeing Wen Jinju online in her friend list, Shen Lichu turned and looked at Pei Yu with bright eyes. Can I invite Jinju? Ever since adding each other as friends after a competition, Shen Lichu and Wen Jinju had occasionally kept in touch. Pei Yu nodded. The game commenced swiftly, and Shen Lichu played the simplest support role. Just stay by my side, Pei Yu instructed. The jungler was Jiang Jinghong, the mid laner was Xie Changyan, and the top laner was Wen Jinju. Little one, do you want the buff? No, I don't think I need it. Take it. I don't need it either. Jiang Jinghong, exasperated, retorted, if you don't need it, just drop it. As the mid laner, Xie Changyan was intent on consuming Pei Yu's minion waves, while Wen Jinju was engaged in a 1v1 duel with the opposing top laner. Even as victory loomed, Wen Jinju and the opposing top laner continued their battle on their respective lanes. After several games, Shen Lichu's eyes grew tired, prompting her to close her eyes and conclude the session. While peeling an apple, Pei Yu recalled Shen Lichu and Appo's as promise of a reward for passing the exam. Where's my reward? Shen Lichu glanced at her phone. It will arrive tomorrow. What could it possibly be? Pei Yu felt a hint of anticipation. Amidst his eagerness, the next day at noon, the delivery person arrived at their door with a massive box. Pei Yu mused to himself that it must be a wonderful gift. Shen Lichu handed him a small knife. Pei Yu, open it and see. With excitement, Pei Yu opened the package, only to find a stack of white examination papers. His eyelids twitched in annoyance. Is this what you call a reward? Shen Lichu lovingly caressed the papers. Yes, Pei Yu, do you like it? Pei Yu gritted his teeth. Like it? I absolutely adore it. Chapter 36. Daughter. Half an hour later, in the Pei family's living room, Pei Yu and Jiang Jinghong exchanged puzzled glances. What are you doing here? Pei Yu asked, a hint of irritation in his voice. Jiang Jinghong, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, Didn't Pei Yu invite me, Pei Yu? When did he ever invite Jiang Jinghong? Wait a moment. Pei Yu turned to look at Shen Lichu, who had already divided the papers in the box into 3 piles. She smiled, her eyes sparkling. Don't worry, everyone has a share. Throughout the summer vacation, the 3 of them spent their time in intensive tutoring. It must be said that Shen Lichu and Appo's tutoring was remarkably effective after the school year commenced. All 3 achieved commendable results in their entrance exams. Following the exams, due to the impending graduation next year, Jingda Fuzhong organized the parents and Amp, Oppos meeting. Yu Qingqing and Pei and Amp, Oppos, as father, due to work commitments, were uncertain about their attendance. On the day of the meeting, the school and Amp, Oppos, installation of signal jammers prevented any communication between them. As the meeting was about to begin, at the entrance of the elite class, Yu Qingqing looked at Pei and Oppos, as father, and they exchanged silent stares. Ein Oppos, LL go to class 6. They both declared simultaneously. All right, you go. Pei's father conceded with a helpless smile. Just then, Pei Yu appeared, puzzled. What are you two doing standing at the door? Yu Qingqing glanced up at the class nameplate. It was indeed the elite class, so they hadn't made a mistake. Xiao Yu, what are you doing here? Pei Yu replied nonchalantly. I'm here to accompany Xiao Guai to the parents' meeting. Having raised Shen Lichu single-handedly, it was only natural for him to assist her. A few minutes later, the parents' meeting officially commenced. As the homeroom teacher stepped onto the podium, ready to speak, he fell silent upon noticing the crowd occupying Shen Lichu's seat. If he wasn't mistaken, one of them was none other than the notorious Pei Yu for Class 6. After the meeting concluded, Shen Lichu's academic pressure heightened once again. After all, she was not only facing entrance exams, but also an exceptionally important selection. From that moment on, no one wished for the school life to conclude more than Pei Yu. Watching Shen Lichu grow increasingly gaunt, he began contemplating ways to prepare nourishing soups for her. By the time Pei Yu had honed his soup-making skills to perfection, Shen Lichu faced her selection exam. Due to the exam and oppos, as confidentiality, Pei Yu couldn't accompany her. However, on the day the exam concluded, the entire Pei family awaited her outside. After collecting Shen Lichu, no one inquired about her performance. The results of the selection exam would be released in half a month, and they naturally reflected Shen Lichu as hard work. If it weren't an Amp, Oppos, T for the need for discretion, Pei and Amp, Oppos, S father would have thrown a grand banquet to announce the news to all of Wangjing. Overjoyed, Pei and Amp, Oppos, S father ended up drinking too much. As Yu Qingqing helped him into the room, he mumbled, "My daughter truly has a bright future." This was the first time in many years that Shen Lichu heard that term from Pei and Amp, Oppos, S father, daughter. Sitting on a bench in the courtyard, Shen Lichu gazed at the twinkling stars in the night sky, repeatedly reflecting on that term in her heart. It had already been 10 years. Be careful of mosquito bites. Came Pei Yu and Oppos, a somewhat languid voice from behind. Shen Lichu turned to look. Over the past year, Pei Yu had grown significantly taller, almost unrecognizable. Previously, there had only been a head and Amp, Oppos, S difference in height between them, but now Shen Lichu barely reached Pei Yu and Amp, Oppos, S chest when standing beside him. There are no mosquitoes. The pest control arranged by the butler is quite effective, Pei Yu stated as he settled beside Shen Lichu, looking up at the night sky. After a prolonged gaze, he couldn't quite fathom what captivated Shen Lichu about it. The night was dark and the few stars did not shine brightly. Seizing the moment while he was distracted, Shen Lichu subtly shifted away. Once settled, she turned to find Pei Yu and Amp, Oppos, S intense gaze fixed upon her. Pei Yu dominantly and assertively pulled Shen Lichu back beside him, resuming his observation of the night sky. Shen Lichu thought, does he have eyes on the side of his head? Feeling the heat radiating from Pei Yu, she attempted to move away again. This time, he did not even glance back. Try moving again and see what happens. It would be unwise to test him. You're so warm, Shen Lichu muttered in dissatisfaction. Pei Yu retorted lightly, you didn't say that in winter. And indeed, it was true. Bored. Shen Lichu reached out to playfully poke Pei Yu's fingers. As she did, he instinctively responded. Suddenly, Shen Lichu softly inquired, have you had that nightmare again? For nearly a year, Pei Yu had been plagued by the same nightmare, often waking in the middle of the night and sitting outside Shen Lichu's door for hours. Pei Yu gave a low affirmative. The mere thought of the nightmare darkened his expression, blurring the lines between dream and reality. Shen Lichu felt a mix of concern and curiosity. Can't you tell me what the nightmare is about? Pei Yu remained silent, his silence a clear refusal. Disheartened, Shen Lichu could only surmise that it involved her. When will you be able to tell me? She pressed again. Pei Yu turned his head, his gaze deep as he replied, when you grow a bit older. Before the new school year commenced in September, The Pei family had a significant event to prepare for Pei Yu's coming-of-age banquet. On the day he turned 18, after this banquet, Pei Yu would officially step into a new chapter of his life, gradually taking over the mantle of leadership from his father. This was an inescapable responsibility for Pei Yu. The banquet was held at the Pei family's ancestral home, which had long closed its doors to guests. Tonight, the doors swung open, welcoming the elite of Wangjing. Yet, the protagonist of the evening, Pei Yu, lingered on the second floor, reluctant to descend. Clad in a well-tailored suit, he squatted before Shen Lichu, his tone melancholic. "Why won't you come with me?" Despite the crowd and oppose, as persuasion, Shen Lichu remained steadfast. "It's inappropriate." Pei Yu, however, was resolute. "With me here, nothing is inappropriate." He simply desired Shen Lichu and oppose as companionship at all times. As he matured, the cold demeanor Pei Yu exhibited only intensified his formidable presence. In the past, Jiang Jinghang would occasionally joke with him, but now he hesitated. While others might fear Pei Yu, Shen Lichu was unafraid. "No, I'll just watch you from the second floor," she asserted. "Why?" Pei Yu pressed insistently for an answer. Shen Lichu shook her head, choosing silence once more. Chapter 37. The Shen family. It was only when the time came for him to descend that Pei Yu hastily rose to leave. The banquet was progressing smoothly, and Shen Lichu occasionally stood at the railing, surveying the entire scene. Yet, each time she appeared, Pei Yu would effortlessly lift his gaze to find her. When the event reached its midpoint, he personally brought her a slice of cake. The cake was perfectly cut, adorned with a dark red cherry, and appeared exquisite. After all, Pei Yu was the center of attention that day, and he could not be absent for long. Having delivered the cake, he soon departed once more. Shen Lichu lost her appetite, leaving half the slice untouched, and unconsciously drifted back to the railing, instinctively searching for something amidst the gathering. After several rounds of scanning, she ultimately failed to locate what she sought. Her gaze fell upon Pei Yu. To shed his youthful demeanor, Pei Yu had slicked back his hair, revealing sharp brows and eyes. It was hard to believe he was merely an 18-year-old boy. Holding a wine glass, he walked beside Pei's father, greeting each elder with a dignified composure under his father and Oppo's introduction. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. "Hello." Shen Lichu turned to see a similarly young gentleman, who had only recently come of age. Having spent years by Pei Yu and Oppo's side, Shen Lichu had unknowingly developed a keen eye for distinguishing people by their attire and accessories. The brooch on his chest and the cufflinks on either side were part of the same ruby collection. The expensive watch on his wrist exuded a maturity that belied his age, indicating it was likely a gift from an elder in his family. This individual was presumably a cultivated heir or a favored younger member of his household. Shen Lichu politely replied, "Hello, have you encountered some trouble?" The young man appeared somewhat troubled, stating, "It seems I am stuck here and unable to descend to the second floor." Shen Lichu chuckled lightly, "Please follow me." Although several main entrances to the second floor were blocked, a few winding exits remained open for convenience. She guided him to a staircase, saying, "You can go down from here directly to the first floor." "Thank you." The young man expressed his gratitude politely. Before departing, he added warmly, "Miss, you have very beautiful eyes." Shen Lichu and Oppo's smile brightened. "Thank you." Upon returning to her previous spot, Shen Lichu noticed that Xie Chengyan and Jiang Jinghang had also come upstairs. "Lichu, where did you just go?" Jiang Jinghang inquired, puzzled. Shen Lichu replied, "Someone mistakenly went up to the second floor, and I guided him to the staircase." Hearing this, Xie Chengyan frowned deeply. Typically, each banquet had designated areas for guests to move about. The main entrances to the second floor were blocked, yet the individual had fortuitously found his way upstairs through other exits. Xie Chengyan asked, "Can you identify that person again, Lichu?" Shen Lichu nodded. She and Xie Chengyan walked to the railing, scanning the crowd until they spotted the young man. Jiang Jinghang joined them. It turns out he is from the Shen family. Shen Lichu's heart skipped a beat, and she feigned nonchalance, asking, "The Shen family?" The Shen family of Wangjing had been the only clan bold enough to challenge the Pei family about 20 years ago. However, following a series of events, the head of the Shen family mysteriously vanished, leading to a period of turmoil that lasted nearly half a year. Eventually, the ex-wife of the Shen family's leader stepped in to manage the situation. Yet, due to the upheaval during that time, the Shen family's strength was significantly weakened, and their status in Wangjing had diminished since. Recalling this ancient tale, Jiang Jinghang couldn't and Amp, Oppos, T help but feel a tinge of nostalgia. The young man was Shen Jinxing who, in fact, was not the biological child of the missing head of the Shen family, but rather an adopted heir from a collateral branch. Noticing Shen Lichu and Oppos' interest, Jiang Jinghang divulged everything he knew. My mother often speaks of that head of the Shen family's wife as truly upright. Despite the main branch's disappearances and deaths, she had the capability to absorb the entire Shen family, but insisted on adopting an heir from a collateral line. Regardless of how the Shen family has fallen, a dead camel is still larger than a horse, Xie Changyan remarked casually. Curious, he inquired, what piqued Lichu's sudden interest in the Shen family? Why else? Jiang Jinghang waved dismissively. If there were another Jiang family in Wangjing, I would also be intrigued. Shen Lichu echoed, exactly. At that moment, Pei Yu, who had just concluded his business, ascended the stairs. What is it? He asked. Just as Jiang Jinghang prepared to speak, Shen Lichu interjected, it's nothing. She swiftly redirected Pei Yu's attention. Xie Changyan, perceptive as ever, seemed to sense something amiss as he glanced between Shen Lichu and the banquet hall below. Coincidentally, Shen Jinxing was also gazing upward. Their eyes met, and he silently raised his glass in a gesture towards Xie Changyan. As the evening drew to a close, it was quite late. Instead of returning home, they opted to stay at the Pei family's old residence. Pei Yu, having come upstairs, did not immediately retreat to his room, but opened the door to the adjacent one. In unfamiliar surroundings, Shen Lichu preferred to sleep with a lamp on. Under the warm, soft glow, she cuddled her small blanket, drifting into a deep and peaceful slumber. Pei Yu quietly took a seat at the edge of the bed. Despite making no sound upon entering, Shen Lichu still stirred awake. Rubbing her eyes, she sleepily called out, Pei Yu. He softly responded, extending a hand to gently pat her back. Go back to sleep. With his soothing touch, Shen Lichu soon fell back into a deep sleep. In recent days, he found himself dreaming each night. The world within his dreams was entirely different from the reality of his 18th birthday. In a cramped and inexpensive rental room, Shen Lichu held a small cake, smiling as she wished him a happy birthday. The cake was modest. Even the cream was a cheap vegetable-based concoction. Yet Pei Yu thought it would surely taste better than the grand three-tiered cake he had cut today. This is the girl he raised with his own hands. Meanwhile, a long black business car slowly came to a halt in front of the Shen family gate. In the next moment, a butler clad in a black tailcoat stepped forward and gently opened the car door. Shen Jinxing descended from the vehicle. Raising his gaze to see the old Shen residence brightly lit, his brow furrowing. Is Aunt still awake at this hour? The butler nodded, a deep sorrow evident on his face. She hasn't taken her medicine tonight. It has been kept warm in the kitchen. After hastily instructing the kitchen to bring the medicine, Shen Jinxing strode towards the main hall. In the spacious, intricately decorated main hall adorned in white, a woman of striking beauty, with gentle eyes, sat beneath a crystal chandelier. She had her hair styled elegantly and was busily sewing a small quilt with a delicate pink floral pattern, her jade-like fingers dancing gracefully in the air. Aunt. Hearing her name, she paused her work and looked up, her voice soft. Has Jinxing returned? Shen Jinxing responded affirmatively and quickened his pace to stand before her. I heard from the butler that you haven't taken your medicine tonight. It makes no difference whether I take it or not. Before she could finish her sentence, a fit of coughing overtook her. Shen Jinxing quickly reached out to gently pat her back and, once she managed to stop coughing, immediately handed her a glass of water. He understood well that her ailment was a matter of the heart, one that required a remedy of the soul. Soon, a servant brought in the war medicine, and under Shen Jinxing and Oppos' stern watch, the woman had no choice but to drink it. The medicine contained a strong sedative, and soon after consuming it, she felt drowsy. After expressing her concern for Shen Jinxing a couple of times, she was assisted by the servant back to her room upstairs. Once her figure vanished completely, Shen Jinxing slowly withdrew his gaze, looking at the half-finished pink floral quilt. For all these years, the woman had been devoted to crafting such items. The reason was that when she and the previous head of the Shen family's only 4-year-old daughter perished in a fire, the child clutched tightly to a similar quilt. The fact that the previous head of the Shen family had only one child, a girl, was known only to the Shen family. No one else in the world was aware. When the child was born, the previous head had publicly declared that only she could inherit the Shen family from him. Because of this declaration, the outside world unanimously assumed that the previous head's child was a boy. Shen Jinxing couldn't help but recall the pair of eyes he had inadvertently encountered at the Pei family's heir's coming-of-age banquet tonight. Dark and glistening, they were bright and expressive. More importantly, the girl's eyes bore a striking resemblance to Aunt's. Although Aunt's daughter had perished in the flames, her remains had never been found. How could Shen Jinxing not ponder the implications? Thus, disregarding etiquette, he slipped up to the second floor of the banquet, simply to catch a closer glimpse of those eyes. At that moment, he thought of only one thing. The resemblance was uncanny. Just then, the butler approached quietly, holding a white porcelain bowl, and broke Shen Jinxing's reverie. "Young master, would you like some hangover soup?" Shen Jinxing took the bowl, and after a sip, casually inquired, "Does Pei Yu have a younger sister?" The butler pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "There shouldn't be one. Young Master Pei returned to the country at the age of 7, and it seems he brought back a childhood companion as well. This companion was often ill in her childhood and clung to him intensely whenever she was unwell, never leaving his side. Even when busy, the head of the Pei family would hold her in his arms at all times. There are rumors that this girl is being raised as a child bride for Pei Yu." Upon hearing the term child bride, Shen Jinxing scoffed coldly, a surge of unexplainable anger swelling within him. Feudal superstition. During the school opening ceremony in early September, the autumn heat was relentless, compounded by the monotonous, drawn-out speeches from the school leaders, causing the students in the playground to appear lethargic. After the speeches concluded, the host announced, "Next, let us welcome the representative of the new students, Shen Lichu, to the stage for a speech." A girl in school uniform slowly ascended the podium, her dark eyes bright and glistening, her jade-like fingers gently adjusting the microphone that had been slightly askew. "Respected teachers." The girl in Appo's voice, clear and melodious, flowed like a gentle stream, dispelling some of the autumn heat, prompting many in the audience to lift their heads curiously towards the stage, whispering among themselves. "Is this Shen Lichu, who achieved the highest marks in the city during the high school entrance examination? I heard she scored full marks in mathematics and other science subjects. Not only that, she scored full marks because the highest score on the exam was limited to that amount. No wonder so many schools are vying for her. My heavens, look at her eyelashes. They're so long and curled, just like a doll. Hiss, have you noticed the deep purple jade bracelet on her left wrist? Even under this blazing sun, it still shines brilliantly, worth at least 7 figures." At the back of the crowd stood Pei Yu, tall and proud, his dark blue eyes fixed on the podium, filled with immense pride. This was the girl he had nurtured with his own hands. Therefore, upon hearing the praises from others about Shen Lichu, he felt even prouder than she did herself. Meanwhile, on the 5th-floor hallway of the teaching building, Shen Jinxing, a year older than these freshmen, stood there, his gaze heavy as he looked at Shen Lichu on the podium. The opening ceremony concluded promptly at 4:55 in the afternoon. Not far from the playground was the convenience store, which was somewhat deserted at this time since students from the other 2 grades had yet to finish school. Shen Lichu sat at a small table outside the store, holding a bottle of room-temperature NFC grape juice, her eyes eagerly fixed on Wangjing, who held a bottle of carbonated drink just taken from the refrigerator. As the cap was popped open with a soft hiss, a faint lemon scent wafted into the air. Wangjing tried his best to ignore Shen Lichu's gaze. Shen Lichu sniffed and restrained herself from looking. However, the moment she averted her gaze, it inevitably returned to him. "Wangjing, I'll let you have a capful. Just a capful." He would not pour any more. Shen Lichu and Appo's eyes brightened, and she bit her lip, maintaining her composure. "Is that all right?" Wangjing handed her the cap, then shakily poured a capful of drink. The bubbles in the freshly opened sparkling water were quite vigorous. At first glance, the cap seemed full, but soon it diminished significantly. Nevertheless, Shen Lichu was still satisfied, sipping it with great care. Pouting, she expressed her disappointment. I can't taste anything yet. Wangjing, one last cap? Shen Lichu immediately extended her hand, revealing the cap. Wangjing poured again. Shen Lichu took small sips, looking at Wangjing with hope. Wangjing. Chapter 39. Shen Lichu, who is more important to you, me or Shen Jinxing? As Wangjing uttered the phrase the last bottle cap for the 5th time, he hastily poured a capful of drink for Shen Lichu before immediately raising the bottle to his lips, guzzling it down in one go. He drained the remaining contents in a single breath. Shen Lichu. Soon, Pei Yu and Xie Changyan emerged one after the other from the convenience store. Wangjing frantically concealed the empty bottle, while Shen Lichu skillfully hid the bottle cap. When Pei Yu approached Shen Lichu, he found her sipping from a bottle of room-temperature NFC grape juice. Pei Yu remarked, "Let in amp, oppos, esco, Ms. Yu is about to arrive at the entrance." Shen Lichu responded with a soft Earlier, Yu Qingqing had informed Shen Lichu that she would take her to a seminar soon. Had it not been for the school wanting Shen Lichu to represent the freshmen and give a speech, she and Yu Qingqing would have left yesterday afternoon. After bidding farewell to Xie Changyan and Wangjing, Shen Lichu followed closely behind Pei Yu toward the school gate. On the way, Pei Yu, wearing a displeased expression, inquired, "How many days will you be gone?" Each time Shen Lichu took her leave, Pei Yu's demeanor soured from the moment he received the news until her return. During this period, he seemed irritable about everything. Therefore, this time, Shen Lichu and Yu Qingqing had decided to inform Pei Yu only right before their departure. "It's tentatively a week," Shen Lichu replied, touching her nose, feeling somewhat guilty. "A week, and it's only tentative." Pei Yu halted, glaring at her. "Why did you only tell me this morning if you and Amp, Oppos, were going for so long?" He wondered why Shen Lichu had suddenly been so obedient these past few days. She had been neglecting her books, which she usually clung to, and had been following him around like a shadow. It seemed she had planned to charm him and then drop A and Amp. Amp, Oppos, Bombshell and Amp, Oppos on him. Shen Lichu fell silent. Pei Yu and Oppos. S chest heaved with agitation as he gritted his teeth. "You and Oppos, re-driving me crazy." Don and Oppos. TB upset. Shen Lichu awkwardly coaxed. "I heard the peaches there are exceptionally delicious." "I and Oppos. I'll bring some back for you, okay?" Pei Yu maintained a stoic expression. "Are they exclusive to me, or does everyone get some?" Shen Lichu. Just as she was about to continue soothing Pei Yu, a gentle voice rang out from behind. "Hey, it and Amp, Oppos, SU." Shen Lichu instinctively turned her head and met the gaze of a pair of gentle eyes. It was the boy who had accidentally wandered to the 2nd floor during Pei Yu and Amp, Oppos' birthday party not long ago, also a member of the Shen family. At the thought of the Shen family, Shen Lichu and Amp, Oppos' eyes flickered slightly. With a smile, Shen Jinxing introduced himself. "I'm Shen Jinxing. Are you freshmen?" It was not Shen Lichu who answered him, but Pei Yu, who casually pulled Shen Lichu behind him, saying indifferently, "So what if we are?" Upon seeing this person, Pei Yu instinctively felt a rational disdain, even more so than he felt towards Xie Changyan. Pei Yu gently urged, "Little one, Ms. Yu is waiting for us. We should hurry." Shen Lichu was taken aback. Before she could respond, Pei Yu had already wrapped an arm around her shoulder and led her away. Shen Jinxing and Oppos' smile faltered as he silently watched Shen Lichu being taken away by Pei Yu until they completely disappeared from view. On the other side, Shen Lichu kept pace with Pei Yu, occasionally glancing back at him. In her distraction, she stumbled slightly. Pei Yu quickly steadied her, and once she regained her balance, he immediately crouched down to check if her foot had twisted. "I and Oppos. Am sorry, little one," he said, realizing his earlier demeanor had been off. Shen Lichu shook her head. Worry etched on her face as she gazed at Pei Yu. He had previously tried not to call her little one in front of strangers, as others might adopt it, thinking it was a name everyone could use. Yet today, he had referred to her as such right in front of Shen Jinxing. After pondering, Shen Lichu concluded that the most reasonable explanation was that Pei Yu was asserting his claim. However, did this not imply Pei Yu lacked a sense of security? But how could Pei Yu, having just met Shen Jinxing, suddenly feel insecure because of him? Shen Lichu found it utterly perplexing. Little one, how do you know that Shen Jinxing? Pei Yu and Appo's expression darkened. Thus, Shen Lichu recounted the events of that evening when Shen Jinxing had mistakenly wandered to the second floor. After sharing, Shen Lichu felt a surge of apprehension, knowing that Pei Yu despised any concealment from him, no matter how trivial the matter. At this moment, Pei Yu harbored the same doubts as Xie Changyan had before. Was Shen Jinxing and Appo's arrival truly accidental? Pei Yu scoffed inwardly, as he did not believe it for a second. After sending Shen Lichu on her way, he chose not to return home, but instead went to the Pei family and Appo's old residence. He had someone retrieve the surveillance footage from the night of the banquet. From the moment Shen Jinxing entered the venue, Pei Yu scrutinized every move he made. He noticed that whenever Shen Lichu stood by the railing on the second floor and looked at him, Shen Jinxing would be covertly watching her as well. Eventually, halfway through the banquet, Shen Jinxing could no longer contain himself and found a way to ascend to the second floor. Pei Yu and Appo's fists clenched tightly at his sides as he glared at Shen Jinxing and Appo's face on the monitor, his expression darkening with fury. His intuition had indeed been correct. This scoundrel named Shen Jinxing was evidently coveting his little one. At 9 o'clock that night, Shen Lichu and Pei Yu were engaged in a video call. Pei Yu, Pei Yu, Pei Yu. After calling his name several times, Pei Yu finally snapped back to reality. Little one, what's wrong? Shen Lichu and Appo's face was filled with concern. Are you feeling unwell? This was not the first time Pei Yu had seemed distracted tonight. His complexion appeared quite pale. Pei Yu replied, perhaps I'm just a bit tired. Shen Lichu recalled that Pei Yu had been helping Uncle Pei with work last night and had indeed gone to bed very late. She spoke with a serious tone. You should sleep early. Close your eyes. I'll watch over you as you sleep. Pei Yu chuckled softly, responding with an agreeable okay, before propping his phone up at the bedside and closing his eyes. Initially, he had intended to deceive Shen Lichu, but unexpectedly, he fell asleep. Time passed, and after an indeterminate duration, he gradually regained consciousness, yet his eyelids felt too heavy to open. Pei Yu was acutely aware that he was about to experience those recurring nightmares again. However, he soon realized that this nightmare was different from the previous ones. In the past, he could only recall a monumental argument with Shen Lichu, leading to her unfortunate accident shortly after they parted ways. The reason behind their quarrel had eluded him until now. In this dream, a furious Pei Yu grasped a nearby ceramic cup, but hesitated upon realizing it was handcrafted by Shen Lichu. He set it down and seized a glass cup instead, hurling it violently against the corner. The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed as Pei Yu and Appo's voice, tinged with anguish, broke through the silence. Shen Lichu, who is more important to you, me or Shen Jinxing? Chapter 40. The guilt after infidelity. The endless waves of the Yangtze River, where the latter surpasses the former. Qingqing, the prodigy you have nurtured, is truly remarkable. After 3 consecutive days of seminars, the accolades from industry titans regarding Shen Lichu were ceaseless. Her remarkable insights, despite her youth, indicate that her family must be wholeheartedly dedicated to her development. Given her current capabilities, Shen Lichu is more than capable of skipping grades. Qingqing had inquired about her preferences, yet Shen Lichu, harboring her own ambitions, declined, steadfastly choosing to proceed at a measured pace despite the numerous temptations from various prestigious institutions. During these days of discourse, the most alluring aspect for Shen Lichu remained the refreshment breaks. From hearty meals to snacks, desserts to fruits, and an array of beverages. The offerings were plentiful. On the first day, she remembered Pei Yu and Appo's admonition and merely sampled the selections. By the second day, her resolve wavered, and she indulged a bit more. By the third day, her appetite overwhelmed her rationality. After devouring her fill, she burped apologetically, gripped by guilt. Yet, the temptation for another egg tart lingered. Freshly baked, the tart's flaky exterior crumbled, revealing a tender, sweet filling. Alas, when she returned to the refreshment table, the large platter that had housed the tarts was empty. With a sigh of regret, she was suddenly graced by a humorous voice from her left. "Is your little princess, who loves to throw tantrums, not here this time?" Turning her head, she saw Yi Changshu and obediently greeted him as Brother Yi. The moniker Little Princess was a playful nickname Yi Changshu had given Pei Yu. Shen Lichu found it hard to argue against such nicknames. For Pei Yu had also dubbed Yi Changshu the remnant of feudalism. Yi Changshu approached, handing her a small plate containing the very egg tart she had been yearning for. Pei Yu sent this over. She couldn't come herself. Pei Yu, a childhood companion of Yi Changshu, had been welcomed into his family as a child bride to bring him fortune. Shen Lichu blinked and replied, "Please thank Sister Pei Yu for me, Brother Yi." He nodded and, before departing, handed her a small box of hawthorn pills for digestion. The seminar concluded around 1:50 in the morning. Upon returning to her hotel room and completing her nightly routine, Shen Lichu glanced at her phone and quietly opened the chat with Pei Yu, typing, "Pei Yu, I miss you." Almost instantaneously, he initiated a video call. Startled, she glanced around to ensure there was nothing suspicious before pressing the button to connect. On the small screen, Pei Yu and Oppo's face dominated. Yet the decor behind him revealed it was her room. Pei Yu frowned and muttered, "Why did it take you 17 seconds to answer?" Shen Lichu nervously licked her lips, remaining silent. Fortunately, Pei Yu seemed uninterested in probing further into the delay. Leaning back against her bed, his strong jawline and slightly pronounced Adam and Oppo's apple became evident. "Speak. What did you eat today?" he asked. Shen Lichu replied monotonously, "Food." Pei Yu raised an eyebrow, suddenly breaking into a smile. "Shen Lichu, do you know what your behavior just now resembled?" Confused, she responded with a soft ah. "It resembles the guilt after infidelity," he articulated deliberately. "You indulged in something you shouldn't have, and now seek to alleviate your conscience." Reluctantly, Shen Lichu recounted all the various foods she had consumed that day. Each confession met with Pei Yu and Oppo's cold laughter. "Good. Very good." He gritted through clenched teeth. "Open your mouth." Enraged, Pei Yu resembled a volatile powder keg, and Shen Lichu complied, allowing him to inspect her teeth. Due to severe malnutrition during her early years, her dental health had suffered, leading to issues like looseness and cavities. Thus, Pei Yu had always been stringent about her diet, never permitting her even a full bottle of soda throughout her upbringing, often opting for low-sugar fruits instead. Fortunately, her meticulous brushing earlier had passed Pei Yu's inspection. "I'm sorry, Pei Yu, I want to do it again," she admitted earnestly. Disheartened, her once graceful brows drooped, and her lips turned down in a pitiful manner. Observing her state, Pei Yu felt his irritation wane, reflecting on his own childhood mistakes for returning too late. Had he been present when she was 4, she would not have endured such deprivation, longing for forbidden treats. With a sigh, he softened his tone, inquiring, "Are you feeling excessively full after eating so much?" Given her propensity for indigestion and the high-fat, high-sugar nature of her meal, it was indeed a concern. Shen Lichu shook her head. "I took hawthorn pills." Pei Yu and Oppo's alarm bells rang in his mind. "Who gave you those?" "Brother Yi," she replied, showcasing the half-empty box of hawthorn pills to prove her honesty. Yet, Pei Yu and Oppo's expression darkened, his face clouded with displeasure. That remnant of feudalism was there too. Despite the years that had passed, he could not forget that fateful afternoon. Shen Lichu hesitantly nodded. "Don and Oppo's, to eat the pills he give you next time," Pei Yu warned sternly. "He sees your talent surpassing his. He surely harbors ulterior motives." Thus began his critique of the hawthorn pills, evaluating everything from the packaging to the quality, ultimately deeming them subpar. Shen Lichu felt conflicted and, after a prolonged silence, timidly remarked, "But, Pei Yu, the hawthorn pills you give me are from the same brand." Pei Yu fell silent, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Shen Lichu cleared her throat, attempting to shift the topic. "Pei Yu, my little quilt is torn." After years of wear and tear, despite her tender care, the fabric had become fragile. Just that morning, she had accidentally snagged it. resulting in a significant tear that left her feeling heartbroken. Pei Yu quickly reassured her, "It's all right, my dear. Don't be upset. Once you return, I'll mend it for you." In the past, it had been the maids who repaired her quilt, but gradually, it had become Pei Yu and Appo's responsibility. Now, his mending skills rivaled those of professional craftsmen. Chapter 41. Pei Yu, she is not your plaything. The hour was late. Under Pei Yu and Appo's gentle coaxing, Shen Lichu soon fell into a deep slumber, cradling a tattered quilt adorned with faded floral patterns. Pei Yu couldn't and Appo's bring himself to end the call. Instead, he quietly gazed at her serene, sleeping face. Shen Lichu was exceedingly obedient, not only in her sleeping posture, but also in her nature. She was easy to soothe and possessed a tender heart. This involuntarily reminded Pei Yu of a dream where he choked back tears, questioning Shen Lichu about who truly mattered more to him, her or Shen Jinxing. Yet, Pei Yu could not believe that someone he had nurtured since childhood could be eclipsed by the sudden appearance of Shen Jinxing. He scoffed inwardly, refusing to accept that the Shen Lichu he knew could ever act in such a manner. Even if it were true, it must be due to some underlying reason. He realized how foolish he had been in the dream. It wasn't an Appo's until Shen Lichu's phone battery died and the call ended that Pei Yu slowly put away his now warm phone. In the darkness, he murmured ominously, "Shen Jinxing?" Pei Yu hardly slept that night. During breaks, he kept glancing out the window. "Brother Pei, what are you looking at?" Wangjing asked curiously, leaning closer. "ISN and Appo's that Shen Jinxing?" On the lower floor across the way, Shen Jinxing was adorned with the armband of the student council president, engrossed in conversation with someone while holding a blue hardcover notebook. "Who do you think is more outstanding, him or me?" Pei Yu suddenly posed a question to Wangjing. Wangjing was taken aback. "Brother Pei, are you feeling all right?" Pei Yu narrowed his dark blue eyes slightly. Though they were brothers, one must still speak honestly, even if it was uncomfortable. Observing Pei Yu and Appo's fierce demeanor, Wangjing thought it might not be such a bad thing to be in cahoots with him. "I believe, in certain aspects, little Shen Jinxing undoubtedly cannot compare to you, Brother Pei." Xie Changyan scoffed softly. "In what ways? Intelligence? Temperament? Neediness?" Wangjing shrank back, wary of the brewing tension, and glanced around, ready to flee should a confrontation arise between Pei Yu and Xie Changyan. To his surprise, Pei Yu seemed transformed. His head bowed in silence. Wangjing quietly inquired of Xie Changyan, "What is up with Brother Pei today? He seems off." Xie Changyan raised an eyebrow, pondering. "Is he experiencing an early midlife crisis?" Wangjing remarked. Even when Shen Lichu left before, Pei Yu only wore a sour expression. Not like this. He wondered if he was mistaken, for he sensed a hint of defeat in Pei Yu's demeanor. Defeat? The thought shocked Wangjing. This proud and rebellious individual could experience such feelings over matters unrelated to Shen Lichu. Surely, it must be an illusion. After lunch, Pei Yu habitually brought a bag of cat food to feed a stray cat on campus. He was not inherently kind-hearted. This particular cat was pregnant, its belly swollen like a balloon, and it had previously collided with Shen Lichu before the school opening ceremony. Since then, Shen Lichu had been concerned, prompting Pei Yu to come feed it daily. After several days, the cat remained skittish, lurking in the grass until Pei Yu had set down the food before cautiously approaching to eat. During its meal, it remained vigilant, ready to flee at the slightest disturbance. Pei Yu captured the cat and Appo's fierce demeanor while eating and sent the image to Shen Lichu, who promptly responded with a thumbs up. Pei Yu and Appo's lips curled into a smile. Shen Lichu seemed to have the time to call him back immediately with a video call, exclaiming, "Look at the cat." Pei Yu and Appo's mood soured instantly. He couldn't and Appo's suppressed the jealousy bubbling within him. "Is the cat more important than I am?" Shen Lichu blinked. "You are important." "Then say it again," Pei Yu replied, his expression unyielding. After Shen Lichu hung up, she quickly called back, her voice sweet and soft as it had been in childhood. "Look at Pei Yu." Pei Yu maintained his stern demeanor, but his dark blue eyes sparkled with mirth. Once his mood lightened, he slowly adjusted the camera to show Shen Lichu the cat. The feline quickly devoured the mountain of food before darting away. Pei Yu flipped the camera back, resuming his daily inquiries. Have you drunk water? Are you tired? Did you sleep well last night? After consuming so much oily and sugary food yesterday, do you feel unwell today? Shen Lichu patiently answered each question. There are 3 more days, Pei Yu stated. Shen Lichu acknowledged him with a sound, just as someone called to her from the other side, likely a peer. As she smiled and chatted with the person, Pei Yu felt a surge of jealousy, his brow furrowing. He had always been this way. With age, that jealousy had only intensified. Yet, unlike his childhood, he had learned to mask it. When Shen Lichu's attention returned to Pei Yu, he had already concealed his dark expression. Little obedient one, who just greeted you? He inquired casually. Shen Lichu replied honestly, it's a friend of Brother Yi. Pei Yu feigned surprise, then skillfully probed for information. Before long, he had gleaned Shen Lichu's impressions of this individual, how many times they had met, and what they had discussed. Soon, Yu Qingqing approached Shen Lichu, prompting her to hastily end the call. Pei Yu tucked his phone away, lifting the bag of cat food with one hand and coldly remarked, Haven and Amp, Oppos, you had enough? A figure emerged from behind a tree. It was Shen Lichu. Pei Yu had long been aware of his presence, and his previous conversation with Shen Lichu had been deliberately audible to Shen Lichu. Pei Yu, she is not your plaything. She is a living, breathing person. Earlier, Shen Lichu had arranged for someone to investigate Shen Lichu and Pei Yu. Despite the Pei family's tight control over the childhood experiences of the two, Shen Lichu managed to uncover some information. From childhood, Pei Yu had meticulously controlled every detail of Shen Lichu and Amp, Oppo's life, what she ate, how much water she drank, and whom she befriended. Could someone with such an overpowering desire for control truly understand the essence of respect? Shen Lichu believed the answer was clear. Naturally, it was a resounding no. Chapter 42. Is it possible that you still haven't awakened? Pei Yu scoffed coldly, his expression dark and sinister, his tone laced with hostility. By what right do you utter such words? Before Shen Lichu could respond, Pei Yu continued, a stranger with whom you and Oppos met only twice? He emphasized the word stranger. Shen Lichu furrowed his brow. Until the matter was confirmed, he could not divulge his suspicions to Pei Yu. If his conjecture were indeed correct, regardless of what decision Shen Lichu might make, Shen Lichu believed she deserved the right to be informed. The Shen family's status had been precarious for years, with surrounding predators poised to pounce. Thus, Shen Lichu had long cultivated a disposition of anticipating the worst in all matters. To confine Shen Lichu as Pei Yu and Amp, Oppos as childhood bride, what good could possibly come from the Pei family? Contemplating this, Shen Lichu suppressed his anger and stated, word by word, I simply cannot abide your sordid conduct, Pei Yu. Pei Yu and Oppos, patience have been utterly exhausted. Shen Lichu, you had better keep your distance from my little darling. And what gives you the right to say that? Shen Lichu retorted with a cold smirk. Do you truly believe Shen Lichu harbors genuine affection for you? She is merely constrained by your family's narrow-mindedness regarding her perspective, values, and friendships, leaving her no choice but to select you. Pei Yu was not inclined to let him finish, cutting him off with a furious rebuke. What gives me the right? Allow me to enlighten you. It is because I have personally fed her every morsel and quenched her thirst. Since our encounter, I have been present at every pivotal moment in her life. When she fell ill, I attended to her personally, and whenever she felt the slightest discomfort, I stayed by her side through the night, unwilling to close my eyes. I can effortlessly discern her emotions, whether joy or sorrow, from the smallest nuances of her expressions. There were countless instances to demonstrate Pei Yu and Oppos' claim to such a relationship. Yet, many continued to question him about his authority and why he interfered so deeply. The individual who understood Shen Lichu best was not herself, but Pei Yu, who had cared for her throughout her upbringing. Therefore, what right did Shen Lichu have to contest him? As he listened to Pei Yu's assertions, Shen Lichu found himself momentarily stunned, pondering whether this was truly merely a relationship of childhood guardianship. Pei Yu's tone was resolute. I will be the most significant person in her life, past, present, and undoubtedly in the future. However, who can predict the course of life? Genuine affection is often as fleeting as it is volatile. An exceptional individual like Shen Lichu, who has grown and experienced more of the world, possessing more that she cherishes? Would she willingly remain tethered to Pei Yu? Shen Lichu smirked maliciously. Pei Yu, let me watch and see. I eagerly anticipate. Suddenly, Shen Lichu realized a crucial point. Earlier, Pei Yu had spoken extensively about his relationship with Shen Lichu, yet he had not mentioned her boyfriend. Could it be that he still hadn't comprehended? Shen Lichu scrutinized him with newfound insight, as if he had uncovered a profound secret. With a pleased smile, he could not help but chuckle. Pei Yu, it appears you are unaware. A clever fool undone by his own cleverness. Having grown up alongside Shen Lichu, Pei Yu had long believed that their relationship was as it should be, and those around them had grown accustomed to it. Those less familiar with Pei Yu dared not speak freely in his presence regarding Shen Lichu, for he would instantly switch to a fierce demeanor. In such an environment, Pei Yu had failed to recognize how his intense possessiveness over Shen Lichu was profoundly abnormal. Recognizing the issue, Shen Lichu had no intention of offering a warning. Whether or not Shen Lichu was the long-lost child of his late aunt, Shen Lichu wished for her to have a broader future, rather than being confined by Pei Yu's childhood bride status. Watching Shen Lichu depart, Pei Yu and Appo's expression grew increasingly dark and agitated. What did he not know? What revelations had Shen Lichu uncovered that he remained oblivious to? After arguing with Shen Lichu during the day, Pei Yu dreamt that he and Shen Lichu quarreled over Shen Lichu, leaving his mood sour for several days. As Wangjing turned around to ask Pei Yu what he wanted, he witnessed Pei Yu, lost in thought, suddenly crushed the pen in his hand. Pei Yu's gaze was icy. Is there something you wish to discuss? Wangjing, trembling like a frightened quail, shook his head and stammered. No, nothing. I simply thought the air behind you could use some freshness, so I turned to breathe it in. Pei Yu, with his head bowed and expression impassive, began clearing the items on the table. It seems you've entered an early midlife crisis, Wangjing whispered to Xie Changyan. His temperament is so volatile. Xie Changyan raised an eyebrow, non-committal. Tomorrow, Shen Lichu would return. During their video call that evening, she repeatedly cautioned Pei Yu not to skip class to fetch her, lest she become upset. Remarkably, Pei Yu feigned obedience and inquired about her return time and mode of transportation. However, Shen Lichu saw through his ruse and kept her travel plans a secret. Despite several attempts to pry information from her, Shen Lichu remained resolute, leaving Pei Yu with no choice but to relent. Pei Yu supported his face with one hand and sighed. My little darling has grown up. She is no longer easily deceived. Speaking of this, Shen Lichu became quite irate, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. How dare you bring that up? In the past, whenever Shen Lichu returned from a trip, regardless of his own commitments, Pei Yu would cancel them to pick her up. He had always coaxed and cajoled to learn her itinerary. Shen Lichu, who had always been defenseless against Pei Yu, had endured countless lessons before developing her current wariness. Each time, Pei Yu would promise, I won't do it again next time. Yet, next time he would absolutely dare. Though his reasoning was flawed, Pei Yu was emboldened by his feelings. It and Appo's. As simply because I miss you. Not only was he unreasonable, but he also turned the tables to accuse her. You never seem to think of me when you go away. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. They're all the result of missing you and sleepless nights. He was not only unreasonable and aggrieved, but also seized the opportunity to berate Shen Lichu. Xie Changyan and the others laugh at me daily, mocking me as if I were a child without a pair, unable to function without you. As he spoke, Shen Lichu could not help but feel a twinge of guilt for Pei Yu, realizing she might have been a bit excessive. Thus, she began to apologize awkwardly. Pei Yu huffed dismissively. No need. Just tell me the time and place, and I will pick you up tomorrow. That won't do, Shen Lichu replied. Chapter 43. The Pearl Beneath the Dragon and Appo's chin due to a tear in her delicate, powder-pink floral quilt. Shen Lichu had taken to unfolding and meticulously refolding it each night before sleep, cradling it in her arms thereafter. Today was no exception, as she carefully arranged the quilt. Shen Lichu and Appo's movements were particularly attentive and earnest. Pei Yu, observing her concentrated profile, could not help but recall the loathsome Shen Lichu, both in dreams and reality. The mere mention of Shen Lichu prompted Pei Yu to instinctively remember the interrogation from his dream. Shen Lichu, who is more important to you, me or Shen Jinxing? One was Pei Yu, who had grown up alongside Shen Lichu, while the other was merely a stranger she had encountered twice. Pei Yu had no doubt about Shen Lichu and Appo's choice. Yet, he yearned to hear her decision with his own ears. Thus, once Shen Lichu had tidied the quilt with great care, Pei Yu posed his question. Shen Lichu was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing with concern as she gazed at Pei Yu. Pei Yu, have you been staying up too late? Are you hallucinating? Is there any basis for comparison between the two? Pei Yu coughed lightly, opting for a different approach. Hypothetically speaking, if both Shen Jinxing and I were to be poisoned simultaneously, and you possessed only one antidote, whom would you save? To emphasize the gravity of the situation, he reiterated that the poison was indeed lethal. When life was at stake, the question became quite complicated, and Shen Lichu and Appo's expression turned serious. However, under the weight of Pei Yu and Appo's eager gaze, she replied, administer it rectally and have the dosage. I believe both of you could survive. Pei Yu and Appo's eyelids twitched. Is that the crux of the matter? This is straying far off topic. Gritting his teeth, he insisted. The point is who is more important to you, Shen Jinxing or me? Shen Lichu rubbed her nose, somewhat disgruntled. Of course, and Appo's who matters more. Pei Yu finally felt a semblance of satisfaction. Then he overheard Shen Lichu mumbling under her breath. But the book really states that administering it rectally with a halved dosage would ensure both of you survive. Pei Yu took a deep breath, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. I fear I shall not sleep again tonight. Shen Lichu was bewildered. Huh? Are you upset? Pei Yu replied indignantly. One day, I will be driven to my demise by Shen Lichu and Appo's antics. What nonsense about rectal administration and halved dosages. The following day, Wangjing was startled by the dark circles under Pei Yu and Appo's eyes. Brother Pei, did you not sleep at all last night? With his current appearance, one might mistake Pei Yu for a panda. Is Lichu returning today? Wangjing recalled Shen Lichu mentioning she would bring back peaches for him. The region was famed for its delicious yellow peaches. Pei Yu lifted his gaze, fixating intently on Wangjing, who had just mentioned Shen Lichu. Regardless of how close their friendship was, Pei Yu became guarded whenever Shen Lichu was involved. Aware that Shen Lichu was as precious to Pei Yu as the pearl beneath the dragon and Appo's chin, Wangjing raised his hands in surrender. I meant no harm. I was simply inquiring about the peaches. Pei Yu retorted, eat a fart. The morning passed swiftly. As the third class concluded, ravenous students began rummaging for snacks. At that moment, a figure appeared at the classroom door, peeking inside. A female classmate returning from the restroom, upon passing Shen Lichu, kindly asked, excuse me, are you looking for someone? Shen Lichu blinked. Is Pei Yu not here? Upon noticing the small box Shen Lichu cradled, the girl's expression shifted subtly. Pei Yu had already become a prominent figure at school, having decisively dealt with all troublemakers on the very first day. He had boldly declared to their leader that if he ever learned of any student being threatened by outsiders, regardless of their affiliation, he would personally intervene. Since the school year had only recently begun, countless girls had approached Pei Yu to confess their feelings or present gifts. Initially, Pei Yu would endure their declarations with a frown, but as the occurrences multiplied, his patience waned. The last girl who confessed was frightened away by his dark and forbidding gaze. Since the opening ceremony, Shen Lichu had attended an academic conference, leaving others unaware of her relationship with Pei Yu. The female classmate assumed Shen Lichu was yet another girl hoping to confess to Pei Yu. Regretting her intrusion, she pointed to a seat at the back of the classroom, her face betraying her reluctance. Upon seeing Shen Lichu and Appo's charming and delicate features, she could not help but advise, Pei Yu is asleep and has a terrible temperament upon waking. It might be best not to disturb him, perhaps come back later. Shen Lichu tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mirth. It and Appo's. As fine, thank you. The girl sighed inwardly, resigned. Some people are beyond reason. Their conversation was not conducted in hushed tones, and many overheard. Oh, isn't she the one who spoke on behalf of the freshmen at the opening ceremony? I heard she attended a prestigious academic conference afterward. Such an accomplished person, yet she still has her eye on Pei Yu? Huh, what does it matter? Remember the daughter of the Yuan family who brought Pei Yu homemade chocolates and left in disgrace? Amidst the varying reactions of curiosity, concern, and pity, Shen Lichu approached Pei Yu, clutching the small box. In full view of everyone, she reached out and patted Pei Yu's head. Pei Yu, wake up. Those familiar with Pei Yu's temperament gasped collectively. Was Shen Lichu out of her mind? To rouse a sleeping Pei Yu was one thing, but to audaciously pat his head was an entirely different matter. Pei Yu glared, his expression darkening further upon seeing Shen Lichu and the box she held. He rose with a fierce demeanor, the height difference between them becoming starkly apparent. As he stood, Shen Lichu could only look up at him, ready to present the small box, only to see Pei Yu snatch it from her grasp with an irate flourish. In that moment, many felt a pang of sympathy for Shen Lichu. Chapter 44. Lily, you're the final trump card of the Pei family. Pei Yu furrowed his brows and remarked, carrying such a heavy load back, why didn't you call me to meet you at the door? Shen Lichu smiled, her cheeks dimpling as she softly explained. It and amp, oppos, it's not heavy. The box contained yellow peaches that Shen Lichu had personally picked. However, most of the other peaches had been sent by mail. Pei Yu's frown deepened. Isn't it heavy? Throughout your childhood, I carried even your school bag. When have you ever carried or borne anything of weight? Shen Lichu looked up at Pei Yu, unable to suppress a giggle. She then curiously asked, aren't Xie Changyan and Wangjing hang here? The moment Shen Lichu and oppos, as attention shifted to others, Pei Yu felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He suppressed his irritation, thinking that perhaps they were guilty of some misdeeds, having fallen into a pit of troubles. The break between classes was brief, and Shen Lichu had to return to her classroom. Before leaving, she whispered something to Pei Yu, who reluctantly agreed. Shen Lichu opened the small box and retrieved a yellow peach larger than her hand, then approached the female classmate who had initiated conversation with her earlier. Thank you. Please enjoy this yellow peach. The girl glanced between Shen Lichu and Pei Yu before ultimately accepting it. Pei Yu escorted Shen Lichu to the classroom door. He wished to accompany her back inside, but Shen Lichu firmly halted him, leaving him watching her depart with longing. It wasn't an oppos, until Shen Lichu and oppos, figure disappeared completely that Pei Yu turned and walked back into the classroom. However, he did not return directly to his seat, but approached the desk of the female classmate, tapping the surface lightly. His expression was cold and distant, entirely unlike the gentle demeanor he had exhibited with Shen Lichu just moments before. Hello, I would like to exchange something for this yellow peach. Knowing that Shen Lichu and Yu Qingqing would return home together, Pei father had the kitchen prepare a feast of their favorite dishes. For dessert, they enjoyed the yellow peaches Shen Lichu had brought back, with Pei father praising the fruit as he ate. Old Pei, let us plant yellow peaches on our hillside in the suburbs this year, Pei Yu suggested, observing Shen Lichu and oppos' fondness for the fruit. The Pei family owned a hillside in the suburbs, blessed with an excellent geographical location, warm in winter and cool in summer. As children, Pei father would take them there to escape the summer heat. Pei father glanced at Shen Lichu, his face lighting up as he raised an eyebrow. That's feasible. But I have conditions. I'll grant you the hillside and provide you with initial capital, but within 3 years, you must return me 10 times the investment. The yellow peaches would bear fruit in about 3 years, and the hillside could be used for more than just planting crops. Pei Yu lowered his gaze, contemplating the feasibility, and promptly agreed. Pei father casually crossed his legs, speaking slowly. Now tell me your general plan. Even brothers must keep clear accounts, and so must fathers and sons. When Pei Yu's plans received Pei father's approval, only then would funds be allocated. Pei Yu elaborated on his general plan in detail. After listening, Pei father nodded slightly, looking at Pei Yu with approval and saying, you may submit a proposal on my desk in the study by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. After that, I'll be leaving on a business trip. Pei Yu nodded in affirmation, no problem. After resolving matters with Pei father, Pei Yu leaned closer to Shen Lichu, little darling. This year I will take over that hillside and fill it with yellow peaches. Shen Lichu blinked, softly replying, but I prefer grapes. Without hesitation, Pei Yu changed his mind. No problem, I'll plant grapes instead. Pei father couldn't help but facepalm at Pei Yu's instantaneous change of heart. While Yu Qingqing couldn't stifle a laugh. Having shifted to discussing work matters, Pei father brought up recent important affairs concerning the Pei group for Pei Yu's input. Realizing that some of the subjects were confidential matters related to the Pei group, Shen Lichu prepared to rise and leave. Just as she stood, Pei Yu grasped her wrist, saying, "Where are you running off to?" He knew Shen Lichu too well. Pei father smiled at Shen Lichu. Lily is also part of the family. She should be aware of these matters. Moreover, I have my own interests. If something were to happen to me and Auntie. The Pei group Kuden and Amp, Oppos, relies solely on Pei Yu. In that case, Lily, you would indeed be the last card the entire Pei family holds. Shen Lichu pouted, disapprovingly stating, "Uncle, please don't say such things." Pei father chuckled, repeatedly assuring, all right, Uncle won't say it anymore. Yet he couldn't help but recall the bridge collapse incident when Shen Lichu was 9, a moment when he and his wife nearly faced death. Perhaps Shen Lichu was indeed the little lucky star of the entire Pei family. Shen Lichu's 18th birthday arrived in the spring of the following year. Originally, Pei father intended to host a grand birthday banquet for Shen Lichu, equal to that of Pei Yu. However, as Shen Lichu declined, he had to abandon the idea. Although a lavish celebration could not be held, the Pei family did not overlook the significance of the day. Invitations were sent to all of Shen Lichu's close friends. On the eve of her birthday, Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghang came to help decorate the venue. It was late by the time the venue was finally ready, and considering they would return early the next morning, they decided to stay at the Pei residence. Over the years, they had often spent the night at the Pei home, even having their own guest room. As the specially set alarm clock struck midnight, both Pei Yu and Xie Changyan simultaneously exclaimed, "Little darling, happy 18th birthday." "Lily, happy 18th birthday." Shen Lichu leisurely turned off the alarm that had been ringing incessantly. After their wishes, Jiang Jinghang offered his blessings as well. Shen Lichu smiled brightly. "Thank you, Pei Yu, thank you, Xie Changyan, thank you, Jiang Jinghang." Pei Yu and Xie Changyan continued their playful bickering. "I said it first." "Nonsense, I said first." "I said first." "Me first." Their quarrels were loud and chaotic, filled with meaningless repetitions. Amidst their debate, someone suggested checking the security footage, and they rushed off to the monitoring room. Jiang Jinghang sighed, shaking his head. These two are so childish. Shen Lichu watched as Jiang Jinghang, taking advantage of Pei Yu and Xie Changyan's absence, stuffed his face with snacks, hesitating to speak. "Want to eat?" he asked in a low voice, holding up a low-oil, low-salt skewer. Shen Lichu immediately dismissed her earlier thoughts of Jiang Jinghang's immaturity and firmly replied, "Yes." Chapter 45. You deceive me. Pei Yu and Xie Changyan soon returned, and judging by the content of their quarrel, it appeared that the dispute had yet to reach a resolution. Xie Changyan feigned magnanimity, declaring, "Fine, if you say you were first, then so be it." Pei Yu retorted, cursing, "I was indeed first. Why are you pretending to be so generous?" Their argument intensified, growing more heated by the moment. Meanwhile, Shen Lichu, overwhelmed by the buzzing in her ears, could no longer bear to listen. She offered Pei Yu a glass of water, saying, "Your lips look parched. Do drink some to moisten them." With a triumphant glance at Xie Changyan, Pei Yu drained the glass in one go. Yet, he remained restless, provocatively challenging Xie Changyan. "Is this amusing? You should consider." Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Lichu, who had hurriedly poured another glass of water, presented it to Pei Yu once more. He drank again, eager to boast to Xie Changyan. This time, he merely uttered a single word, but the familiar glass was once again offered to him. Catching a glimpse of Shen Lichu and Amp, Oppos, as hopeful gaze, and feeling the water reach his throat, Pei Yu gulped it down in one breath. Finally finishing, as he moved his lips to speak, he caught sight of Shen Lichu and Amp, Oppos, as fluid motion as she poured more water. The words he wished to say became trapped in his throat. He found himself unable to utter them. Xie Changyan could not suppress a chuckle. Just then, Jiang Jinghang, who had claimed he was going to the restroom, but had lingered, returned, mysteriously concealing something in his arms. I and Oppose. He pilfered something delightful, he announced, revealing a bottle of low-alcohol wine intended for Shen Lichu and Oppo's birthday banquet the following day. As heirs of their respective families, they had all been educated in wine tasting from a young age, whereas Shen Lichu had yet to partake of any alcohol. Intrigued by this novelty, she felt a surge of excitement. Pei Yu, however, swiftly shattered her hopes. Absolutely not. Shen Lichu pleaded, I only wish to taste a little. Not even a sip. He firmly replied. In certain matters, Pei Yu held absolute authority. During their childhood, Pei Yu had unknowingly purchased a bowl of sweet rice dumplings for Shen Lichu. She had relished the sweet flavor, and he had fed her more than usual. As she consumed them, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkled, leading Pei Yu to believe the dumplings were too hot. He would blow on each spoonful before offering it to her. After finishing, Shen Lichu felt dizzy, struggling to walk in a straight line. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, Didn't Yu say today was my birthday, and I could do anything? Pei Yu and Oppo's eyelids twitched, and just as he was about to resolutely refuse, a more brilliant idea surfaced in his mind. He shifted the conversation. All right, let us see how lucky you are today. With Shen Lichu's eager anticipation, Pei Yu entered the room and retrieved a small toy from Wangjing and Oppo's backpack, a finger-biting shark. The toy resembled a cartoon shark. When its mouth opened, it revealed several shark teeth, around 12 in total. Among those teeth, only one was rigged with a mechanism that, when pressed, would cause the shark's mouth to snap shut, biting down on a finger. Pei Yu explained the rules. Whoever gets bitten can have a drink. This finger-biting shark toy had been brought to school by Wangjing a few days prior, and Pei Yu and Xie Changyan had already mastered its simple mechanism. Pei Yu was merely taking advantage of Shen Lichu's inexperience with the toy. After placing the finger-biting shark on the table, Pei Yu declared, as the birthday star, You go first. Shen Lichu carefully positioned the toy and, after scrutinizing the teeth, solemnly pressed one down. The shark's mouth remained still. Next was Pei Yu, and the shark and Oppo's mouth remained unmoved again. Then came Wangjing, but still, the shark did not respond. Following Pei Yu and Oppo's glance, Xie Changyan, with perfect timing, located the mechanism and pressed a tooth. The shark's mouth snapped shut suddenly, startling Shen Lichu, who widened her eyes in surprise. After several rounds, Shen Lichu had never once pressed the button. Doubts crept in her mind. Was her luck truly this abysmal? Until the last drop of wine, she had not been given a turn. With a forlorn expression, she watched as Pei Yu poured the final remnants of wine from the bottle. Little darling, you can't blame me, can you? Pei Yu feigned innocence, having conspired with the others to deceive Shen Lichu. Shen Lichu nodded, her demeanor deflated. Observing from the sidelines, Xie Changyan and Wangjing felt a pang of sympathy. Surely, it wouldn't Oppo's hurt to let her taste just a bit. Pei Yu offered a small piece of apple on a fork to Shen Lichu. She accepted it obediently, taking small bites while surreptitiously glancing at Pei Yu and Oppo's cup. The wine served at the banquet was of low alcohol content, akin to drinking soda for Pei Yu and his friends. Seizing an opportune moment when Pei Yu was distracted, Shen Lichu darted under his arm, trying to steal a quick sip from his cup. However, just as her soft pink lips brushed the rim, Pei Yu swiftly withdrew the glass. Shen Lichu seized the opportunity to bite down on the cup. Concerned about hurting her teeth, Pei Yu refrained from using force. Raising an eyebrow and teasing, Shen Lichu, you and Oppo's had become quite daring. With the cup still in her mouth, she mumbled, I just want to taste a little. Pei Yu and Oppo's eyelids twitched in response. No, don't act spoiled. Ultimately, Shen Lichu did not manage to drink any. To prevent her from attempting another sneak, Pei Yu downed the last remnants of wine in the glass. Shen Lichu and Oppo's face was etched with disappointment. While Pei Yu and the others discussed matters, Shen Lichu discreetly examined the finger-biting shark toy. She was remarkably astute. In a short while, she discerned its mechanism. It was not her luck that had failed her. Rather, it was Pei Yu and his friends who had conspired against her. Shen Lichu tugged at Pei Yu and Oppo's sleeve. He turned to her, inquiring gently, "What is it?" As he spoke, Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng's gazes shifted toward her. Maintaining a stern expression, Shen Lichu remained silent. It soon located the rigged tooth and pressed it down, causing the shark in Appo's mouth to snap shut instantly. Her damp, expressive eyes were filled with reproach. You deceived me." In collusion, Jiang Jingheng began to glance around, whistling nonchalantly. Xie Changyan feigned interest, inspecting the cup as if evaluating its quality. Pei Yu, the instigator, felt a twitch in his eyelids and coughed awkwardly. "Little darling, would you believe me if I said it was broken?" Shen Lichu glared at him, remaining silent. Chapter 46. She was raised with affection by Pei Yu. The nocturnal gathering concluded with Shen Lichu stifling a yawn, revealing her fatigue. Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng resided in a guest room on the ground floor. As Shen Lichu prepared to ascend the stairs, Xie Changyan called out to her unexpectedly. She tilted her head to regard him. Not long before, Shen Lichu had yawned, her eyes shimmering like dark pools, her entire demeanor exuding a softness that was almost ethereal. Xie Changyan presented her with a large box, smiling as he said, "A birthday gift. Open it and see." Shen Lichu blinked, her gratitude sincere as she replied, "Thank you, Xie Changyan." The box was crafted from wood, its weight substantial in her hands. As she slowly lifted the lid, her eyes widened in astonishment as she murmured, "So beautiful." Inside lay a crown. The centerpiece was a high-purity pink diamond, shaped like a dove's egg, surrounded by alternating smaller pink and white diamonds. The crown sparkled under the glow of the living room and Appo's main light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Xie Changyan observed her with a gentle smile, explaining softly, "The pink diamond is a lab-created stone. It didn't cost much." Over the years, the Pei family had indulged Shen Lichu to an extraordinary degree, providing her with treatment that even Pei Yu, a true member of the Pei family, had not experienced. Growing up in such an environment, it was impossible for Shen Lichu to be unable to discern between a natural and a synthetic pink diamond. She understood Xie Changyan's intent to alleviate any burden she might feel. With a hint of complexity in her gaze, she stated earnestly, "The sentiment is what matters most. I will surely wear this crown tomorrow." Xie Changyan nodded and urged her to retire for the night, for an early rise awaited them the following day. After Shen Lichu ascended the stairs, Xie Changyan turned his attention to a nearby corner. Their earlier conversation had been orchestrated by Pei Yu, who sought to create a moment of privacy for them. Moments later, Pei Yu emerged from the shadows. Their eyes met momentarily before they parted ways. Xie Changyan returned to his room, while Pei Yu ascended to his own chamber. Once in his room, Xie Changyan could not suppress a bitter smile. He knew he could not compete with Pei Yu and had never intended to vie for Shen Lichu and Appo's affection. He had not disclosed to her that he had crafted the crown himself, from selecting the materials to cutting, polishing, melting, and finally setting the stones. Xie Changyan had done it all by hand over the course of 2 years. The pink diamond alone had consumed all his savings amassed over the years. His mother had passed away early, and his father had remarried, lavishing affection on his new son, Xie Siren. By rights, the inheritance of the Xie family should not fall to Xie Changyan, yet his uncle was a man of considerable cunning. Xie Changyan and Appo's father had long harbored resentment towards him, and his uncle did not genuinely seek to secure a future for him, but was instead coveting the Xie family's wealth. Having experienced the harshness of the world at a young age, Xie Changyan had become disillusioned with everyone. Thus, when Xie Siren conspired against him, he chose silence over resistance. Until he met Shen Lichu. Her youthful face, filled with concern, and her reddened eyes conveyed to Xie Changyan, "Your mother must be anxiously watching over this from above." He recognized that he was merely a product of a marriage steeped in ulterior motives. Neither his father nor his mother would ever love him. Yet in that moment, Xie Changyan truly felt that someone cared enough to be concerned. Not his mother, but Shen Lichu. This realization compelled Xie Changyan to strive for something more, even if it meant being perceived as a puppet by his own uncle. In the upstairs bedroom, Shen Lichu sat cross-legged on her bed, while Pei Yu knelt on the carpet, both admiring the crown nestled within the large box. "It's too extravagant," she murmured. Pei Yu's face darkened, a scoff escaping his lips, but he refrained from vocalizing his objections. Fully aware of Xie, Changyan, and Appo's precarious position within the Xie family, Pei Yu comprehended the significance of the crown and Appo's presentation. The pink diamond was likely acquired at auction, with a starting bid in the 9-digit range. Xie Changyan could easily have allocated that sum towards endeavors more advantageous to his quest for power. Yet, he chose instead to fashion a crown for Shen Lichu. Despite his aversion and disdain for Xie Changyan and Appo's actions, Pei Yu found himself at a loss for disparaging remarks. He sensed that his resentment toward Xie Changyan had evolved. It was no longer solely rooted in childhood competition for Shen Lichu and Appo's attention. However, the nature of this additional layer of emotion eluded him. Additionally, he remained puzzled by Shen jinxing and Appo's recent comment, "Pei Yu, you didn't end Appo's, Tino, did you?" In the throes of this dual predicament, Pei Yu found it nearly impossible to sleep that night. The following day, at 6:30 in the evening, the Pei family commenced a small banquet in honor of Shen Lichu. The guests were all acquaintances of hers. Wangjing was among the invitees, presenting a unique gift, a wolf-tooth pendant. Yi Changshu and his fiancée, Dai Baoyue, arrived early. Over the years, tensions between Pei Yu and Yi Changshu had escalated, each harboring disdain for the other. Shen Lichu donned a halter satin gown, her dark hair cascading in gentle waves to her waist. She sat gracefully before the mirror, watching Pei Yu as he knelt behind her, adorning her with a crown set with pink diamonds. "My little darling, you look stunning," he whispered. Their eyes met in the mirror as she tilted her head slightly, her smile illuminating her face. Pei Yu and Appo's voice was low and heavy, suddenly. "I donned Appo's. Do you want me to go out like this?" The thought of others seeing her in such splendor ignited a fierce jealousy within him. He longed to conceal Shen Lichu, to hide her away in a place where only he would know her presence, ensuring that she could see no one but him. Abruptly, Shen Lichu turned to him, grasping the hem of his garment tightly, tilting her head to meet his gaze. With utmost seriousness, she stated, "I can't change." For Pei Yu, all of her concessions were willingly made. She had been coddled by his affection, rendering all others insignificant compared to him. Pei Yu chuckled softly, lowering his gaze to conceal the overwhelming possessiveness and obsession that lurked within his eyes. He inquired, "So obedient, are we?" Before Shen Lichu could respond, he added, "My little darling, you must learn to be disobedient, to be independent, to rebel. Above all, do not simply acquiesce to my will, for I could truly confine you to a corner if I desired." At his words, Shen Lichu pouted, recognizing that it was Pei Yu who had spoiled her into relying on him. Nevertheless, she gently tugged at his garment, her voice soft as she replied, "I want to be disobedient. I will only listen to you, Pei Yu." Chapter 47, she said, "Pei Yu, I like you." Upon hearing Shen Lichu utter these words, Pei Yu was rendered speechless for a considerable time. So much so that the increasingly impatient Shen Lichu began to fidget with the hem of his shirt to pass the time. Pei Yu reached out and firmly grasped her hand that was caressing his clothing. Feeling the pressure, Shen Lichu instinctively struggled, but upon realizing it was Pei Yu holding her, she ceased her resistance. Pei Yu, however, relaxed slightly, yet continued to hold her hand tightly. From the age of 6 to 18, whether with force or gentleness, he never afforded Shen Lichu the opportunity to free herself from his grasp. Pei Yu asked, "Shall I escort you downstairs?" Shen Lichu smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped as she gazed at him, nodding vigorously without uttering a word. As she made her entrance, Shen Lichu was met with a chorus of cheers and well wishes. Since all present were familiar faces, there was no need for pleasantries, and everyone enjoyed themselves immensely. Pei Yu and Appo's father stood on the elevated platform, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, emotions he had not displayed even during Pei Yu's own coming-of-age ceremony the previous year. Yu Qingqing, brimming with pride, mused, "Our daughter has blossomed beautifully." She glanced at her husband, arching an eyebrow. What if Shen Lichu were to marry? Pei Yu and Appo's S. father retorted indignantly. Our Lichu would merely be establishing another home. Marriage? How cold that sounds. Noticing the protective stance of Pei Yu beside Shen Lichu, who was vigilantly watching over anyone attempting to approach her, Yu Qingqing sighed, pressing her fingers against her aching temples. Pei Yu and Apos, as father continued to grumble. I heard that the Gu family from the north side has spoiled their daughter for 20 years, only to have her eloped with a penniless boy over a bag of oranges. That boy, merely a greedy individual, abandoned her without hesitation once she severed ties with her parents. If any such impoverished ruffian dares to approach my Lichu, I shall ensure he meets his demise tomorrow, and the following day I shall make him a stench-ridden wretch. No, now that Lichu is grown, I ought to remind Pei Yu to keep a closer watch on her. Yu Qingqing pondered for a moment, stating earnestly, I believe Lichu is not the type to be easily swayed by trifles. Your son, however, is likely to be infatuated with the idea of love. Perhaps you ought to give him a word of caution. Pei Yu and Amp, Apos, S. father. The banquet proceeded smoothly according to plan until the intermission when the security personnel approached Pei Yu and Apos, S. father, to inform him that the Shen family had sent a gift. The sudden gesture from the Shen family puzzled him, as he distinctly recalled that they had not been invited to the gathering. After all, the Pei and Shen families had had little interaction over the years. Yu Qingqing furrowed her brow. The Shen family? Pei Yu's father was well aware of her thoughts, considering Shen Lichu also bore the Shen surname. Lichu could not possibly belong to the Shen family. Long ago, when Shen Lichu was still a child, he had investigated, confirming that she had no ties to the Shen family branch. It was widely known that the last head of the Shen family, along with his estranged wife, had produced only one son, who tragically perished in a fire. Although their ages coincided, their genders were entirely different. In the courtyard, Shen Lichu blissfully indulged in a sizable slice of cake. Due to her dental issues, it was only on her birthday that Pei Yu would treat her to such a generous portion. The swing chair was spacious enough for two, and Pei Yu casually draped his arm over the edge, asserting his possessiveness toward anyone who approached Shen Lichu. The banquet concluded at 8 o'clock. Once the guests departed, Shen Lichu followed Pei Yu upstairs to change and freshen up. Dressed in her pajamas, she settled onto the sofa in the small living room, awaiting Pei Yu to dry her hair. I'm so tired, she remarked. The birthday celebration had concluded much earlier than last year's, which had stretched nearly until dawn. The warm air flowed through her hair as Pei Yu occasionally massaged her scalp with gentle pressure. The soothing sensation made her eyes flutter shut, and before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. Having stayed up late the previous night, Shen Lichu had found it difficult to sleep due to her nervous excitement. Rising early that morning, she now felt utterly exhausted, her eyelids heavy and unwilling to open. Once her silky black locks were completely dried, Pei Yu gently set down the hairdryer. In a manner reminiscent of the time she had dozed off over her studies, he carefully lifted her and walked quietly into her bedroom. The fragrance in Shen Lichu and Apos' room changed with the seasons. In spring, it was a sweet yet not cloying floral scent. After laying her on the bed and tucking her in, Pei Yu did not rush to leave, but instead sat at the edge of the bed. The faint sweetness of the aroma occasionally wafted into his nostrils, and unbeknownst to him, his breaths deepened as he sought that delightful scent. Pei Yu's gaze fell upon the delicate curve of Shen Lichu's neck, and he quickly averted his eyes, feeling as though he had been scorched. Yet in an impulsive moment, he glanced back. That spot, it seemed so enticing. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Pei Yu leaned in closer to inhale, indeed detecting a sweet fragrance. It was not the scent from the incense in the corner of the room, but rather a more intricate, intoxicating sweetness reminiscent of a ripe peach, nearing the point of decay, exquisitely fragrant. Shen Lichu, stirred by the soft sensation against her neck, opened her eyes, her voice laced with drowsiness. Pei Yu, what's wrong? Suddenly realizing the nature of his actions, Pei Yu jolted upright, striving to suppress the embarrassment on his face. Nothing, just thought I felt a mosquito. Are there mosquitoes this early in the year? He mused. But Shen Lichu, too fatigued to ponder further, succumbed to sleep once more. Watching her eyelids flutter shut again, Pei Yu hastily made his exit. What had he just done? As he matured, Pei Yu felt compelled to restrain his impulses toward Shen Lichu due to societal expectations. Apart from holding hands and occasional embraces, he had never crossed any boundaries with her. After returning to his room and lying on the bed, he berated himself for his earlier actions, yet the complex sweetness lingered in his mind uncontrollably. The mere thought drove him to madness. Unable to quell his wandering thoughts, he sat up, retrieving a bottle of sleeping pills from the drawer, swallowing one dry. With the aid of medication, Pei Yu soon found himself drifting into a drowsy slumber. He began to dream once more, a dream in which it was Shen Lichu and Appo's 18th birthday. Unlike the Pei family banquet, the backdrop was the dilapidated rental apartment. Shen Lichu sat at a small desk by the window, wearing the simplest of white dresses, her large, glistening eyes sparkling as she playfully swung her legs. The sunlight mingled with the floral-scented spring breeze, filling the cramped apartment with warmth. Shen Lichu smiled brightly, beckoning Pei Yu to come closer. Just a moment ago, he had been sulking. Now, entranced by her charm, Pei Yu approached her without blinking. He stood close to her, preparing to reclaim his composure and awkwardly inquire what she wanted. However, Shen Lichu suddenly leaned in, gently kissing the corner of his lips. As Pei Yu's eyes widened in shock, she casually dropped a bombshell. She said, "Pei Yu, I like you." Chapter 48. The meaning behind possessiveness and paranoia. Pei Yu abruptly awoke from his slumber, his dark blue eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. Lost in thought for an extended period. In the stillness of the night, the sound of his racing heart was remarkably pronounced. Thud, thud, thud. After a long while, he finally shifted his legs, hidden beneath the covers. However, he froze in place, his expression darkening as he sensed something. Pei Yu sat up, made his way to the bathroom, took a shower, changed his clothes, and washed the soiled garments before hanging them up to dry. Upon exiting the bathroom, he found the outside world still enveloped in darkness. Rather than returning to his own room, he sat dazedly at the door of Shen Lichu's room. He was unsure how long he had been leaning against the door, but the gradually brightening sky reminded him of the passage of time. Pei Yu raised his hand to touch the corner of his lips, the very spot where Shen Lichu had leaned in to kiss him in his dream. A foolish smile spread across his face. The confusion that had troubled Pei Yu for so many days shattered in that moment. He finally understood the disdain and aversion he felt when Xie Changyan presented Shen Lichu with that pink diamond crown, and how it intertwined with the jealousy he experienced in childhood when Xie Changyan vied for Shen Lichu's attention. He comprehended the deeper meaning behind Shen Jinxing's words. Pei Yu, you didn't know, did you? His lifelong obsession had blinded him to the truth. Only now did he realize that this possessiveness and paranoia stemmed from something profound: love. Pei Yu gazed toward the increasingly brightening horizon, his dark blue eyes filled with an unwavering determination. At the dining table, it was the 7th time Shen Lichu had covertly glanced at Pei Yu, a layer of confusion shimmering in her glistening eyes. Was there something on his lips? Why had he been continuously rubbing that area? After retracting her gaze, she took a spoonful of porridge and brought it to her mouth. As she prepared to sneak another look, she unexpectedly met Pei Yu's dark blue eyes. "What are you staring at?" Pei Yu furrowed his brow, his expression stern. "Is there something delicious on my face?" He had only served her half a bowl of porridge, and despite the time that passed, it remained just half a bowl. Shen Lichu fell silent. Pei Yu reached out to touch her bowl, noting that the porridge had grown somewhat cold. The yam and beef congee would have a peculiar taste if left to cool. He took the bowl and drank directly from it. Seeing this, Shen Lichu's eyes darted around, contemplating an escape. Without glancing up, Pei Yu extended his hand to refill her bowl, casually commanding, "Sit back down properly." Shen Lichu pouted slightly, but eventually returned to her seat, begrudgingly compliant. When he filled her bowl again, Pei Yu did not allow her to take it, but instead scooped a spoonful and held it to her lips. Open wide. Shen Lichu had no choice but to obediently accept. It was not until he had fed her an entire bowl of porridge that he finally set down the bowl and spoon. Today was Monday. Before heading to school, Pei Yu always checked Shen Lichu's backpack. The water bottle was full, and the snack and fruit boxes were brimming. He found nothing resembling love letters or gifts from others. Slinging her backpack over his shoulder, Pei Yu extended his hand to Shen Lichu. "Let us go." Shen Lichu jogged to catch up and took his hand, walking in tandem as they headed outside. A gentle rain had fallen last night. Though it was light, it continued to drizzle. Pei Yu detested such weather, as Shen Lichu's frail health made her susceptible to illness if caught in the rain, particularly during the changing seasons. No matter how he tried to prevent it, she would inevitably catch a cold or fever. After ensuring she was settled in her seat, Pei Yu gently touched her forehead, relieved to find no sign of fever before departing. Shen Lichu's class was a special one, with only 7 desks arranged in the spacious room. Her deskmate was a girl named Xiao, who was cheerful and warm-hearted. Each time Pei Yu visited, her gaze remained fixated on him, yet she never spoke to him. Once Pei Yu left, her attention would shift to Shen Lichu, lingering for a moment before diverting her gaze. Shen Lichu placed her large water bottle on the desk and began to extract her snack and fruit boxes, pausing when she opened a fruit box and extended it toward Xiao. "Xiao, would you like some fruit?" After a considerable wait, Xiao finally took a blueberry, murmuring a soft thank you. The blueberry was quite large, and she examined it closely, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her features. Ultimately, Xiao set the blueberry aside in her desk drawer without consuming it. Elsewhere, Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng noticed Pei Yu's peculiar behavior that day. During the long break, Jiang Jingheng could no longer contain his curiosity and asked quietly, "Pei Yu, is your mouth itching?" Pei Yu retorted, "Your mouth is itching. Your entire family has itchy mouths." Jiang Jingheng felt aggrieved. He was merely showing concern for Pei Yu. Pei Yu then turned his gaze toward Xie Changyan, touching the corner of his mouth, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Xie Changyan looked perplexed. "What has got you acting strange? If your mouth itches, find a wall to scratch against." In the past, Pei Yu would have argued with Xie Changyan, but today was entirely different. Feigning profundity, Pei Yu smiled. "Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Shen Lichu initiated a kiss with me, and she even confessed her love, though it had all occurred in a dream." Xie Changyan remained unfazed. "If you're sick, go get treated." Jiang Jingheng nodded in agreement. When lunchtime arrived, as Pei Yu escorted Shen Lichu to the cafeteria, she suddenly leaned closer, her dark eyes seriously inspecting the corner of his mouth. She seemed to say something, but lost in the memories of that dream, Pei Yu did not catch her words. He responded. Shen Lichu frowned slightly. "I was asking if you have something going on there." "Nothing else there," Pei Yu replied, his ears growing warm. He could hardly confess to Shen Lichu that he dreamed of her kissing him at that very spot. Shen Lichu's frown deepened. "If nothing else there, why is it red and a bit scraped?" Upon hearing the word scraped, Pei Yu instinctively touched the area, feeling a slight sting. He had not anticipated that the skin would be so sensitive, but after touching it all morning, it had indeed become scraped. Concerned, Shen Lichu said, after lunch, "Let me accompany you to the infirmary." Chapter 49. Little 1. Engaging in romance is an unwise pursuit. After dinner, Shen Lichu promptly took Pei Yu to the infirmary. Upon seeing them, the on-duty school doctor inquired a few questions before prescribing an ointment and a pack of cotton swabs. Following that, he earnestly advised, "Dear student, do not place excessive pressure on yourself in your studies." "Indeed, I will," Pei Yu replied indifferently. Hearing this, Shen Lichu hesitated, her gaze lingering on Pei Yu, as if she wished to say more. Pei Yu pulled out his phone to pay. The total for the ointment and cotton swabs amounted to 21 yuan. Once they exited the infirmary, Shen Lichu couldn't help but tug at Pei Yu's sleeve, whispering, "Pei Yu, why don't we take a leave and go to an outside hospital?" Pei Yu raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. "Am I not allowed to focus on my studies?" Shen Lichu remained hesitant, ultimately choosing silence. After all, considering how hard Pei Yu had to work to merely pass his exams, she did not wish to undermine his confidence. It had been raining all day. The two found a corridor, where Pei Yu sat on a bench, allowing Shen Lichu to apply the medication. The bench was rather low, and as Shen Lichu bent over to administer the ointment, her expression was one of utmost seriousness. Pei Yu seemed to catch a faint, sweet fragrance in the air. His breath hitched. What should have felt cool instead felt like molten wax, almost unbearably warm against his skin. Even if it itched in the afternoon, He knew he couldn't touch it. The school doctor had advised that he could apply the ointment whenever he felt an itch at the corner of his mouth. When I and Appos am not around this afternoon, you can have Xie Changyan help you apply it. He is meticulous and will certainly do a better job than Jiang Jingyang. Pei Yu nodded earnestly, yet inwardly thought, have Xie Changyan help? Even if my lips were falling apart, I would never ask for his assistance. Just as Pei Yu was about to speak again, a loud voice echoed from a distance. What are you two doing there in the corridor? Shen Lichu turned to see a short, stocky middle-aged man with a receding hairline striding towards them. She recognized him as the head of the grade from the opening ceremony. Was he calling us? Shen Lichu asked Pei Yu, somewhat bewildered. Pei Yu glanced around the corridor, which was empty except for the two of them. Does it matter? 20 minutes later, in the office, a teacher returning from their lunch break saw a line of 12 students standing outside the office, dropping their bags while teasing director. Today and Appos, as secret operation only caught 6 pairs of couples. The director hesitated to be precise. It was 5 pairs. One teacher paused. Wasn't it Appos, there 12 of us? The director, reluctant to admit, replied, they were mistakenly caught. Initially skeptical, he checked the surveillance twice and confirmed that those 2 indeed had done nothing wrong. In the corridor, standing for the first time as a punishment, Shen Lichu found it somewhat novel, her dark eyes wandering. Pei Yu, who disliked Shen Lichu and Appos, as attention straying from him, deliberately touched his lip. This action certainly captured her focus. You shouldn't and Appos, touch. Pei Yu hummed in acknowledgement. Yet, moments later, he touched again, and, after a few seconds, once more. When he prepared to reach out again, Shen Lichu grasped his sleeve. You and Appos, we already used up the ointment. Feigning distress, Pei Yu complained softly, little one. It itches so much. I can end Appos, help it. Shen Lichu retrieved the ointment and cotton swabs from Pei Yu and Appos' pocket, reapplying the medication. After finishing, she firmly held onto his sleeve, preventing him from touching again. Little one, engaging in romance is an unwise pursuit, especially with others. However, pursuing a romance with you is an entirely different matter. That would be wonderful. I understand. When the director finished contacting the parents of the 5 caught couples and exited the office, he overheard Pei Yu and Shen Lichu's conversation. Has someone given you love letters and gifts? You must refuse them. Has anyone confessed to you? Inform Pei Yu immediately. Is someone pressuring you to date? Do not believe them, and keep your distance. Pei Yu's expression gradually transformed into satisfaction. Tonight, I will reward you by allowing you to study an extra hour. Really? Shen Lichu exclaimed in delight. Pei Yu nodded. Hearing their exchange, the director felt something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint the issue. Furthermore, since Shen Lichu and Pei Yu had not truly misbehaved, he waved his hand, allowing them to leave. Due to the delay, their lunch break was about to conclude. Pei Yu intended to escort Shen Lichu back to her classroom, but she declined, leading him back to his own class instead. She handed the ointment and cotton swabs to Xie Changyan. With a smile, Xie Changyan said, All right, I will definitely keep a close watch on Pei Yu. If I catch him touching his lips, I will break his hand. Shen Lichu tugged at Pei Yu and Appos' sleeve. Pei Yu feigned a smile. I truly appreciate your help. Xie Changyan, who needs your thanks? Xie Changyan rolled his eyes dramatically. We grew up together. There's no need for gratitude. If I accept your thanks, it would shorten my life. Only then did Shen Lichu feel at ease to leave. Returning to her own classroom, she seized the opportunity to read the book Yu Qingqing had given her. While she was bent over searching, a tapping sound interrupted her. She looked up to see Xin Xiao. Xin Xiao, is there something you need? Xin Xiao frowned slightly, coldly asking, Did the director catch you and Pei Yu dating today? Shen Lichu paused, explaining, It was a misunderstanding. Hearing this, Xin Xiao returned to her seat, her gaze lowered, lost in thought. Observing her, Shen Lichu pondered for a moment before taking a blueberry from her fruit box and placing it in the hole of Xin Xiao and Appos' desk. The new blueberry was closely nestled next to the one Xin Xiao had taken earlier that morning. Xin Xiao turned her head, puzzled. Shen Lichu blinked, whispering, Xin Xiu, you cannot like Pei Yu. He has said that dating is unwise. Xin Xiao and Appos' S expression shifted from confusion to disbelief. You think I like Pei Yu? Long before becoming classmates with Shen Lichu, Shen Lichu had known of her, having followed her impressive journey. Until that summer before their advancement, Shen Lichu had heard a rumor. Shen Lichu and Appo's relentless efforts were merely to secure her position as the future wife of the heir of the Pei family. In the new semester, when Shen Lichu finally became Shen Lichu and Appo's deskmate, she realized that the rumors held some truth. Shen Lichu indeed seemed to heed Pei Yu and Appo's every word. Consequently, Shen Lichu's perception of Shen Lichu plummeted. She believed that a woman who had endured so much and educated herself extensively should not simply aspire to be someone in Appo's wife or daughter-in-law. Chapter 50. Is it really just a coincidence? Shen Lichu was momentarily taken aback and cautiously inquired, "Is it not so?" "Everyone says so." Whenever Pei Yu arrived, Shen Lichu's attention would be entirely focused on him. Moreover, upon seeing Shen Lichu and Pei Yu and Appo's company, Shen Lichu would furrow her brow in discontent. Upon hearing Shen Lichu and Appo's rebuttal, Shen Lichu displayed a countenance more unappealing than if she had consumed a dead fly. "Who told you that?" Shen Lichu blinked, gazing at Shen Lichu without uttering a word. All she needed to know was that Shen Lichu disliked Pei Yu. However, even Shen Lichu herself was unaware of the slight displeasure that stirred within her at the thought of others' fondness for Pei Yu. Shen Lichu, in a fit of anger, turned away, seizing a pen and fervently beginning her work. "C'est à glancer. Shen Lichu softly spoke again. Shen Lichu." Shen Lichu promptly halted her writing and turned to face her. "You've made a mistake here." Shen Lichu pointed to a fill-in-the-blank question on the test paper, the very one Shen Lichu had just completed. "Shen Lichu." Her expression darkened as she silently corrected her answer. The front page of the test was swiftly finished, and as she flipped to the blank reverse side, her inner turmoil intensified. After a moment's thought, Shen Lichu decided to put away her pen and paper, preparing to have a serious conversation with Shen Lichu before class commenced. "Shen Lichu," she began. Shen Lichu tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What's the matter? I heard that you were Pei Yu and Appo's child bride." As Shen Lichu straightforwardly posed her question, she pondered how to phrase it delicately, so as not to hurt Shen Lichu and Appo's pride. Given Shen Lichu and Appo's current capabilities, she certainly had better prospects. Even if she distanced herself from the Pei family, she could thrive independently. Furthermore, Shen Lichu was not adamantly seeking to sever ties with Pei Yu. However, affection was one matter and one in Appo's future was another. Shen Lichu replied, "No, that's not true." Just those simple 3 words left Shen Lichu somewhat flabbergasted. "Not true? Why do you listen to Pei Yu so attentively then? I saw you sneak a bite of fried star sausage behind his back, and when Pei Yu discovered it, he actually reached out and fished it out of your mouth with his fingers." Shen Lichu indeed recalled such an incident from the previous autumn. She nervously fidgeted with her clothing and asked, "You saw that?" Shen Lichu solemnly nodded. Shen Lichu clasped her hands, desperately tugging at the hem of Shen Lichu and Appo's shirt, her doe-like eyes brimming with entreaty. "Shen Lichu, please, don't tell anyone about this, okay? It's just too embarrassing." Shen Lichu was disapproving, thinking that even at this point, Shen Lichu was still concerned about Pei Yu. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Shen Lichu interjected, "It's just that my stomach is too weak. Eating such things makes me uncomfortable. At best, it's diarrhea. At worst, vomiting and fever." Shen Lichu's ears flushed with embarrassment, "But I just craved it too much." This incident had remained vivid in her memory. It was during the peak season for pineapples when Shen Lichu had, while Pei Yu went to buy herself some pineapple chunks, surreptitiously indulged in a piece of star sausage. When caught by Pei Yu, she had mimicked Wangjing, stuffing the remaining sausage into her mouth. However, the freshly fried sausage was scalding, injuring her gums in the process. Consequently, not only did she barely manage to consume a bite of the sausage, but she also missed out on the pineapple Pei Yu had prepared for her. Shen Lichu hesitated, still struggling to believe, but he confiscated your materials and pen, forbidding you from studying at home, insisting you accompany him for fun? Shen Lichu's expression grew even more sheepish. That's because when I go home and start studying seriously, I tend to lose track of time. Xin Xiu persisted with several more questions, all of which Shen Lichu answered. She gazed vacantly at the multimedia blackboard ahead, while Xin Xiu remained silent for a long while. Who could be spreading rumors that Shen Lichu was Pei Yu and Amp, Oppos, as child bride? Moreover, those claiming Shen Lichu would stop at nothing to secure her position were utterly unfounded. Upon returning, she would block all those contacts one by one and sever ties entirely. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Pei Yu sat on the carpet while Shen Lichu occupied the sofa. As she tended to Pei Yu and Amp, Oppos, as wounds, Shen Lichu recounted her conversation with Xin Xiu from earlier that day. She shared it simply because it amused her, but to her surprise, Pei Yu's expression darkened. Don't let me find out who's spreading these rumors. Shen Lichu cautioned, no fighting, okay? Sitting cross-legged on the carpet, Pei Yu nodded obediently, promising, I want to fight. Just as Shen Lichu exhaled in relief, Pei Yu added deliberately, I'll scold them. Shen Lichu. As for the notion of a child bride, it was all reminiscent of feudal remnants. Of course, if it were to be rumored that he was Shen Lichu's child husband, that would be an entirely different matter. Now that would be splendid. Ideally, he could obtain a megaphone and play it on loop beside Xie, Changyan, and Shun Jingxing. Pei Yu was Shen Lichu's one and only child husband. Shen Lichu chimed in eagerly, but we shouldn't scold people indiscriminately. Scolding is just as bad as fighting. Pei Yu quickly acquiesced, gently resting his head on Shen Lichu's knee, coaxing, all right, then I won't scold anyone. I'll reason with them. I will persuade them with virtue. He narrowed his eyes, emphasizing the word virtue with a weighty undertone. Oblivious to the implications, Shen Lichu patted Pei Yu's head cheerfully. Exactly. We should be people who reason. Pei Yu responded with a soft Just then, the phone beside them rang, and upon checking, Shen Lichu saw it was her father calling. She eagerly answered, her voice bright and cheerful. Uncle Pei. After celebrating Shen Lichu and Oppo's birthday, her father had left for a business trip overnight. He had just finished his work and would return the next day, calling to inquire if she desired any local specialties as gifts. Shen Lichu thought for a moment and softly replied, what I want most is for Uncle Pei to return safely tomorrow. Her father's heart swelled with affection. During the video call with her father, Pei Yu remained quietly seated on the carpet, occasionally nudging Shen Lichu and Amp, Oppo's pinky finger with his own to draw her attention. Shen Lichu, sensitive to tickling, simply grasped Pei Yu and Amp, Oppo's hand, accurately locating the pinky that had fractured a few years prior, gently rubbing it. At that time, Pei Yu and Amp, Oppo's pinky had indeed been fractured, still requiring rehabilitation. After supervising Pei Yu and Oppo's rehabilitation sessions, Shen Lichu would always massage his hand afterward. This had become a subconscious habit over time. As Pei Yu watched Shen Lichu's gentle caress of his pinky, a sudden recollection struck him, a memory from that heart-wrenching dream. At Shen Lichu and Amp, Oppo's funeral organized by Xie Changyan, he had received a severed finger from a coffin filled with flowers, which was precisely the same finger he had fractured. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Chapter 51. I am not a qualified mother. Last year, Pei Yu fed a stray cat that subsequently gave birth to 3 kittens, each an orange tabby. The mother cat, well fed by Pei Yu, raised her offspring robustly, their round bellies resembling little balls. As Pei Yu frequently provided nourishment, his classmates soon recognized these kittens as his. The 3 little ones were quickly adopted. Today marked the final visit of Shen Lichu and Pei Yu to see the kittens. Upon hearing about the visit, Wangjing insisted on tagging along. As the adoptive guardian of the mother cat, Xie Changyan naturally accompanied them as well. Having grown up among people, the kittens were unafraid. Upon seeing Pei Yu and the others, they mewed incessantly. Wangjing, envious, exclaimed, Pei Yu, can't you spare one for me? He had missed the adoption announcement while engrossed in a game. Pei Yu stood nearby, his gaze fixed on Shen Lichu, who was crouching down to play with the kittens, and replied coolly, no. The kittens are quite attached. One kitten circled around Jiang Hang and Appo's legs, and as he scooped it into his hands, it began kneading against him. Having never encountered such soft creatures, Jiang Hang was bewildered. Why is this cat kneading my hand? Is it possible that cats suffer from onychomycosis? Shen Lichu glanced at Jiang Hang, unable to suppress a giggle. Xie Yin shot him a knowing look. Do you remember that rainy night when you had a high fever, and Aunt Jiang carried you to the market? Jiang Hang blinked, momentarily stunned. Xie Yin, realizing he had struck a nerve, pinched the bridge of his nose. Forget it, just disregard what I said. Shen Lichu attempted to stifle her laughter, but failed, while Pei Yu couldn't help but smirk. Jiang Hang scratched his head in confusion. The three prospective adopters of the kittens arrived one after another. All of them girls. Since this was something dear to Shen Lichu, Pei Yu took the matter of finding suitable adopters seriously. The last remaining mother cat was also taken home by Xie Yin's arrangements. Watching the car drive away, Jiang Hang belatedly understood the implication of Xie Yin's earlier remark. He was mocking his intelligence. He glared at Xie Yin and muttered, Xie Yin, you scoundrel. In elementary school, everyone wrote about their most unforgettable experiences, often following the same template. I had a fever, my mother took me out, it started pouring. I fell, gritted my teeth, and rushed to the hospital. Jiang Hang had written the same. Shen Lichu quickly offered words of consolation. Once calmed, Jiang Hang pondered and couldn't help but ask, Li, did you write something similar? As soon as he asked, he realized he had misspoken. Before he could retract, two icy glares met him. Shen Lichu, not thinking much of it, offered a kind fib to comfort him. Yes. I wrote that my aunt carried me to the hospital. Jiang Hang felt immensely touched. What is an angel? Surely, the one before him was an embodiment of that. The four of them walked back, with Shen Lichu and Pei Yu trailing behind. Pei Yu, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, how could you write about a lady? If it were like in the essay, wouldn't it be me carrying you to the hospital? Shen Lichu whispered her explanation. I only said that to comfort Jiang Hang. No, you must rewrite the lie for Jiang Hang. Pei Yu insisted, his expression a mix of petulance and grievance. Shen Lichu quickly covered his mouth, worried that the truth would be revealed. Pei Yu muttered, it's fine. P.S. not the brightest. Shen Lichu's eyes widened. Pei Yu, I may not be clever, but my hearing is sharp. Jiang Hang's voice echoed from ahead. Pei Yu didn't even glance at him. You can be hard of hearing too. Meanwhile, on another side, a girl with a high ponytail handed a small box to Shen Jinxing, saying, Senior Shen, I'm leaving the kitten in your care. The kitten, having just separated from its mother and companions, cried pitifully. Shen Jinxing accepted the box with gratitude. The girl gazed at the little orange tabby inside, feeling a pang of reluctance. Had it not been for Shen Jinxing's past assistance, she wouldn't have let it go so easily. It seemed that fate had dealt her and this little creature a cruel hand. Shen Jinxing handed her a folder of study materials. I hope this helps. The girl departed joyfully with the materials, while Shen Jinxing sighed at the sight of the little tabby. Little one, I hope you can be of help. On Shen Lichu's birthday, it also happened to be the birthday of Shen Jinxing's daughter. Initially, Shen Jinxing had planned to deliver gifts personally, but his aunt had fallen gravely ill and remained in the hospital. Until he confirmed whether Shen Lichu was indeed his aunt's biological daughter, he couldn't divulge anything to her, lest it lead to false hopes. After school, Shen Jinxing took the orange kitten directly to the hospital. The scent of even the freshest incense could not mask the antiseptic odor in the VIP ward. By the floor-to-ceiling window, the woman in the reclining chair continued to stitch a pastel pink quilt, her wrist appearing even more delicate. Shen Jinxing called out, Aunt. The woman paused her work and turned to him. Jinxing, you're back from school? He nodded, approaching with a smile. I brought you a little companion. The kitten had finished its milk and was curled up with a toy fish, purring contentedly. The woman's eyes sparkled with joy. What a cute little creature. Seizing the moment, Shen Jinxing suggested, why don't you let it keep you company? However, the smile on her face faltered, and her tone turned despondent. Let us not, I wouldn't be able to care for it properly. I'm not a qualified mother. As she uttered those words, tears glimmered in her eyes. Chapter 52. Look again. Is it too much to ask for a little ambition? Regarding the possibility of his aunt and Appo's rejection, Shen Lichu had already anticipated it. However, he had also devised a strategy to counter it. With his gaze lowered upon the little kitten nestled in the box, he mused aloud. The mother cat and her two siblings had been taken away, leaving this one behind bewildered. Perhaps it feared that its mother would return and find it missing, causing it to linger in the same spot, unwilling to leave. Feeling pity for the forlorn creature, I decided to bring it home. As this benevolent falsehood escaped his lips, the woman indeed wavered. Memories of her daughter, who had perished in a fire, flashed through her mind. She trembled as she extended her hand, yearning to touch the kitten inside the box. Yet, just as her fingers were about to make contact, she abruptly withdrew her hand. In the end, the kitten remained behind. Shen Lichu had already arranged for an array of cat care supplies, awaiting the woman's approval. Within half an hour, the VIP ward transformed dramatically, with a litter box in one corner, a towering wisteria tree beside the floor-to-ceiling window, and an assortment of toys scattered about. After bidding farewell to the woman, Shen Lichu exited the ward and turned towards the doctor's office. Over the years, the woman and Appo's health had deteriorated. If she were to suffer another illness akin to the recent severe one, the consequences would be unthinkable. On his way out of the hospital, Shen Lichu leaned back in his car seat, resting his head on one hand, pressing his fingers against his aching temples. Since the woman had been advised to rest due to her heart condition, the weight of the Shen family and Appo's affairs had fallen squarely on his shoulders. Had there been no progress in the investigation? Shen Lichu suddenly inquired. The driver ahead replied with a slight hesitation, "Mr. Shen, the Pei family has concealed all information regarding Miss Shen exceptionally well." Shen Lichu sighed. "I understand. We must clarify whether Shen Lichu is indeed my aunt and Appo's biological daughter without further delay." The weather grew progressively warmer, prompting Shen Lichu to transition from long-sleeve pajamas to a nightgown. After her bath, she donned the white nightgown and sat at the small living room desk, joyfully engrossed in a game of Sudoku on her phone. She was entirely unaware of the pair of dark blue eyes that had been fixated on her from behind. The long-sleeved white nightgown revealed only a glimpse of her delicate, pale calves and exquisite ankles. Pei Yu, seated cross-legged on the sofa, found himself involuntarily recalling that dream, infused with the gentle warmth of spring. In a modest rental apartment, a girl sat at her desk, legs swinging, her laughter brightening the room as she beckoned him to come closer. What followed was an unexpected confession and a tender kiss, leaving him utterly breathless. Even upon countless recollections, Pei Yu and Appo's heart raced anew. Pei Yu, Pei Yu. The sound of Shen Lichu calling his name snapped him back to reality. He was momentarily taken aback to see her, who should have been at the desk, standing right in front of him. "Little one, what is it?" he asked. Shen Lichu furrowed her brow in concern. "Shun and Appo's I be asking you that? Wangjing has been calling out to you in the game for quite some time. Even I heard him from here, yet you didn't seem to notice. Isn and Appo's that a bit strange?" Pei Yu couldn't help but let his gaze drift back to Shen Lichu's legs, chiding himself internally. "Look, just look. Is it too much to ask for a little restraint?" He feigned calmness. "No, it's nothing." Shen Lichu, unconvinced, stepped closer to check his forehead for fever. In her approach, her leg inadvertently brushed against Pei Yu's knee. Startled, he toppled backward, failing to realize he was perched on the edge of the sofa, and fell to the floor. "Pei Yu!" Shen Lichu exclaimed, rushing around the sofa to help him up. From Pei Yu and Appo's perspective, all he could see as he fell was Shen Lichu and Appo's dazzlingly white calves. No, I can get it myself." Shen Lichu paused, not due to his words, but because she noticed a hint of redness at the bridge of his nose. Pei Yu scrambled to his feet, adjusting his clothing while attempting to salvage his dignity. "I didn't Appo's mean to—" Shen Lichu, anxious, interrupted. "Pei Yu, what's wrong?" Pei Yu coughed lightly. "You have a nosebleed." As soon as she spoke, a drop of blood fell to the carpet with a soft thud. Pei Yu glanced down, instinctively touched his nose, and found his fingertip stained bright red. After a moment of silence, he closed his eyes, then reopened them. His ears flushed as he asked Shen Lichu, "Little one, could you pretend you didn't see anything?" How embarrassing. He had never felt so humiliated. Thankfully, Shen Lichu was oblivious to the reason behind his nosebleed. Had she known, his reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished. Shen Lichu attempted to stifle her laughter, but ultimately succumbed, giggling as she helped Pei Yu stop the bleeding. The amount of blood was minimal, and after placing a cotton ball at his nostrils, it quickly ceased. Pei Yu leaned against Shen Lichu's shoulder, looking utterly defeated, as if he had sustained a grievous injury. Shen Lichu reassured him, "It's nothing serious. The weather has been dry lately. I'll ask the kitchen to brew some cooling tea for you tomorrow." Pei Yu lazily raised his gaze to Shen Lichu, then sighed. "Never mind, you wouldn't understand." Was this merely due to the change in seasons? No, it was a deeper discontent. It felt akin to placing a tender, melt-in-your-mouth piece of meat before a ravenous wolf, visible yet unattainable. How would that wolf feel? That was precisely how Pei Yu felt. He had considered confessing outright to Shen Lichu, but the remnants of his feeble rationality held him back. At this stage, Shen Lichu needed to focus on her studies, and he absolutely could not be the source of her distraction. Should he reveal his feelings, it would undoubtedly upset her focus, and if her grades plummeted, he wouldn't oppose. He need the ladies and her father to break his legs. He would do it himself. Pei Yu believed in Shen Lichu and oppose as self-control, yet he doubted his own. The thought of enduring 2 more years in this torment felt unbearable. Moreover, he had yet to face her mother and father. What would they think if they discovered that their precious daughter had been entangled with him? The challenges seemed insurmountable. Shen Lichu gazed at him with a serious expression, then resolutely reached out to touch Pei Yu and Appo's forehead. "You don't have a fever, so why are you talking nonsense?" Chapter 53. Much like the eyes of an elder the following morning, a bowl of cooling herbal tea was placed at Pei Yu and Appo's dining spot. Beside him, Shen Lichu wore an expression of eager anticipation, seeking praise. "I had Uncle Zhang in the kitchen brew this overnight. See? I care about you, right?" Pei Yu nodded solemnly, then reached out to ruffle her hair. In these trying times, one must drink bitter tea and endure a bitter life. "You boys are already hot-tempered. I specifically asked Uncle Zhang to brew extra. Take some to Xie, Chang Yin, and the others." Upon hearing this, Pei Yu immediately bristled. "Why should I give it to them? I can barely drink enough myself." Shen Lichu, with her round, glistening eyes, remained silent, merely pointing at the 2 large thermoses of herbal tea beside them. Pei Yu fell silent as well, realizing that sometimes he ought to consider his friends more. Due to Pei Yu and Appo's commitment to carrying the 2 large thermoses, Shen Lichu declined his offer to accompany her to class. Pei Yu frowned. "These thermoses aren't tea-heavy. I could lift them with my pinky finger." To prove his point, he prepared to demonstrate using the very finger that he had previously fractured. Shen Lichu's eyelids flickered, and she quickly urged, "It's not about weight. I just worry about you." Upon hearing this, Pei Yu and Appo's spirits lifted, and he, for once, decided to comply. "All right, then." He pretended to cough lightly, his eyes sparkling. "But could you repeat that?" Shen Lichu felt a pang of embarrassment, and under Pei Yu and Appo's earnest gaze, she reluctantly repeated her words, which led Pei Yu to take full advantage of the moment. Ultimately, Shen Lichu had to repeat, "I worry about you" 12 times before Pei Yu, satisfied, set off with the 2 large thermoses of herbal tea. Shen Lichu felt a bit parched, but her water bottle was in her backpack. She decided to wait until she returned to class to drink. At that moment, a bottle of strawberry milk appeared before her. Shen Jinxing and Appo's voice followed, "I heard from Pei Yu that this is your favorite brand of strawberry milk." However, Pei Yu had gone to great lengths to keep everything about Shen Lichu a secret from others. This information had not come from Pei Yu, but rather from Shen Jinxing's own inquiries. Shen Lichu turned to face him, speechless. Shen Jinxing continued, "Your eyes are quite beautiful." This was not the first time he had complimented her eyes, and just as she prepared to say thank you, he added, "They resemble those of one of my elders." His elder's eyes were similarly bright and soulful. Shen Lichu, concealing her emotions, finally lifted her gaze and smiled. What a coincidence. Seemingly casual, Shen Lichu inquired. How is your elder doing now? Shen Jinxing sighed. Not very well. The elder and Appo's daughter had tragically perished in a fire years ago, and the burden of grief, combined with the weight of responsibilities, had taken a toll on her health, requiring her to take medication for years. Concern etched on Shen Lichu and Appo's youthful face. She suggested, you should encourage your elder to look forward. One must always look ahead, right? Shen Jinxing nodded, I will. Ultimately, Shen Lichu declined the bottle of strawberry milk. When Shen Jinxing asked why, she explained that Pei Yu disapproved of her accepting gifts from others. She didn't want to upset Pei Yu. Shen Jinxing stood there until Shen Lichu and Appo's figure disappeared from view, then turned and looked up. In the corridor of the teaching building, Pei Yu and Appo's face was as cold as frost as he glared at him. Shen Jinxing raised a bottle of strawberry milk in a teasing manner, offering a smile. He did not intend to provoke Pei Yu using Shen Lichu, but he felt he had no choice. Throughout the morning, Shen Lichu felt somewhat distracted. During class, Xin Xiu had reminded her several times to pay attention. Eventually, even the teacher at the podium noticed her lack of focus, and, after class, took a moment to ask her if she was feeling overly fatigued lately. Her excellence was evident, yet the teachers were aware that Shen Lichu had always struggled with her health. Shen Lichu nodded listlessly. Perhaps you should take a day off to rest at home, the teacher suggested gently. After some thought, Shen Lichu agreed. In her current state, remaining at school seemed futile. If she were to leave early, she would need to inform Pei Yu, as he would undoubtedly not stay at school once she departed. As Shen Lichu anticipated, upon hearing that she was feeling tired and wished to take leave, Pei Yu immediately scooped her up and rushed out. It was a busy time in the hallway, and Shen Lichu barely had time to protest, burying her face in Pei Yu and Appo's embrace. Pei Yu and Appo's pace was swift, yet he held Shen Lichu securely. She recalled that winter night when she had been bullied, and Pei Yu had braved the elements, walking for hours to carry her home. Halfway there, he suddenly paused, panting as he suggested, Little one, shall we stop by the infirmary first? No, Shen Lichu replied, feeling particularly stubborn. I just want to go home. Pei Yu hesitated for a moment before quickly acquiescing. All right, let in Appo's. Let's go home. After obtaining the leave request, Pei Yu hailed a taxi, and due to the lack of traffic, they arrived home in about 20 minutes. Shen Lichu declined Pei Yu's suggestion to have the family doctor come check on her. Her refusals were never particularly forceful, but today, they were especially so, though her eyes began to redden. Seeing this, Pei Yu and Appo's heart ached for her, and he complied with her wishes, first taking her temperature with a mercury thermometer. Shen Lichu's health was fragile. Even slight emotional fluctuations could make her ill. The thermometer in Appo's reading soon indicated she was not running a fever, yet Pei Yu and Appo's tension did not ease. If anything, it tightened further. Shen Lichu and Appo's eyes remained red, and she pouted, I want to go to my room. As she spoke, she extended her hands towards Pei Yu, clearly indicating that she wished for him to carry her to her room. As she matured, Shen Lichu became increasingly aware of the boundaries between genders and exercised restraint regarding her interactions with Pei Yu. Something must have occurred. Pei Yu's first instinct was to think of the conversation between Shen Jinxing and Shen Lichu that morning, but it was not the time for pursuing the truth. He gently lifted Shen Lichu, cradling her as if she were a precious treasure. Chapter 54. I have deceived you. For a long time, the gentle breeze of early summer continuously stirred the pale pink curtains. Shen Lichu, wrapped in a thin blanket, slept soundly in Pei Yu's embrace, her long, curled eyelashes brushing against her cheeks as beads of sweat glistened on her slightly upturned nose. Gazing at her serene visage, Pei Yu held her close, his hand rhythmically patting her back. Every half hour, he would take out a thermometer to check her temperature. Fortunately, under Pei Yu's meticulous care over the years, Shen Lichu's health had gradually improved. It was indeed rare for her to have such a moment of relaxation, and she slept until the evening. Upon awakening, Shen Lichu instinctively nestled closer into Pei Yu and Appo's arms. What an Appo's, that's the matter. He chuckled softly. Are you not bothered by my warmth today? In response, Shen Lichu wrinkled her nose, letting out a soft grunt, disinclined to entertain his teasing. Her voice, still thick with sleep, sounded tender and muffled. Pei Yu smirked, mimicking her grunt, and teased further. What are you grunting about? Are you a little pig? Shen Lichu shot him an indignant look, her wide, sparkling eyes shimmering with annoyance. You are the little pig. Yes, I'm a little pig, Pei Yu replied earnestly. My entire family are little pigs. Seizing the moment that Shen Lichu had awakened, Pei Yu picked up the mercury thermometer from the bedside table. All right, my little darling. Let us check your temperature again. The mercury thermometer was more accurate than the infrared thermometer. As she took it, Shen Lichu stuffed it into her clothing while muttering, Auntie and Uncle are not little pigs. Only Pei Yu is a little pig. Then, she glanced up and down at the boy who was now sitting on her bed. Still a big, sturdy pig. Over the years, Pei Yu had not wasted a single meal, and now, sitting beside her bed, he was indeed quite substantial. A few years ago, Shen Lichu had fancied she could drink an extra half-cup of milk to catch up to Pei Yu's height. But now she had resigned to the fact. If she could merely grow to shoulder height beside Pei Yu, she would be utterly content. Pei Yu playfully flicked her forehead, urging, what are you dawdling about? Hold still, or the measurement will be inaccurate. With a huff, Shen Lichu awkwardly turned over, presenting him with the back of her round head. Pei Yu noted the time on his smartwatch and stepped out of the room, only to return shortly with a neatly stacked pile of bed linens in his arms. Since returning from school, Shen Lichu had been exceedingly clingy, and he had spent the entire afternoon lying beside her on her bed, still wearing his outer garments. Pei Yu effortlessly lifted her and carried her to the window seat. Such tasks were second nature to him, a skill honed since childhood. Within 5 minutes, he had made the bed. He asked Shen Lichu to hand him the mercury thermometer, and upon inspecting it, he noticed her anxiously watching him. Amused, he reassured her, everything is fine. After a thorough afternoon, Shen Lichu and Appo's temperature indeed fluctuated, but it remained within normal limits. Shen Lichu visibly exhaled in relief. Becoming ill meant enduring bitter medicine for a long while. More importantly, during her illness, the entire Pei household had been engulfed in anxiety. The family doctor had taken up residence in a guest room downstairs, while Pei Fu and Yu Qingqing did their utmost to postpone work to be by her side. Pei Yu had remained ever vigilant. What did that person named Shen say to you today? Pei Yu suddenly inquired. The lightness of his question caught Shen Lichu completely off guard. Stammering, she asked, how do you know? Pei Yu raised an eyebrow. Every time I part from you. It is only after witnessing your silhouette fade away that I can bring myself to leave. After a pause, he pressed, did you do something wrong? Feeling guilty, Shen Lichu quickly attempted to change the subject. I'm really thirsty. Yes, thirsty for water. Without hesitation, Pei Yu rose and fetched a cup of warm water from the small living room. The cup was only half full, and Shen Lichu sipped it slowly. Pei Yu leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching her intently with his deep blue eyes. No matter how slowly she drank, the half-cup would eventually run dry. And reluctantly, Shen Lichu set the empty cup down. Can't you tell me? Pei Yu inquired. Shen Lichu nodded eagerly. Is it that you can't tell me for now, or is it that you can never tell me? Pei Yu pressed, suppressing his discontent and jealousy, his teeth clenched. Shen Lichu lowered her gaze and murmured, it's just for now. Some matters were still unclear, even to her. Although she wasn't certain if Shen Lichu was merely deceiving herself, Pei Yu was at least relieved to have received the answer he desired. Yet, he remained deeply unsatisfied. Even with Xie Changyan, who had grown up alongside them, Shen Lichu had never hidden anything from Pei Yu. Why should a mere acquaintance like Shen Jinxing possess secrets that Shen Lichu shared only with him? Are you hungry now? Pei Yu decided to shift the conversation, realizing it was already late and they hadn't had lunch. Change your clothes. I'll wait for you outside. As he spoke, Pei Yu turned to leave, his expression suddenly turning cold. He could not bear the thought of Shen Lichu harboring secrets with others that he was unaware of. Moreover, the existence of such a secret had stirred considerable emotional turmoil within her, which was detrimental to her health. Since he could not extract the truth from Shen Lichu, Pei Yu was certain to direct his inquiries towards Shen Jinxing. Just as he was about to step out the door, Shen Lichu called out to him, Pei Yu. Yes. What is it? Pei Yu paused at the entrance, but did not turn back. Shen Lichu feeling anxious, asked if I have deceived you about something for a long time. Would you be very angry? For how long? He questioned. Shen Lichu lowered her head and fell silent once more. Pei Yu took a deep breath and confessed. I will be angry, very angry. Shen Lichu's heart sank. Her lips pressed together in uncertainty. Then, she heard Pei Yu continue, while I would be angry, I would also feel a sense of pride. You have always been so well-behaved, never deceitful. The fact that you, so virtuous, have only deceived me. How could I not feel proud? Could such a well-behaved Shen Lichu deceive anyone else? No, Shen Lichu only deceived him, Pei Yu. And was that not a unique existence in itself? Besides, since you have already admitted your fault to me, what could I possibly do? Would I no longer call you my little darling? It seems like that would not be punishing you, but rather punishing myself. Chapter 55. He approaches Li Li for only 2 valid reasons after changing clothes. Shen Lichu and Pei Yu descended the stairs together, only to notice the lively atmosphere in the living room. Upon hearing the unsettling news regarding Shen Lichu, Father Pei and Yu Qingqing had returned home early. In the afternoon, Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng also arrived. Shen Lichu turned to Pei Yu. Did you already know? Pei Yu looked up at the ceiling, feigning ignorance. It was Yu Qingqing who first spotted the two by the staircase, calling out Li Li. Shen Lichu responded and hurried down the stairs. Yu Qingqing smiled. Take your time. Be careful not to trip. Amidst the concern from everyone, the butler signaled the servants to bring out the sumptuous dishes from the kitchen. The spread was lavish, particularly the fried lotus root boxes, which Shen Lichu adored. However, Pei Yu is ever vigilant against her indulging in too many fried foods. After devouring 2 pieces, he ruthlessly turned the dining table and Appo's rotating tray away. Shen Lichu had attempted to stealthily turn it back on several occasions. Yet each time she tried to reach for the fried lotus root boxes, the tray would mysteriously shift out of her grasp. Shen Lichu. In the Pei household, there has never been a rule of silence during meals. Pei Yu began his training to take over the Pei family at the age of 18, while Xie Changyan had started at 13. Aware of the awkwardness Xie Changyan faced at the Xie family, Father Pei had discreetly assisted him on numerous occasions, often taking the initiative to provide guidance during their meetings. Jiang Jingheng, having an exemplary older brother and with aspirations elsewhere, rarely engaged in their discussions. Taking advantage of Pei Yu and Appo's distraction, Jiang Jingheng slyly passed a fried lotus root box to Shen Lichu, with Yu Qingqing providing cover. Shen Lichu quickly consumed it. When Pei Yu glanced over again, he found Shen Lichu earnestly nibbling on a piece of green vegetable. After the meal, with Yu Qingqing and Appo's busy schedule, she reminded Shen Lichu to not overexert herself before hurriedly departing. Pei Yu and the others continued their work-related discussions. Shen Lichu, holding a book in one hand and a pen in the other, was highlighting key points for Jiang Jingheng. This is definitely on the exam. This has an 80% chance of appearing. 20 minutes later, Jiang Jingheng, satisfied with his highlighted notes, packed his books into his bag. With you helping me highlight, I'm certain I'll ace this midterm exam. Dad won't have to worry about my grades anymore. However, Shen Lichu's focus had drifted to the pair of gold-rimmed glasses that Xie Changyan had just removed. Had he become nearsighted? She had never seen him wear glasses before. Jiang Jingheng whispered, they're just for show. I asked to try them on, but he wouldn't let me. Shen Lichu couldn't help but chuckle. I want to try them too. She had never worn glasses herself. Jiang Jingheng exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Lichu, their years of friendship allowing them to understand each other perfectly. The two conspiratorially stood up. Today marked the first day Xie Changyan wore glasses, and he was still adjusting to them. The gold-rimmed glasses obscured some of his youthful features, lending him a more mature appearance. After wearing them for a day, his nose began to ache, prompting him to remove them for a moment. When he reached for the glasses again, he was met with emptiness. He looked down, finding them missing. Changyan, they're over there. Father Pei gestured for him to look towards Shen Lichu and Jiang Jingheng. Upon turning, he saw Shen Lichu curiously trying on the glasses, asking, do I look strange? Jiang Jingheng stroked his chin and pondered, it does seem a bit odd. Those delicate gold-rimmed glasses are quite dainty. Pei Yu, who had been observing Shen Lichu's antics, Kuden and Appo's T resist joining in. Look, Pei Yu. Shen Lichu joyfully swayed her head while showing off the glasses. Pei Yu, in a serious tone, commented, "The glasses are ugly, but you look adorable." After removing the glasses, Shen Lichu placed them on Pei Yu's nose, carefully examining him before tiptoeing to smooth his bangs. With the glasses on, Pei Yu and Appo's sharp brow was softened, making him appear more approachable. "Looks good." Upon hearing Shen Lichu's compliment, Pei Yu felt compelled to try on a pair of glasses himself. After enjoying the novelty, Shen Lichu cleaned the glasses before returning them to Xie Changyan. He put them back on, smiling. "They're quite clean." Shen Lichu tilted her head, glancing at Pei Yu before giving a discreet thumbs up. "You look handsome in glasses." To be fair, Xie Changyan suited glasses far better than Pei Yu. Xie Changyan and Appo's features exuded a refined elegance, which was accentuated by the gold-rimmed glasses. "Changyan, let me try on the glasses too, so Lichu can see how I look." Father Pei chimed in eagerly. Xie Changyan chuckled, passing the glasses to him. Shen Lichu beamed. "Uncle Pei, whether you wear glasses or not, you're always the most handsome." Father Pei beamed with pride. "To be honest, I won your aunt's heart with this face. What exquisite taste your aunt has." After their cheerful banter, Tom had slipped away. Xie Changyan and Jiang Jingheng rose to leave. As they brushed past Pei Yu, Xie Changyan exchanged a meaningful glance with him. Pei Yu understood perfectly. After escorting Shen Lichu upstairs and urging her to take a bath, he returned downstairs. At the iron-wrought entrance, Xie Changyan, visibly weary, stood beneath the streetlight. Upon hearing footsteps, he raised a lit cigarette between his fingers, gesturing for Pei Yu to keep his distance, for Shen Lichu could not tolerate the smell of smoke. Xie Changyan seldom smoked. He only did so when overwhelmed by stress with no other outlet. Pei Yu halted his steps. Back at home, numerous affairs awaited Xie Changyan. He wasted no time and straightforwardly stated, "I've looked into Shun Jinxing. He approaches Li for only two valid reasons. First, many years ago, the Shun family had an heir perish in a fire, but it said that no remains were found, leaving the possibility of survival quite high. Although it is rumored that this heir was male, there is no concrete evidence, merely hearsay. Second, the Shun family has faced turmoil over the years, and Shun Jinxing may seek a marriage alliance to stabilize the family. Regardless of which reason holds truth, Xie Changyan believed neither bode well for Shen Lichu. It was not that Xie Changyan wished to harbor ill thoughts, but in the face of absolute interests, there could be no absolute trust. Should the first reason prove valid, Shen Lichu would undoubtedly pose a threat to Shun Jinxing's position. Chapter 56. All my incompetence after taking a shower, Shen Lichu sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at Pei Yu, who was laying out bedding on the carpet. She asked, puzzled, "Didn't Tiwi check your temperature in the evening?" There's no fever. She had secretly hidden an exam paper beneath her pillow, initially planning to complete it after Pei Yu left. What if she developed a fever in the middle of the night? Pei Yu could not ease his worries at all. Shen Lichu whispered, "I don't think that will happen." Amidst his busy schedule, Pei Yu looked up at her with a half smile, half solemnity. "Think? 1T. Shen Lichu dared not retort. "It's time for bed. You need to rise early tomorrow." After laying out the bedding, Pei Yu stood up and directly pulled out the exam paper hidden under Shen Lichu's pillow. Shen Lichu gasped softly, her eyes widening in surprise, and she nervously asked, "How did you know?" She had thought she had concealed it well. Pei Yu placed the exam paper into the drawer, his expression stern. "Less chatter, go to sleep." After Shen Lichu lay down, Pei Yu carefully tucked the thin blanket around her. The lights were soon turned off. Having taken a long nap in the afternoon, Shen Lichu, usually pressed for time and burdened with study tasks, found herself surprisingly alert as her head hit the pillow. She stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. The weather was gradually warming up. Listening to the sounds beneath the bed, Shen Lichu noted that Pei Yu had remained silent since the lights went out. He must have fallen asleep, right? However, in the very next moment, as Shen Lichu stealthily extended her toes, she heard Pei Yu's soft voice, "Pull your feet back." Shen Lichu. Throughout the night, Shen Lichu struggled to find deep sleep, vaguely sensing Pei Yu getting up 4 times, each time using a thermometer to check her temperature and then pressing his forehead against hers to ensure she wasn't feverish. Unless in an emergency, Pei Yu would not lift her clothes to check her temperature with a mercury thermometer without her consent. The following day, Pei Yu, as usual, carried Shen Lichu's backpack and escorted her to the classroom. If you feel unwell. Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Lichu interrupted. If I feel unwell, I'll tell you immediately. One must drink water regularly, and one shouldn't save it all up for a single trip to the restroom. Snacks and fruits must also be remembered. Pei Yu repeated these reminders daily, and Shen Lichu could recite them by heart. Yet, she never grew tired of hearing them. Pei Yu raised an eyebrow, about to say something when his peripheral vision caught sight of someone approaching, his expression instantly shifting to one of disdain. Ignoring Pei Yu's presence, Shen Jinxing walked up to Shen Lichu, holding a small food box. Lichu, Pei Yu impatiently retorted. Who do you think you are? You think you can call her Lichu? In response, Shen Jinxing displayed no signs of anger. Shen Lichu, I brought you a dessert. Knowing Pei Yu disapproved of Shen Jinxing, Shen Lichu naturally intended to decline. However, upon hearing Shen Jinxing's next words, she hesitated. I informed an elder about your situation yesterday, and she made a special effort to prepare a milk sweet potato and tremella soup for you today. Shen Lichu stared at the small food box for a long time. It was my oversight. It's fine if you refuse, Shen Jinxing added gently, though a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. You don't have to worry. I can save it for when I'm hungry in the morning. As the weather warmed, Pei Yu shot a cold glance at Shen Jinxing, easily seeing through his feigned sorrow. Shen Jinxing had accurately pinpointed Shen Lichu's soft-hearted nature. But I had a hearty breakfast, Shen Lichu replied, clearly troubled by her inability to refuse. Pei Yu immediately interjected, if you don't mind, let me have it. I didn't eat enough this morning. That works. Shen Lichu tilted her head, her curled lashes fluttering. Is it okay if I give it to Pei Yu? This was the best solution at the moment. And Shen Jinxing had no reason to refuse, smiling as he replied, of course. Pei Yu flashed a malicious smile at Shen Jinxing. Due to it being a dessert, the portion of the milk sweet potato and tremella soup was not substantial. Pei Yu quickly finished the contents of the food box. As Shen Lichu prepared for her self-study session, Pei Yu and Shen Jinxing stepped outside together. In the corridor, Shen Jinxing suddenly remarked, giving it to you really is a waste. Before anything was confirmed, how could he disclose Shen Lichu's matters to his aunt? The milk sweet potato and tremella soup was prepared by the kitchen staff at his home. Pei Yu responded with a laugh. It's rather unpalatable. Shen Jinxing was 2 years ahead of them, attending classes in a different building. Upon parting, Pei Yu called out to Shen Jinxing, nonchalantly asserting his claim. If you wish to please my little one again, remember not to use such sweets. Her teeth aren't great. I seldom allow her to have these. Shen Jinxing scoffed. Your family? What era is this? The Pei family still indulges in child brides? What else with the child bride talk? It's never-ending. Pei Yu frowned deeply. Who told you about the child bride rumors? Don't let me catch that gossiping fool. Shen Jinxing retorted, what? The Pei family has the audacity to do it, but not the courage to admit it? Pei Yu looked at Shen Jinxing with confusion. Little one is not my child bride. Shen Jinxing did not believe him. If they weren't grooming a child bride for Pei Yu, why would the Pei family invest so much effort in raising a child not of their bloodline? After all, merchants value profit above all. In the next moment, Pei Yu boasted in a slightly smug tone, but I'm the child bride's husband. Shen Jinxing's eyes widened in shock, incredulous. Husband? Pei Yu stood tall with pride, emphasizing she agreed herself, and my parents approved. So, Shen Jinxing, what do you have to contest with me? With your cheap sweet soup that will cause cavities? Or your readily available strawberry milk? Shen Jinxing fell silent. When dealing with enemies, Pei Yu preferred a decisive strike, leaving no room for counterattacks. Since childhood, everything my little one uses and wears has been meticulously chosen. Anything she merely glances at, regardless of its rarity or value, must be presented to her by the next evening, or I, Pei Yu, am deemed incompetent. Shen Jinxing, understand this, whether it's money, love, or a promising future. Shen Lichu is never lacking in any of them. Chapter 57. Do you still believe this is a dream? In the evening, after taking a shower, Shen Lichu emerged to find Pei Yu lying on the sofa, hand pressed to his chest, appearing weak and frail. The sight startled Shen Lichu greatly. Pei Yu, what happened to you? You seemed fine when you came home from school, and during dinner. She was on the verge of calling you Ching when Pei Yu slowly replied. I think I amp, oppos, eaten something bad. His tone, though lacking in strength, hinted at a deeper concern, suggesting that the mischievous Shen Jinxing had perhaps poisoned the chaotic sweet soup. Shen Lichu fell silent. Pei Yu continued to mumble. So, my dear, you must never accept anything from Shen Jinxing. Enraged, Shen Lichu playfully punched Pei Yu in the chest. Ouch! The punch was merely a scare tactic, lacking real force, yet it seemed to have genuinely pained him, prompting Shen Lichu to quickly rub the spot. Pei Yu held her hand down, grinning. It doesn't hurt. Shen Lichu and Appo's eyelids twitched in annoyance. Realizing she was genuinely upset, Pei Yu quickly offered, how about I bring you a box of yogurt? Shen Lichu maintained her stern expression but silently extended 2 fingers, signaling her desire for 2 boxes. Pei Yu readily agreed. But the second one will have to wait until tomorrow. Shen Lichu reluctantly consented. Although the yogurt was reduced sugar and slightly tangy, it was chilled, far superior to the room-temperature watermelon she had consumed throughout her childhood. Once the servant brought the yogurt, Pei Yu opened the lid, inserted the spoon, and handed it to Shen Lichu. Fresh from her shower, she relished the cold yogurt, feeling utterly satisfied. Pei Yu, you're truly wonderful. While she savored the yogurt, Pei Yu retrieved a small, pink floral quilt. Observing the quilt, now marred with several small tears, Shen Lichu sighed. It's becoming too worn, otherwise. I wouldn't have to mend it. What a hassle. Pei Yu swiftly threaded the needle, declaring, I don't find it bothersome. The torn fabric was beyond repair, necessitating patches. After savoring every last bit of yogurt, Shen Lichu discarded the container and plastic spoon. Just then, Pei Yu's voice reminded her to brush her teeth. After dutifully brushing her teeth, Shen Lichu returned to find Pei Yu still engrossed in mending the quilt. She settled beside him, peering curiously at his handiwork. How could the needle be so obedient in his hands? As Pei Yu stitched, Shen Lichu watched intently. Once he finished, she praised Pei Yu. If you ever decide not to take over the family business, you would undoubtedly excel as a tailor. Pei Yu chuckled lightly. I'd rather not. I only wish to mend things for you. After ensuring all the needles were returned to the box, Pei Yu locked it away, placing the key out of reach. In most places Shen Lichu frequented, Pei Yu forbade the presence of sharp objects. Noticing the late hour, Pei Yu urged Shen Lichu to sleep, tucking her in before retrieving the exam paper he had placed in the drawer the previous night. He turned off the light and left the room. Gently closing the door behind him, Pei Yu glanced at the exam paper while making his way to his bedroom. Not a single question could he answer. What a dreadful exam, designed solely to torment. Once in his room, Pei Yu placed the paper on the second shelf of his desk. The stack of papers he had confiscated from Shen Lichu was about an inch thick. Some were nearly completed, others half-finished, while most remained blank. After closing the shelf, Pei Yu pulled out a black notebook from the end of the shelf and began noting Shen Lichu and Appo's approximate wake-up and sleep times, along with her meals and snacks for the day. Upon finishing, he glanced at the calendar, noting that in half a month, Shen Lichu would be within her menstrual cycle. It seemed prudent to avoid cold food starting next week. After completing his notes, Pei Yu swallowed a sleep aid and lay down, closing his eyes. He had grown accustomed to dreaming. Over the years, the timelines within his dreams had always been chaotic. One moment, he and Shen Lichu would be sweetly together, and the next, they would erupt into a fierce argument. As he entered the dream state, Pei Yu sensed something amiss. It appeared he was about to experience a nightmare. The dream felt particularly fragmented. On a summer night, Pei Yu returned from the construction site, soaked in sweat, only to be dried by the scorching heat, emanating an unpleasant odor. At 18, he watched the well-dressed Shen Jinxing walk away, whispering, "Who is he?" Shen Lichu explained gratefully, "His name is Shen Jinxing. He helped me when I was troubled by a guest today." On a crisp autumn morning, Shen Lichu, nearly late for school, sternly rejected Shen Jinxing's south offer to drive her and instead took a seat on Pei Yu's bicycle. "Sorry, Senior Shen, my boyfriend can get me to school on time." Seasons changed, and another autumn morning arrived. Now transformed, Pei Yu watched enviously as Shen Lichu conversed privately with Shen Jinxing outside their door. The seed of inferiority, once sown, took root and thrived, irrespective of the upheaval in their circumstances. After their conversation, Shen Lichu realized Pei Yu had awoken. "My dear, didn't you promise never to meet Shen Jinxing alone?" Pei Yu's eyes were red, appearing utterly pitiable. Shen Lichu approached and embraced him. "I initially intended not to see him, but he claimed he had something important to tell me." When Shen Lichu was 12, she had fainted in the snow due to bullying. Fortunately, Pei Yu had found her, and that fever, which could have claimed her life, only took away her memories from before she turned 12. Pei Yu's voice was laced with desolation. What was this important matter? Shen Lichu hesitated. "I'm sorry. I promised Shen Jinxing I wouldn't tell you." In that moment, jealousy overcame reason. In a fit of rage, Pei Yu picked up a ceramic cup. Then, realizing it was one Shen Lichu had crafted, he instead hurled a glass cup into the corner. "Shen Lichu, who is truly more important to you, me or Shen Jinxing?" After the familiar quarrel, a whirlwind of fragmented memories flashed before him. It culminated in Pei Yu kneeling, holding a severed finger, weeping inconsolably. Suddenly, the Pei Yu in the dream turned, lips darkened, face pallid, and those once hollow dark blue eyes now glared fiercely at him, enunciating each word. "Do you still believe this is a dream? Stop deluding yourself." Chapter 58. No matter where you go, I will follow you, even to death. Pei Yu was awakened by pain, his tall figure curled up on the bed, his hand instinctively pressing hard against his chest. And only after enduring unbearable torment did a faint groan escape his lips. The pain, it was excruciating. It felt as if a knife had been brutally plunged into his heart, twisted around to widen the wound, and then a nameless object shoved inside. Pei Yu forced himself to sit up, leaning against the headboard. In the darkness of the night, his usually vibrant dark blue eyes appeared like two hollow, desiccated voids. It turned out, it was not a nightmare. He had been deceiving himself all along. Yet how could such a tragic conclusion not lead Pei Yu to self-deception? He despairingly closed his eyes, burying his head in his bent knees, not lifting it for a long time. Hadn't he and Shen Lichu met when they were very young in a past life? Or had Ms. Yu, an old Pei, gone? How had he caused his little darling's demise? What was the truth behind it all? A torrent of painful and chaotic memories twisted Pei Yu and Appo's mind into a tangled mess. Simultaneously, a multitude of questions arose, begging for clarity. Yet, despite his immense capabilities, he found himself powerless against these elusive memories. Early in the morning, Shen Lichu was startled by Pei Yu. Before she could inquire about his condition, he reached out and embraced her tightly. "Pei Yu, what's wrong?" Sensing something was amiss, despite the painful grip of Pei Yu's iron-like arms, Shen Lichu did not struggle, but allowed him to hold her freely. As she managed to utter a word, Pei Yu and Appo's voice broke, his tears scalding against her neck, sending waves of panic through her heart. Pei Yu was a man of pride, particularly before Shen Lichu. He would go to great lengths to hide all his flaws and vulnerabilities, striving to craft an image of omnipotence in her heart. Over the years of their companionship, this was only the fourth time Pei Yu had cried before her. "I dreamt that you no longer wanted me." Shen Lichu struggled to reach behind Pei Yu, mirroring the way he comforted her, patting gently, her voice soft and soothing. "That was merely a dream. I will always be by your side." But what if it is not just a dream? Before Shen Lichu could respond, she heard Pei Yu's hoarse voice, speaking to himself. "It doesn't matter if it's not a dream. Wherever you go, I will follow you, even to death." Noticing Pei Yu's evident distress, Shen Lichu took special care of him that day. After the first class, she secretly pulled out her phone from her bag. It was rare to see Shen Lichu, the obedient student, using her phone instead of studying after class, which astonished Xinqiu. "You actually brought your phone to school?" It was well known that the school was particularly strict about checking students' phones. Just as Xinqiu spoke, the teacher approached Shen Lichu. Seeing the phone in her hand, the teacher furrowed her brow. Shen Lichu was about to explain when the teacher interjected. "Lichu, you are already exceptional. Don't put such immense pressure on yourself. Your tense nerves need to relax occasionally." Shen Lichu widened her eyes, bewildered. Did the teacher think she had taken out her phone for studying? She tried to clarify that she was not using her phone for studying, but for chatting with others. The teacher clearly did not believe her. Shen Lichu. Shen Lichu watched, struggling to suppress laughter. After the teacher left, Shen Lichu turned to Shen Lichu, her dark eyes filled with reproach. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wangjing asked, "Xie Ge, what is up with Pei Yu today? He looks so melancholic." Xie Changyan glanced at Pei Yu while checking his emails. He probably didn't have his usual explosives today. Maybe he switched to something else. Jiangjing Hang. Xie Changyan added. Perhaps he changed his persona, shifting from the aloof nobleman to a deep, tormented soul. That is quite a possibility. Jiangjing Hang stroked his chin, speculating, could it be that recently Lichu prefers this kind of style in boys? Pei Yu shot a cold glance at the two. Jiangjing Hang shrank his neck. Xie Changyan smirked, openly mocking, playing hard to get. The last class of the afternoon was physical education. Pei Yu skipped it, arriving at the back door of Shen Lichu's classroom, afraid she would notice, only daring to peek through the window. Shen Lichu was always earnest during class. After a day of feeling lost, Pei Yu only felt grounded when he saw Shen Lichu. Although the scorching sun shone upon him, he felt no warmth whatsoever. Was it possible that this seemingly beautiful reality was merely a beautiful dream conjured by his unyielding soul? What was truly real? He was on the verge of losing his grip on reality. As soon as school ended, Shen Lichu hurried out with her backpack, searching for Pei Yu and Appo's figure. Finally finding him by the back door, Pei Yu leaned against the wall, his eyelids lowered, lost in thought, utterly still, appearing lifeless. The summer twilight was warm, flooding the corridor and casting a long shadow of Pei Yu. Pei Yu, gently calling his name, Shen Lichu approached and took his hand. Pei Yu snapped out of his reverie, readily accepting the backpack she offered. Were you tired in class today? Pei Yu attempted to act as if nothing had changed. Not tired, Shen Lichu replied. Let us go home. The driver is waiting at the school gate. However, Shen Lichu shook her head. Not yet. I want to take you to meet someone. Pei Yu was somewhat surprised, unable to fathom who Shen Lichu wished to introduce him to. Until, at the CAF near the school gate, he saw Shen Jinxing. Pei Yu froze in place, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at him. Shen Jinxing greeted them with a smile, appearing elegant and composed. Shen Lichu coaxed Pei Yu, and they sat down across from Shen Jinxing. Observing the tightly clasped hands of Shen Lichu and Pei Yu, Shen Jinxing and Appo's eyes flickered. He chuckled lightly. I'm surprised, Lichu, that you would take the initiative to meet me. Shen Lichu's expression turned serious, because there is something important I need to clarify with you. Realizing what Shen Lichu deemed important, Shen Jinxing's smile faded, and his demeanor became grave. Shen Lichu spoke directly. I know that Senior Shen has gone to great lengths to approach me, because of these eyes that bear striking resemblance to your elder. Chapter 59. In this lifetime, Pei Yu will not repeat past mistakes. Shen Jinxing emphasized that it is not merely a striking resemblance, but rather a replication from the same mold. Shen Lichu responded, regardless of the similarities, my elder and I should have no connection whatsoever. She recalled her childhood memories, having witnessed her father and Appo's death and her mother and Appo's departure. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinxing was momentarily stunned, while Pei Yu turned, astonished, to look at Shen Lichu. Shen Jinxing, in a flurry, pulled out a photograph from his phone and handed it to Shen Lichu. Lichu, please take another look. Shen Lichu lowered her gaze to the photo, which appeared to be taken surreptitiously. In it, a woman held an unfinished pale, pink floral quilt, her expression tender and affectionate. A minute later, Shen Lichu returned the phone with both hands. Senior Shen, I'm afraid that the woman is not how I remember my mother. Alongside Shen Lichu, Pei Yu scrutinized the image, based solely on the unfinished pale, pink floral quilt in the woman's hands. Pei Yu was convinced that Shen Lichu was deceiving Shen Jinxing. The quilt, both in its stitching method and fabric, was identical to the small quilt Shen Lichu had at home. The woman in the photo must undoubtedly be Shen Lichu and Appo's mother. Shen Jinxing, incredulous, asked Lichu, could it be that your memories are too distant, leading to some discrepancies? Shen Lichu gently shook her head, her voice soft yet resolute. Senior Shen, my memories are quite clear. Could it be that the photo I took was unclear, causing you to misjudge? Shen Jinxing looked at Shen Lichu hopefully. Shen Lichu sighed. Senior Shen, I understand your concern, but she truly does not resemble my mother as I remember her. Subsequently, Shen Jinxing sought countless reasons to sway Shen Lichu's conviction, yet she remained steadfast. Outside the glass window, the evening glow raged, and as the hour grew late, Shen Lichu took Pei Yu and Appo's hand and prepared to depart after bidding farewell to Shen Jinxing. Shen Jinxing, however, was not easily dissuaded. Lichu, I realize my next words may be somewhat intrusive, but may I implore you to undergo a paternity test with my elder? She longs deeply for her biological daughter. Upon hearing this last statement, Shen Lichu fell silent for a long while, ready to refuse, when Pei Yu, who had been quiet, finally spoke up. I agree. Shen Lichu turned to Pei Yu, her brow slightly furrowed. Pei Yu offered her a reassuring glance and softly stated, let's schedule it for this Saturday. Saturday, which is the day after tomorrow. At that moment, Shen Jinxing was too preoccupied to consider whether Pei Yu's unusual behavior harbored ill intentions. Once outside the CAF, Pei Yu took Shen Lichu and Appo's hand and led her to the car. He asked no questions, silently fastening her seatbelt. The vehicle began to move slowly. Pei Yu opened Shen Lichu and Appo's backpack, as was his custom, checking her water bottle, fruits, and snack box. Notably, today's fruit box contained carrots and cherry tomatoes, which Shen Lichu was not particularly fond of. Pei Yu raised an eyebrow and queried, eating so healthily today? Shen Lichu felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Ever since her relationship with Xin Qiu had improved, she had been sharing snacks and fruits with her almost daily. Recently, Xin Qiu had been quite distressed about her weight, having gained a bit due to her rich diet. Upon returning home, as usual, Shen Lichu ate, digested, and bathed under Pei Yu and Appo's watchful eye, who did not mention the events of that evening. Today was also the day Pei Yu would tend to Shen Lichu and Appo's nails. After her bath, she obediently sat beside Pei Yu and extended her hand. Pei Yu began his work. Shen Lichu was the first to break the silence, her anxiety prompting her to ask, Pei Yu, have you figured it out? Pei Yu did not lift his gaze, merely responding with a low, Is it her? Yes. In the small living room. Silence ensued once more. Shen Lichu inquired, Don't you want to ask anything? Pei Yu remained silent, but, filled with concern, asked, Little one, are you truly ready to confess? Shen Lichu felt disheartened. Not yet. That is enough. Pei Yu gently patted her head, saying, I will wait for the day you are ready. He then added, regarding Saturday, do not worry, I will handle everything. He would ensure that no one revealed Shen Lichu and Appo's scars until she was prepared. Despite knowing her biological parents and Appo's identities, Shen Lichu had never mentioned it, likely because her parents had committed wrongs against her. Pei Yu understood that if he had not succumbed to his anxious emotions today, Shen Lichu would not have shared this matter with him. From Shen Lichu's perspective, Pei Yu and Appo's unease stemmed from a secret she was keeping from him regarding Shen Jinxing. Therefore, she disregarded her own healed scars to comfort Pei Yu. However, little one, my unease is not due to that reason. Exiting Shen Lichu's bedroom, Pei Yu strolled toward the balcony while dialing Xie Changyan and Appo's number. Pei Yu knew well that this matter could be concealed from everyone, except for the astute Xie Changyan. Instead of hiding, it was better to seize control of the situation. He could wait for Shen Lichu to be ready to confide in him. However, he would not wait until she was prepared to uncover the entire truth. Upon hearing the news from Pei Yu, Xie Changyan appeared unsurprised, having suspected as much. In truth, on the day of Pei Yu's coming-of-age banquet, upon learning that Shen Jinxing had stealthily ascended to the second floor, Xie Changyan had begun to harbor doubts. After ending the call, Pei Yu quietly ventured to Shen Lichu's room once more. It seemed that memories of past sorrows resurfaced, for even in her sleep, Shen Lichu's brow was tightly furrowed. Pei Yu knelt beside her bed, extending a trembling hand to smooth her furrowed brow. Little one, do not fear. No matter what happens, I will be here. No one can force you. From this day forth, He vowed to ensure that only joy and happiness filled her life. By the end of the day, Pei Yu had come to a resolution. Whether this new life was a divine blessing or a consequence of his past efforts, he would not repeat the same mistakes. The Pei Yu of the past was just that, a remnant of a bygone era. The Pei Yu of this life would not be so foolish as to be swayed by emotion over reason. Pei Yu smiled gently, yet his dark blue eyes, tinged with crimson, were veiled in a thick shroud of intensity. Chapter 60. Just wanted to live a long life on a Saturday. Just before stepping out, Shen Lichu discovered that Pei Yu had locked his bedroom door. Puzzled, she inquired, "Pei Yu, why is the door locked?" It was noteworthy that over the years, Pei Yu had never locked his bedroom door. In fact, he often kept it wide open for Shen Lichu and Appo's convenience when she sought him out. A flicker of unusual emotion darted across Pei Yu's deep blue eyes, yet he maintained a serious facade, replying, "There's a great treasure inside." "What kind of treasure?" Shen Lichu and Appo's curiosity was piqued. Pei Yu raised an eyebrow and deliberately elongated his tone, teasing, "Do you want to know, little darling?" Shen Lichu nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I want an Appo's tell you. I'm stingy. Tomorrow, I shall hide a great treasure in my room and lock the door too," Shen Lichu retorted. Pei Yu raised an eyebrow in response. "You cannot." Shen Lichu widened her eyes. "Why can't an Appo's She continued, "What if you suddenly fall ill and lock the door? I wouldn't be able to get in? Just like that night when you were 6. I was so worried." Pausing for a moment, Shen Lichu contemplated, realizing the validity of her concern. Their cars soon arrived at the Shen family's private hospital, where Shen Jinxing was already waiting at the entrance. During the ride, Shen Lichu felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, this was the Shen family's domain. Would they truly be able to keep things under wraps? Sensing her unease, Pei Yu gently squeezed her fingers, instantly alleviating her worries. Indeed, with Pei Yu by her side, she had no reason to fret. She merely needed to place her trust in him. The sampling process was brief. Under Pei Yu's watchful eye, the doctor and scrubs completed the task in mere minutes. Pei Yu did not intend to have Shen Lichu wait for the results there. Just as he prepared to take her away, Shen Jinxing suddenly called out to Shen Lichu. "Lichu!" Shen Lichu halted, turned around, and looked at Shen Jinxing curiously. "My elder is in the VIP room upstairs. Would you like to see her?" This elder was, after all, Shen Lichu and Appo's biological mother. Even if Pei Yu was reluctant to let her go, he had to respect Shen Lichu and Appo's wishes. Pei Yu softly said, "Little darling, if you wish to go, I can accompany you." However, Shen Lichu shook her head. "Never mind. It's not appropriate." Upon hearing this response, Shen Jinxing felt somewhat disheartened but refrained from further persuasion. They would wait for the results before discussing anything further. On the way back, Pei Yu could no longer contain his concern and softly asked, "Has she treated you poorly?" He had also been investigating Shen Lichu's childhood, but the Shen family had meticulously shielded her past, making it challenging to uncover the truth due to the passage of time. Shen Lichu sniffled and shook her head. "No, the elders have always treated me well." Due to her inherent intelligence, she had early memories, many of which were buried deep within her heart. As a premature baby, her organs were underdeveloped, and had she been mistreated by her family, she likely would not have survived infancy. Upon hearing this, Pei Yu furrowed his brows. The next moment, however, Shen Lichu and Appo's voice filled with melancholy, "But I was an unanticipated child." The Shen family's private hospital was remarkably efficient. Soon, Shen Jinxing obtained the test report. Flipping it to the last page, no biological relation. How could this be? Shen Jinxing's pupils constricted as he looked up at the doctor. Is it possible that there was an error in the process? They have such similar eyes. How could not be? He couldn't and Appo's help but suspect that Pei Yu might be meddling in this matter. At that moment, an assistant hurriedly approached Shen Jinxing from the elevator, whispering something in his ear. Shen Jinxing furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding, "Please bring her in." 5 minutes later, Xie Changyan entered the hospital room, carrying a bouquet of sunflowers, guided by Shen Jinxing. Appo's, he brought a friend to visit you." Upon entering the VIP room, Xie Changyan instinctively surveyed the area, his attention quickly drawn to the nameplate at the head of the bed. Patient and amp, Oppo's, name, Song Yumi and Song? This surname rang a bell. Decades ago, a Song family had fallen from grace in Wangjing. Temporarily suppressing these thoughts, Xie Changyan smiled politely. Hello, Aunt. I'm Xie Changyan, a friend of Shen Lichu. Song Yumi greeted him with a smile, inviting him to sit and instructing someone to brew tea and prepare snacks. The bouquet was stunning, with bright yellow sunflowers interspersed with white tulips, surrounded by green fountain grass and other small flowers, exuding a vibrant springtime atmosphere. Xie Changyan humbly responded, I'm glad you like it, Aunt. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, seeing Song Yumi and amp, Oppo's, eyes still took him by surprise. No wonder Shen Lichu was so fixated on Shen Lichu, for they bore an uncanny resemblance. After a brief visit, Xie Changyan soon rose to leave. Shen Lichu personally escorted him out of the hospital room. As they walked together, their conversation appeared trivial on the surface, yet beneath it lay a current of unspoken tension. Why is the president so adamant about finding a principal heir? Just as the elevator descended to the parking level, Xie Changyan suddenly remarked, Aren't and Oppo's, you afraid she and Oppo's, return and vie for power? Though the Shen family had diminished in influence following turmoil over a decade ago, they still held considerable weight. Unfazed by the pointed inquiry, Shen Lichu chuckled lightly. If I were to say that I truly do not care for power, would you, Master Xie, believe me? Xie Changyan smiled faintly, remaining silent. Shen Lichu and Oppo's expression turned solemn, and he spoke deliberately. I was raised by my aunt. Naturally, I wish for her to live a long life, even if this nurturing was merely a duty borne by Song Yumi for the sake of the Shen family. So what? The moonlight and Oppo's soft glow indeed fell upon him. Xie Changyan gazed intently into his eyes, while Shen Lichu remained undaunted. He continued, The principal heir of the Shen family will undoubtedly return, by July at the latest. A homecoming banquet will be held for this girl who has been lost for over a decade. For years, Shen Lichu had been dedicated to searching for the child presumed lost, while secretly training a suitable candidate. Whether the girl who returned was truly his aunt and amp, Oppo's biological daughter was, in fact, of little significance. Xie Changyan suddenly chuckled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. President Shen truly possesses remarkable cunning. Chapter 61. After my birth, there was a time when she contemplated taking my life. The concern for Shen Lichu weighed heavily on Pei Yu, who chose not to take her home, but rather to the countryside. During her childhood, she often visited this place to escape the summer heat. But due to the demands of her studies, several years had passed since her last visit. This location was, in fact, the ancestral residence of the Pei family. The expansive traditional Chinese courtyard, nestled on a hillside, was primarily constructed of wood, yet it appeared well-maintained due to annual renovations. Upon hearing the sound of the vehicle, the elderly but spirited butler promptly came out to greet them. Ah, Miss Li and young master, you have arrived. Shen Lichu cheerfully called out, Grandpa Li. The sun blazed outside, prompting Butler Li to usher the two inside. Knowing you were coming today, Granny Li specially prepared a large pot of free-range chicken soup. The soup had been simmering all morning, resulting in a delectable flavor. Is there fried fish too? Shen Lichu inquired with a sparkle in her eyes. Of course. Knowing young master Yu and Amp, Oppo's fondness for fried fish, I made sure that the lad from the Fong family brought a basket back this morning. The small fish, renowned as a local delicacy, were scarce, dying as soon as they were pulled from the water, making them quite expensive, yet their taste was exquisite. Upon hearing the mention of the lad from the Fong family, Pei Yu and Amp, Oppo's brow furrowed. In their youth, whenever Pei Yu visited the countryside, that fellow from the Fong family would always cling to Shen Lichu and Amp, Oppo's side. Without hesitation, Granny Li served Shen Lichu a bowl of chicken soup. A thick layer of oil floated atop the soup, but the bowl handed to Shen Lichu was perfectly skimmed. In the courtyard stood an ancient pear tree, its expansive canopy casting a deep shade, with unripe green pears weighing down the branches. Beneath the pear tree, Shen Lichu sat on a small bamboo chair, sipping the chicken soup that Pei Yu fed her spoonful by spoonful. The weather was warm, and the soup was hot. After only a few sips, beads of sweat began to form on Shen Lichu and Appo's nose. Seeing her appetite, Pei Yu felt a surge of happiness. The bowl was small, and it was not long before it was empty. Soon, Pei Yu had fed her the last spoonful of soup. Shen Lichu licked her lips, her eyes sparkling as she indicated her desire for more soup, but Pei Yu resolutely refused. "It's too hot, and you suffer greatly from the heat every summer. If I give you another bowl, you won't be able to eat your main meal later," he stated. Shen Lichu pouted, but ultimately acquiesced. There was also a swing in the yard, handcrafted by Pei Yu in his childhood. He had accidentally struck his hand while securing the wood with nails, leaving his fingernail bruised, but out of pride and concern for Shen Lichu, he had hidden his injury from her. Shen Lichu stood up and took a seat on the swing, gently rocking back and forth. After all these years, it remained so sturdy. "Be careful," Pei Yu cautioned, joining her on the swing and ensuring she wouldn't accidentally fall off. Shen Lichu huffed. "Pei Yu, when will you stop treating me like a child?" Pei Yu raised an eyebrow, retorting, "When you can eat 2 bowls of rice at every meal, I will stop seeing you as a child." "Well, let us not count on that." Shen Lichu thought it best not to continue the argument. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, and a patch illuminated her face, prompting her to curiously block it with her hand. Pei Yu gazed at her and softly said, "My dear, look, so many people are eager to meet you." Shen Lichu was taken aback. "When you're not home in the evenings, old Pei thinks of you daily, worried you might fall ill in the middle of the night or feel frightened alone. When I accompany him to the Pei group for work, he proudly shows off the essay framed in his office, saying that seeing it dispels any fatigue he feels. Ms. Yu, the workaholic, often calls back, and if it's late and you've fallen asleep, she asked me to take the phone to your room just to see you through the screen." There were countless individuals, like Xie Changyan, who eagerly anticipated spending time with Shen Lichu at every holiday, yearning for the school to reopen. Pei Yu gently cupped Shen Lichu and Appo's face, using his thumb to wipe away her tears. "My dear, you are so obedient, so kind, so tender-hearted. There are multitudes waiting in line to love you. So please, do not be afraid, all right?" Shen Lichu suddenly threw herself into Pei Yu and Appo's embrace, quietly sobbing. In response, Pei Yu wrapped his arms around her, lifting her off the ground, her legs resting on his strong arms while her own arms encircled his neck. She cried for a long time, and throughout it all, Pei Yu remained silent, offering her the comfort of his presence. Her grandfather had once told her that due to being a premature baby, she could hardly be separated from others after leaving the hospital. Thus, she grew up in her father's arms. Her mother had not anticipated her birth and had nearly miscarried multiple times. After her birth, there was a moment when her mother had contemplated ending her life. In her earliest memories, she met her mother perhaps 4 or 5 times. Yet each encounter left her with a clear sense of her mother's love. Whenever her parents met, arguments ensued, and the last quarrel had erupted over her clinginess. Her mother stormed out, and her father chased after her. Shen Lichu, too, ran outside, stepping on shards of glass that pierced her feet. Perhaps due to the pain, she couldn't help but cry out, pleading for them not to abandon her. Her mother paused for a moment, but did not look back. Her father glanced at her, but also chose not to return. What transpired afterward was a blur. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself in the villa where she first encountered Pei Yu, living alone for 2 years until their fateful meeting. As she spoke, Shen Lichu kept her head lowered, unable to meet Pei Yu and Appo's gaze. Once she finished her tale, she timidly looked up, and upon seeing Pei Yu and Appo's tear-streaked face, she froze. Pei Yu was crying, tilting his head to prevent his tears from falling onto Shen Lichu. She longed to wipe away his tears, but they flowed from his eyes like an endless ocean, impossible to stop. Withdrawing her hand, she leaned her face against his chest, slowly closing her eyes. She never intended to conceal anything from Pei Yu. She merely feared that he and others might think her too needy, too clingy, and leave her just like her father and mother had. If that were to happen, she would be left with nothing, utterly alone. Chapter 62. She felt that Pei Yu was more like water. It and Appo's. That's not your fault, my dear. Pei Yu repeatedly murmured these words softly into Shen Lichu and Appo's ear. The burdens that had weighed heavily on her heart were finally expressed, and Shen Lichu felt a profound sense of relief. Her tears gradually ceased, yet Pei Yu and Appo's tears seemed unstoppable. Shen Lichu found herself once again wiping away Pei Yu and Appo's tears, first with a small handkerchief. When that became soaked, she had no other option but to use the sleeve of her own clothing. Shen Lichu had often heard others say that girls were made of water, but now she believed that Pei Yu embodied that essence far more. Perhaps it was the tumult of emotions and the lack of sleep in recent days that caused her eyelids to grow heavy as she wiped Pei Yu's tears. Ultimately, surrendering to exhaustion, she nestled into Pei Yu and Appo's embrace and drifted into a light slumber. Pei Yu, with eyes swollen like a goldfish, gently lifted her and walked inside. The summer sun at 3 or 4 in the afternoon was oppressive. After reviewing a stack of appraisal reports, Changyan handed them to Pei Yu. He had long since bribed the doctor conducting the tests, replacing the hair sample taken from Shen Lichu. Shen Jinxing, preoccupied with guarding against the Pei family, overlooked Changyan. The paternity test in Changyan and Appo's hands revealed that Shen Lichu was indeed the biological daughter of Song Yumian. The results on the last page confirmed this. With a cold laugh, Changyan remarked that the Shen family would host a homecoming banquet by July at the latest. Upon hearing this, Pei Yu and Appo's brows knitted tightly. Although Shen Lichu had no intention of acknowledging Song Yumian as her mother, the thought of a counterfeit occupying Shen Lichu's rightful place while the Shen family celebrated felt deeply unsettling. Changyan continued, "My people began investigating the nanny who cared for Lichu, but just as we started to uncover some leads, the trail went cold. The time has passed, and there are too few clues to pursue. Furthermore, the abusive nanny had long been dealt with by Pei and Appo's father and had fallen into misfortune, passing away 3 years ago due to illness. Perhaps you might seek the assistance of Uncle Pei." Pei Yu acknowledged, indicating he understood. "Brother Pei, the eggs you want to have arrived." At the doorway, Wangjing, with oil on his hands, entered holding 3 eggs in his left hand and a duck leg larger than his face in his right. Pei Yu accepted the eggs with gratitude. "Is Lichu still asleep?" Wangjing inquired, unable to resist asking. Pei Yu replied curtly that she had awakened before hastily ascending the stairs. In the bedroom, Shen Lichu lay on a finely crafted bed made of golden silk namu, gazing at the intricately carved canopy above, lost in thought. The window was wide open, allowing the occasional breeze to flutter the bed curtains, bringing a refreshing chill. Pei Yu gently parted the curtains and approached stealthily. Hearing the faint sound, Shen Lichu quickly turned her head towards it. The sight of her swollen, tearful eyes pained Pei Yu's heart. He coaxed, "My dear, would you like to roll some eggs over your eyes?" Shen Lichu pouted, her voice soft and nasal. "No." Pei Yu relented, bringing a cup of honey water to her lips. Perhaps due to her infrequent consumption of such sweet beverages, Shen Lichu drank several gulps eagerly. As she finished the honey water, another yawn escaped her, prompting Pei Yu to sit at the edge of the bed and gently pat her back to lull her to sleep. Before long, she succumbed to a deep slumber once more. After tucking her in, Pei Yu gazed upon her face and, unable to resist, leaned down to plant a kiss upon her eyelid. This kiss had been longed for since the moment Shen Lichu shared her past, marking Pei Yu and Appo's first kiss with her. Even a light kiss was enough to stir his heart. Shen Lichu slept deeply and long, only to be awakened by Pei Yu in the evening. She groaned in reluctance, still heavily drowsy, her eyes fluttering. "Pei Yu, I and Appo's am so tired. I want to sleep a little longer." Pei Yu replied, "Even if you and Appo's retired, you cannot sleep anymore." Seeing Shen Lichu and Appo's persistent drowsiness, he had no choice but to lift her, checking her forehead with a thermometer. Finding no fever, he carried her outside. Downstairs, Changyan was in discussion with Wangjing. Upon seeing Pei Yu carrying Shen Lichu down, both men tacitly avoided mentioning the Shen family matters. The girl, with delicate features, had slightly furrowed brows, her swollen eyelids revealing moist, dark eyes, and her pale lips bore a hint of illness. Pei Yu held Shen Lichu in a manner akin to cradling a child. Xie Yin recalled having seen Shen Lichu held in such a way before. When she was a child, often falling ill. When she was unwell, she would become clingy, needing a loved one to hold her close to prevent her from silently shedding tears. Pei and Amp, Appo's father would often carry her, resting her head gently on his shoulder, with young Pei Yu trailing behind like a little shadow, bustling about. When Pei and Amp, Appo's father had no choice but to set her down, Yu Qingqing would take over, comforting Shen Lichu with affection. Years later, Pei's father and Yu Qingqing could no longer assist, as Pei Yu had grown, possessing the strength to hold Shen Lichu securely in his arms. At that moment, Pei Yu asked Shen Lichu what she wished to have for dinner. Shen Lichu rubbed her eyes, claiming she had no appetite and felt no hunger. Without hesitation, Pei Yu insisted, even if you and Appo's re not hungry, you must eat something. Shen Lichu, unable to resist him on this matter, buried her face in Pei Yu's embrace, falling silent. "Li, the housekeeper," Pei Yu called out. The housekeeper hurried over, responding, "Young Master Yu." Pei Yu instructed, "Have Granny Li prepare a bowl of chicken soup with wontons, keeping the flavor mild." Within half an hour, the fragrant chicken soup with wontons was served. The plump, thin-skinned wontons floated in the aromatic broth, garnished with finely chopped green onions. Shen Lichu, with her delicate palate, could not handle food that was too hot, so the wontons needed to cool for a moment. The enticing aroma made Wangjing, who had just finished a hearty meal, swallow hard. Nestled in Pei Yu and Appo's embrace, Shen Lichu slyly pushed her bowl of wontons towards Wangjing, her intentions clear. Wangjing, feigning ignorance, stood up and headed towards the kitchen, calling out, "Granny Li, I want wontons too." Chapter 63 allows one to lean into the wide embrace of Li. Before Shen Lichu lay a small white porcelain bowl, containing no more than 12 wontons. After a prolonged period of leisurely eating, only 2 or 3 remained. In contrast, not far away, Wangjing and Appo's bowl, larger than his own face, was completely emptied of its wontons, and he was now savoring fragrant chicken soup with hearty gulps. Xie Yin glanced at the delightfully feasting Wangjing and then at the frowning Shen Lichu, unable to suppress a light chuckle. This prompted a resentful glance from Shen Lichu in his direction. Ultimately, it was Pei Yu who finished off the last few wontons for her. After the meal, Shen Lichu was gifted a box of pure mango ice cream. She settled into a swing chair in the courtyard, delicately savoring the ice cream from the palm-sized container. "Li, do you think this pear is ready to eat?" Wangjing inquired, gazing up at the largest pear on the tree. Shen Lichu replied honestly, "Not yet, and it doesn't taste good either." The pear tree and Appo's variety remained a mystery. Its crown was expansive, yet it bore pears with thick skin and hard flesh. Wangjing smacked his lips, "But I'm quite curious to try it." After a moment's thought, Shen Lichu responded, "You can get a go." Just then, Wangjing spotted his desired pear and climbed the tree like a bear. After concluding their conversation, Pei Yu and Xie Yin strolled towards the courtyard. Xie Yin looked around and asked, "Where in Appo's Wangjing?" Shen Lichu pointed towards the tree. "Pei Gu, Xie Gu, would you like a pear?" Wangjing called out excitedly from above, having just picked his favored pear. Xie Yin politely declined. Pei Yu, preoccupied, approached Shen Lichu and coaxed, "Little one, could you spare me a bite of your ice cream?" Obediently, Shen Lichu handed him the golden spoon. With it in hand, Pei Yu took a large scoop, leaving barely a crescent moon of ice cream in the box. Shen Lichu had long since become accustomed to this. Throughout her life, she had never consumed an entire box of ice cream. The same went for candied hawthorn. In their early years, Pei Yu would buy a skewer, yet only dared to give her one piece. It wasn't until Shen Lichu's health improved that he began to offer her more, but even now, she had never had the chance to eat a whole skewer. After picking his pear, Wangjing retreated to the lowest branch, intending to jump down gracefully. However, he unexpectedly landed on a small stone, tumbling into a patch of grass. If it had been any other patch, it would have been fine, but he fell into a cluster of ferns planted by Shen Lichu. Observing this, Pei Yu hurried over, cursing under his breath as he checked on him. As Wangjing made a ruckus while descending from the pear tree, Yin noticed a small branch had landed in Shen Lichu and Appo's hair. He walked over, resisting the urge to remove it himself. "Lily, you have something in your hair," he pointed out. Shen Lichu, puzzled, reached up to feel but couldn't he find it. "Where is it?" she asked. Yin smiled, guiding her hand a little more to the left. "Here, just a tad further back." Following his directions, Shen Lichu finally located the small branch. "It seems to be stuck," she frowned, pulling at it vigorously, causing her scalp to ache. Pei Yu leaned down to take a look. "It and Appo's indeed stuck. Don't worry, let Pei Yu help you get it out." Just then, Pei Yu returned, with Wangjing behind him, covering his backside. "What happened?" he asked. Shen Lichu slowly whispered, "Something has caught in my hair." Pei Yu quickened his pace, arriving at her side, while Yin stepped back, granting them space. In a matter of moments, Pei Yu delicately extracted the small branch and tidied the disheveled strands of hair. "What was that?" Shen Lichu inquired with curiosity. Pei Yu displayed the branch in his palm. "When I have some free time, I'll add a cover to this swing chair that way." Standing behind Pei Yu, Yin silently observed Shen Lichu, who was attentively listening to Pei Yu, his narrow peach blossom eyes filled with disappointment. Snap, snap, snap. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yin turned around with a forced smile, asking, "Is it delicious?" Wangjing offered him half-eaten pear. "Would you like to try?" Lily was right. This pear is quite unpalatable, with skin thick enough to clog my teeth. Yin remained silent. When Pei Yu had awakened her, Shen Lichu was utterly exhausted. Now, after her evening routine, she found herself unable to sleep in bed. Tonight, Pei Yu still opted to sleep on the floor. In the darkness, two phones rang simultaneously, shattering the silence. It was Wangjing initiating a video call in their WeChat group. Before answering, Pei Yu glanced at the clock. It was already 12:47. As soon as Pei Yu connected, he heard Yin's irritable voice. "What is wrong with you?" "Are you interested in sampling a thrilling, intense, and stimulating film? I just obtained the source." Overhearing, Shen Lichu asked curiously, "What thrilling, intense, and stimulating film?" 10 minutes later, in the movie room, Shen Lichu sat cross-legged on a small sofa, with a spread of late-night snacks ordered by Wangjing on the long table. A movie screen, the size of an entire wall, displayed the latest popular horror film. The plot was so exceedingly terrifying that it had not been released in the country. This was Shen Lichu and Appo's first encounter with such a genre, her dark eyes gleaming with anticipation. Conversely, Pei Yu felt a tad anxious, fearing that the horror elements might frighten Shen Lichu. The film was filled with terror from beginning to end, and Pei Yu anxiously glanced at Shen Lichu several times, worried she might find him a bore. Yet he hesitated to suggest switching to another film. When Pei Yu looked at Shen Lichu once more, he found her gaze fixed on him. "Pei Yu, are you a bit scared?" Before he could respond, Wangjing chimed in. "Pei Yu is afraid of ghosts? That can't be." His fist, as large as a sandbag, would surely land a few punches before any ghost could escape. Shen Lichu blinked and said earnestly, "Pei Yu, if you're scared, you can lean into Li's wide embrace. Is there such a good fortune?" Pei Yu pondered for a moment before swiftly snuggling into Shen Lichu's embrace. Feigning a pitiful demeanor, "Little one, I'm scared." Chapter 64 should be quite endearing. The film had played for quite some time, and the main characters were scattered due to their escape. Among them, a relatively younger man crouched beneath a long table adorned with intricate white candlesticks. Through the anxious and terrified perspective of the young man, a pair of blood-stained feet could be seen slowly passing by the table. Just as he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, the tablecloth was suddenly pulled aside, revealing the head of a ghostly woman with disheveled hair peering down. "Found you," the ghost whispered, her lips curling into a wide grin that stretched to her ears. The young man let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" At the same time, Pei Yu and Appo's startled exclamation echoed. He buried himself in Shen Lichu and Appo's neck, pitifully murmuring, "Little one, I and Appo's am scared." Wangjing engrossed in the film, was not frightened by the plot. Instead, he was startled by Pei Yu and amp, oppose, s and amp, oppose, weak and frightened and amp, oppose tone. Jiang Jinghang Kuden and amp, oppose, t help but seek the truth. What is that noise? Xie Changyan, staring intently at Pei Yu, expressionless. Bit down on a spiced duck neck with a crunch. Jiang Jinghang, completely oblivious to the subtly charged atmosphere in the room. Shen Lichu was diligently comforting Pei Yu. Pei Yu rested his head gently against Shen Lichu and amp, oppose, s shoulder, his face pressed against her neck. He scarcely understood what she was murmuring, only that her lips appeared exceptionally soft, surely delightful to kiss. As the film progressed, whenever a particularly frightening scene arose, Shen Lichu would prompt Pei Yu to close his eyes until the terror passed, before allowing him to open them again. By the time the movie concluded, it was nearly 2 o'clock. This was Shen Lichu's first experience staying up so late. The suspenseful narrative had kept her engaged, yet once the film ended, she could not suppress a yawn. After exchanging goodnights with Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghang, Pei Yu took Shen Lichu and Oppo's hand and led her back to their room. Once they lay on the bed, her head resting on the pillow, Shen Lichu and Oppo's eyelids began to droop. Just as she drifted into a hazy slumber, a thought struck her. Would Pei Yu be too frightened to sleep after watching the horror film? Pei Yu, are you asleep? The naturally sleepless Pei Yu, upon hearing Shen Lichu and amp, Oppo's soft call, immediately opened his eyes in response. What is wrong? After a brief pause, Shen Lichu confessed, I and amp, Oppo's, am feeling a bit scared. Can you come up and sleep with me? She considered that Pei Yu was quite prideful. If she directly asked him if he was afraid, he would undoubtedly put on a brave face. Pei Yu, fully aware of Shen Lichu and Oppo's subtle thoughts, nonetheless smiled and replied, all right. Upon hearing movement by the bedside in the dark, Shen Lichu felt the mattress sink slightly. She shifted further into the bed. Pei Yu, suppressing his excitement, lay at the edge of the bed, urging little one, go to sleep. For many years, Pei Yu had been plagued by recurring nightmares, rarely having the opportunity for a good night and Oppo's rest. Most of the time, he relied on medication to force himself to sleep. Just when Pei Yu thought tonight would also be a sleepless night, he unknowingly closed his eyes and drifted off into a deep slumber, lulled by Shen Lichu's gradually deepening breaths. A night devoid of dreams. The following morning, as a result of her well-established biological clock, Shen Lichu awoke gently as the outside air turned slightly cool. She turned her head to glance at Pei Yu. He was still asleep, positioned at the edge of the bed, his eyelids heavy and his brow slightly furrowed. In their childhood, Pei Yu had a habit of wrapping Shen Lichu in his arms while they slept, one leg draped over her, treating her as his possession. However, Pei Yu's body was uncomfortably hot. During summer nights, Shen Lichu would instinctively try to escape his warmth. Yet, no matter where she fled, Pei Yu would always find her and pull her back into his embrace. Winter was entirely different. Before turning 9, winter nights were Pei Yu and Oppo's favorite time. After turning 9, Pei Yu encountered the darkest moment of his life, when Yu Qingqing forcibly separated them at bedtime. Pei Yu was adamant against it, and Yu Qingqing was equally resolute, leading to a week-long battle of wits, which ended with Pei Yu's defeat. To this day, Shen Lichu could still recall the look of grievance on Pei Yu and Oppo's face as he complained to her, which inexplicably amused her. Shen Lichu rarely had the opportunity to observe Pei Yu sleeping closely. She edged closer to him, then lay on her side, cradling her slightly chubby cheeks with her hands. Curiously gazing at Pei Yu for a long while, a mischievous glint flickering in her eyes. Cautiously, she rose and tiptoed outside, only to return moments later, pen in hand. It was a rare moment when Pei Yu enjoyed such quality sleep. However, upon opening his eyes and not seeing Shen Lichu, his fleeting good mood evaporated instantly. Pei Yu's expression darkened, resembling a living specter, and even his movement to get out of bed in search of Shen Lichu appeared menacing. It was already 10:30 in the morning, and the sun blazed fiercely overhead. Butler Li was in the courtyard directing renovation workers. We caught sight of Pei Yu. He intended to greet him, but upon turning to face him, he was momentarily stunned. Pei Yu noticed his reaction, but had no patience to inquire further, coldly asking, "Where in Appos?" asked the little one. Butlerly pointed him in a certain direction. There, a small stone bridge spanned a trickle of water, with a large banyan tree at its head. In their childhood summers, Pei Yu often took Shen Lichu there to enjoy the shade. Receiving a definitive direction, Pei Yu turned and walked away. Butlerly observed his rapidly departing figure, his expression a mix of hesitation and unspoken words. The path from the ancestral home to the small stone bridge took only 3 to 5 minutes. From a distance, Pei Yu spotted Shen Lichu. The girl was wearing a bright blue wide-brimmed hat and soft yellow clothing, crouched on the small bridge, seemingly engrossed in observing something. As Pei Yu approached, he realized she was watching ants transport food, likely crumbs of cake that Shen Lichu had purposely scattered. Little one. Upon hearing his call, Shen Lichu turned around. Upon seeing him, her beautiful, sparkling dark eyes widened in delight, and she chirped, "Pei Yu, you're awake." Still harboring some dissatisfaction, Pei Yu furrowed his brow tightly. "Why didn't you wake me?" Shen Lichu's voice was soft and sweet. "I saw you sleeping so peacefully. I couldn't bear to wake you." Chapter 65. These tendencies were gradually nurtured by Pei Yu over more than a decade. Upon hearing this, although Pei Yu felt a sense of comfort in his heart, he did not entirely agree. "I would be quite worried if you were to go out alone." At that moment, Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghang, who had just returned from the watermelon fields, happened to overhear Pei Yu and Damp, Appos, as remark. Jiang Jinghang, with a soft voice, interjected, "Pei Gu, are we not human beings?" Pei Yu let out a cold snort, but remained silent, secretly pondering that it was precisely because of Xie Changyan that he felt even more uneasy. As Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghang approached, they paused upon catching sight of Pei Yu's expression. Shen Lichu, with her ears flushed crimson, furtively darted her eyes around, unwilling to meet Pei Yu and Damp, Appos' gaze. She had not anticipated that upon waking, Pei Yu and Amp, Appos' first action would be to seek her out rather than freshen up. However, continuing in this manner was hardly a solution. "Pei Yu, may I assist you in wiping your face?" Shen Lichu timidly proposed. With that, she reached for the small handkerchief in her bag. Pei Yu glanced doubtfully at Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghang, recalling the peculiar expression of Butlerly from earlier, combined with Shen Lichu and Amp, Appos' hesitant yet eager demeanor. "Is there something on my face?" Pei Yu raised an eyebrow and asked in a low voice, "Little one, have you caused mischief?" Shen Lichu and Damp, Appos' eyes darted around anxiously, and no. Pei Yu took out his phone, opened the camera, and flipped the lens. His face was vividly reflected on the small screen. With age, Pei Yu and Appos' features had developed a striking intensity. His sharp brows and clean jawline exuded a formidable aura. Even when expressionless, his features were prominent, let alone when he bore a stern look. Now, however, there were cartoonish cattails drawn at the corners of his eyes. Most notably, when Pei Yu furrowed his brow, a mischievous little cat and Amp, Appos' head appeared in the center of his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Little mischief!" The little one, realizing her secret was on the verge of revelation, had already scampered off. Xie Changyan smirked, "It's drawn quite adorably," making her otherwise unpleasant face somewhat bearable. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Jinghang burst into laughter. "Pei Yu." The trio returned along the path. During their walk, Pei Yu found a bright blue hat that Shen Lichu had inadvertently lost. At home, Shen Lichu had already prepared a basin of water and a square cloth, waiting patiently at the door with her round, sparkling eyes. Early in the morning, Pei Yu had no idea how many people had seen his face. Yet he felt no anger. On the contrary, he was rather pleased. Before anyone, Shen Lichu was impeccably obedient. It was only with him that she revealed her mischievous side. All of this had been nurtured by Pei Yu over the years, and he secretly hoped for her to be even more playful and impish. Pei Yu took the cloth from Shen Lichu, rinsed it in clean water, and casually began to wipe his face. The ink used was specially formulated, and with a damp cloth, the marks on his face were effortlessly erased. After washing his face, Pei Yu carried the basin towards the right side. Before long, he returned with a basin of warm water and a fresh cloth. Setting the warm water down, he called without turning, "Don't run, come here." Shen Lichu hesitated for a moment, then obediently approached Pei Yu. After wringing out the cloth, Pei Yu began to meticulously wipe her cheeks, neck, and arms. Butler Li entered with tea and fruits, inviting the other two, who had already washed their hands and faces, to drink. Naturally, Shen Lichu had to drink as well, again at Pei Yu and Appo's behest. After sipping the tasteless water, she refused to drink any more. She leaned forward to glance into Xie, Chengyan, and Appo's cup, which appeared to hold chilled bayberry juice. The bayberry seemed freshly picked, the juice a deep red with floating ice cubes. Shen Lichu blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. Pei Yu, what is that dark liquid in their cup? Pei Yu remained impassive. That is medicine. Shen Lichu, drink up, Pei Yu urged with a stern face. Shen Lichu could only sip the cup in small gulps, as if completing a task. Watching her take so many sips without any noticeable drop in the water level. Pei Yu and Appo's eyelid twitched in dissatisfaction. Open your mouth wider. Only after forcing down nearly half the cup did Pei Yu reluctantly set it down. During the summer, he did not fret much about her hydration. Rather, he was concerned about her eating habits. Like a cat, she would dawdle over a bowl of rice, being incredibly picky. However, during lunch today, Shen Lichu not only finished her bowl of rice quickly, but also enjoyed an extra 2 pieces of ribs. Seeing her eat so cooperatively was almost unbelievable for Pei Yu. He served her a piece of chicken with more meat than bones. Shen Lichu frowned, about to refuse. But after a moment of contemplation, she silently accepted it. Eventually, Shen Lichu drank half a bowl of soup that Pei Yu had prepared before she was permitted to leave the table. The post-meal relaxation time was spent by Shen Lichu on a swing chair beneath the pear tree. Today, Wangjing had risen early, and after lunch, he went back to sleep. Pei Yu and Xie Changyan went to the study to discuss matters. The study was situated near the pear tree, and Pei Yu stood by the window, positioned such that Shen Lichu could see him as soon as she lifted her head. The summer afternoon was perfect for a nap. Rocking gently in the swing chair, Shen Lichu felt drowsy. After concluding discussions with Xie Changyan, Pei Yu hurried to find Shen Lichu. Upon seeing him before her, Shen Lichu instinctively extended her hand. I want mango-flavored ice cream, please. Pei Yu also reached out and gently pinched Shen Lichu and Appo's cheek. When did I say you could have ice cream? Shen Lichu replied, indignantly, last night. After I ate my meal properly, you rewarded me with a box of ice cream. Properly? Pei Yu chuckled incredulously. Little one, honestly reflect. How many little dumplings did you leave last night? Is that what you call eating properly? Shen Lichu, feeling unjustly accused, retorted earnestly. I believe it counts. Considering that these past 2 days were Shen Lichu and Appo's menstrual period, the ice cream from last night should not have been given to her. However, Pei Yu thought that a little sweetness and coldness might lift her spirits when she was feeling down, hence his indulgence. Special circumstances warranted special treatment. Without hesitation, Pei Yu declared, no. Shen Lichu looked at him longingly. I want to eat. Pei Yu raised an eyebrow, showing no signs of yielding. No. Wanting it does not mean you can have it. Chapter 66. Oath of Sovereignty as the sun began its descent. Yu Qingqing stepped through the gates of the Pei family ancestral home. Lily and Pei Yu stood in the front courtyard. After calling out to the 2 children, footsteps echoed from within the house. Soon, 2 figures appeared before Yu Qingqing, one sprinting ahead and the other following closely behind. The smaller figure, a little girl, had her soft bangs fluttering in the breeze. Slow down. Pei Yu, striding behind with a furrowed brow, admonished, watch your step. Shen Lichu dashed into Yu Qingqing and Appo's embrace, affectionately calling out, Auntie. Yu Qingqing extended her arms, lifting the little girl effortlessly and gently inquiring, why do you seem a bit thin, my dear? Shen Lichu blinked, remaining silent but offering a shy smile. She hardly eats all day long, Pei Yu remarked. Casting a glance at Shen Lichu, his expression stern. She often picks at her food, then abandons her chopsticks. How could she not lose weight? At lunch today, she barely finished a bowl of rice and half a bowl of soup, and afterwards she dared to ask me for ice cream. Do I look like ice cream to you? Shen Lichu widened her eyes in protest, silently signaling for him to keep her secret. Yu Qingqing found this amusing and affectionately ruffled Shen Lichu's hair before asking, "And did you give her any, little Yu?" Naturally, he had not. Pei Yu maintained an extremely strict boundary regarding what Shen Lichu could consume. Having declared he would not give her any, he certainly adhered to that. Pei Yu raised an eyebrow. "If I had given her any," she wooed in an opposed. As the truth was about to be revealed before Yu Qingqing, Shen Lichu, concerned about her pride, rushed in front of Pei Yu, standing on tiptoe to cover his mouth. Just like coaxing a child, Pei Yu ceased his struggle and remained silent while Shen Lichu covered his mouth. However, the moment she withdrew her hand, Pei Yu resumed the conversation, ready to divulge Shen Lichu and Appo's secret. This infuriated her, her dark eyes widening in indignation. Yu Qingqing found the entire scenario delightful. Due to this incident, Shen Lichu did not utter a word to Pei Yu on the way back. Upon reaching Wangjing City, instead of returning home, Yu Qingqing took the two to a restaurant known for its high level of privacy. Every weekend, they dined there, enjoying storytelling performances. Knowing Shen Lichu thrived in lively atmospheres, Yu Qingqing purposefully did not reserve a private room. The dishes were served promptly. Observing Shen Lichu, who was diligently eating, her cheeks puffing adorably, Pei Yu requested 2 servings of mango sago from the waiter. Upon hearing the order, Shen Lichu perked up, her eyes sparkling. After the waiter left, Pei Yu leaned toward Shen Lichu, smiling. "Are you happy now?" Shen Lichu feigned indifference, slowly humming in response, still ignoring him. In her heart, she calculated that if she admitted to being happy, Pei Yu would surely start feeding her vegetables. However, unbeknownst to her, Pei Yu had already discerned her little schemes. Regardless of her words, he would still offer her food. "I protest." Protest unsuccessful. After the meal, as Pei Yu settled the bill and Yu Qingqing attended to a work-related call, Shen Lichu decided to visit the restroom on her own. Before leaving, she informed Pei Yu. He frowned, disapproving of her going alone. In a public place with so many people around, how could he possibly feel at ease without keeping a watchful eye? Guided by the waiter, Pei Yu held Shen Lichu's hand, escorting her to the restroom door before releasing her. "I'll wait for you outside." Shen Lichu nodded and turned towards the restroom. Once her figure vanished from sight, Pei Yu glanced at his watch. A few minutes later, Shen Lichu emerged, washing her hands at the sink while Pei Yu stood nearby, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket. As soon as Shen Lichu finished washing her hands, Pei Yu swiftly pulled her closer, expertly drying her hands. At that moment, a tall figure exited from another restroom. As Shen Lichu brushed past the figure, the person suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Lily, are you Shen Lichu?" Before she could react, Pei Yu pulled her behind him, shielding her protectively. Shen Lichu peeked from behind Pei Yu. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded the boy in front of her. He had fair skin and a notably tall stature, with a sapphire earring in his left ear. The boy appeared somewhat familiar to Shen Lichu, yet she could not recall who he was. Tentatively, she inquired, "Excuse me, who are you?" The boy did not respond. It was Pei Yu who coldly interjected, "A snitch." Pei Yu recognized the person before him instantly, even if he were reduced to ashes. This was someone who frequently sent gifts to Shen Lichu. The first time Pei Yu visited preschool, this boy had reported to the teacher 4 times in a single morning. Irritated by Pei Yu monopolizing Shen Lichu and Appo's attention. With Pei Yu and Appo's reminder, Shen Lichu gradually recognized the boy and Appo's identity. "You are Lu Huichuan." Lu Huichuan nodded. "I noticed you as soon as you entered the restaurant, but I didn't have the opportunity to come over and say hello." After graduating from preschool, Lu Huichuan had to move abroad due to his parents' and Appo's job transfers. Upon graduation, he had exchanged contact information with Shen Lichu, but after moving several times, he lost it. All these years later, Lu Huichuan still remembered the exquisite, delicate girl from preschool, with long, fluttering eyelashes and a soft voice. Even when angry, she remained exceptionally well-behaved. He had not anticipated running into Shen Lichu so soon after returning to the country. His ears flushed slightly as he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "Can we exchange contact information?" "Of course," Shen Lichu replied, her smile radiant. "But I don't have my phone with me." "You can exchange contact information with Pei Yu first." "Oh, And by the way, this is Pei Yu. Do you remember him? How could I forget? Lu Huichuan chuckled. Before Pei Yu's arrival, he had been one of the only 2 children in the Sakura class who had a close bond with Shen Lichu. Although Shen Lichu had never accepted his gifts, she willingly teamed up with him during games. However, once Pei Yu entered preschool, everything changed. Surprised at the chance to meet Shen Lichu again, Lu Huichuan found himself facing the same obstinate little tyrant who had not yet relinquished his hold on Shen Lichu. He forced a smile, gritting his teeth as he extended his hand. Pei Yu, long time no see. Pei Yu merely regarded him coldly, offering no further response. The atmosphere instantly thickened. Secretly, Shen Lichu poked Pei Yu in the back. However, Pei Yu, as if declaring his territory, grasped her hand, holding it firmly and affectionately, saying, "Don and Amp, Oppos, TB mischief that end Amp, Oppos," as quite ticklish. Chapter 67. Is Pei Yu too strict with you? Lu Huichuan and Amp, Oppos' expression darkened. After achieving his goal, Pei Yu lazily extended his hand and shook Lu Huichuan and Oppos' hand, a provocative smile gracing his lips. Long time no see. The 2 hands clasped in the air secretly exerted strength simultaneously. After a prolonged handshake lasting a minute, Pei Yu and Lu Huichuan exchanged contact information. Lu Huichuan continued to speak cheerfully with Shen Lichu. "You are just as adorable and beautiful as before." This compliment made Shen Lichu somewhat bashful. She touched her nose and smiled shyly. Observing Lu Huichuan, Pei Yu felt a surge of irritation, suppressing the rising chill within him, gently urging, "Little one, we must leave." Mizu was likely waiting anxiously. Shen Lichu nodded and was about to bid farewell to Lu Huichuan when, unexpectedly, he spoke first. "Lichu, I have something important I wish to discuss with you privately." Shen Lichu was taken aback. 5 minutes later, as Yu Qingqing followed the server and Amp, Oppos' guidance to locate Pei Yu and Shen Lichu, she found Pei Yu leaning motionless against the wall, his expression grimly fixed on the boy conversing with Shen Lichu in the distance. He did not dare to blink, fearful that in that fleeting moment, Lu Huichuan might whisk Shen Lichu away. Yu Qingqing raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Who is that young fellow?" "Troublemaker," Pei Yu ground his teeth. During the time when their 2 children were in kindergarten, although Yu Qingqing was not present, Pei Yu and Amp, Oppos' father frequently wrote letters to inform her about the children and Amp, Oppos' circumstances. In the early days of Pei Yu and Oppos' kindergarten experience, this troublemaker was frequently mentioned. Later, upon learning that Lu Huichuan would soon accompany his parents abroad, Pei Yu was overjoyed. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, at a small table, Lu Huichuan and Shen Lichu sat facing each other. "Would you like something to drink?" Shen Lichu shook her head, whispering, "Pei Yu does not allow me to drink anything indiscriminately outside." Again, Pei Yu. Lu Huichuan frowned. "All these years, has Pei Yu remained by your side?" Although unsure of Lu Huichuan and Oppos' intent behind the question, Shen Lichu thought for a moment and nodded honestly. Lu Huichuan sighed and muttered something under his breath. Due to the low volume, Shen Lichu failed to catch what he said. She inquired in confusion. Lu Huichuan repeated at a normal volume. "Actually, if I were Pei Yu, I would also stay by your side." The girl before him was simply too pure. Like a pristine white jasmine, as flawless as jade, exuding a fragrant allure that irresistibly drew one closer. Yet, she was also exceedingly fragile, needing gentle care and protection. Shen Lichu tilted her head, gazing at him. Lu Huichuan couldn't and Amp, Oppos' helped but glance at Pei Yu, who was watching him intently from a distance, and suddenly smiled in relief. Actually, this ISN and Amp, Oppos' so bad. While Pei Yu and Oppos' possessiveness and controlling nature were undeniable, Lu Huichuan also couldn't and Oppos' deny that over the years, Pei Yu had indeed nurtured Shen Lichu quite well. When he first encountered Shen Lichu in kindergarten, Lu Huichuan felt a pang of pity for the little girl, sensing that she was not well cared for by her family. Now, although a hint of fragility still lingered on Shen Lichu and Oppos' face, her overall condition appeared remarkably well. Even during mealtimes, Lu Huichuan had scrutinized her closely. Though her attire bore no apparent brand and showcased no complex designs, a mere glance revealed the fabric to be of exceptional quality. Particularly striking were her hands, with plump, glossy nails under the light, her fingers long and fair, unmarred by scars, the palms devoid of any calluses. Most importantly, her dark, round eyes mirrored the sincerity and clarity he had first encountered in her. In a world rife with complexity, to cultivate such untainted eyes required not only a kind heart, but also meticulous protection from family. Lu Huichuan continued, Lichu, do you know? I actually dislike him quite a bit. Speaking of the past, Lu Huichuan felt a surge of indignation. You probably don't and oppose, Tino, but as children, anything you gifted to others would inevitably be reclaimed by Pei Yu through various means. Shen Lichu was taken aback. Really? Not only that, but a significant portion of the gifts others bestowed upon you were secretly swapped out by Pei Yu. This was especially true for Lu Huichuan, who suffered greatly. Do you recall that one arts and craft class where the teacher taught us to cut paper snowflakes? I gave you the first snowflake I made. Shen Lichu vaguely remembered this event. It was because, on that occasion, when she and Pei Yu returned home intending to paste their snowflakes, a candy wrapper fell from Pei Yu and Appo's backpack. That wrapper belonged to the candy Shen Lichu had gifted to Xie Changyan. This incident had sparked the first Cold War between Shen Lichu and Pei Yu. Shen Lichu frowned. Did Pei Yu do anything else during that time? When the teacher first taught them to cut snowflakes, Pei Yu had shown little interest. However, upon seeing Lu Huichuan present the first snowflake to Shen Lichu, Pei Yu suddenly developed a keen interest in the project. Under the pretext of learning, he borrowed the snowflake Lu Huichuan had given Shen Lichu. Throughout the entire class, Pei Yu was engrossed in cutting snowflakes. After class, he returned the snowflake to Shen Lichu, but unbeknownst to her, it had already been swapped with one he had painstakingly crafted to resemble Lu Huichuan's. How did Lu Huichuan know? Naturally, Pei Yu had personally returned the snowflake he had crafted to him. How domineering, how rude, how exceedingly petty. This was indeed the first time Shen Lichu had heard of such a thing, and she felt embarrassed enough to apologize on Pei Yu and Appo's behalf to Lu Huichuan. After all these years, Lu Huichuan was not seeking an apology. He merely wished for Shen Lichu to see Pei Yu for who he truly was. Partly out of selfishness and partly out of genuine concern for Shen Lichu. As a fellow male, Lu Huichuan understood all too well the possessive gaze Pei Yu cast upon her. Yet now, Shen Lichu looked at Pei Yu without any similar sentiments. This indicated that Pei Yu had been waiting patiently for the right moment for Shen Lichu to grow up. The truth cannot be concealed forever. Rather than waiting for Shen Lichu to discover Pei Yu and Appo's hidden nature after becoming involved with him, it was better to inform her now. Lu Huichuan pondered his words carefully before earnestly stating, Lichu, do you not feel that Pei Yu is rather too strict with you? While I was in elementary school, my parents did not concern themselves with what I ate, wore, or played with. Let alone, they did not even guard the door when I went to the restroom. Chapter 68. The choice of tasting sweet pears on the way home, Pei Yu maintained his usual facade of indifference, attempting to extract information. Most of the time, Shen Lichu merely blushed, her eyes curving into a smile as she gazed at him, refraining from answering his probing questions. Pei Yu's expression darkened, feeling a surge of irritation as he muttered under his breath, truly deserving of the title of a complainant. After so many years, he remained insufferably vexatious. Yu Qingqing observed the two, one shy and the other impatiently agitated, both striving to suppress their laughter. When his subtle inquiries yielded no results, Pei Yu shifted to more direct questions. Can't you tell me what you discussed with him? Shen Lichu shook her head lightly. Pei Yu, sulking, asked, Am I more important, or is Lu Huichuan? Without hesitation, Shen Lichu replied, Of course, you are more important. Will I always be the most important to you? You will always be the most important. Just then, Pei Yu glanced at Yu Qingqing, ready to ask another question, but Shen Lichu, as if anticipating his next words, swiftly covered his mouth. And Shen Lichu and Amp, Appo's heart, while her aunt and Pei and Amp, Appo's father were not as significant as Pei Yu. She felt it was essential not to hurt Yu Qingqing's feelings, who was still present. It wasn't that Shen Lichu intended to conceal anything from Pei Yu. Rather, there were certain words she found inexplicably difficult to utter in his presence. The evening rush hour was upon them. The vehicles moved in a stop-and-go manner, and despite the driver's excellent skills, Shen Lichu felt quite nauseated from the motion. She leaned languidly against her seat, closing her eyes to rest. Pei Yu chose not to disturb her any further. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Lichu and Amp, Appo's thoughts wandered back to her earlier conversation with Lu Huaichuan. Regarding that matter, she held a clear answer in her heart. She had not hidden anything from him. She confided that she genuinely enjoyed being cared for by Pei Yu, as if he were constantly reminding her that despite being abandoned by many, he always kept her in his thoughts. Upon returning home, having worked up a sweat, Shen Lichu rushed to take a shower. However, after finishing, she searched around but could not find Pei Yu. She picked up her phone to call him, and the moment the call connected, he answered almost instantly. Yet, there was no sound of his voice on the other end, only faint sounds of deep breaths. "Pei Yu, where have you gone?" He succinctly replied, "Fourth floor." The entire fourth floor was filled with sports facilities and equipment. When Shen Lichu arrived, Pei Yu immediately gestured for a few sparring partners to leave. He casually sat on the ground, loosening the wraps around his hands, without lifting his head. "Don't get too close. I'm all sweaty and might stink you out." Shen Lichu pretended not to hear him and stubbornly sat beside him. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Shen Lichu, with a hint of frustration, said, "Lu Huaichuan said something that I don't quite understand." Pei Yu turned his head to look at her. "What did he say?" Shen Lichu, known for her excellent memory, could effortlessly recall what was said. "He mentioned he feels he returned too late." Pei Yu scoffed lightly. Shen Lichu blinked curiously. "Do you know what that means?" Pei Yu nodded. Yet, when Shen Lichu looked at him expectantly, he slowly replied, "That's something children shouldn't know." Shen Lichu despised being treated like a child, her eyes flashing with indignation. She fixed her gaze on Pei Yu, then abruptly bumped her head against his abdomen, exclaiming, "You're the child." Pei Yu chuckled softly. The more she looked at him, the more irritated she became, prompting her to turn away in a huff. Pei Yu followed closely, muttering under his breath, and she claimed she's not a child. She's even more childlike when angry. Thinking of Lu Huaichuan, Pei Yu and Amp, Appo's smile faded. Even if he hadn't gone abroad after graduating kindergarten, would it have made any difference? The sweet pear, nurtured under Pei Yu's care, would only be savored by him when it ripened. Since the paternity test, Shen Jinxing had not sought out Shen Lichu again. Meanwhile, Lu Huaichuan donated a library and a teaching building to the school Shen Lichu attended. This marked the first time Pei Yu felt grateful for the unique nature of Shen Lichu's class. No matter how much money Lu Huaichuan poured in, he could never be her classmate. As the end of the semester approached, Wangjing resumed his blend of Eastern and Western prayer rituals. To ensure Wangjing could enjoy his hard-earned summer break, Shen Lichu took some time to prepare practice questions for him across various subjects. This thoughtful gesture deeply moved Wangjing. On the day of the final exam, Wangjing emerged from the examination hall with a beaming smile. Spotting Shen Lichu, he hurried over, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Pear, for saving my life." Shen Lichu was delighted. The weather was dismal. The morning sky was ominously overcast, and midway through the last exam, rain began to pour heavily, showing no signs of stopping. Many students found themselves trapped in the school building. With the rain falling so heavily that umbrellas were ineffective, Pei Yu was not in a rush to take Shen Lichu home, knowing that summer rains come swiftly and leave just as quickly. For a moment, Pei Yu lost focus, and Shen Lichu stretched her hand out into the rain. He sternly commanded, "Pull your hand back." Shen Lichu obediently withdrew her hand, concerned that the exhausting exam might leave her hungry. Pei Yu had prepared an array of snacks in advance, which now proved quite useful. At first, Shen Lichu ate obediently, but after just 2 bites, she began to lose focus. Cheeks bulging with food, she glanced around. "Pei Yu, look over there." Pei Yu, expressionless, replied, "Only when you finish what's in your hand will I look." Shen Lichu had no choice but to continue eating, though her eyes wandered. Suddenly, Xiaochang called out sternly, "Pei Yu." Upon hearing his call, Shen Lichu ceased her distractions and looked curiously in Pei Yu's direction. Xiaochang stepped forward, positioning himself firmly to block Shen Lichu's right side. Wangjing, bewildered, asked, "What is going on?" Xiaochang replied coolly, "Nothing much. Just moments ago, At the end of the corridor to Shen Lichu's right, Shen Jinxing had walked by with someone who bore a striking resemblance to Shen Lichu before abruptly turning to descend the stairs. Chapter 69. The Homecoming Feast of the Eldest Daughter of the Shen Family. Are you not attending? Just moments ago, Pei Yu had not noticed the situation over there. However, when Xie Changyan suddenly called out to him and inexplicably leaned close to Shen Lichu, it piqued Pei Yu's curiosity. As he glanced in that direction, he happened to see Shen Jinxing leading that girl down the stairs. The striking resemblance in her features to Shen Lichu was particularly eye-catching. Pei Yu exchanged a quick glance with Xie Changyan. The torrential rain began to ease after half an hour. The four of them descended to the first floor. Once there, Pei Yu effortlessly crouched in front of Shen Lichu. She hesitated, insisting, "I can walk by myself." Pei Yu replied coolly, "You have a choice. Shall I carry you or shall I hold you?" Although it appeared he presented her with two options, in reality, Shen Lichu had but one choice. The school and Oppo's drainage system was inadequate. Following such a heavy downpour, the roads were prone to flooding. Thus, she had no alternative but to climb onto Pei Yu and Oppo's back. Remarkably, throughout the deluge, Shen Lichu remained untouched by the rain. However, upon returning home, she was immediately ushered by Pei Yu to take a bath. By the time she emerged, pleasantly warm from her soak, she found Pei Yu waiting at the bathroom door. Nearby, on a small table, a porcelain bowl sat filled with a dark brown liquid. From a distance, Shen Lichu caught a whiff of a pungent ginger aroma. It was ginger soup. Alarm bells rang in her mind. She had long loathed ginger soup since childhood. Similarly, Pei Yu presented her with what seemed to be two choices, yet it was, in fact, a singular dilemma. Should she drink it herself, or would he feed her? Shen Lichu was reluctant to choose either option, her dark, glistening eyes darting nervously in the steam-filled bathroom. In the next moment, she whispered, "I think I left something very important in the bathroom." Pei Yu raised an eyebrow, but did not impede her retreat back into the bathroom. The spacious bathroom was divided into three areas: the wet zone, the semi-dry zone, and the dry zone. The dry zone also had a door that led directly to the adjacent cloakroom. Shen Lichu discreetly navigated through the dry area and stealthily returned to her room. Standing before the closing door, she contemplated for a moment before resolutely locking it. Convinced she had narrowly escaped a predicament, she turned around only to be met by a pair of amused eyes. Pei Yu smiled knowingly. "It seems my little one wishes for me to feed you after all." Shen Lichu, frozen in place, instinctively widened her eyes. How could this be? She spun around, attempting to flee in the opposite direction. Yet, as her hand grasped the doorknob, she realized she had locked the door herself. Pei Yu knew her too well. He had deliberately allowed her to escape only to anticipate her return, confidently lying in wait. With a grimace, Shen Lichu resigned herself to drinking the entire bowl of steaming ginger soup. Until dinner, Pei Yu frequently checked her temperature. Throughout this time, all remained well. Before bedtime, Pei Yu, still uneasy, took a mercury thermometer to measure her temperature once more. No fever, right? After posing the question, Shen Lichu, obediently lying in bed, perked up her ears, eager for his response. Pei Yu and Oppo's brow furrowed. Not for now. Each change of season, Shen Lichu invariably fell ill. Yet during the recent transition from spring to summer, she had remarkably escaped sickness. This was not a good sign. Therefore, in the following 2 months, Pei Yu was particularly vigilant regarding temperature fluctuations in Shen Lichu and Oppo's health. Upon hearing Pei Yu and Oppo's response, she let out a relieved sigh, cheerfully proclaiming, "Perhaps my health is improving." Pei Yu's expression remained tense. Let us hope so. Nonetheless, he did not ease his vigilance. 2 hours later, Pei Yu quietly opened the door to Shen Lichu's bedroom. Without even needing to retrieve the thermometer from the drawer, the sound of her tranquil breathing sent a jolt of anxiety through him. He had been by Shen Lichu and Oppo's side during every illness, and the peculiarities accompanying her sickness were etched into his very being. 3 minutes later, the Pei household was ablaze with lights. The doctor was on the way. They would arrive shortly. With a look of urgency, Pei Yu held Shen Lichu tightly in his embrace, occasionally brushing his forehead against her cheek. She felt increasingly feverish. Though she was suffering, her breathing was labored, compounded by the relentless aches emanating from her bones, preventing her from finding rest. Pei Yu, sorry. I have been so disobedient. If only I hadn't reached out to catch the raindrops today, or had drunk the ginger soup immediately upon returning. Perhaps I would have fallen so gravely ill and caused you such worry. Pei Yu gently patted her back. My little one, how could this ever be your fault? Although Shen Lichu was fragile, she was not so weak that merely catching a few raindrops would result in such a severe fever. When the doctor arrived, having barely caught his breath, he began examining Shen Lichu. Thankfully, it was just a common fever, and 4-drip was quickly set up. Pei Yu remained by her side, refusing to set her down, holding her closely. The 4 contained sedative components, and soon Shen Lichu leaned against him, drifting into sleep. However, the drip seemed a bit too cold. Even in slumber, her brow remained furrowed. Pei Yu attempted to warm the 4-tube with his hand, and before long, her knitted brow began to relax. Whenever Shen Lichu fell ill and underwent treatment, it was secondary. Once she descended into deep slumber, silent tears would invariably stream down her face. This profound sense of abandonment had been etched in her heart for countless years. Despite the fever's ferocity, the illness began to unravel gently. Pei Yu took her to the countryside to recuperate. During this time, they received several visitors, including frequent guests Xie Changyan and Wangjing. Due to the stubborn fever's lingering presence, Pei Yu kept a watchful eye on Shen Lichu, not allowing her to step outside. Air conditioning, ice cream, chilled watermelon. Such luxuries were out of the question. Shen Lichu had only a small fan the size of a ball, with minimal airflow. Moreover, Pei Yu permitted her to use it for only 3 hours each day. Every afternoon, Shen Lichu looked forward to sitting in front of the little fan, enjoying the cool breeze while sipping on mung bean soup. Not far away, Pei Yu and Xie Changyan stood by the window, discussing matters. Xie Changyan, with a solemn expression, scoffed. Are you not attending the homecoming feast of the eldest daughter of the Shen family? Pei Yu and Appo's demeanor turned icy. He had always harbored a strong possessiveness towards anything associated with Shen Lichu. Even things she deemed unwanted were no exception. The Shen family? We shall see. Chapter 70. The calf. After years of working together, with just a glance, Xie Changyan could discern Pei Yu and Appo's thoughts. Coincidentally, they shared the same sentiment. The bright moon should reside high in the sky, untouched by a speck of dust. It seemed that the Shen family and Appo's eldest daughter homecoming banquet was destined for turmoil. In the evening, during dinner, Shen Lichu received compliments in succession from Butler Li and Grandma Li simply because she had eaten a little over half a bowl of rice, leaving her feeling quite bashful. Pei Yu chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. He overheard Butler Li mention that there would be a bustling market in town the next day. Shen Lichu turned her head to look at Pei Yu. He softly inquired, Do you wish to go, little one? Shen Lichu nodded. Although Pei Yu was reluctant to expose her to the throngs of people, he could not deny her request, especially since her recent illness had kept her confined at home for too long. The market required an early start. At 6 in the morning, Pei Yu gently woke Shen Lichu. During her recovery, he had encouraged her to maintain a late sleep schedule, so abruptly rising early left her struggling to open her eyes. Pei Yu coaxed her as he changed into his own clothes. Once Shen Lichu was dressed, Pei Yu entered her room again to help her put on her shoes and socks. He even assisted her with washing her face and brushing her teeth. By the time they finished their morning routine, it was already 6:30. On their way to the market, Shen Lichu was still battling sleep. Upon reaching the bustling market, the cacophony of vendors roused her from her slumber. The streets were narrow, and everything around her was novel and exciting. Pei Yu held her closely, lifting her over muddy puddles with ease, much like one would carry a chick. This occurred 3 times in a row. Shen Lichu curiously pinched Pei Yu's firm arm and softly murmured that she wished she had such strength, so she could lift him as effortlessly as he did. As they wandered, Shen Lichu appeared fascinated by everything around her. Yet when Pei Yu asked, she expressed no desire for anything. Eventually, her steps halted before an old-fashioned popcorn stall. The proprietor, a sprightly woman in her 40s, maintained a tidy stand filled with woven bags containing popcorn made from corn and rice. "I want to eat this," Shen Lichu declared. At that moment, the stall had no customers, and the woman, noticing Shen Lichu and Appo's rosy lips and bright smile, disregarded Pei Yu and Appo's response and filled a bag with each type for her. "Here, dear, take it. No charge," she said. Shen Lichu gazed down at the large plastic bag filled with rice snacks, the sweet aroma wafting up to her. Though it looked substantial, it was surprisingly light. Pei Yu attempted to pay, but the woman insisted on not accepting any money. In the bustling crowd, Shen Lichu stood out, her softly curled black hair cascading like silk, dressed in the simplest of clothes and pristine white shoes, trailing obediently behind her brother. Their presence at the popcorn stall attracted the attention of many passers-by. Seizing the opportunity while the woman attended to other customers, Pei Yu discreetly placed a bill into the stall and Appo's cash box and took Shen Lichu and Appo's hand to leave. The popcorn was crunchy, and Shen Lichu popped one kernel after another into her mouth, occasionally feeding Pei Yu a piece. This snack, made without sugar, was light and did not fill the stomach, so Pei Yu indulged her whims. The market was divided into two streets, one lined with various foods, vegetables, and daily necessities, while the other featured live chickens, ducks, and fish. The two streets connected through several alleyways. Pei Yu received an important phone call and led Shen Lichu to wait in the mouth of a small alley. Shen Lichu squatted by his feet, clutching her bag of popcorn, her eyes fixated on a stall selling livestock. Before her stood a small calf, its coat a delightful mix of brown and white, its curly fur and bright eyes radiating innocence. As Shen Lichu was captivated by the calf, it too seemed entranced by her, its gaze fixated on the bag of popcorn in her arms, calling out with a sweet moo. Upon hearing Pei Yu conclude his call, Shen Lichu eagerly tugged at his sleeve. Pei Yu looked down at her. "What is it, little one?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked. "Will you buy me anything I want?" Pei Yu raised an eyebrow, inviting her to continue. In the next moment, she pointed in a direction, beaming with anticipation. "I want that one." Pei Yu followed her gesture and saw the charming calf calling out to him. Ultimately, the little calf returned home with Shen Lichu. Butler Li, astonished at the sight of Shen Lichu bringing back a calf from a market, was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether she intended to eat it or care for it, and dared not voice his thoughts. Who raises a calf as a pet? The calf displayed no fear, approaching everyone with curiosity. By the time they reached home, Shen Lichu had finished feeding the entire bag of popcorn. Not so much feeding as the calf eagerly licked up the popcorn with its tongue. Pei Yu, who typically disliked Shen Lichu and Appo's attention wandering away from him, was naturally not fond of this calf either. Although the calf appeared clean, its fur had bits of grass clinging to it. Pei Yu instructed Butler Li to take it away for a bath. Having arisen so early, Shen Lichu, under Pei Yu's watchful eye, finished her breakfast and returned upstairs to rest once more. Pei Yu sat by her bedside, waiting for her to fall asleep before quietly slipping away. The morning call had been from an investigator Pei Yu had sent to look into Shen Lichu's background. They had uncovered some clues, prompting Pei Yu to leave the ancestral home for a while. Before departing, he instructed Butler Li to inform him immediately if Shen Lichu awoke. Butler Li nodded in agreement. After leaving, Pei Yu reconsidered and returned briefly to leave a note for Shen Lichu. Knowing she would first reach for her thermos for water upon waking, he carefully placed the note beneath it, ensuring she would see it at the first opportunity. Chapter 71. Vulnerability of the Pei group. Pei Yu patiently awaited the return of his father, Pei, in the spacious office. The most conspicuous feature of the room was a meticulously framed essay, penned by Shen Lichu during her elementary years, which had garnered an award. No matter how many times he viewed it, Pei Yu found it exceptionally well written, though a pang of bitterness stirred within him. Why hadn't Appo's she ever written about him? Despite the years that had passed, this sentiment lingered in his heart. A commotion arose outside the office door. Pei Yu turned to see his father, impeccably dressed in a suit, standing at the entrance, quietly conversing with an assistant. After a nod from the assistant, he departed. Pei and Appo's father entered the office and closed the door behind him. Having just returned from abroad after a sleepless night and 2 hours of meetings straight off the plane, his eyes were bloodshot with fatigue. He inquired, "How is Lichu?" Pei Yu replied honestly, "She only coughs occasionally." Pei's father rubbed his weary brow. He felt entirely at ease having Pei Yu look after Shen Lichu. Pei Yu handed him a glass of water. After taking a sip, Pei and Appo's father slowly asked, "So, what have you discovered?" He had initially been unaware, but the extent of Pei Yu's investigation had drawn his attention. Pei Yu, cautious, refrained from answering directly and instead posed a question. "Father, how much do you know?" Pei and Appo's father regarded him with a penetrating gaze before responding, "About Lichu and Appo's background." Pei Yu raised an eyebrow, replying coolly, "You're trying to deceive me." Pei and Appo's father beamed with appreciation, acknowledging Pei Yu and Appo's maturity. Throughout his life, Pei Yu had always acted rationally, except when it came to matters concerning Shen Lichu. Pei's father had often tested him, but Pei Yu never seemed to learn from his mistakes. Having a vulnerability can be both a blessing and a curse. Pei Yu understood that he could not conceal anything from his father. The reason Pei's father was still unaware of the specifics was simply out of respect for the privacy of the two young individuals. Pei Yu's expression turned icy. "Have you heard about the homecoming banquet for the Shen family and Appo's eldest daughter and Appo's?" This was a widely discussed event, and Pei and Appo's father could not possibly be oblivious. The Pei family, being a dominant force in Wangjing, had received an invitation well in advance. Having navigated the ups and downs of the business world for years, Pei's father was astute and perceptive. Pei's father's demeanor gradually grew serious. Over the next 20 minutes, Pei Yu laid bare all that he had uncovered. Upon leaving the ancestral home, Pei Yu was alone. Upon his return, he was accompanied by his father, and Yu Qingqing was also on her way back. Knowing of Pei's father's arrival, Butler Li had gathered a group to welcome them at the entrance. After stepping out of the car, Pei Yu and Appo's first inquiry was about what Shen Lichu had eaten, what she had done, and what she had said after waking up. He wanted to know every detail. Upon hearing that Shen Lichu had only taken a spoonful of the steamed pear with chuanbei prepared by the kitchen, Pei Yu frowned. He had instructed the kitchen to prepare it at 6:30 that morning before heading to the market. The chuanbei, when pulverized, had a slightly bitter taste, which Shen Lichu was unlikely to enjoy. He was genuinely surprised that she had only taken a spoonful. Butler Li added, "Miss Lichu is currently in the backyard playing with a calf." Pei Yu promptly made his way to the backyard. Pei's father, intrigued, followed suit, asking what calf. Butler Li replied, "Today, Miss Lichu bought a calf from the market, presumably intending to keep it as a pet. It an Appo's quite a spirited little creature." Meanwhile, before Pei Yu could reach the back, he encountered Shen Lichu rushing towards him. Seeing her hurried steps made his heart race. "Slow down. Be careful of the steps." Upon spotting Pei Yu, Shen Lichu dashed into his embrace, exclaiming, "Pei Yu and Appo's chasing me." Before Pei Yu could inquire further, a lively calf came bounding towards them. Upon seeing Shen Lichu in his arms, it leaped even more joyfully moo. The chasing calf was one matter. However, it was entirely covered in milk. And since Shen Lichu had a slight aversion to mess, she instinctively wanted to flee. Pei Yu and Appo's coming. As the calf approached, Shen Lichu desperately tried to hide behind him, but Pei Yu would not allow it. "Go back and drink your milk." The calf seemed somewhat intimidated by Pei Yu. Upon hearing his words, it paused for a moment, stared at him, and then scampered back to drink its milk. Pei Yu took Shen Lichu and Appo's hand and led her to the backyard. Within a mere 2 hours, a fenced area had been constructed for the calf. The Pei family and Appo's ranch was adjacent to the ancestral home, and the milk that Shen Lichu had grown up drinking was transported from there every morning. The calf was still too young, and since it had no shortage of milk, it was fed from a small iron bucket. Pei Yu finally understood how the calf had gotten itself covered in milk. It had submerged its entire head into the bucket, leaving only its ears visible. Shen Lichu was mesmerized watching the calf drink milk when a gentle voice interrupted from behind. "Oh, whose precious calf is this adorable?" It was Pei and Appo's father and Appo's voice. Shen Lichu swiftly turned to see him, smiling warmly at her. "Uncle Pei," she exclaimed joyfully. Grasping Pei Yu and Appo's hand, she approached Pei and Appo's father and asked, "When did you return?" "Just now. I got off the plane, attended a meeting, and came straight here to see you." Shen Lichu looked at him with concern. "You must be very tired, uncle. I'll give you a shoulder massage later." Every time Pei's father returned from a business trip, Shen Lichu would offer him a massage. Pei's father chuckled in agreement and added, "Angie was on her way back as well." Shen Lichu and Appo's eyes widened. Typically, both Pei and Appo's father and Yu Qingqing were quite busy with work, and it had been an eternity since the four of them had shared a meal together. Pei's father gazed fondly at Shen Lichu's delicate chin, filled with concern. "You and Appo's lost weight. The last time I saw you, you had a bit of flesh on your cheeks, but now it and Appo's has gone." Whenever Shen Lichu fell ill, her appetite would diminish, making her more susceptible to sickness, a vicious cycle. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Shen Lichu blinked and then noticed a slight itch in her throat. Just as she was about to suppress it, a cough escaped. She inwardly lamented her misfortune. Predictably, Pei Yu's voice of inquiry followed immediately. "Butlerly said you only ate one bite of that Chuanbei steamed pear." Shen Lichu couldn't and Appo's help but pout. "It was too bitter. I couldn't and Appo's eat it." Upon hearing this, Pei and Appo's father sighed deeply, his tone laden with meaning. "My dear Lichu has truly suffered." Chapter 72. The bowl of steamed pears with Chuanbei that had been kept warm in the kitchen was personally served by Pei Yu. He sat down in a chair, his eyelids barely lifting, and lightly commanded, "Come here." Shen Lichu could only obediently walk over. Pei Yu used a spoon to scoop out the white pear flesh and brought it to her lips. The scent of Chuanbei was not pleasant, rather bitter. Shen Lichu held the spoon in her mouth, the astringent taste traveling from her taste buds to her brain. With pear flesh in her mouth, she found it impossible to swallow or spit it out. Pei Yu and Appo's eyes narrowed slightly, prompting her to hastily swallow the pear flesh. The small bowl of stewed pear was consumed entirely by Shen Lichu under Pei Yu and Appo's feeding. Afterward, Pei Yu peeled a large white rabbit candy and held it to her lips. Shen Lichu instinctively slurped, the sweet flavor of the candy instantly overpowering the bitterness in her mouth. Pei Yu affectionately ruffled her hair, praising her, "Such a good girl." Shen Lichu gazed at Pei Yu eagerly, her words slightly muffled by the candy in her mouth. "Pei Yu, since I and Appo's and being so good, can I have a mango-flavored ice cream?" Pei Yu's smile widened, his voice softening further. "Of course." Today, Pei Yu was particularly accommodating, just as Shen Lichu delighted in this. She heard him slowly add, "Since you and Appo's such a good girl, how about 10 today? Mango-flavored, chocolate-flavored. Oh, and there in Appo's. That's your favorite blueberry ice cream in the fridge. I and Appo's. I'll go get it for you right now." Upon finishing his sentence, Pei Yu turned to fetch the ice cream. Shen Lichu exclaimed, "Wait. Pei Yu, I suddenly don't want ice cream anymore." She quickly grasped his hand. To be honest, there are not even 10 ice creams in the ancestral home. Realizing she might have upset Pei Yu over the ice cream, Shen Lichu stuck to him all afternoon, trying to cheer him up. As evening approached, Pei and Appo's father woke from his nap and descended the stairs, discovering the two children nestled together playing chess. Outside the glass sliding doors, the sunset painted the sky in fiery hues. On the small couch in the corner, although they were playing chess, Shen Lichu and Pei Yu were closely seated together. Pei Yu had her cradled in his arms, occasionally leaning down to nuzzle her head. When Pei's father approached, Pei Yu was resting his chin on Shen Lichu's head, chuckling. "Checkmate." Undoubtedly, Shen Lichu had lost. Pouting, she protested, "Pei Yu, I want to play again." Among her childhood friends, Shen Lichu was indeed the most competitive. Not only was she competitive, but she was also particularly hard on herself. In elementary school, knowing that sports were her sole weakness, she persevered day after day in training. If she made a mistake in a subject she excelled at, such as science, she would not easily forgive herself. Thus, upon seeing Pei's father, Pei Yu looked at him as if he were a savior. "Old Pei." Hearing Pei Yu's call, Shen Lichu immediately turned her attention to the staircase, momentarily forgetting about the chess game. "Uncle Pei." After a round of concern, Shen Lichu stood behind Pei's father, giving him a shoulder massage, which made Pei Yu feel a pang of jealousy. He was reluctant to let Shen Lichu do such things for him. "Mr. Pei, you are truly fortunate," he thought. At the entrance, Yu Qingqing smiled as she held a small cake in her hand. "Children around you." "Auntie!" Shen Lichu exclaimed joyfully. Yu Qingqing smiled. "Good girl, Lichu. Look what Auntie brought back for you." It was a small cake. The abandoned Pei Yu and Pei's father exchanged glances. Pei Yu dared not speak further about the cake Yu Qingqing had bought for Shen Lichu, for in the Pei family, Yu Qingqing held the greatest authority. The tiny cake was quickly devoured by Shen Lichu, yet she savored every bite. As the family gathered, dinner was served. After enjoying their meal amidst laughter, the four of them headed to the backyard to relax and digest. Meanwhile, Shen Lichu couldn't help but wonder why auntie and uncle had returned together. They both had busy careers and often could not return home, even during holidays. Yet, one of them always made it back for celebrations. Pei Yu, Pei's father, and Yu Qingqing exchanged glances. Eventually, Yu Qingqing gently stroked Shen Lichu and Appo's small face, her voice filled with tenderness. "Sweetheart, uncle and auntie came back for you." "For me?" Shen Lichu was taken aback. Pei Yu and Appo's voice turned cold. "Next week, the Shen family is holding a homecoming banquet for their eldest daughter. In Wangjing, there was only one prominent family, the Shen family." Shen Lichu quickly grasped the implications of Pei Yu's words. Someone was returning to the Shen family in her place. Regarding this matter, Shen Lichu remained relatively calm, but another issue stirred her anxiousness. "Uncle, auntie, I and Appo's. I'm sorry, I didn't and Appo's. Do you mean to hide this from you and Appo's?" Suddenly, Yu Qingqing pulled Shen Lichu into a tight embrace, her eyes reddening. "Sweetheart, we are family, and family doesn't and Appo's. You need to apologize. You're such a good girl. How could they bear to leave such a small Yu behind?" Shen Lichu was often held by Pei Yu, but Yu Qingqing and Appo's embrace felt entirely different, soft, fragrant, as if enveloped in a cloud made of cotton candy. Even after so long, Shen Lichu thought she had moved on, yet in that moment, her heart felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Wiping her nose, she quietly murmured, "I must be too clingy." Yu Qingqing's voice was gentle. "Sweetheart, it's not your fault." Shen Lichu was the one most entitled to know the past that Pei Yu had sought to uncover. Over 20 years ago, in Wangjing, the Shen Song and Pei families stood in a tripartite balance. The Shen and Song families were both prestigious clans. In the face of absolute interests, the Shen and Song families fell out. Later, for reasons unknown, turmoil struck the Song family, resulting in the heir and Appo's fall from building. The Shen family seized the opportunity to absorb much of the Song family and Appo's assets. In the upper echelons of Wangjing society, it was believed that the Shen and Song families would never reconcile. However, unexpectedly, news broke that Shen Gu, heir of the Shen family, had fallen in love at first sight with Song Yamayan, the illegitimate daughter of the Song family, and they swiftly married. Subsequently, at the age of 24, Shen Gu ascended to lead the vast Shen group. The second year of his leadership, he announced the next heir. He declared that only the children born to his wife, Song Yamayan, would qualify as heirs to the Shen group. The public believed that Shen Gu and Appo's first child would be a son, for traditionally, only a son was deemed worthy of inheriting such a grand estate. 6 years into his leadership, Shen Gu vanished under mysterious circumstances, and in the same period, the next heir of the Shen family perished in a fire, leaving no remains. The Shen family fell into chaos. From that moment on, in Wangjing, the Pei family emerged as the singular dominant force. Chapter 73. The hatred you should feel. Shen Lichu listened quietly. Pei's father found it difficult to continue, for as Shen Lichu had stated, she was a child born without expectation. Indeed, her arrival was merely a strategy employed by Shen Gu to retain Song Yamayan. No matter how much affection Shen Gu showered upon Shen Lichu after her birth, it could not change the fact that her existence was viewed more as a means of utility than as a cherished blessing during Song Yamayan's pregnancy. Song Yamayan's father, in his relentless pursuit of expanding his business empire, resorted to unscrupulous tactics. He had numerous children, yet each one served merely as a pawn in his game of power, lust, and manipulation. The only apparent exception was Song Yamayan, who, under the guise of a true father, shielded his daughter from the storm and cherished her. At least, that was how it appeared to Song Yamayan. When Song and Appo's father fell to his death, her once warm household shattered. She struggled to accept the truth of her father's concealed identity while grappling with the grief of his demise. The greatest beneficiary of his death was naturally the Shen family. To avenge her father, Song Yamayan deliberately approached Shengu. Through her relentless tactics, Shengu swiftly fell deeply in love. However, the truth cannot remain concealed forever. When Song Yamayan and Appo's scheme was unveiled, Shengu and Appo's love turned to loathing, ultimately imprisoning her by his side. By then, Song Yamayan was already over a month pregnant. Shengu conceived a plan to use the child as leverage to keep her close. Yet Song Yamayan was resolute in her desire not to bring this child into the world. The events of the past, though distant, held no discrepancies in their essence. Shen Lichu continued to listen in silence. Pei and Appo's father sighed and slowly spoke. The root cause of all these troubles was, in fact, your grandfather. It was his ambition to consume the Shen family that led to his own demise. Your mother was his most significant pawn. Since her birth, she had existed in a fabricated world constructed by him, trained to become the perfect companion according to Shun Ji's preferences. Yet, I cannot believe that over 6 years, she remained oblivious to her father and Appo's true nature. Pei and Appo's father continued, Lichu, you are the most innocent of all. Shen Lichu lowered her gaze and softly said, It seems I do not harbor hatred towards them. What does it feel like to hate? Shen Lichu did not know. Yu Qingqing leaned closer to her with utmost seriousness. Lichu, you should feel hatred. Hatred is justified. It is unjust that you, having done nothing wrong, must endure abandonment and torment. While the Shen family prepares to embark on a harmonious new life, you, the true victim, are left to wander alone in despair. Shen Lichu gazed at her in confusion. Pei and Appo's father promptly declared his stance. From this day forth, the Pei family shall sever all ties with the Shen family and its aristocratic connections. Yu Qingqing did not expect Shen Lichu to take action. She merely wished for her to grasp the truth. Acknowledging that Shen Lichu needed time to process these revelations, Yu Qingqing took Pei's father away, leaving only Pei Yu to accompany Shen Lichu. The evening breeze was cool. Shen Lichu raised her eyes to the nearby, fenced area, where a small calf lay soundly asleep on the hay. In that vast expanse, other calves clustered around their mothers, while this solitary one darted about, chasing after passers-by. Yet, amidst the bustling market, none paused to acknowledge the little creature. Suddenly, Shen Lichu felt her strength wane and leaned against Pei Yu and Appo's embrace. She tilted her head, questioning, Pei Yu, do you think the calf knows it is pitiable? Pei Yu also turned his gaze toward the calf. In that moment, he finally understood why Shen Lichu rarely asked him for anything, yet felt so deeply for the little calf. I cannot say if it knows its own plight, Pei Yu mused, but I do know that a tender spirit is moved by its suffering. Little one, I feel for you too. Shen Lichu and Appo's dark eyes sparkled as she smiled, her brows curving in delight. That is enough for me. Since the rumors suggest I have perished in flames, then let it be so. From now on, I shall be myself. As for everything else, let it fade away. However, Pei Yu clearly harbored different thoughts. How could the hardships Shen Lichu endured be so easily forgotten? The very notion that those who had caused her pain would continue to live in bliss infuriated him. Shen Lichu remained nestled in Pei Yu and Appo's embrace for a long while, until at near the hour she usually retired for the night. Pei Yu led her out of the backyard. After bathing, Shen Lichu felt utterly exhausted, her mind clouded, mistaking the ancestral home for their residence in Wangjing. In her daze, she bumped her head. With a thud, Shen Lichu groggily touched her forehead, feeling a swelling. Upon realizing it, the pain surged forth, banishing her fatigue. At that moment, Pei Yu entered, clad in his sleepwear, a hint of moisture still clinging to him. What happened? Shen Lichu, cradling her reddened forehead, whimpered. I bumped my head. Pei Yu rushed to examine her injury. Her skin was delicate. Without proper care, even the slightest exposure to the sun could lead to burns, let alone a collision with a wall. A large red patch adorned her fair forehead, accompanied by a small bump. Little one, shall we go to the hospital? Shen Lichu blinked and, clearing her throat, replied, Pei Yu, I think I'm experiencing a moment of memory confusion after hitting my head. Pei Yu furrowed his brow. I recall you saying that today I could indulge in a box of ice cream. Yet, it is nearly midnight, and I have yet to taste any. Pei Yu and Appo's forehead twitched with annoyance. Regardless, Shen Lichu ultimately savored the ice cream she had yearned for. Pei Yu applied an ice pack to her forehead while she eagerly devoured the sweet cone. Aware that she could not finish an entire cone, Shen Lichu consumed it rapidly, her little tongue darting about, prompting Pei Yu to chuckle. Meanwhile, at the corner of the staircase, Pei and Appo's father and Yu Qingqing were concealed, observing. Pei and Appo's father, standing behind Yu Qingqing to avoid detection, inquired about Shen Lichu and Appo's current state. How is Lichu feeling? Yu Qingqing replied with utmost seriousness. She appears somewhat saddened. Pei's father nodded in understanding. After all, they are her biological parents. Feeling sorrow is. Before he could finish, Yu Qingqing interjected, because your son devoured all of Lichu and Appo's ice cream. That was quite a large serving. Chapter 74. Pain and Flight. Shen Lichu pouted, her eyes wide with longing as she watched Pei Yu devour the remaining ice cream cone. Noticing her pitiable expression, Pei Yu gently coaxed her, weaving promises of a whole cone for her next time. Shen Lichu blinked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired, when will next time be? Pei Yu flicked her forehead playfully, responding nonchalantly, next time is just next time. Displeased, Shen Lichu huffed softly, deciding to ignore him. After consuming a small portion of the cone, her drowsiness dissipated, yet Pei Yu, applying an ice pack to her forehead, began to fidget restlessly, stealing glances around. Out of the corner of her eye, she thought she had seen a figure lurking at the corner of the staircase. However, when she turned to look directly, there was nothing there. Just as Shen Lichu concluded it was a mere figment of her imagination, she caught another glimpse from her peripheral vision and turned her head again. How strange. Could it be that she had bumped her head and truly caused some confusion? Shen Lichu and Appo's eyes widened, and she grasped Pei Yu and Appo's hand tightly, her voice trembling. Pei Yu, I think I might have really hurt myself. Pei Yu raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Really? Shen Lichu insisted earnestly. I keep sensing a figure at the staircase corner, yet whenever I turn to look, there's no one there. Pei Yu and Appo's forehead twitched with annoyance as he turned sharply towards the staircase, admonishing, you're all grown-ups now, yet still resorting to eavesdropping. Aren't Appo's you ashamed? Shen Lichu was taken aback, and just then, Pei's father was pushed out by Yu Qingqing, looking sheepish. A minute later, Pei and Appo's father and Yu Qingqing sat side by side on the sofa, their expressions tense, creating an awkward atmosphere. Pei Yu, having set aside the ice pack, stepped away briefly, allowing Yu Qingqing to seize his spot. Let any soothe you, Lichu, she said playfully. Shen Lichu recalled having seen someone comfort a child who had accidentally run into a utility pole. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, pursing her lips and burying her face in Yu Qingqing's embrace. The latter wrapped her arms around Shen Lichu, frowning slightly. Lichu is fine. The wall is bad. Shen Lichu couldn't and Appo's help but laugh, her heart fluttering at the simplicity of those words. Even though she recognized Yu Qingqing and Appo's overindulgence, she found herself utterly enamored by the affection. Sniffling, she nestled closer, softly murmuring, the wall is bad, and so am I. Only Annie and Uncle are good. Even Pei Yu had to be temporarily bad for a minute, having claimed a bite of the ice cream cone from her hands, devouring it in one large mouthful. Yu Qingqing playfully pinched her nose, coaxing, since Annie is good. How about I become Lichu's mother? You know, the kind that enters the Pei family tree. They could even host a grand banquet to announce the addition of a daughter to the Pei family, marking her as a new descendant. This was unacceptable. She could not usurp Pei Yu and Apos as unique parents. Moreover, Shen Lichu understood all too well the implications of being inscribed into such a prestigious family tree. It meant sharing in the inheritance of the Pei group. Just as she was about to respond, Pei Yu and Apos' urgent voice cut in from behind. No, this cannot be allowed. Lovers turning into siblings? Absolutely not. Shen Lichu froze, as did the other three present. This proposal had been a topic of extensive discussion between Yu Qingqing and Pei's father, who had refrained from mentioning it to Shen Lichu out of concern for her feelings. They had never broached the subject with Pei Yu, as Yu Qingqing believed he would never agree given his affection for Shen Lichu. Realizing the misunderstanding, Pei Yu hastily tried to explain, "Little one, don't think too much. I'm not." But just as he began, Shen Lichu wore an expression that said, "I understand you." It was only natural to possess a sense of possessiveness over one and Apos, as parents, especially when auntie and uncle were so kind. Neither Yu Qingqing nor Pei's father had anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. They seemed at a loss for words, unsure how to approach the delicate topic without hurting Shen Lichu. The farce ultimately concluded with Shen Lichu succumbing to sleepiness. As Pei Yu tucked her in, regret was etched across his face. He had been too hasty. His firm rejection would inevitably bruise Shen Lichu's heart. However, he had not anticipated the bombshell his parents would drop in his brief absence. He was genuinely fearful of Shen Lichu agreeing to such a proposal. Noticing the unmistakable remorse on Pei Yu's face, Shen Lichu yawned and gently tugged at his hand. Speaking earnestly, "Pei Yu, wanting to have your parents all to yourself is nothing to be ashamed of." She truly hadn't Apos given it much thought. Pei Yu felt a pang of discomfort. His expression stern as he replied, "You have no idea. Would I not know?" Shen Lichu and Apos, as curiosity was piqued. Pei Yu settled himself at the edge of the bed, casting a complex glance at Shen Lichu. "You know nothing." If she truly understood, Pei Yu felt he wouldn't have to struggle so much. Shen Lichu, her eyelids heavy with sleep, murmured, "If there is something I don't know, you can tell me." With a sigh, Pei Yu replied, "You're too young. I can't tell you just yet." That excuse again. She was an adult now, not a child. Shen Lichu's cheeks puffed in annoyance at his words, and as sleep overtook her, she remained miffed. Due to the events of the previous night, Yu Qingqing, fearing Shen Lichu might be hurt, took a short leave to spend time with her, showering her with affection. Small cakes sneakily fed, ice cream, a little every other day. Initially, Pei Yu had considered intervening but decided to turn a blind eye. Shen Lichu was enjoying a rare period of bliss, until the monthly dental checkup arrived. The dentist remarked, "Miss Lichu, your lower right third molar shows signs of developing cavities." With that one sentence, Shen Lichu's idyllic days crumbled. That very day, the dentist initiated treatment. Emerging from the clinic, Shen Lichu trailed behind Pei Yu, her spirit dampened. Pei Yu felt both anger and concern. "I should not have indulged Yu Qingqing's behavior." Fortunately, he was diligent about Shen Lichu and Apos' dental health, ensuring regular checkups, which led to the early detection of her issue. Shen Lichu dared not meet Pei Yu's gaze, naturally refraining from arguing with him. Chapter 75, Xiaobao. Do not forget your mother at the end of July. The homecoming banquet for Shen Jinhua, the eldest daughter of the Shen family, was held as scheduled. Due to her poor health, Song Yamian made a brief appearance at the event before hurriedly departing. Shen Jinxing, now capable of shouldering the responsibilities of the Shen family, guided Shen Jinhua as they mingled in the opulent banquet hall. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the exchange of toasts, a voice in the corner quietly inquired, "Has no one for the Pei family come?" The surrounding guests merely smiled without responding. Years ago, the Pei family had established dominance in Wangjing, and under Pei Jian and Apos' leadership, they had only flourished further over the years. Although the next heir of the Pei family was known for his difficult temperament, he was not to be underestimated. With this father-son duo, the Pei family status in Wangjing appeared unassailable for nearly a century. Few, if any, could rival their standing, for they were no fools. Despite the Pei family's vast wealth, Pei Yu was adept at forming connections. Even if he did not attend an event, he would ensure gifts were sent. However, at the homecoming banquet of Shen Lichu, the absence of the Pei family was notable, especially as no gifts were received. The implications of this absence prompted much speculation among the attendees. Yet, regardless of the unspoken thoughts swirling in the room, the atmosphere of the banquet remained serene. The venue for the homecoming banquet was a villa under the Shen family's name. Meanwhile, in a small Western-style house at the back of the banquet hall, Song Yamian lay on a small couch, despite the sweltering summer heat, covered with a light blanket. A persistent itch in her throat triggered a series of coughs, each more forceful than the last, as if she were trying to expel her very lungs. A servant, observing from the kitchen where they were preparing medicine, rushed in upon hearing her coughing. "Madam, please drink some water. The medicine will take a little longer to prepare," the servant urged. After reluctantly sipping some water, Song Yamian and Amp, Oppos, cough eased slightly. Just as the servant was about to leave to continue monitoring the pot, Song Yamian suddenly covered her mouth and erupted into another fit of coughing, this time more violent. The servant, filled with concern, gently patted her back. Once the coughing subsided, Song Yamian removed her hand, feeling the dampness within her palm. Before she could glance down, she heard the servant's shocked voice. "Madam, there's blood." Lowering her gaze, Song Yamian was met with the stark sight of bright red blood staining her fair hand. "Do not tell Jinxing," she instructed calmly, clearly accustomed to such revelations. The servant hesitated, but Mr. Shen, without allowing her to finish, Song Yamian gently shook her head. "This is my retribution." Her illness stemmed from overwork and emotional distress. With proper care, it was not life-threatening. Yet, she had relentlessly punished herself, enduring years of self-inflicted suffering until she became a mere shadow of her former self. The servant brought a basin of warm water and meticulously began to cleanse the blood from Song Yamian and Oppos, his lips and hands. Lying in bed, a faint sadness flickered in her eyes. When she passed away and met her little treasure, would her child even recognize her in this state? As the servant wiped away the blood with a damp cloth, she couldn't help but choke back tears. "Madam, Miss Jinhua has returned. Why are you still so sorrowful?" Since becoming a servant in the Shen household, she had cared for Song Yamian. Though she was a servant, Song Yamian treated her with kindness. It was precisely this long-standing care that made her perplexed by Song Yamian and Amp, Oppos' brief appearance at the banquet, followed by her sudden departure due to illness. Song Yamian merely smiled gently at her. After the blood was cleaned away, she wearily closed her eyes. "I wish to sleep for a while." Upon hearing this, the servant quickly tucked her in, not daring to disturb her further, and quietly exited the room. For years, Song Yamian had suffered from insomnia, spending countless nights lying awake until dawn. Once the servant left, she opened her eyes again, staring out the window in a daze. Why was she so despondent? Because she understood that the person who had returned was not her biological daughter. Even if Shen Jinhua bore a striking resemblance to her, even if there was a birthmark on her inner thigh that matched her little treasures, even if a paternity test confirmed their blood relation, Song Yamian remained resolute in her belief that the one who had returned was not her little treasure. What did her little treasure look like? All photos and mementos had been consumed by a devastating fire, and she struggled to retain the fleeting memories of her child and Oppos' appearance. Those eyes, resembling glossy black grapes, round and bright, with lashes that curled and fluttered, when held by Shungu, were a soft, white bundle. Due to frequent illness, her little treasure lacked the sweet fragrance of other children, instead carrying the bitter scent of medicine. "Little treasure, do not forget your mother." "My little treasure, I am sorry." On the other side, the Pei family ancestral home was bustling with activity. Early in the morning, before Shen Lichu had even risen, Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghang arrived with a multitude of guests. Shen Lichu was awakened by Pei Yu and Oppos' voice. Though she was awake, she was reluctant to get up. Seizing the moment when Pei Yu turned away, she closed her eyes again and burrowed deeper under the covers. Pei Yu found it amusing and decided to sit at the edge of her bed, gently patting her back through the thin blanket. After a moment, he realized something fell off. Upon reflection, The sensation was unusually springy. That felt like Shen Lichu and Amp. Amp, Oppo's S. Pei Yu and Amp. Amp, Oppo's S body stiffened, but fortunately, Shen Lichu was still in a drowsy state, completely unaware of his unusual reaction. Initially, she had planned to respond to his call and not linger in bed. But after a long silence without hearing his voice, she murmured, "Pei Yu, my eyelids feel so heavy, I cannot open them." In a quiet room, her voice was sticky and carried a youthful softness. It was early morning, and the vigor of youth was palpable. Pei Yu could only suppress his inner restlessness with cold showers every morning. However, in the brief span of 3 words, the effects of his half-hour cold shower had completely dissipated. "Damn," he muttered under his breath. Shen Lichu, unable to hear clearly, forced her eyes open and, with a nasal tone, hooked her fingers around Pei Yu's, asking, "Pei Yu, what's wrong?" Chapter 76. I truly am not a thing. I truly am not a thing, murmured Shen Lichu, her eyes widening slightly as she furrowed her brows. She reached out to touch Pei Yu and Oppo's forehead, softly mumbling, "But you Don and Oppo's, do you have a fever, do you? Why are you berating yourself so early in the morning?" Pei Yu gently removed her hand from his forehead and swiftly lifted her into his arms. Upon entering the bathroom, he placed Shen Lichu on a small counter. After wetting a towel and wringing it out, he offered it to her. The young girl sitting on the counter swung her legs lazily, refusing to take it. She tilted her head up and blinked at Pei Yu, asking, "Pei Yu, can you help me wipe my face, please?" Pei Yu's eyelids flickered. "You're so lazy." Although he scolded her for her laziness, his hands moved with both delicacy and speed. More often than not, Shen Lichu didn't even need to squeeze the toothpaste herself. After handing her the toothbrush with toothpaste already applied, Pei Yu turned to walk outside. Shen Lichu understood his intentions. By the time she finished her morning routine and stepped out of the bathroom, Pei Yu had already prepared the outfit she would wear for the day. Once dressed, Shen Lichu took Pei Yu and Amp, Oppo's hand as they descended the stairs. While still on the staircase, she heard a cacophony of familiar voices coming from the main hall below, seemingly discussing matters related to the business world. Suddenly, an odd voice interjected, reminiscent of Donald Duck. Curious, Shen Lichu turned to Pei Yu and inquired, "Are there any unfamiliar faces among today and Oppo's guests?" Pei Yu, keeping his gaze fixed on her feet to ensure she didn't stumble, replied without looking up, "No, not at all. Even those friends I have known for years. I wouldn't dare introduce you to them, let alone strangers." Intrigued, Shen Lichu continued down to the main hall, where she found a group of friends gathered around the sofa, either standing or sitting, engaged in animated discussion. Xie Chengyan occupied the central position, while Wangjing, speaking with a Donald Duck accent, was babbling away. Next to Xie Chengyan, a boy chuckled, "Jiangge Yu and Amp. Oppo's V repeated that 3 times. But I still can't understand what you're saying." Jiang Jingheng, exasperated, reiterated, "I said there's a cow in the backyard. A little calf. A calf." The night before, Jiang Jingheng had indulged in a large bucket of 10-pound assorted ice cream, and he was now suffering the consequences. After a few doses of medicine, he had nearly recovered, but his voice remained temporarily altered, sounding akin to Donald Duck, often cracking as he spoke. That morning, Xie Chengyan and Amp, Oppo's patience with Jiang Jingheng was dwindling. He said with a forced smile, "Shut that little mouth of yours." Jiang Jingheng began to lament, "Is there no love left for me? Oh dear, Jiangge, I still can't make out what you're saying." At that moment, Shen Lichu's voice chimed in from behind. "Jiang Jingheng, your voice is so adorable." Having been inundated with ridicule and mockery recently, Jiang Jingheng had grown numb to the comments. However, he took no offense, knowing his friend were merely joking. Yet, upon hearing Shen Lichu's compliment about his voice, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He dashed to her side, tearfully exclaiming, "Lichu, only someone as beautiful and kind-hearted as you would comfort me. Even my own mother can't bear to listen to this voice." While he spoke, Shen Lichu earnestly listened, responding sincerely, "It really is quite adorable." Jiang Jingheng scratched the back of his head, beginning to wonder if his voice truly was as charming as she claimed. Shen Lichu beamed, "Talking like Donald Duck is genuinely adorable." Her continuous affirmations bolstered Jiang Jingheng's confidence, leading him to believe his voice was indeed delightfully unique. With thoughts of the afternoon sun being less harsh than before, the group decided to embark on a mountain adventure. Before setting off, Pei Yu took a bottle of mosquito repellent and sprayed it liberally on Shen Lichu. She was particularly susceptible to mosquito bites. Whenever Pei Yu was with her, mosquitoes would only target Shen Lichu, leaving him unscathed. Unfortunately, her delicate skin would swell to the size of a finger with each bite, taking ages to subside. Every year, whether at the ancestral home or the Pei residence, mosquito control was a significant undertaking. Jiang Jingheng shamelessly positioned himself behind Shen Lichu, sneaking spritzes of repellent. Whenever she turned, he followed suit. When she rolled up her pant leg, he did the same. When she pulled up her sleeves, he mirrored her actions. However, standing off to the side, he could never quite cover himself evenly. In a moment of audacity, Jiang Jingheng began directing Pei Yu. "Hey Xiaopei, spray some here." After saying that, he turned his back to Pei Yu. Pei Yu, having long found Jiang Jingheng irksome, seized the opportunity to kick him playfully in the rear. He then tossed the bottle of repellent to Jiang Jingheng, who eagerly began spraying himself, knowing well how fierce the mountain mosquitoes could be. "Siege, this is good stuff. Do you want some?" Jiang Jingheng called out. Xie Changyan replied with a smirk. "No, thanks. I'm wary of your Pei Yu's products. They might be toxic." Jiang Jingheng hesitated momentarily, but as soon as Xie Changyan turned away, he quickly sprayed some behind him. A minute later, seeing that Xie Changyan was still lively and unharmed, Jiang Jingheng resumed spraying with abandon. Though the four mountain peaks were all under the Pei family's domain, the unpredictability of the mountains was significant. Thus, Butlerly had prepared 4 hunting dogs for their excursion. The group leisurely made their way up the mountain. Despite being a rural path, the trail was well maintained and quite navigable. Whenever they encountered a tricky section, Pei Yu would scoop Shen Lichu into his arms. Peering ahead, Shen Lichu remarked, "The path seems to have become easier to walk." Concerned that the branches on either side might snag Shen Lichu's ankles, Pei Yu exaggerated. "Where is it easier? Look at this path, it's so rugged." Shen Lichu peered again. A path wide enough for 2 to walk side by side. And he called it rugged? Pei Yu inquired, "Are you bored?" Shen Lichu blinked a little. Switching to hold her with one arm, Pei Yu reached into the backpack he was carrying with the other. Shortly after, he retrieved a Rubik's Cube and handed it to her. "If you're bored, play with this." Shen Lichu, astonished, held the cube and examined it for a long time before climbing on a Pei Yu and damp Oppo's shoulder to unzip his backpack. Inside were neatly folded cloths, a collapsible basin, a small first aid kit, and even a tightly sealed flat box at the very back. Shen Lichu and Oppo's cheeks flushed with color. She was all too aware of what was contained within that box. Yet, this was not her time of the month. Chapter 77. Shen Lichu as Pei Yu's precious gem. A lively group ambled along, their pace leisurely as they paused to admire various novelties. By midday, they finally reached their destination, a broad, picturesque stream. They set down their backpacks and busied themselves with laughter and chatter. They spread out mats, erected sunshades, organized their belongings, and established a fire break before commencing to kindle a fire. Full of youthful vigor, each individual approached their tasks with enthusiasm. The young men tackled the heavy lifting, while the girls huddled together, gossiping as they prepared the food. This gathering comprised mostly of the affluent or scions of distinguished families, who were unaccustomed to manual labor. Once the entertainment gear was unpacked, the barbecue grill stood neglected. Pei Yu, who had always preferred solitude, gravitated towards quieter corners. He stood by the grill, casually holding a can of soda, engrossed in his own activities. After Shen Lichu declined several invitations, she finally emerged from the throng and approached Pei Yu. Hearing her footsteps, Pei Yu turned to look. "Don't come too close. The smoke will irritate your nose and throat," he advised. Shen Lichu found a small stool. Seating herself at a distance Pei Yu deemed acceptable. She rested her elbows on her knees, cupping her chin in her hands, intently observing Pei Yu as he busied himself. From her vantage point behind him, she noted his considerable height, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, his jacket sleeves rolled up to his arms, with prominent veins visible along his forearms. It was only then that Shen Lichu recognized how much Pei Yu had changed. He was no longer the frail boy who once carried her home from the Pei family estate, burdened by his own sorrows. Xie Changyan joined her on a small stool beside Shen Lichu. "Lichu, what are you looking at?" he inquired. Soon after, Jiang Jinghang also made his way over. Gradually, the once boisterous crowd playing games began to drift toward them. Once Pei Yu had grilled a dozen skewers of lightly seasoned barbecue. He turned to find a throng gathering around him. Pei Yu raised an eyebrow. "What's the rush? If you want to eat, go grill your own." A swarm of people surged forward, yet none dared to claim the skewers already grilled in Pei Yu and Appo's hands, for they all understood that those were meant for Shen Lichu. Within Pei Yu's social circle, an unspoken consensus prevailed. Shen Lichu was Pei Yu's most cherished possession. It was understood that not even a casual glance should be directed her way, lest one incur Pei Yu and Appo's ire. Better to offend Pei Yu than to slight Shen Lichu. Shen Lichu had always been soft-hearted, even when offended. She rarely held grudges unless it involved a matter of principle. However, even if she chose to forgive, Pei Yu would not easily let it slide. He would patiently bide his time, waiting for a moment when Shen Lichu was absent to settle the score. Though the skewers Pei Yu prepared for her were the lightly seasoned variety, they were still an exquisite treat for Shen Lichu. The skewers, made of metal, bore a sharp pointed tip. Pei Yu, knowing Shen Lichu's inexperience with such sharp objects, took it upon himself to feed her throughout the meal. After indulging in all the skewers he had grilled, Shen Lichu still seemed unsatisfied. Pei Yu offered her several sips of warm water. Before long, the first batch of barbecue from others was ready. Many were not particularly skilled in the kitchen, producing barbecue that was barely palatable. Yet the ambience of the picnic overshadowed the taste, and everyone enjoyed the feast. In addition to the barbecue, a lavish spread of picnic food was laid out. They gathered around the picnic mat, with a small table in the center brimming with an array of dishes. Among them, a large bowl of red oil-soaked crayfish caught Shen Lichu and Appo's eye. The crayfish, reheated, were scalding and flavorful. Pei Yu, donning disposable gloves, fished out the largest crayfish from the bowl, peeled it, and dipped it in the sauce before offering it to Shen Lichu. The shrimp meat was tender and bouncy, coated in a spicy, numbing sauce. Shen Lichu and Appo's eyes sparkled as she whispered to Pei Yu, "It's delicious." Seeing her enthusiasm, Pei Yu peeled more for her. However, knowing the dish was oily and rich, Pei Yu was cautious not to overindulge her, especially since her appetite tended to wane in summer. Despite her evident desire for more, Shen Lichu noticed Pei Yu beginning to remove his gloves. "Pei Yu, I still want to eat," she implored. Pei Yu raised an eyebrow. "The gloves are torn." Shen Lichu replied softly, "I can peel them myself." She had observed Pei Yu and Appo's technique several times and felt confident. Pei Yu chuckled, pinching Shen Lichu and Appo's cheek affectionately. Aside from the minor disappointment in her meal, the entire picnic excursion brought her immense joy. She truly relished the lively atmosphere. After dinner, as friends prepared to return home, Shen Lichu stood at the door to bid them farewell. Xie Changyan and Jiang Jinghang decided to stay, believing it better to leave in the morning. At the ancestral home, entrance stood two towering wooden pillars. Each year, Shen Lichu and Pei Yu would mark their heights there, two distinct styles of notches. One set was crescent-shaped, while the other was a simple straight line. The former recorded Shen Lichu and Appo's height, while the latter noted Pei Yu and Appo's. The notches, etched shallowly, grew more faded towards the bottom. In the early years, the two sets were nearly comparable, but as time passed, Pei Yu's line shot up, leaving Shen Lichu's crescent behind. This pattern continued annually. Now, as Shen Lichu stood before the pillars, she had to tilt her head to see the most recent straight notch. Xie Changyan gazed at the unevenly spaced, high and low marks, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. There were countless moments when he felt utterly unqualified to be a part of Shen Lichu and Appo's life. This year's notch had yet to be made. Pei Yu and Appo's father brought the tools for marking. "Lichu, step over here," he urged. Shen Lichu obediently approached, leaning against the pillar until Pei Yu's father marked the spot. At which point she stepped away. As she observed the new notch, not much higher than last year's crescent, she felt a pang of disappointment, though she tried to deny it. Sensing her discontent, Pei Yu quickly interjected, "I saw my father slip. It should be here." He moved the mark up by 3 centimeters. Shen Lichu, puzzled, asked, "Is that true?" Xie Changyan replied earnestly, "I saw it too. It's true." Pei Yu isn't lying. Jiang Jinghang nodded in agreement. Yu Qingqing, with an air of righteousness, stepped forward and added an additional 7 centimeters to the mark, proclaiming, "It should definitely be here." Chapter 78. Did I offend Li? At last, it was the eldest butler, Li, who stepped forward. As he grasped the carving knife, poised to etch it in the correct position, his hand unexpectedly tilted, raising the mark by a full centimeter. Pei Yu whispered soothingly in her ear, "It an amp. Amp, Oppos, still early. You will surely grow taller." Shortly thereafter, Xie Changyan added, "I have read relevant literature suggesting that a girl's height can still increase until the age of 20. Shen Lichu remained somewhat downcast. In truth, a height of 1.65 meters is not considered short among girls. Yet Shen Lichu had grown up alongside Pei Yu and others, making her particularly sensitive about the issue of height. Each of them possessed long limbs, especially Pei Yu, who had inherited his grandfather and amp, Oppos, as striking blue eyes and towering stature. Despite being barely of age, he stood nearly 1.90 meters. At this hour, the group ambled to the backyard to enjoy the cool breeze and share laughter. Shen Lichu and Jiang Jinghang crouched beside a small fence, playfully teasing a calf. The calf, affectionate and plump, exuded a sweet milky fragrance, delighting in wagging its tail and mooing after familiar faces. "My, what does this little fellow eat?" Shen Lichu mused as she arrived in the backyard, momentarily mistaking the calf for a hefty trailer parked in the yard. If it were any fatter, it would resemble a squat winter melon balanced on 4 chopsticks. Seemingly aware of Jiang Jinghang and Amp, Oppos' teasing, the calf playfully licked his hair, attempting to nibble as if it were grazing. Jiang Jinghang, realizing what was happening, quickly yanked his hair from the calf's mouth, exclaiming, "Ancestor, that's my hair. You can't eat it." Shen Lichu giggled. "It's just being greedy. It eats everything." The calf was well behaved, though a bit mischievous at times. It never caused destruction. Most of the time, Butler Li allowed it to roam freely within the ancestral home. The calf adored the kitchen, especially when Granny Li was present, for she would feed it whatever it desired. However, most days, it contented itself with milk. When Jiang Jinghang finally freed his hair from the calf's slobbery grasp, it appeared as though he had just taken a shower. The calf had only consumed a small bucket of milk, leaving a lingering scent of dairy on its breath. Jiang Jinghang, with his hair now dampened by the calf's saliva, bore a similar aroma. Slightly fastidious, Shen Lichu wrinkled her nose, attempting to distance herself. However, Jiang Jinghang caught up with her. "Lichu, must your disdain be so evident?" Shen Lichu attempted to evade him by darting behind Pei Yu. The calf, seeing the two chase each other, joyfully bounded along in pursuit. Jiang Jinghang quickly discerned her intentions and positioned himself in her path. Yet, he was merely toying with her. Had he truly desired to catch up, it would have taken but a few moments. Once Shen Lichu grew fatigued and leaned against Pei Yu, breathing heavily, Jiang Jinghang turned to wash his hair. After Shen Lichu regained her breath, Pei Yu graciously offered her warm water, which she drank in several sips. The evening breeze was cool. Pei Yu wrapped his arm around Shen Lichu as they sat in a swing chair. After a day filled with climbing and frolicking, Shen Lichu was already weary. She leaned against Pei Yu and Oppos' chest, stifling a yawn. Her eyes half-lidded with a misty glaze as she gazed at the ripening pears on the branches above, lost in thought. Nearby, the atmosphere was lively. Xie Changyan and Pei and Oppos' father were engrossed in a game of chess, while Yu Qingqing and Jiang Jinghang, who had just returned from washing his hair, observed. In 2 consecutive matches, Pei and Oppos' father emerged victorious. Xie Changyan humbly remarked, "I, a young lad, am no match for Uncle Pei." Pei's father understood that Xie Changyan's youth was not the issue. He merely let him win both games. Balancing the act of conceding while ensuring he lost by a narrow margin showcased Xie Changyan's remarkable skill. Given that Pei's father and Yu Qingqing were to embark on their work commitments the following day, they soon retired to their rooms for rest. Jiang Jinghang, eager to continue with Xie Changyan, requested another game. However, his experience paled in comparison to the cunning Xie Changyan, and within moments, he was utterly defeated. Realizing he could not win, Jiang Jinghang resorted to playful antics. He proclaimed that his horse was a swift steed, capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a day, insisting that Xie Changyan's pieces could not catch up. He further boasted that his elephant soared through the skies, making it impossible for Xie Changyan's pieces to capture him. He even claimed that his cannon was a modern invention, unleashing devastation upon Xie Changyan's pieces. Xie Changyan, seldom patient, indulged Jiang Jinghang's whimsical rules, playing along. Yet, it wasn't long before Jiang Jinghang faced defeat once more. Wait a minute, is this even fair? This is utterly unreasonable, Jiang Jinghang exclaimed. Xie Changyan smiled softly. Did you not mention your desire to gather lotus flowers? There are still 9 blossoms left in the pond. Jiang Jinghang, puzzled, wondered when he had ever expressed such an intention. Moreover, how had their chess match devolved into a discussion about lotus flowers? He gazed at Xie Changyan with innocent curiosity. Xie Changyan's lips curled into a smirk, gathering 9 lotus flowers. Jiang Jinghang paused for several moments before realizing that Xie Changyan was playfully mocking him through a pun. Gathering 9 lotus flowers means practicing more. Such a heartless jest. Jiang Jinghang clenched his fists. His face flushed with humiliation as he began to vent his frustration. Could you not speak as directly as flatulence? All this roundabout talk is confounding. Xie Changyan chuckled, fool. Do you understand now? And he not be so blunt. Before Jiang Jinghang could continue his tirade, a slipper was suddenly hurled in his direction. Pei Yu frowned, lowering his voice in irritation. Can you keep it down? In the swing chair, Shen Lichu had already drifted off to sleep, nestled against Pei Yu. Jiang Jinghang immediately mimed zipping his mouth shut. Xie Changyan observed the closeness of the two, as if no one could separate them, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Jiang Jinghang, propping his head on his hand, absent-mindedly played with the cool touch of the white jade chess pieces, quietly inquired, did the recently returned eldest daughter of the Shen family offend Lichu? Regarding the connection between Shen Lichu and the Shen family, Xie Changyan was the sole outsider privy to such knowledge. Jiang Jinghang, unaware of the specifics, could only surmise that if the typically aloof Pei Yu and Xie Changyan both held disdain for someone, that individual must have indeed wronged Shen Lichu. Xie Changyan responded with a low, affirming hum. Jiang Jinghang nodded, I understand. In high society, families that genuinely foster close relations naturally remain united. Although the Jiang family could not rival the Pei family and Appo's, as profound heritage and vast estate, they were nonetheless a significant new power in Wangjing. After idly toying with the white jade chess pieces, Jiang Jinghang and Appo's, his attention was suddenly drawn to the swing chair, and he furrowed his brow in concern. Chapter 79 presents a juxtaposition with Shen Lichu. On the swing chair, Pei Yu cradles Shen Lichu on his lap, allowing her to rest peacefully in his embrace. The previously rebellious and defiant glint in his eyes has been entirely replaced by tenderness. He lowers his head, gently nudging Shen Lichu's soft ear with his nose. Jiang Jinghang, perplexed, inquires, Xie, don't you find this a bit strange? Xie Changyan casts him a sidelong glance, replying, what is so strange about it? Jiang Jinghang gestures toward his own head, muttering softly, do you think there might be something off with Pei Yu? Intrigued, Xie Changyan raises an eyebrow and asks, what leads you to that conclusion? Look, Jiang Jinghang explains, Pei Yu's attitude towards us can be as fierce as it gets. Yet, the moment he sees Lichu, his demeanor shifts in an instant. No ordinary person could change their expression faster than the quick-change artistry of Sichuan opera. Upon hearing this, Xie Changyan bursts into laughter, exclaiming, you are simply a genius. While there are numerous peculiarities in the way Shen Lichu interacts with Pei Yu, Jiang Jinghang has pinpointed the most absurd aspect. Nevertheless, Xie Changyan concedes one point. Pei Yu's mind is indeed troubled, and profoundly so. Pei Yu and Shen Lichu remain intimately close, a level of attachment rarely seen even among genuine couples. Yet, this has been their way since childhood. They seldom part ways, often spending entire days together. With Pei Yu never straying more than a meter from Shen Lichu and Appo's side. To spare her any hidden sorrow, Pei Yu refrained from taking Shen Lichu back to Wangjing throughout the summer. Had it not been for the oppressive heat, which made Shen Lichu susceptible to discomfort, he would have whisked her away on adventures across the land. As the eve of the new school term approached, Pei Yu hurriedly began to pack their belongings upon returning home with Shen Lichu. Most of the items he brought back were those frequently handled by Shen Lichu, as he wished to keep him away from prying eyes. After organizing the luggage, he proceeded to lay out bedding, claiming it was to ensure Shen Lichu and Appo's as comfort, should she suffer any ill effects from the local environment. Shen Lichu blinked in surprise. It was her first time hearing that one could experience discomfort upon returning home. Observing Pei Yu's solemn demeanor, she decided it best not to question him further. Pei Yu, having struggled with school for quite some time, was not averse to learning. Rather, he felt that the educational environment was akin to an entity that exploited Shen Lichu, depriving them of their constant companionship. While Pei Yu took a shower, Shen Lichu stealthily attempted to open his bedroom door, only to find it locked. This only heightened her curiosity about what treasures lay hidden within. If the contents were indeed so precious that they warranted secrecy, why had Pei Yu not rushed to inspect them after returning from nearly 2 months at his ancestral home? "Little one, what are you up to? Trying to sneak a peek at my treasures?" Startled by Pei Yu's inquiry from behind her, Shen Lichu froze. "Aren't and Appo's do you suppose to be showering?" she stammered, attempting to divert the conversation. "Why are you out so soon?" Pei Yu leaned against the door, responding softly, "I accidentally dropped my pajamas, so I came out to retrieve another set." Shen Lichu forced a dry smile, urging him, then hurry back and shower. "You might catch a cold. I and Appo's am feeling quite tired, so I'll head to bed now." With that, she exaggeratedly yawned before slipping away. Watching Shen Lichu retreat with a flustered demeanor, Pei Yu chuckled softly, though a shadow flitted across his eyes. The items in his room were not intentionally hidden from her. Rather, he feared they might frighten her. After finishing his shower, Pei Yu entered Shen Lichu's room to find her nestled in the soft bedding, likely having pretended to be asleep before genuinely drifting off. The only illumination in the room came from the warm glow of a bedside lamp. Pei Yu settled beside her, and after a prolonged moment, he gently brushed his fingers against her soft, pink lips. The warmth of her breath caressed his fingertips, and he sighed, "Little one, please grow up swiftly." Meanwhile, at the Shen residence, the atmosphere in the main hall was oppressively tense, illuminated brightly, yet suffused with a sense of dread. A small table bore several blood-stained handkerchiefs, most of which had dried to a dark hue, save for the topmost one, which remained vivid red. Shen Lichu was in a furious state. "If I hadn't stumbled upon this today, how long were you planning to conspire in secrecy?" Those standing before him quaked in fear, none daring to speak. Eventually, a long-serving maid who had cared for Song Yumming stepped forward, her voice trembling. "It was Madame S.'s wish for us to keep this from you, fearing it would burden you too much." Since taking on the responsibilities that came with caring for Song Yumming, Shen Lichu had been overwhelmed, juggling a demanding workload and the scrutiny of the board while worrying about her health and searching for her daughter, who had perished in a fire, leaving no trace behind. Mention of Song Yumming softened the fury on Shen Lichu's face, but his gaze inevitably fell upon the handkerchiefs, and he leaned heavily against the table to steady himself. Song Yumming's personal physician interjected, "Mr. Shen, it's not that we haven't exerted ourselves. Rather, the Madame S. will to live has waned considerably. Even if a deity were to intervene, they could not save someone who wishes to succumb. Presently, no medication or treatment seemed effective for Song Yumming and Appo's condition. They could only strive to maintain her vital signs." Shen Lichu fell silent for a time before waving for everyone to leave. One by one, they filed out until only Shen Lichu remained, standing apprehensively in the corner. As a pawn long nurtured by Shen Lichu, she was acutely aware of her role and sought to capitalize on this rare opportunity for upward mobility. Without lifting his gaze, Shen Lichu questioned, Have you inadvertently revealed any weaknesses? Otherwise, why does Song Yuming remain in such a state of distress? Shen Jinha bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. No, I have adhered to everything you instructed, Mr. Shen. Suddenly, Shun Jinxing fixed his gaze upon her, demanding, repeat what you just said with the same expression and tone. Though Shen Jinha did not grasp his intent, she complied. Shun Jinxing's eyes narrowed. That is incorrect. When she is misunderstood or wronged, her demeanor should not reflect this. Shen Jinha blinked, softly asking, Mr. Shun, then what should it be like? Shun Jinxing frowned. Despite the fact that Shen Lichu and her aunt had undergone a paternity test confirming no blood relation, in his subconscious, he was unconsciously comparing Shen Jinha's demeanor to that of Shen Lichu.